when Yao Qianqian was struck by lightning and transported to the interstellar era. Only a wisp of her remaining soul clung to a Hehuan flower seed. When she was taken home by the Empire's Marshal as a rare plant, this once great demon had to accept the reality that she would survive through photosynthesis. On her wedding night, she looked at the simple new house and secretly vowed to earn money to support the family. Until one day, she accidentally stumbled into the Marshal's private vault, a rare botanical garden created from an entire resource planet, where the legendary 7-colored starflower was being nibbled on as a snack by her. The Marshal embraced the stunned little flower demon from behind. Does my lady still think I'm poor? Chapter 1. Struck to the star calendar, year 10,000. A major event occurred on the Empire's #1 planet. The Empire's top Marshal was going to match with female seeds again. Since the first unsuccessful match, Hehuan had matched 9 times, but without exception, he had not brought back any partner. This was the 10th time. If he still couldn't bring back a seed, Hehuan didn't want to go for an 11th time and should just resign to fate. He could see this moment. Many beastmen were standing in front of a large seed library. Since Hehuan entered, they exchanged glances, and a lively atmosphere suddenly cooled down that a vacuum zone naturally formed around Hehuan, and no one dared to approach. The director in charge of the seed library hurried over to greet Hehuan, bowing and nodding. Hehuan came alone. His adjutant was waiting for him on the spacecraft. Seeing the director, he slightly lowered his eyes, signaling him to hurry up with the operations. "Marshal, please follow me." Luya quickly led Hehuan inside. Usually, they would notify them in advance when he came and wait until everything was ready before bringing him over. But today, they didn't know what was wrong with him. He suddenly arrived on the #1 planet, nearly scaring them half to death, as they thought the insect race was attacking. He brought Hehuan to a large pool, where various seeds were floating. Just like before, you only need to drop a drop of blood in, and you can test if there's a matching female inside, Luya explained while handing him the tools. Hehuan didn't take what he offered. Instead, he used his mental power to make a cut in his palm, and bright red blood flowed from his fingertips into the pool. The seeds, which had been floating freely, suddenly scattered away as if Hehuan's blood was some kind of flood beast. Hehuan's golden pupils calmly gazed at the water surface, seemingly unaffected, as if he weren't the one being rejected. Meanwhile, Yao Qianqian, who had been lying at the bottom of the pool contemplating life, felt a pull and swam upward, only to catch a delightful scent the next moment. Without hesitation, she absorbed all the blood in her body and let out a satisfied burp, then heard voices from outside. She poked her head out and saw a man with a scar on his cheek slightly bowing his head to look at her, accompanied by a slightly plump middle-aged man who was chatting excitedly. With him, Luya was asking Hehuan if he felt anything about the seeds in the water, but Hehuan was already impatient. He had gone through this 9 times, could practically recite Luya's questions, and just wanted to leave as soon as possible. He only came this time because he was afraid of his mother's tears and had no hope of matching with a female. As he casually glanced around, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly caught a gaze, and as he focused, he saw a blond man picking up a small seed from the edge of the pool. "Wow, look what I found." He placed the seed in his palm, looking intrigued as he turned to Hehuan. "It's a little seed." Hehuan quickly approached, snatched the seed from the blond man's hand, and instructed Luya to get a flower pot to plant the seed. Seeing Hehuan's reaction, Qianqian smacked his lips. "Weren't you indifferent to partners before?" He laughed teasingly. "Look at you, if I hadn't found this seed, it might have been matched by someone else, and someone would really end up lonely for life." He likely made a face of feigned sympathy while speaking. Luya, watching from the side, was terrified, worried that this person would anger the Marshal, fearing that the Marshal would take action and beat him up. As for how Qianqian would fare, he didn't care, but he was afraid it would affect the unripe seeds. He gestured for Qianqian to say less, but Qianqian couldn't resist taking a jab at Hehuan. Hehuan had a good temperament, and after planting the seed, he turned back to Qianqian and said 2 words. Even after Hehuan left, Qianqian was still in disbelief from the thank you he had just received. "What did that guy just say to me?" Qianqian looked incredulous. "Young master," he said, "thank you." Luya respectfully repeated Hehuan's words to Qianqian. Qianqian was still in a daze, regretting that he hadn't recorded it. Otherwise, he could boast about it for at least a decade, knowing that this guy wouldn't even give the current. Emperor face. Yao Qianqian felt that she really shouldn't have been so mesmerized by the golden light of virtue surrounding that man. Now, she was directly caught and planted in the soil. Is this what those cultivators mean by returning to simplicity? Yao Qianqian felt like crying. At this moment, she couldn't even move her body. She vowed that once she cultivated herself to adulthood, she would definitely find that man who captured her to settle the score. Han Jin left quickly, and after bringing Yao Qianqian back to the spaceship, he shocked a group of soldiers. They thought their marshal would return empty-handed like the previous times. Seeing everyone staring at the flower pot in his hands, Han Jin's expression darkened, and the frost in his eyes increased. Suddenly, the few who had just stretched their necks to look retracted their heads, and no one dared to bring up the marshal's displeasure. If the marshal got angry, they would probably end up on a 10-day tour of desolate stars. Han Jin carefully placed the flower pot in his resting room, and then summoned the officers for a meeting. In the interstellar realm, both beastmen and females could transform. Beastmen could transform into their beast forms at birth, while females were born as seeds alongside beastmen. However, when they were born, they were just seeds, and then they would sense the spirit spring, transforming into starlight to fly back into the spirit spring, waiting for a highly compatible partner to take them away. After taking the females away, to ensure they could successfully hatch, the beastmen would find source crystals for them, providing the energy they needed to grow. Previously, Han Jin had never thought he could match with a female, so the spaceship was unprepared. But now it was different. Their spaceship might need to change course and couldn't go directly back to the capital star, which was the zero-number planet, to report. As for the purpose of Han Jin's meeting, it was probably to discuss the possibility of them reporting back themselves. Admiral Lin Nuo was the first to oppose. Marshal, you know that the source crystals are most abundant at the Emperor's place. Han Jin naturally knew that the Emperor had the most source crystals, but that wasn't what he prepared for his female. Moreover, he only has a maximum of level 8 source crystals. My female deserves the best. Chapter 2. Sprouting the generals and brigadiers were directly shown up. It seemed as if they didn't have females, but they did, just not sprouted yet. In the end, the one who truly had no females, Lin Nuo, was so jealous that his face was distorted and insisted on accompanying Han Jin back to his marshal's residence on planet 5, while the other officers without females naturally followed eagerly, determined to be the biggest and brightest light bulb beside the marshal. Han Jin returned to planet 5 with a dark expression, while Yao Qianqian was about to go crazy from boredom. She had finally cultivated her beautiful human form and was about to descend the mountain to deceive human cultivators when she was struck down to this ghostly place that it was simply unfair. Just as she was pondering the injustice of heaven, she suddenly felt a surge of electricity. Looking down, she saw her pot filled with little sparks of lightning. That it turned out she had been struck again, and Yao Qianqian immediately began to plead for mercy in her heart. I was wrong. I was wrong. After her pleas, the lightning disappeared, and when Han Jin entered, he found the small flower pot had been broken, with soil scattered all over the place. His pupils constricted, and Han Jin took a big step to the flower pot, and upon finding a small seed in the pot, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it hadn't been lost. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to punish himself. Heaven had given him this opportunity, and if he lost it like that, it would be his fault. His fingers trembled slightly as he took out the mech and commanded it to transform into a small flower pot, transferring the soil from the broken pot into the new one. The mech, Bingyan, suddenly being treated as a flower pot. It felt like it needed to have a serious talk with its master. A water blue virtual shadow suddenly appeared in the void. It was Han Jin's mech's intelligent program, the so-called AI. Can I discuss something with you? Bingyan said politely, but Han Jin didn't give it a chance to speak. No, stand by. The man's cold and ruthless words directly decided that Bingyan could only serve as a flower pot. Bingyan was about to explode with anger, while Yao Qianqian in the pot was also contemplating the possibility of creating a spiritual entity similar to the little sprite and being directly captured as a monster. After thinking it over, she decided it was better to be a seed and not challenge the heavenly principles of this world. Yao Qianqian lay down in the pot and began to sleep. Han Jin was very careful this time, and even placed the flower pot in a safe before leaving, causing Bingyan's data to go haywire. How could it not know that the old man would be so cautious, fearing that it wouldn't take care of his seed properly? At this moment, Yao Qianqian was not feeling well. As she entered dream, she sensed someone forcefully stuffing something into her mind. Following that sensation, Yao Qianqian, as an outsider, began to understand some common knowledge of this world. For instance, she was not just a simple seed, but a natural female capable of transforming into a human.as for the people here. Most of them had two forms. One was human, and the other was beast-man, capable of transforming into various wild beasts. There was also a group of people collectively referred to as subhumans, who could not transform into beast-men and could not turn into plants either, possessing weaker mental powers. The natural females and less physical strength than beast-men. They were somewhat of a complementary group between the two, but were an indispensable part of the entire empire. Beast-men were powerful, but their mental strength was very prone to collapse. Once their mental strength completely shattered, they would become mindless beasts. Even if they had contributed greatly to the empire in the past, they could only be imprisoned as beasts. Natural females were considered the salvation of those beast-men. They were born from plants and could help beast-men alleviate the severity of their mental collapse. As long as a beast-man had a natural female compatible with them, they would not face the threat of mental collapse. Yao Qianqian was forced to accept this knowledge, and at this moment, she began to doubt whether she could be considered a monster or if most people here were transformed monsters. Before she could figure out her current situation, she felt a tickling sensation on her head. She wanted to stretch out her hand to scratch it, but she had no hands at all, let alone scratch her head. She could only endure the discomfort and muster the little remaining demonic power to see what was happening on her head. Then Yao Qianqian saw that her head was actually starting to sprout. At this moment, Yao Qianqian really wanted to consult the heavenly principles. How could her body be out of her control and sprout so easily? Unbeknownst to her, it had already been 3 days since she fell unconscious. During these 3 days, Hanjin had been using the best 9th-level source crystal to serve as her flower pot, and the energy liquid was poured into her pot as if it were worthless. These energy liquids, if sold, could probably be exchanged for a decent small starship. Heaven knows how heartbroken Bai Kai felt seeing the Marshal waste so much. All of this was the Marshal's savings over the years. Finally seeing the seed sprout, Hanjin breathed a sigh of relief and felt grateful that he hadn't given up. Patience ultimately brought rewards. After gently touching the 2 tiny leaves, he wanted to talk to Yao Qianqian, but he was interrupted by a sudden knock on the door. "Marshal, there are space pirates outside." Ever since the Marshal had wasted so many resources for this female, Bai Kai instinctively felt that this female would definitely be a big trouble when she grew up. He wasn't very fond of her, and now that space pirates were attacking, he immediately came to find Hanjin. He was determined to minimize their interactions. Perhaps because ignorance is bliss, Bai Kai was completely focused on preventing Hanjin from spending more time with his female, completely ignoring the expression on the Marshal's face. With a dark expression, Hanjin placed the small flower pot down and directly dragged Bai Kai, who still wanted to peek at Yao Qianqian, away. His demeanor was quite unceremonious. If Bai Kai hadn't been skilled, he might have been slammed into the doorframe and ended up with a bruised face. Even if Bai Kai was thick-skinned, he could tell that the Marshal was itching to kill him. Bai Kai remained silent, but his colleagues did not share the same sentiment. Seeing that Bai Kai had really called the Marshal out, they immediately began to tease him that "you're really regressing. A mere small group of space pirates, we could easily handle them. Yet you actually brought the Marshal here." Bai Kai was almost in tears. These guys were afraid he wouldn't die thoroughly enough, adding fuel to the Marshal's anger. Meng Han wanted to say something more, but his assistant kept poking him, signaling him to stop talking. Didn't he see that the Marshal was about to send General Bai to the frontier? Chapter 3. Encountering space pirates. After glancing at his assistant, Meng Han suddenly realized that the atmosphere was off. He also felt that the temperature inside the starship had dropped. Turning his head to look at the source of the cold air, he quickly withdrew his gaze, not daring to look at the Marshal again. Silently apologizing to his colleague Bai Kai in his heart, he hadn't meant to add fuel to the fire. He just found it amusing to see him being lifted like a little chick by the Marshal. That's why he couldn't help but say a few more words. I could see this moment. Bai Kai felt hopeless and threw Hanjin into the mech, urging him to quickly deal with the space pirate group outside. They still needed to go to the Centaurus system to pick someone up. The nutritionist assigned to the little female had been kidnapped by space pirates on the way, and considering the little female's safety, they planned to personally go to the Centaurus system to retrieve her. Thus, their previous plans had to be postponed, but fortunately, they only encountered this space pirate group on the way. Among all the notorious space pirates, they were not particularly strong, which was why Han Jin dared to let Bai Kai handle alone. Bai Kai was quick, capturing all those pirates in just a few moves. Although their starship had undergone some camouflage, he never expected that there would actually be space pirates daring enough to rob them. When Jin Sha was brought before Han Jin, he was still in shock, not believing he had encountered such tough resistance this time. Looking at Han Jin's face, he still couldn't believe it. Why you? You actually dared to disguise yourself as the Marshal, Meng Han, who had come to watch the drama. Couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was really not his fault. The space pirate was just too funny, thinking that the Marshal in front of him was fake. Look carefully, this is the Marshal. You've really got some guts to even dare to hijack the Marshal's spaceship. Han Jin sat high above, looking down at the leader of the Shark Star pirate group. Now tell me, who informed you of my location? The pirate leader trembled all over, stuttering and unable to speak clearly. Han Jin released his mental power, and the overwhelming pressure caused Jin Sha to kneel awkwardly. It was one of my subordinates who heard that a big fat sheep came to the Centaur system, so he asked us to come and make a profit. Well, where is he? Han Jin's gaze swept over to Bai Kai, asking with his eyes. Bai Kai scratched his head. He had been too focused on resolving the situation and not wasting the Marshal's time. Now, under the Marshal's gaze, he fell silent, resembling a small quail. He didn't dare to say another word. Han Jin naturally understood his subordinate's nature, sneering coldly and choosing not to engage further. He ordered his subordinates to accelerate toward the Centaur system. In the Centaur system, inside the Plan Academy. Dean, will the Marshal really come back later? Lin Wang looked at the Dean of the Plan Academy with eager eyes. The nutritionist who had been kidnapped earlier was also from their academy, but unfortunately, he had been captured by pirates because they heard he was going to be the Marshal's female nutritionist. Those pirates didn't want the Marshal to survive, so they deliberately detained the nutritionist, and as it turned out, the Marshal directly asked for a different nutritionist, and now Lin Wang, being the second in line, had a chance. Although he sympathized with his colleague, he couldn't help but smile broadly. The Dean of the Plan Academy glanced down at him. You better rein in that smile of yours. I'm afraid the Marshal might think our second-best nutritionist is a fool. Lin Wang, hearing the Dean's sarcasm, wasn't angry. He moved aside to sit down, trying to calm himself. He was too excited. He never thought he would have a chance to be near the Marshal. But who could have guessed that the Marshal had failed to match with a female for 9 consecutive years? And just as he was about to start his position, a female appeared. If he weren't past his teenage years, he might even speculate that the Marshal's 9 years of waiting were just to allow him to become the nutritionist for his female. He had to admit, it was good that others didn't know his thoughts. Otherwise, any imperial person could easily knock some sense into him. Yao Qianqian shook her leaves, trying to absorb the merits she had just received. After fully digesting it, she let out a satisfying burp, feeling a warm sensation in her roots. It was only then that she realized her flower pot had been replaced with a huge spiritual stone. Having cultivated for so long, it was her first time seeing such a high-quality spiritual stone. Previously, she had only used leftovers from other powerful demons. At this moment, Yao Qianqian's desire to return to her own world began to waver. This treatment was something she had never experienced before. Perhaps coming here was a special opportunity given to her by the heavenly Tao? It's just a pity that she was still a small seedling with only 3 leaves, not knowing when she would grow up and transform into human form. She remembered that when she had transformed before, it was just after her 100th birthday. Thinking about the people here, although they had long lifespans, most died young. She began to contemplate the possibility of taking care of herself. As her roots touched the top-grade spiritual stone flower pot, she suddenly thought, why not help that man when his mental power collapses? At least she couldn't let him die so early. Otherwise, she feared she would starve too. Just as she was pondering whether to save the man, she felt her newly grown leaf being touched by someone. This sensation felt quite wonderful. It couldn't be said to be unpleasant. Perhaps it was because of the merits emanating from the man. On the contrary, she found it quite comfortable. Instinctively, she rubbed that leaf against the man's fingertip, and she seemed to hear the sound of merits increasing, that if she could transform into human form right now, she would definitely be seen squinting her eyes in satisfaction, just like a cat enjoying a good scratch. For the first time, Han Jin encountered such a fragile creature. Upon sensing her feedback, his fingertip instinctively tried to retract, but instead, he was embraced. At this moment, Warmth radiated from Han Jin's brows and eyes. Even the scar on his cheek appeared less terrifying. Yao Qianqian had no idea what others thought, but at least she felt that this man was likely molded by Nuwa herself. Compared to the other male cultivators she had seen, he was definitely crafted instead of just molded from mud and water. When the man didn't smile, his brows and eyes were filled with a fierce aura, and the terrifying scar on his cheek made him look like an Azura from hell. She seriously suspected that he had difficulty finding a partner simply because he scared them away. Yet now, he was smiling at her, and his entire aura softened, like solid ice slowly melting in hot water. Yao Qianqian was captivated by the man's smile, her 3 leaves unconsciously softening as she mentally screamed. She was just a hemerocallous demon. How could she be so fortunate to encounter such a wonderful man? Perhaps the heavenly Tao had finally opened its eyes, recalling her 500 years of diligent and sincere behavior without harming a single innocent creature. At this moment, Yao Qianqian was still unaware that behind the gifts of fate often lay a price. Chapter 4. Kissed by a plant, the enormous starship continued its journey through the universe at night. If the Marshal's residence was on Planet 5, then the Centaurus system was just a little over half the distance to Planet 5 across the Empire. The journey would take 4 days in total. Even the best starship would take 3.5 days. Fortunately, Han Jin was not in a hurry, so he did not let the starship use space jumps. Instead, he instructed the soldiers around him to carefully observe if there were any space pirates nearby that they could check out along the way. However, it seemed that those space pirates with even a little bit of knowledge were aware that the Marshal would be traveling this route in the coming days. So they dare not roam around, fearing they might inadvertently irritate the Marshal and be wiped out. They had not forgotten the previous battle between the Marshal and the Zerg, where the Marshal single-handedly drove a creature the size of a starship back to its home planet, restoring peace to the Empire. As for that so-called shark pirate group, they were probably just cannon fodder pushed out by other pirates. They hadn't even had the chance to provoke the Marshal before being captured. Oh right, one did escape. The one who brought them here. After placing the plant Yao Qianqian on the bedside, Han Jin went to take a shower. When Yao Qianqian felt Han Jin's touch earlier, she absorbed a significant amount of merit from him and felt as if her body could move. Just as she was trying to move her roots to pull herself out of the soil, she heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom. In an instant, Yao Qianqian recalled the illustrated books she had seen from mortals, which depicted many scenes of bathtubs. Suddenly, her little leaves began to blush and heat up. Fortunately, she was still quite green, so the man probably couldn't tell. Usually, Han Jin would tightly close the bathroom door while showering, but today, for some unknown reason, he had left a crack in the door. Perhaps he was worried about the little potted plants outside. When Yao Qianqian's little ceramic pot broke before, Han Jin had searched the entire room and found nothing, as if the pot had exploded from thin air. In the end, Han Jin had checked everyone he could contact, but the result was still empty-handed. Then, Yao Qianqian peeked through the crack and saw the scene inside. The man had broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His perfect inverted triangle physique was right in front of her. Unfortunately, the lower part was blocked, where she could have estimated his strength in certain aspects. Although she was a Hehuan flower spirit, it didn't mean she was the kind of spirit that was casual. She had never sought such relations with a man during her cultivation. But today, she suddenly felt that she was ready. Tears unwittingly flowed from the corners of her mouth. Compared to those hypocritical cultivators, she felt that this man in front of her was truly desirable, full of merit, and seemed to care deeply for a plant. Plus, he had a good physique and was handsome. It was just that there was a wound on his cheek, and, after careful thought, Yao Qianqian decided to let this man be the first in her harem. Just as Yao Qianqian was lost in her fantasies of handsome men gathering, suddenly a towel was draped over her head. In an instant, Yao Qianqian could see nothing, while Han Jin retracted his hand. He had noticed a gaze watching him while showering, so he instinctively covered the little plant with a towel as he stepped out. Soon, the intrusive gaze that had been sizing him up disappeared. Realizing who had been looking at him, Han Jin stiffened. It seemed he had inadvertently led his female companion astray. When he removed the towel, he happened to meet the gaze of the plant, which was now not arranged like before on either side of the stem, but was pointing directly at him, like a child angrily pointing at someone. Han Jin rubbed his nose. Chapter 5. A kiss kneeling in front of the plant. I leaned in and lightly tapped its leaves with my fingertips. All right, I was wrong just now, don't be angry. This was one of the few times Han Jin tried to appease someone, but unfortunately, Yao Qianqian didn't seem to appreciate it. Not only did she not appreciate it, but she also turned her leaves to the other side, refusing to let Han Jin touch her. Han Jin stopped kneeling and sat cross-legged beside her. What's wrong? Why are you angry? Han Jin asked, struggling to suppress a smile directed at the little plant. But don't think Yao Qianqian couldn't see this. She still had her senses. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't move freely in front of outsiders right now, she would have probably smacked this man with her leaves already. Indeed, the sisters in the novels were right. Men are all big fools. They all deserve to die. Feeling that she had truly angered the little plant, Han Jin picked up the flower pot and brought it to the bedside. You can rest here for a bit. I'll help you change a few energy stones later. Perhaps outsiders only saw Han Jin frequently changing the energy stones for this plant, thinking he wanted her to choose one she liked. Little did they know that the energy in those replaced stones had already been completely absorbed. That's why he changed them so often. Yao Qianqian, not knowing where the man was going, began to tug at her roots after he left the room. She wanted to find a place to hide and then escape from this room. She decided to seek out a location where she could absorb the essence of heaven and earth to cultivate, aiming to come back in the future and take this man, who dared to mock her, into her harem. Outside the room, Han Jin, who had just taken a level 9 energy stone from the spaceship's vault, felt an itch in his nose. Rubbing it, he muttered to himself, "It must be that idiot Bai Kai constantly talking about me for no reason. When I have time, I'll definitely teach this kid a lesson. Time should be spent on useful things, not always thinking about him." Suddenly, Bai Kai, who was being bullied by Meng Han, felt as if a large pot had been placed over his head. A few minutes earlier, Yao Qianqian had been thinking about moving her feet when she realized that the pot she was in was unusual. It seemed to be monitoring her every move. She finally remembered that the so-called dogman had used his mech as her flower pot, although he later replaced it with a spirit stone pot. Part of the mech still protected the spirit stone's exterior. From what Yao Qianqian understood about this world, she knew that thing was actually an artificial intelligence that could connect to its owner's light brain, sending real-time images of her side. Suddenly, she felt that her life was no longer joyful. Just as Yao Qianqian was about to give up, Han Jin returned. The moment he appeared, the leaves of Yao Qianqian, which had been drooping, perked up. The reason was simple. The man was holding a spirit stone, a top-quality spirit stone, combined with the merit golden light radiating from him. Each of these was rare, let alone receiving both at once. Instantly, Yao Qianqian lost her anger. After all, he was her benefactor. What if he had a few shortcomings? She had lived for hundreds of years. Was she really going to argue with a human? Yao Qianqian felt she still had her pride. So she waited for Han Jin to place the spirit stone at her feet. From the moment he entered, Han Jin had been observing Yao Qianqian's behavior and was surprised to find something noteworthy. First, her leaves seemed too agile, and from Bing Yan's reaction earlier, it appeared that the little plant wanted to pull herself out of the pot after he left. In the end, for some reason, she did not move. This made Han Jin recall the incident where the pot broke shortly after he stepped out. Perhaps it was related to this little one. That night, Han Jin planned to place Yao Qianqian beside the bed while he rested on the bed. However, when he let go, he felt his fingers being tugged by the leaves. He tried to pull away, but found he couldn't. Helpless, he leaned closer to the little plant and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Do you want some nutrient solution?" Yao Qianqian didn't want the nutrient solution. She was trying to stretch her stem and leaves, wanting to get closer to Han Jin. The pot below seemed to understand Yao Qianqian's intention and quickly lifted her up. Accidentally, the plant found itself close to Han Jin's face, and the next moment, Han Jin felt a gentle touch on his cheek. It seemed she had kissed him. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Usually, his face was as cold as an iceberg, but at this moment, it showed signs of cracking. The leaves that had been gripping him just now also loosened, giving off a feeling of being used and discarded. Chapter 6, Receiving the Task from the Heavenly Path. The expression on Han Jin's face, who had been abandoned by the little plant, was slightly strange. The Grand Marshal of the Empire, was experiencing such treatment for the first time. In the past, those men and women would actively approach him upon seeing him. But now, he had encountered a woman who was used and discarded. Oh no, this was just a little plant. That night, Han Jin went to sleep with this strange feeling. After he fell asleep, Yao Qianqian almost mobilized all her demonic power to begin refining the merit golden light she had absorbed from the man throughout the day. It was the first time she had so easily obtained merit golden light from a person, and this man was even willing to spend large amounts of spirit stones on her, though he loved to use things to monitor her. If only she could get rid of the AI from the mecha under her feet. Anyway, since her goal was likely no longer achievable, Yao Qianqian decided not to think about it and try to move her legs, finding a comfortable position to start cultivating. She didn't know when she would be able to reach land. In the universe, she couldn't absorb moonlight at all. Bing Yin first sensed some movement in the flower pot, but after a while, when it wanted to check carefully, the movement disappeared again. Once the movement ceased, there was no more activity. Although the AI didn't need to sleep, it felt bored watching the little plant. So, it connected to the star network and began to surf the internet. Night should have been silent, but for Yao Qianqian, it was a different kind of torment. First of all, there were the memories transmitted to her by the heavenly path. If there were a computer now, perhaps Yao Qianqian would know that those were not just a few gigabytes of files, but several terabytes. For her little brain, that was simply not enough. After fainting for 3 days, she had only digested a portion of it, and now the rest reappeared in her dreams every night while she was asleep. In this dream, Yao Qianqian also received a task from the heavenly path. When she woke up the next morning, Yao Qianqian thought it was absurd. This was one of the few times she had communicated with the heavenly path, and she felt like she had been tricked. Not only had she been struck to this place, but now she was also being asked to work, and it wasn't the kind of work with rewards. It was a threat that if she didn't work, she would become fertilizer. If she weren't a little demon, she would definitely rebel against the heavenly path with all her might. Unfortunately, Yao Qianqian was just a little Hehuan flower demon, and her greatest ability on ordinary days was probably just to promote. How tragic for a Hehuan flower demon. Just thinking about it made her want to cry. In the morning, Han Jin woke up earlier than Yao Qianqian. After greeting her as usual, he went out to train. Just as a prompt flashed on his holographic computer, he was guiding Bai Kai in physical training. Before he could finish his instructions, he received a message from Bing Yin. Bing Yin, you better come back quickly. Your female is crying. Upon hearing that his female was crying, Han Jin had no time to continue guiding physical training. Without saying a word, he abandoned Bai Kai and rushed back to his room as fast as he could. Yao Qianqian, who was still immersed in her feelings of being tricked, hadn't noticed Han Jin coming in. The first thing Han Jin saw when he entered was the little droplets on the leaves, indicating she had been crying for a while. The man who had never comforted anyone felt an overwhelming sense of heartache. He wanted to comfort her, but didn't know what to say. Approaching Yao Qianqian, Han Jin cleared his throat, tried to calm his voice, and then asked her, did something unhappy happen? Meanwhile, Bing Yin was racking its brains trying to figure out what could make Yao Qianqian so sad. After all, hadn't she been staying in the flower pot recently? She hadn't even been able to go out. So what had made her heart hurt? At first, Yao Qianqian didn't realize Han Jin had come over. But now that she knew, it was not too late. She made an effort to lift her head from the flower pot and rubbed her leaves against the man's outstretched hand. Chapter 7, she just wanted to change the flower pot unlike any previous experience. The sensation made Han Jin, this iron-blooded man, unable to hold back his emotions. Waiting almost 10 years for a matching partner was worth it. Unfortunately, the little plant, Yao Qianqian, couldn't speak yet. Han Jin thought how nice it would be if this little plant could talk, so that even if it was unhappy where it lived, it could tell him directly, instead of making him guess. Was it because the energy stone in the soil had run out? He only discovered this a few days ago, when he had just given Yao Qianqian the energy stone. As a result, when he asked, the little plant, Yao Qianqian, shook her leaves. Seeing her shake her leaves, Han Jin guessed, isn't it? Yao Qianqian nodded, confirming that it was indeed not the case. With no other choice, he had to sit beside her and guess again. Was it that the soil was uncomfortable, originally wanting to express that she was fine? Yao Qianqian suddenly remembered that this was like someone giving her a pillow while she was dozing off. Coincidentally, she wanted to change her flower pot now. So she immediately pointed at her flower pot with her leaves. Unexpectedly, Han Jin misunderstood and thought it was indeed a soil issue. Shall I loosen the soil for you first? The nutritionist I found for you is still in the Centaur system. We should be able to pick them up soon, and then we can take you back to the 5th star sphere. That's our home. Seeing the man wanting to change her place first, Yao Qianqian's leaves relaxed a lot in happiness. Seeing the little female happy, Han Jin felt much more relaxed too. He gently stroked Yao Qianqian's stem with his fingertips, then carefully removed some of the loosened soil from the outside, and then he meticulously loosened the soil around the inner wall of the flower pot. After that, he turned it over and took all the soil out. He pulled out the soil he had prepared for Yao Qianqian from the spatial button, laying it down bit by bit in the flower pot. Just when he wanted to put the plant back, Yao Qianqian, who had been quite happy before, was now unwilling. What she meant earlier was for the man to help her remove the AI at the bottom of the flower pot. But now the man only wanted to change her soil. Was it a soil issue? No, it was that Yao Qianqian had no privacy at all. Yao Qianqian felt very angry, but she couldn't speak now. Even though she had once possessed demon power, moving was already her greatest effort. Han Jin didn't expect that the little plant, who had just cooperated with him, was now unwilling to go back. He could only softly coax her. Is it that you don't like this soil? Then I'll change it for you. Saying this, he took out several types of soil he had stored in the spatial button, just for Yao Qianqian to choose from. These were the soils he had specially bought when he was selected during the seed selection process, which were said to be the favorite soils of females during the plant phase. At that time, that kid Qian had charged him quite a bit of money. However, finding a partner made Han Jin quite willing to let that kid show off for a few days. After all, as far as he knew, Qian wasn't doing any better than him. Although he was the young master over there, he was similar to Han Jin, having matched multiple times, yet still not found his female. The only difference was that he had only waited 3 years while Han Jin had waited almost 10. Shaking his head and not wanting to think about Qian, he concentrated on selecting a type of soil suitable for Yao Qianqian. However, to Han Jin's surprise, among so many types of soil, Yao Qianqian didn't like any of them. Don't you like any of these? Han Jin felt a bit at a loss. Seeing that Yao Qianqian didn't like any of them, he could only coax her. How about you pick one to use first? When we get home, I'll change it for you again. Was Yao Qianqian looking to change the soil? Not at all. What she wanted to change was the pot. During this time, she had been trying hard to signal Han Jin to look at the flower pot. But since there was still soil in the pot, Han Jin could never guess Yao Qianqian's meaning successfully. In the end, Yao Qianqian also gave up, only hoping that she could transform into a human soon. Then she would have her own privacy. Finally, she chose another type of soil. Compared to the one she used at first, this new soil had larger gaps, allowing her roots to penetrate deeper. However, before Han Jin could finish preparing the flower pot for Yao Qianqian, the loud voice of Bai Kai came from outside again, continuously knocking on the door and calling for Han Jin to come out. Han Jin naturally couldn't just leave Yao Qianqian halfway and went out. He still meticulously helped her bury the soil before stepping out, full of fierce energy. Chapter 8. Almost eaten by an egg, Yao Qianqian was trying hard to peek outside to see what was happening, but the door was suddenly slammed shut by Han Jin. Just before the door closed, Yao Qianqian, relying on her keen hearing, seemed to have heard a cry of pain from Bai Kai. It must be said that Bai Kai really knew how to court death. In Yao Qianqian's view, if one day she was flirting with her little partner and a subordinate rushed in, loudly demanding to know what she was doing, she would also be angry. Leaving aside Yao Qianqian's thoughts, Han Jin saw Bai Kai, who was acting like a fool, dragging him forward and bringing him to a storage room. You better have something very important to say, Han Jin said through gritted teeth, his gaze falling on Bai Kai's head as he began to doubt if there was any brain inside. Bai Kai was unaware and continued to pull Han Jin forward. Once inside, Han Jin suddenly remembered a star beast he had caught in the endless starry sky, which had resulted in a star beast egg. Now that he thought about it, perhaps that star beast egg was about to hatch. As Han Jin entered, the group of curious men gathered around, eager to see what would hatch. However, before they could get close, a burst of white light suddenly shot out from inside, and the next moment, everyone watched as their Marshal followed after it. In a moment of distraction, Han Jin and the white egg had already reached the door of Han Jin's room. Just as Han Jin was about to grab the white egg, he saw the door being smashed open by it. Instantly, Han Jin's heart tightened. He had rushed out earlier and hadn't placed Yao Qianqian too far inside. Following closely behind the egg, it violently broke through the door. When Han Jin entered, he saw that the previously smooth eggshell had cracked open, resembling a wide-open mouth trying to swallow his little plant. Fortunately, he had left Bing Yin to protect Yao Qianqian. At this moment, Bing Yin felt that he had finally played a role, transforming into a small mech and running outside while holding a flower pot. Dodging multiple collisions from the egg, he successfully made it behind Han Jin. Yao Qianqian had hidden well, and after feeling safe, she slowly extended her branches and leaves. Where her gaze fell on the egg, she couldn't help but salivate. That thing was filled with spiritual energy, even from a distance. She could feel her demon core inside her going into overdrive. Unfortunately, relying solely on the spiritual energy in the air was nearly impossible for her to transform into a human. But if she could keep that egg by her side, Yao Qianqian thought that then she could maintain a human form for a short hour every day. The first thing she would do once she transformed was to have that dogman change her pot. As for Han Jin, he didn't think that far. When he saw that damned egg trying to attack his plant, his expression darkened significantly. If he had previously thought about nurturing it as a pet after it hatched, now his heart was filled with murderous intent towards that little creature. Yao Qianqian sensed this too, and felt it was a pity that the little thing could not be raised. But thinking further, that thing always wanted to eat her, and even if forcibly kept around, it wouldn't end well. It would be better to let Han Jin kill it. Making egg soup from it wouldn't be a bad idea. Perhaps due to the obvious murderous intent from both Yao Qianqian and Han Jin, the little egg sensed it and couldn't help but tremble. Before it could think of a way to escape, a powerful mental force struck, slamming it down onto the floor. The few people who followed Han Jin quickly came over, captured the egg, and placed it into a transparent box. Inside the box, Yao Qianqian could still see the egg struggling. But what did that have to do with her? Moreover, in her previous world, wasn't it always the strong preying on the weak? Just a moment ago, that egg had also wanted to eat her to hatch, right? The white giant egg struggled for a long time, but couldn't break through the transparent container, realizing it couldn't escape. It turned itself around, and almost instinctively, Yao Qianqian felt like it was looking at her. Out of instinct, she wanted to pull out her roots and run. But the egg was faster. A white light circle suddenly enveloped Yao Qianqian. With her strength diminished, in just a second, she was pulled into the transparent container. Just when she was utterly confused about what the egg was going to do, she felt a pulling force in her spiritual sea. Yao Qianqian looked inward and saw a creature resembling a small dog inside her spiritual sea. Chapter 9, Contract. Who are you? Why are you here? Even though Yao Qianqian had cultivated for 500 years, that was still just a brief moment in the long journey of immortality, and she had naturally not seen many contracts. When the star beast heard Yao Qianqian ask who it was, a hint of humiliation flashed across its furry face. Human, you are the chosen contractor of mine. Now I allow you to submit to me. As it spoke, the little beast stood on its hind legs, raised its front paws, and looked down at Yao Qianqian with an air of superiority. However, Yao Qianqian expressed that although she had never contracted a spirit beast, she was aware of what a contract entailed. No, I don't agree. Why should I contract with you instead of you contracting with me? After saying this, she immediately began to summon her limited demon power and crazily absorbed spiritual energy from the outside world, all in order to contract this little beast as her mount. She had seen many celestial maidens in the novels she read, and they would casually raise their hands, causing numerous demon beasts to come to serve as their mounts. Now, Yao Qianqian also wanted a mount. Upon hearing Yao Qianqian audaciously suggest that it should serve as her mount, the star beast burst into laughter. Ha ha, do you even know who I am? I am the strongest star beast in the endless starry sky. Yao Qianqian refused to waste words with it and used all her strength to sign a master-servant contract with it. The star beast cub, sensing Yao Qianqian's momentum, realized that her strength was not as weak as it appeared. Its expression turned serious, and it began to cautiously negotiate with her. The few people outside the transparent light shield looked worried, especially Bai Kai. Had he known this would happen, he would have never called Han Jin out. The consequences would be too terrifying to contemplate, and he didn't even dare to think about it. Han Jin, on the other hand, was not thinking along those lines. Even if Bai Kai didn't call him out, given the intelligence of the Star Beast, it would likely take the opportunity to escape when they relaxed and come to his room to devour his little female. After the two finished their confrontation, Yao Qianqian discovered that the contract had been successfully signed. However, neither of them had gained an advantage, because the contract was not a master-servant contract, but rather an equal cohabitation contract. Upon seeing this, Yao Qianqian's face turned green. The egg's expression was also not good. It hadn't expected such a contract. This damned woman, signing an equal contract with a female, was indeed a blow to its dignity as a future Star Beast king, and it immediately thought about perishing together with Yao Qianqian. Fortunately, Han Jin saw the white light protecting them dissipate and quickly separated the two, holding Yao Qianqian protectively in his arms. As for the egg, this time he didn't use tools but directly controlled it with his mental power. Let us see what tricks he can still play. The Star Beast cub bared its teeth at Han Jin through the eggshell. Did this man not realize what kind of contract his female had just signed with it? How dare he treat it like this? Was he not afraid of it committing suicide? However, it turned its body around inside the eggshell and thought that this wasn't too bad. Looking at the man, he was likely the light of the empire. Ha! Imagining itself as a Star Beast being treated as a guest of honor by the light of the empire made it feel happy just thinking about it. On the other side, Yao Qianqian was feeling down. She felt that after coming here, she had become too complacent, and she had inadvertently fallen for an egg. Moreover, she was no longer the same as before. Previously, she had cultivated using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but now it was different. She had Han Jin, a man full of merit and golden light, by her side. Just a casual brush against him could yield her a significant amount of merit, and the transformed demon power was incomparable. The result was that she hadn't defeated a single egg. Just thinking about it made her heart race. When Han Jin saw her lifeless appearance, he thought something had happened to her because of that Star Beast, and his face turned pale. He immediately took her to the medical room, wanting those people to come and take a look. But each of the medical staff exchanged glances. Marshal, it's not that we don't want to help you. It's just that we are all basic doctors and don't know how to care for females at all. In the Empire, females are taken care of by specialized nutritionists, and it's not something outsiders can attend to. Chapter 10. Incubation. Han Jin wore a gloomy expression as he placed Yao Qianqian back into the spirit stone flower pot and turned to lead her to the command room. Everyone already knew what had happened on the spaceship, and now they were exchanging glances, each afraid to look at the Marshal. If the spaceship had been flying slowly before, it was now speeding directly towards the Centaur system. This unexpectedly cut the journey, which was supposed to take until tomorrow, in half. By night, Yao Qianqian had recovered from her feelings of defeat. Watching the man who was still working hard, even in his pajamas, she couldn't help but feel that such a person was truly charming. Meanwhile, she continued to slack off on the side. In fact, she was already capable of transforming into a human form, but instinctively, Yao Qianqian wanted to wait until the man fell asleep before changing, planning to sneak over and give that egg a good beating. It was just an equality and coexistence contract. As long as that egg didn't die, it wouldn't have much impact on her. Moreover, she had a space that was just the right size to hold it. For the rest of her life, that ugly egg could stay there comfortably. Unfortunately, before Yao Qianqian could transform, she felt herself getting sleepy. The sudden change in plans forced Han Jin to hastily deal with some matters. After all, once they entered the Centaur system, certain things would be inconvenient to handle there. By the time Han Jin finished with the military matters, it was already late at night, and the little plant had fallen asleep. Feeling a touch on her head, Yao Qianqian instinctively nudged it like a small pet, earning a gentle, affectionate smile from the man. Just as Han Jin was about to lie down, he suddenly felt a weight on him, his body instinctively tensing up as he quickly turned to look at the spot where the flower pot had been. The flower pot was gone, and in its place was a naked woman. Han Jin immediately pushed her away, wanting to find his little plant. Perhaps because transforming had consumed too much of her energy. Even when Yao Qianqian was pushed aside, she remained unconscious, completely unaware of what Han Jin had done. On the other side, Han Jin searched the ground and only found a flower pot with soil scattered everywhere. As for the little plant, there was not a trace of it. An inexplicable sense of panic arose within him, and almost unconsciously, Han Jin thought he had lost the little plant. Then, a flash of inspiration crossed his mind as he glanced at the person on the bed. An extremely unlikely thought appeared in Han Jin's mind. Could she be? He hadn't expected a female to transform into human form so quickly. For a moment, he almost thought he was dreaming. He pinched his leg hard, feeling the pain, and realized that this was not a dream, and the person on the bed was indeed the little plant he had nurtured for so long. Due to the woman's naked body, Han Jin instinctively turned away, and when he realized what he had done, his earlobes turned slightly red. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and went over to cover her with a blanket. It was clear that he couldn't stay in his room any longer, so for the entire night, Han Jin sat on a chair, waiting for the beautiful woman on the bed to wake up. Yao Qianqian felt that she had slept quite comfortably all night, a feeling she had never experienced since arriving in this world. When she woke up in the morning, she lazily stretched. However, when she tried to move her leaves, she realized something was wrong. Were her leaves? Looking down, she discovered that she had turned into a human and was now lying in bed. The bed was a bit hard, and, aside from being able to lie down, it wasn't particularly great. Sensing someone beside her, she couldn't help but raise her head, and in the next moment, she saw the man who had been taking care of her all this time from a new perspective. Gulp! That was the sound of swallowing. She had to admit, this man was really handsome. Everything about him hit her aesthetic points. Just look at that face, then that waist, along with his aura, and the golden light of merit surrounding him. Not to mention, even the scar on his face added to his charm in Yao Qianqian's eyes. Seemingly sensing Yao Qianqian's gaze lingering on his face, Han Jin suddenly remembered the scar on his face. He immediately stood up and turned his back to her, saying, "Since you're awake, put on some clothes. Someone will bring you food soon." Yao Qianqian was puzzled as to why the man had his back to her. Did she look ugly? There were no mirrors here, so she couldn't see her face for now. After hearing the man's words, she sensibly complied and changed into the clothes. However, the clothes that were a bit small on the man were like a child trying to wear adult clothes on her. Yao Qianqian was now over 7 meters tall, while Han Jin was over 9 meters. Even though she tried to roll up the sleeves several times, the outfit was still oversized. Not to mention the pants, which just fell off when she put them on. In the end, Yao Qianqian gave up on wearing the pants and simply wore the man's shirt, saying, "All right, you can turn around now." When Han Jin heard Yao Qianqian say she was ready, he thought she had really put on her clothes. However, as soon as he turned around, he was met with a scene that made his blood rush, and he immediately realized he needed to find Yao Qianqian some other clothes. Chapter 11, Is She Ugly? She hurriedly left the room, leaving Yao Qianqian sitting alone on the bed. She still hadn't figured out what had happened. The man had been perfectly fine just a moment ago, but after glancing at her, he ran away. Could it be that she really looked ugly this time? Scared, Yao Qianqian didn't even bother to pick up the spirit stones on the floor and immediately started searching the room for a mirror. When she entered the bathroom and looked at her face in the mirror, which was almost identical to her previous life, Yao Qianqian thought, "I'm not ugly, am I? Why did I scare someone twice?" Suddenly, she remembered the legend that beautiful women are like tigers. Could it be that even in the interstellar era, there are still men who are so old-fashioned? Yao Qianqian, feeling a bit defeated, lay back down on the bed, just as she began to doubt her life. Han Jin was surrounded by a group of big men, all of whom were also in doubt. Bai Kai, being more carefree, heard that Han Jin was looking for smaller clothes for women and became curious, signaling to those around him to ask, "Do you think the Marshal is preparing something for his little female in advance?" The person who was signaled by Kai didn't dare to respond, fearing that he might accidentally catch the Marshal's attention. At that moment, it would be over for him. Meanwhile, Bai Kai, who was fearless and oblivious to the seriousness of the situation, saw Han Jin find a set of small-sized military uniform that had never been worn before and turned around to give Bai Kai a fierce look. Don't think he didn't know what this guy had just done behind him. By the time Han Jin returned, 5 minutes had passed, and Yao Qianqian felt her stomach starting to growl with hunger. When she saw the door open, she thought the man had brought food back and was immediately happy to go greet him. However, upon seeing the man's empty hands, Yao Qianqian lay back down again. Yet, In Han Jin's eyes, this action seemed like she was frightened by the scar on his face. His overall mood dropped, but he still walked over and handed her the clothes in his hand. Your clothes are too big. Wear this one for now. When we get to the Centaurus system, I'll buy you other nicer and more comfortable clothes. Hearing that the man wanted to buy her nicer and more comfortable clothes, Yao Qianqian wasn't even angry that he didn't bring her food. She obediently took the clothes and was about to change in front of him, which startled Han Jin, who immediately turned around. Now Yao Qianqian was unhappy. HMPF. Why won't you look at me? Is it because I don't look good? Her words made the man, whose earlobes were already red, feel a tightness in his throat. No, it's not. The usually composed Han Jin stammered. Before he could finish, Yao Qianqian had already changed her clothes and directly grabbed his arm, saying, Let's go, I'm hungry, let's hurry to eat. For a moment, Han Jin was frozen in place, feeling all his senses concentrated on the arm that the little female was touching. Then he felt like a marionette being pulled by Yao Qianqian out the door. When they reached the entrance, Han Jin seemed to snap back to reality. He wanted to retract his arm, but was afraid that the little female would be sad. So for a moment, they were stuck in place. Yao Qianqian noticed he had stopped, pulled a little, and found she couldn't move him. So she turned her head curiously to look at him. Why aren't you going? Aren't you hungry? Regardless of whether he was hungry or not, she was going out to eat anyway. After staying in the room for too long, even Yao Qianqian felt a bit bored, and she still needed to check on that egg. Once her strength was restored, she thought she would be able to change the contract into a master-servant contract. Compared to the hungry Yao Qianqian, the few people at the entrance had already eaten and were now curiously looking over at Han Jin, genuinely wondering why their marshal was acting strangely early in the morning. When the door opened again and a charming woman stepped out, these people forgot to hide their expressions. When they saw the infatuation on their faces, Yao Qianqian finally regained her confidence, thinking to herself, how could someone as beautiful as me not be liked? As for Han Jin, his face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. His gaze swept over the group, and they felt the temperature around them drop. When they realized what was happening, they found the marshal was glaring at them. All right, they understood. This charming little female was the marshal's partner, and they shouldn't look too much. Chapter 12, instinctively pampering Yao Qianqian waved at them one by one, before being pulled into the dining room by the jealous man. The breakfast rush had passed, so there weren't many people. Han Jin first served Yao Qianqian a plate of something that she couldn't tell what ingredients were in it. Yao Qianqian stared blankly at the bowl of mush, while Han Jin handed her a spoon, signaling her to give it a try. As a Hehuan demon, she could sense that there were quite a few plants in it, including many substances she disliked. Yao Qianqian's gaze began to wander between the man and the people around them, contemplating the possibility that these people might want to harm her. Before she could finish her thoughts, she saw several people who had already started eating the food, taking bite after bite. When she sensed that what was in their bowls was the same as hers, and even had more of the substances she found disgusting, Yao Qianqian finally picked up the spoon and tried to take a bite. She had already tried to eat as little as possible. However, the taste still made her feel like she couldn't swallow it. After chewing just a couple of bites, she couldn't hold back and ended up vomiting onto the table. Then, she felt her stomach churning. Although she wanted to throw up, she hadn't eaten anything since her transformation, so there was nothing to expel. Meng Han and Bai Kai, who were observing from the shadows, finally couldn't help but rush out. Marshal, how could you let the little female eat this stuff? Lin Nuo went over to pat Yao Qianqian on the back, trying to make her feel better while handing her a tube of liquid. Little female, try this. It can help ease your stomach. Yao Qianqian didn't expect that after just one bite of food, she would end up like this. It seemed that although her current body looked a lot like her previous one, it was ultimately not her original body. After drinking the crystal blue liquid, she found that, just as the person had said, her stomach didn't feel as uncomfortable anymore. However, she was still as hungry as ever. She wanted to eat something. Looking pitifully at the people around her, she said, I want to eat something. Han Jin looked at Lin Nuo, signaling him to handle the situation. Lin Nuo helplessly rubbed his forehead. Little female, you've just transformed from a plant into a human. It's not advisable to eat solid food right now. How about trying some nutrient solution instead? Yao Qianqian had tried the nutrient solution before, and it was even worse than the mushy food. She didn't want to eat that. Can I have something else? Yao Qianqian grabbed Han Jin's finger, acting cute towards him. But I want to eat something else. The nutrient solution doesn't taste good. If it were an ordinary soldier or one of his subordinates females, Han Jin would have had a cold expression and told them to get lost. However, Yao Qianqian was different. She was his female, and out of the beastman's instinct, he wanted to pamper her. Just as it seemed that the Marshal was about to give in to the entreaties, Lin Nua calmly interjected, "Little female, during your initial transformation, you cannot eat solid food for 24 hours. The only thing you can consume is the nutrient solution, unless you specifically ask for solid food. The nutrient solution doesn't have to be consumed. After the 24 hours are up, and it's confirmed that your transformation is complete, you can eat a small amount." After reciting this, Lin Nua snorted coldly. I think the Marshal won't forget this, right? Han Jin indeed hadn't thought of it before. Now, looking at Yao Qianqian's face, he could only comfortingly pat her head. It's okay. I'll take you to the Centaur Galaxy to eat later. I've heard there are many delicious foods there. Since Han Jin had said so, Yao Qianqian wasn't foolish. She naturally understood that the man wouldn't give her food right now. Disgustedly swatting away the hand he reached out to pull her, she said, "Get away. I want to go back by myself." Oh, Bai Kai thought to himself, laughing. He had originally thought the Marshal was looking for a little white rabbit, but unexpectedly, she had quite the temper. Before Bai Kai could consider what Han Jin's life would be like in the future, he felt two piercing gazes directed at him. Startled, he dropped the nutrient solution he was holding. "Heh, man, I advise you not to think too much. With your looks, I wouldn't even look at you." Yao Qianqian showed no mercy to Bai Kai, not only revealing that he had thoughts about her, but also directly stating that she wasn't interested in him. In an instant, everyone present changed their expressions, looking at Bai Kai with a different gaze. Bai Kai was now panicking, hurriedly looking at Han Jin. "Marshal, please let me explain." He felt that his feelings for the Marshal were as clear as day. Chapter 13. Bai Kai is teased. Han Jin feels upset whenever he sees Bai Kai's face, especially when he says something like, "Let me explain." He doesn't want to listen and plans to leave with Yao Qianqian. However, while Han Jin doesn't want to hear it, Yao Qianqian does. She grabs Han Jin's hand, asking why they're in such a hurry to leave and suggesting they listen to what he has to explain. Once again being pulled by the little female, Han Jin feels happy, but when he hears her say they should listen to Bai Kai's explanation, he feels like he's about to be driven mad by Bai Kai. His other hand, not held by Yao Qianqian, is clenched and then relaxed repeatedly, making Meng Han, who is watching from the side, sweat for his friend. It seems at this time, the Marshal is not just angry, but very angry. Meng Han thinks about himself. If his female were treated like this, he would feel that Bai Kai deserves some punishment. Of course, he doesn't doubt his friend, but thinks that sometimes people should keep their thoughts in check and not jump to conclusions. Based on his understanding of Bai Kai, he probably just thought that their Marshal's little female seemed gentle on the surface, but unexpectedly had such a fierce temperament. That would be quite a show for the Marshal. Haha, what a fool. Look, the Marshal's show didn't happen, but now they've ended up witnessing Bai Kai's own misadventure. Just thinking about it makes Meng Han chuckle. After Yao Qianqian pulls Han Jin back to the dining table, she signals Bai Kai that he can explain now. Bai Kai looks at the Marshal and wonders if he can't control his female, to give him a bit of face and not embarrass him in front of so many people. Control? How to control? Not to mention that Yao Qianqian is his female. Just looking at Bai Kai's expression earlier reveals that this guy is definitely thinking about how he'll be bullied by his own female in the future. If he can think like that, he will surely be bullied. Fortunately, everyone else in the restaurant has been called away by Lin Nua, and now only a few loyal subordinates remain. What do Bai Kai do now? He can only tell the truth about his previous thoughts. I just thought your little female looked as gentle as a fairy, but unexpectedly her temper is so different. So I looked a few more times, hoping you wouldn't hold it against me. I just think you're beautiful, and there's no other meaning at all. Bai Kai's explanation is almost tearful, and Yao Qianqian finds it amusing, ignoring him as she holds Han Jin's hand, saying, "So I'm not gentle now?" She feels very satisfied with the big fool, saying she is beautiful, but she won't admit to not being gentle. Although it's true, and her temper isn't great, the daily training is enough to make Yao Qianqian find life boring, and now she is not going to hold back her anger. "Gentle? You are the gentlest female I've ever seen," Bai Kai repeatedly assures her, just hoping to get away quickly. Yao Qianqian, curious about how fast he speaks, asks, "How many females have you seen in total?" When it comes to this, Bai Kai's expression twists for a moment. He doesn't have to answer, as Han Jin kindly helps him out, including you too. The last one was his mother. Hearing Han Jin say this, it suddenly seems a bit tragic for Bai Kai. Yao Qianqian stops teasing him, pats Han Jin's hand, and says, "All right, don't worry. I was just playing with you. But don't harbor any bad thoughts about me. Okay?" The prettier the creature, the more toxic it is. As Yao Qianqian walks past, Bai Kai can still smell a faint floral scent, which reminds him of the time he was first beaten by his mother. So he is taken away, crying. On the other side, Han Jin diligently follows behind Yao Qianqian, watching her walk straight without a moment's pause toward the place where the egg is kept. Instinctively, Han Jin feels that she might be controlled by that egg. He wants to ask her, but is afraid that his dreams over the years will ultimately turn to dust. Yao Qianqian has no time to observe the man's emotions right now. And besides, this man for her is just one of the members of her harem. Not important at all. If he is sad, he is sad. She can just replace him later. When they reach the door of the room containing the egg, Yao Qianqian realizes she can't get in. Chapter 14. Counting eggs without saying a word, she tugged at the clothes of the person next to her, opened the door, and insisted on going in to settle accounts. She still spoke in a commanding tone. Just when she thought the man would definitely agree, Yao Qianqian was met with refusal. "It's very dangerous for you right now. It can't be let out, and you can't go in either. Or you can tell me what you want to do with it, and I can help you." That last sentence was added by Han Jin himself just to test Yao Qianqian. After hearing Han Jin's words, Yao Qianqian thought for a moment and finally decided, "Okay, then send someone in, but remember to bring a pot. I want to eat boiled eggs." Hearing Yao Qianqian say this, Han Jin breathed a slight sigh of relief, but the egg inside was almost about to explode from anger. "You dead woman, do you really dare to eat me?" It communicated with Yao Qianqian through mental power, but she had no intention of listening to its incessant complaints. Guess. After saying those two words, she unilaterally cut off the communication with the star beast egg, leaving it to throw a tantrum on its own. Han Jin watched as the egg jumped around after Yao Qianqian arrived. "Is that egg angry?" Han Jin asked Yao Qianqian. He hadn't expected Yao Qianqian to actually answer him. "You're not wrong. It really is angry, hum. It still wants to eat me." After seeing that person go in with the pot, Yao Qianqian asked Han Jin, "By the way, what did that big silly guy with a face full of snot go?" Han Jin knew she was asking about Bai Kai, who was probably sad in his room. How can he just be sad in his room? Can you call him over? I want to cheer him up. Yao Qianqian looked up slightly at Han Jin, staring at the man's face. Her expressions were so enchanting that he couldn't help but be captivated by every frown and smile. In the end, he couldn't resist the charm of Yao Qianqian and had to apologize to his subordinate. He had someone go call Bai Kai over, not knowing what Yao Qianqian wanted him for. Han Jin thought to himself, could it be that she wants Bai Kai to go in and stoke the fire? Before Han Jin could figure it out, Bai Kai was called over by Lin Nua's communication. Now seeing Yao Qianqian's face, Bai Kai was filled with fear. "Little female, do you have any orders?" Usually, he didn't use honorifics when addressing Han Jin, but in front of Yao Qianqian, he was all formalities. Yao Qianqian didn't scare him this time. She pointed inside and said, "Didn't you want to see it hatch before? Now's her chance to take a look." Bai Kai thought to himself, actually, there was no need to call him over. He could just watch the playback later. But now that he was here, did Bai Kai dare to run back? Naturally, he didn't. In the end, Han Jin designated someone to go inside, while they watched from outside. Just as the egg was about to be grabbed and placed in the pot, suddenly, the previously quiet egg began to struggle violently. It almost knocked the pot over. In the end, Han Jin used his mental power to control the situation from outside, allowing the person inside to easily grab the egg and stuff it into the pot. It was clear that the egg was struggling quite fiercely, but in the end, it was pressed into the pot. Seeing that Yao Qianqian was actually serious, the star beast egg couldn't sit still anymore. "Let me go, or, if I die, you'll have to accompany me in death. Do you know that?" Its nearly hysterical shout did not elicit any response from Yao Qianqian. She still ordered them to light the fire, saying, "I haven't eaten a star beast egg yet. It will be my first meal." Since that star beast could run away back then, it certainly wasn't an ordinary creature. At this moment, it directly began to use the heat here to start hatching. Since you, woman, are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. It should be known that when it hatches, it would attract a large number of insect tribes. By then, this woman wouldn't even know how she and the man beside her would die. Although it might become weakened because of this woman's death in the future, dragging a group of people down with it was certainly better than being killed alone. Yao Qianqian was unaware that the star beast hatching would attract the insect tribes, or even if she knew, she wouldn't be afraid, as those insect tribes were just some bugs to her. And aren't bugs the good friends of her kind? Monsters cultivated from plants? That's why she didn't care. On the contrary, she looked forward to the arrival of the insect tribes. To be honest, not only did Yao Qianqian not know that the star beast hatching would attract the insect tribes, but even Han Jin was also unaware. Chapter 15. It's time to hatch generally. Star beasts do not have offspring, and even if they do, it is rare for them to be left outside for people to find. However, the star beast egg in front of him was an accident. The elderly star beast had accidentally encountered Han Jin, and due to exhaustion, it had no choice but to abandon the new star beast egg and run away. As for Han Jin, after picking up an egg, he couldn't be bothered to chase after the fleeing star beast. The lid was put on, and the little star beast was trying hard to scratch the eggshell with its claws, hoping to break it before being cooked. As for Yao Qianqian, she didn't really want to eat it. Mainly, they were still in a symbiotic relationship, and if it died, she would likely be in trouble too. So when she saw the little guy struggling to break free from its shell, she took Han Jin's hand and led him to the side, reminding him to strengthen the defenses around them. Her sixth sense told her that when this egg hatched, many creatures would come looking for trouble. Han Jin listened to Yao Qianqian very well. He didn't understand why he felt such a protective instinct towards the little seed at first sight. He just felt that he should do so. While watching the egg hatch, Yao Qianqian still wanted to eat something, but every time she acted cute toward Han Jin, he coldly rejected her. Finally, when Yao Qianqian became really bored and was playing with the man's hand, he reminded her to look at the egg. Only then did she notice that the previously intact eggshell had finally developed several cracks. Han Jin seemed to understand Yao Qianqian's intention. "Do you want to help her break out?" he asked cautiously, afraid that Yao Qianqian would say something he didn't want to hear. If this little female was really controlled by the star beast, what would he do? He didn't think he could bring himself to kill it. I just want to see if it's worthy of signing a contract with me," Yao Qianqian thought. If this thing couldn't even break its shell, she would just throw it away. After all, she wouldn't die. At most, she would turn back into a seed and return to the seed bank. What contract? Han Jin grabbed Yao Qianqian's hand, wanting to ask more, but she evaded him. "Don't ask so much. It's about to come out. Are you ready?" At this point, the eggshell was already covered in cracks, looking as if it just needed a gentle push to come out easily. The star beast, knowing that Yao Qianqian wanted it to hatch, actually developed a fondness for this woman. So it very kindly told her, "I advise you to hurry up and notify them to run because when I hatch, the insect tribe will be coming." Among all living beings in the galaxy, the insect tribe was the most detested by both star beasts and interstellar people. The star beast thought that since it had told Yao Qianqian this, she would surely prepare to run. However, to its surprise, Yao Qianqian not only didn't prepare to flee, but seemed eager to see what the insect tribe looked like. Is that just a bigger version of an insect? What's there to be afraid of? Yao Qianqian replied to the star beast. The star beast didn't really want to die. It struggled a bit. "Why don't you talk to the man beside you? I think he would have a different opinion." Yao Qianqian rolled her eyes at the star beast, but still conveyed its words to Han Jin. "By the way, the star beast just said it will attract the insect tribe when it hatches, so we should hurry and run." Before she could say more, she was pulled into Han Jin's embrace. "Especially that by Kai, little female, ancestor, the insect tribe is coming. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Yao Qianqian looked innocent. "I just found out, and besides, what is there to be afraid of?" Having once been a mountain king for a while, she felt these little bugs were nothing to fear. However, who would have thought that by Kai, who had previously been very afraid of her, just wiped his face and then turned to the spaceship's control room. As for Yao Qianqian, who was being taken away, she still wanted to take the egg with her, but her wrist was being pulled, so she could only follow. Han Jin initially thought about putting her in a room, but after considering it, he decided it was better to keep her by his side. Yao Qianqian thought for a moment, grabbing the man who was about to head to the command room. Why don't you let me walk by myself first? Being led was nice, but she wanted her mount. What if that guy ran away? Chapter 16, I protect you. Han Jin didn't want to let her go. You're not safe alone. Follow me. I'll protect you. Yao Qianqian could see the man's mental power. She thought for a moment and finally chose a more tactful way to express it. Your mental power is on the verge of chaos. Following you, I feel even less safe. How about I just walk by myself? Han Jin knew that Yao Qianqian was speaking the truth, but looking around the entire spaceship, it seemed that no one had abilities stronger than his. Only I can take you out of the encirclement of the insect race. His lips were tightly pressed, and the hand gripping Yao Qianqian's wrist was tightening little by little. Yao Qianqian helplessly rubbed her forehead. Actually, there's one more thing. Why don't you go take a look at that egg? Maybe it can be let out to fight the insect race. As it was about to hatch, its senses had naturally become sharper. Hearing Yao Qianqian say it should be let out to fight the insect race, the star beast was naturally unwilling. I won't go. I just hatched, and if I encounter a bug king level insect, I could be caught and sent to the insect mother as food. Whether you go or not is not up to you. Yao Qianqian said this without avoiding Han Jin, then added, come on, I'll take you to see the combat power of that star beast. Feeling Yao Qianqian approaching, the star beast disregarded that they were still flying in space. It pushed open its shell and quickly rolled towards the ground, wanting to hide in a place before Yao Qianqian arrived. Unfortunately, it once again underestimated Yao Qianqian's combat power. Yao Qianqian reached out her hand in the void, and the next second, the little star beast that could still run just a moment ago was pinned in place, unable to move. At this moment, Yao Qianqian leisurely led Han Jin to find it. When Han Jin saw the white little beast on the ground, he thought it was a trick because it was motionless. He didn't expect Yao Qianqian to squat down and directly grab the little beast. Startled, he quickly knocked the little beast out of Yao Qianqian's hands and retreated with her. This world is very dangerous. Don't casually pick up anything. Yao Qianqian helplessly nodded, indicating that she understood. Then she looked at Han Jin. Can I pick it up now? The little star beast was still in a head-down position, unable to move on the ground. Although it couldn't speak at the moment, it could still communicate with Yao Qianqian through its consciousness. You woman, how dare you bully the future king of the endless starry sky? One day, when I become powerful, I will definitely flatten your race. Yao Qianqian thought about where she came from during the era when the immortals were flying everywhere. She silently replied to it. I hope you still have a few hairs left by then. After all, based on her understanding of those immortals, if they saw a creature full of spiritual energy like this, they would either capture it as a mount or kill it for meat. There was no way they would let it roam free outside. The star beast completely disregarded this, thinking it was Yao Qianqian's provocation, and immediately cried out even more fiercely. As a monster that had lived for hundreds of years, Yao Qianqian felt that she wouldn't bicker with a child. So she didn't continue to pay attention to the little star beast's cries. She set up a teleportation array and planned to find a place to throw it out. The star beast was quite adaptable. Seeing that Yao Qianqian was really about to throw it out, it immediately started crying. You can't be so cruel to me. Or I will. Or you what? Yao Qianqian still didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. Who would have thought that the next second, the star beast would demonstrate what it meant to cry heartily? Listening to that sound, it seemed genuinely sad. In the end, Yao Qianqian had no choice but to put down the star beast she had picked up. All right, stop crying. It's so noisy. It was evident that she really wanted to hit the star beast. But even if the star beast had been proud in front of her before, it was still just a newborn cub. However, was Yao Qianqian the kind of person who would soften her heart at the sight of a cub? Not at all. When she heard the star beast about to cry again, without a second thought, she tossed the star beast into Han Jin's arms. I told you not to cry. You're a good beast. Why are you acting all whiny? Where's your dignity? The star beast, bewildered, was cradled in Han Jin's arms, and at that moment, it didn't know if its choice was right. Now, there was no need for anyone to remind her. Yao Qianqian also knew that the insect race was already nearby. She began to contemplate whether she should showcase her own strength. Although they were in space now, it didn't mean there were no old antiques around. What if they still followed the trend of capturing monsters to incinerate them? Should she run or stay? Before Yao Qianqian could think it through, she felt the spaceship tremble, as if it had come under attack. Fortunately, someone was there to support her, Otherwise, Yao Qianqian feared she would turn into a plant on the spot. Of course, it wasn't because she was scared. It was mainly because being a plant was more convenient. Throughout her past, she had mostly lived in the form of a plant. Chapter 17, Attracting the Zerg. I'll take you to hide first. After saying this, Han Jin ignored the star beast cub on the ground, picked up Yao Qianqian in a waist hold, and headed towards the command room. Seeing this, the star beast cub naturally followed them into the command room. Unfortunately, it was still a cub, small in size with short legs, and even though it ran very fast, it couldn't keep up with Han Jin's long legs and was quickly left behind. Moreover, the spaceship was constantly bumping, and suddenly the star beast cub lost its grip and accidentally got thrown against the wall. Unbeknownst to it, its claws accidentally hit a switch, and the next second, it was ejected like a cannonball. When Yao Qianqian turned around and saw this scene, she thought that this was probably the destiny of the little cub. It seemed that heaven wanted it to grow up sooner. Once they reached the command room, Han Jin put her down and intended to go out immediately. Before he could turn around, Yao Qianqian grabbed his arm, and Bai Kai, who had always been bullied by Yao Qianqian, finally couldn't stand it anymore and stood up, brushing off her hand. Little female, this is not a game. You must know that we are about to face the Zerg, and a large number of them at that. If we are careless, we will be left here. His eyes slightly reddened, as if he remembered something, and he wiped away a tear. Yao Qianqian, sitting cross-legged in Han Jin's previous seat, said leisurely, I know, but shouldn't you first take a look at the situation outside? She pointed behind Bai Kai, and, at this moment, not just Han Jin, but even Lin Nuo and the others were quietly watching the scene outside. They saw a giant star beast struggling in a fierce battle with a group of Zerg. Bai Kai was somewhat incredulous when he saw the star beast. Where did this star beast come from? Aside from Han Jin and Yao Qianqian, almost no one present knew the origin of this star beast. Yao Qianqian was also surprised, not expecting that little guy to hide such strong power. She murmured. Han Jin reacted quickly. He still wanted to go out and pilot the mecha to help the star beast. Otherwise, once the star beast was killed by the Zerg, they would be next. Seeing that the man wanted to go out, Yao Qianqian couldn't help but test him. Don't you know the condition of your body right now? Han Jin paused. He knew the condition of his body very well and understood that if he went out this time, his life would be shortened again. But now, what would he do? As a soldier, as the Marshal of the Empire, it was his responsibility to protect his people. Seeing the man stop, Yao Qianqian slowly added, actually, as long as you don't go out, if you start the spaceship and run now, you can quickly escape the encirclement of those Zerg. After all, those Zerg came for that star beast. Han Jin hesitated for half a second, but ultimately chose to move forward. This made Yao Qianqian curious. She disregarded Bai Kai's obstruction and got up to follow the man out of the command room. Why do you want to help a star beast? Han Jin looked at the person following him, turned around, and hugged her. No reason, just not wanting the Zerg to rampage in the starry sky anymore. Yao Qianqian was tightly embraced and then released, still in a daze, until Han Jin's mecha flew out of the spaceship. She seemed not to understand what had just happened. By the time Bai Kai and the others chased out, it was too late. Han Jin's mecha had already flown out. He looked at Yao Qianqian and finally sighed, cautiously asking her, little female, do you want to go into the command room first? We need to fly to a nearby planet to hide. Yao Qianqian didn't want to leave, but she didn't have the heart to make 1,000 people on the spaceship wait with her. She nodded. Can your Marshal catch up? She actually wanted to ask about that star beast, but she felt that if she asked too much, Bai Kai probably wouldn't tell her. In the end, she held back. The Marshal is very strong. Yao Qianqian stopped speaking and quietly returned to her previous position, sitting well and closing her eyes to feign sleep. Bai Kai glanced at her before looking away. If the Marshal had a choice, he would prefer the Marshal to choose a different female. This female just didn't seem like a good match in his eyes. Yao Qianqian also sensed the gazes of Bai Kai and the others around her. But she couldn't be bothered and instead focused her energy, transferring part of her soul to Han Jin's side. A person surrounded by golden light of merit would naturally receive more favor from heaven. Especially since her being transported here indicated that Han Jin was still a favored one by the heaven of this world. Chapter 18, Born Lucky, thinking back to her past life, where she was constantly pursued and struck down by the heavenly way during every tribulation. Yao Qianqian felt a twinge of jealousy towards Han Jin's good fortune. Why is it that some people are favored by the heavenly way from birth, while others can only rely on their own cultivation? Just as Yao Qianqian was about to complain about the heavenly way, her rationality successfully silenced her, as she sensed the surrounding voltage subtly increasing. TSK, really, she could do it, but now she wasn't even allowed to speak? Daring to act, but not to take responsibility. The rest of her words couldn't be voiced because she was struck by lightning, albeit just a mild jolt. However, if she continued to dwell on it in her mind, it was likely that the warning would escalate. Now, she thought it was more important to focus on the task at hand. Once she successfully obtained the merit golden light from Han Jin, even if the heavenly way wanted to strike her, it would have to think twice. At that moment, Han Jin was collaborating with the Star Beast to hunt down the insect tribe. Fortunately, the initial attackers were all low-level insects, which, apart from their larger size, were practically useless against the claws of the Star Beast and Han Jin's mech. They were easily dispatched with a swipe or a slash. However, gradually, more and more insect from afar came to support, and the one human and one Star Beast began to feel overwhelmed. Yao Qianqian thought that continuing to kill like this wasn't a viable strategy. They needed to cut off the source. She had once witnessed the battle between immortals and demons, where the number of demons was endless, and their source was the underground demon lair. As long as the lair was blocked, the demon tribe wouldn't be able to rise up. With this in mind, Yao Qianqian reminded the Star Beast, "You'd better not get too entangled with them. Look for any insect wormholes nearby. Perhaps they are coming from there." She communicated with the Star Beast using her mental energy. The Star Beast wanted to find that wormhole too, but it couldn't afford to leave the battle. "You're just sitting there talking, aren't you? Don't you see what kind of situation I'm in? If it weren't for the need to keep an eye on the battlefield, it would have charged back to roar at Yao Qianqian." After some thought, Yao Qianqian realized it was just a young one, and it really couldn't take on so many insects. "I can hold them off for a minute. Just be careful and try to destroy their wormhole." Upon hearing that Yao Qianqian could buy some time, the Star Beast felt slightly relieved. "You'd better be quick. I'm worried I won't have enough strength later." Yao Qianqian simply replied with a and then began to gather her demon power, estimating how much she would need to expend to confuse so many insects. After some consideration, she figured it would probably drain her completely. Normally, Yao Qianqian wouldn't take such risks, but looking at the heavenly favored child beside her, she felt it was worth it. At least the heavenly way of this world would give her some benefits. While the Star Beast was still in a fierce battle, Yao Qianqian cast her charm technique. Instantly, the entire space was filled with pink petals, creating a mesmerizing sight. The Star Beast and Han Jin were excluded from this charm, so they quickly reacted. The Star Beast, given the task by Yao Qianqian, darted toward the area swarming with insects. Before it could get close, it spotted a massive vortex continuously spewing out insects. If the Star Beast wasn't mistaken, it thought it even saw the insect king within. Not daring to delay any longer, it swiped its claws, successfully closing off the wormhole that had just been releasing insects. Just before it closed, the Star Beast sensed a roar from the insect king, sounding quite furious, as if it had been robbed of something. After resolving the supply of those insects at the source, the remaining insects became much easier to kill. With cooperation from Han Jin, the Star Beast efficiently dealt with the rest and began to hesitate about whether to run now or later. But before it could finish pondering, it felt a change in perspective as a hand grabbed its nape. "Let go of me." As the future king of the endless starry sky, it felt its royal dignity was greatly provoked. It swiped back with a claw, intending to scratch Yao Qianqian's hand. Unfortunately, Lin Nuo and the others were still watching, and it found itself completely unable to move. Its small claw was caught by Bai Kai. Even now, Bai Kai couldn't quite believe that this was the same Star Beast that had just been rampaging. Chapter 19, Little White. While saying this, Bai Kai pinched the paw of the Star Beast, not expecting Yao Qianqian to answer him, given his previous attitude towards her. It would be good enough if she didn't use the Marshal's hand to deal with him when a Marshal returned. Yao Qianqian simply responded with acknowledging Bai Kai's question. After hearing her response, Bai Kai, who had been curious about the Star Beast cub, suddenly felt as if someone had pressed the pause button on him, and he dared not touch it randomly anymore. It was only then that Yao Qianqian realized she hadn't asked what the star beast's name was. Right, little thing, what is your name? She tossed the little star beast she was holding by the scruff onto the ground and wiped her hands with a handkerchief, clearly showing her disdain for the star beast. The star beast didn't expect this woman to ask for its name, and it immediately raised its front paws, trying to perform a difficult move of crossing its paws over its chest. However, it forgot about its current size. It was hard even to lift its front paws, let alone cross them. I call, let go, Before it could finish saying its name, Yao Qianqian covered its mouth. Yao Qianqian knew that this little creature was probably trying to say its real name. It was simply a foolish monster. No wonder it could be caught by an insignificant human. It was too weak. Indeed, the Star Beast clan here could also be called demon beasts in Yao Qianqian's world. Moreover, it was not uncommon for demon beasts to cultivate into humans. Generally, little monsters like them had a natural name and another name given later, which was simply used for others to call them. The natural name was something they wouldn't easily tell others because some Taoists would use their names to capture them. So Yao Qianqian instinctively stopped the star beast cub. "Aren't you afraid that others will use your name against you?" she said in the cub's mind. Although the star beast cub didn't quite understand what Yao Qianqian meant, its natural instincts told it that she was looking out for it. So it obediently asked her, "Should I choose another name then?" Seeing it accept, Yao Qianqian looked pleased. "Sure, you can choose one yourself. I'm not good at naming. Just look at her name, Yao Qianqian, and you can tell." The little cub didn't have much knowledge of the world. After thinking for a moment, it finally said a super long name. "How about I call myself the Supreme Endless Starry Sky Overlord?" "Haha, why call yourself the Starry Sky Overlord? I think it's more like a Starry Sky Tyrant." Upon hearing Yao Qianqian's unhesitating mockery, the little star beast was also unconvinced. So the outsiders saw the human and beast, who had been communicating well, suddenly start arguing again. Moreover, they seemed to be having quite a fierce argument. In the end, the little cub was suppressed by Yao Qianqian using her adult demon power. "From now on, you will be called Little White. I heard that names should not be too good. Otherwise, it's hard to survive. How could I, the supreme overlord of the endless starry sky, be called such a broken name?" The little star beast was unconvinced and extremely disdainful of a name that sounded as trivial as that of a cat or dog, almost ready to fight Yao Qianqian for another 300 rounds. Unfortunately, Yao Qianqian couldn't be bothered with so much. She told Lin Nuo and Bai Kai, "From now on, just call it Little White. If it doesn't agree, then don't feed it. After a few meals without food, it'll understand." Bai Kai was somewhat at a loss for words, mainly because this creature was a star beast. What if it got hungry and wanted to eat people? As if sensing what Bai Kai was thinking, Yao Qianqian suddenly turned around to look at him as she walked out. "Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, it won't dare to eat people." Although her demonic power was insufficient, she could still guarantee such a simple thing. But Little White was unwilling to cooperate with her. "I am the Starry Sky Overlord. How could your words alone decide everything?" After Little White said this, it attempted to jump and bite, but before it could reach the nearest Bai Kai, Yao Qianqian snapped her fingers, and the little star beast fell to the ground with a thud, face down. Bai Kai winced at the sight. "Remember, don't bite people." Yao Qianqian continued walking out. Han Jin hadn't returned yet, and she wanted to check on his situation. Chapter 20. Fainting. Unfortunately, Yao Qianqian overestimated her body. Before she even stepped out of the command room, she felt the darkness envelop her and collapsed to the ground. All right, there was also an unfortunate little star beast cub trapped underneath her. At this moment, Xiao Bai was deeply questioning life. How could it possibly be a cushion for this woman? When Yao Qianqian fell, she shouldn't have landed on it, but her body acted uncontrollably, and she actually ran over to help. Xiao Bai felt like it was about to be crushed to death. It looked up and saw that the group of people was still standing there, not coming over, and it was infuriated. Did they forget that this woman is also the wife of their marshal? Why weren't they hurrying over to help her up? They naturally knew that Yao Qianqian was the marshal's wife, but all the men present hesitated, especially considering the playful words Yao Qianqian had said to Bai Kai before. Who would dare to approach and help her up? Lin Nuo hesitated for a moment, thinking that as Han Jin's adjutant, he might as well go and offer his assistance. However, before he could get there, Han Jin had already returned. Seeing Yao Qianqian unconscious on the ground and then glancing at the group of people still standing there, Han Jin picked up Yao Qianqian and shot a cold glare at the group, which successfully frightened the already timid Bai Kai. General Lin, do you think the Marshal will be angry? He asked cautiously. Lin Nuo just looked up at him and thought to himself that not only would he be angry, but he might also explode with rage. He rubbed his temples in frustration, wondering if he had been foolish just now. Why hadn't he gone to help when she fell? Now that she was lying on the ground, they still hadn't helped her up. Actually, this wasn't entirely their fault. Previously, they had been somewhat misled by Yao Qianqian. As a demon, she had a natural instinct to protect herself. Especially after being severely injured and fainting, her body would naturally emit a scent that could confuse hunters, causing them and surrounding creatures to subconsciously avoid her. In the end, Han Jin was able to carry her away simply because the merit light surrounding his body directly countered the alluring scent that Yao Qianqian emitted. However, Bai Kai and the others were not entirely blameless either. When Yao Qianqian was in distress, they hadn't rushed over to catch her. Han Jin took her to the infirmary. But when they arrived, the group of doctors that had been standing in the infirmary instinctively wanted to run outside. Han Jin thought, if it weren't for the throbbing pain in his head right now, he would definitely catch all of them and teach them a lesson about responsibility. Even if Yao Qianqian were merely a female they had rescued by chance, when they saw someone faint, they shouldn't just stand there and watch. Where do you think you're running to? Han Jin's voice was laced with coldness, as if he would throw anyone out if their answer was even slightly wrong. The people who had just been trying to run suddenly realized what was happening. Why they all wanted to run outside just now. Marshal, we don't know what happened. We just instinctively thought of running outside. The first person to return explained to Han Jin. Han Jin didn't have time to argue with him. He placed Yao Qianqian on the bed and gestured for him to come over and check her. The man's name was Hehuan, and understanding Han Jin's intentions, he began his work very seriously. However, just as he was about to apply the electrodes to Yao Qianqian's skin, he felt a sharp pain in his fingertips before he could even get close. The pain was so intense that despite his determination to hold on, he accidentally dropped the tools in his hand. Marshal, it seems there's something around the madam's body preventing us from getting close. Should we check something else first? He asked Han Jin. Han Jin said nothing more, but picked up the instruments from the ground, saying, "You say it, I'll do it." He wanted to see what could possibly prevent him from getting close to this little plant. Soon, Hehuan discovered that Han Jin's hand seemed to face no obstacles as he approached. He tried again, but the result was the same as the first time. A sharp pain shot through his fingers, but this time it was more severe, and his fingertip was pierced, oozing a bead of blood. To Hehuan, this was just a minor injury, so he didn't pay much attention to it, and instead focused on checking Yao Qianqian's physical data. Chapter 21 Coma from the data on the display. Yao Qianqian's body was very healthy, the only downside being that she was currently in an extremely weak state. Much like a person who had engaged in very intense physical labor and needed to rely on rest to recover. The Marshal's wife was just too tired. She would wake up once she had rested. After speaking with Han Jin, Hehuan wanted to quickly leave the restroom. Staying here, he had been suppressing his instincts. Hadn't he seen that the group outside hadn't come in yet? After waiting for a while, without hearing a response from Han Jin, Hehuan looked up in confusion to see what the Marshal was thinking, only to find that the Marshal didn't even spare him a glance. He simply waved his hand, indicating that Hehuan could leave. Seeing this, Hehuan hurriedly ran out, and as soon as he was outside, the group immediately surrounded him. How is it? How is she doing inside? Everyone was curious. They weren't stupid and had realized what had happened after being yelled at by Han Jin earlier. It was definitely this woman who had bewitched them, but they didn't know her condition. Was she perhaps a bug type? However, thinking about it, they shook their heads. If she were a bug type, she would have been killed by the Marshal long ago. How could she still be here for a health check? I think the examination results suggest she has fallen into a deep sleep and there are no other apparent issues. Seeing that these people wanted to ask more questions, Hehuan immediately shooed them away. Go, go, go. Why are you all so curious? Go to your jobs. Don't just gather around me for no reason. The people, not annoyed by Hehuan's dismissal, instead grinned at him. All right, team leader we'll go back to work now. They were originally responsible for guarding the medical room, and since it seemed they couldn't get in now, they might as well take the opportunity to rest a bit. After all, It wouldn't be long before they reached the Centaurus star system, which was said to be full of plants, and they were very curious about it. While these people could sneak away, Hehuan couldn't. He had to wait outside, worried that something might happen to the little female inside, and Han Jin would need someone. Yao Qianqian slept for almost a day and a night. When she finally woke up, the first thing she saw was a room full of greenery. If these were real, it wouldn't scare her, but the problem was that they were all fake. And even from a distance, she could smell the perfume deliberately sprayed on these fake plants. Instantly, just as she was recovering, Yao Qianqian felt like she was going to vomit again. Han Jin noticed she was awake just in time. What's wrong? Is there something uncomfortable? He was supposed to come to the Centaurus star system to pick someone up and leave, but since Yao Qianqian hadn't woken up, and the star network suggested that natural females should be in contact with plants, he planned to stay in the Centaurus star system for a few days until Yao Qianqian woke up before making further plans. Yao Qianqian didn't expect Han Jin to still be here. She couldn't help but rush to the window. What is that smell in your room? It almost knocked me out again. Han Jin didn't expect Yao Qianqian would ask this first. Isn't that the scent of the natural plants that females like the most? He touched his nose, even if he was a bit dense. He could tell that Yao Qianqian didn't like this smell. Although he, as a straight man, didn't quite understand why those females liked it. That didn't prevent him from providing the best for Yao Qianqian, who was still in a coma at the time. Yao Qianqian thought that any female who could like that smell was probably quite peculiar. Are you sure they could talk at that time? She recalled how she had told Han Jin to change the flower pot, and he insisted on changing it to more than 10 types of soil. Han Jin choked, hurriedly trying to defend himself. But every time those females smell this scent, they react. At this moment, Yao Qianqian looked at him as if he were a fool. Do you think they react because they like it? Han Jin fell silent, as he recalled Yao Qianqian's previous reactions, which didn't seem to indicate she liked it at all. Seeing the man quiet, Yao Qianqian sneered, liking the scent of plants isn't like this. Look around. Is there a single real plant in this whole room? Han Jin actually scanned the room, as Yao Qianqian had said, and found none. He answered sincerely, then added, how about I take you to the botanical garden later? Chapter 22. Hungry as soon as Han Jin finished speaking, Yao Qianqian's stomach growled. She glared at the man, who at that moment looked like a young boy in love, his earlobes flushed. Are you hungry? Should we go eat first? Hearing the word eat, Yao Qianqian reluctantly nodded. Okay, hurry and lead the way. Outside the house, Lin Nuo and the others exchanged glances as Yao Qianqian came out first, followed by Han Jin. Why does the Marshal look like a little female's lackey? Someone whispered, unsure. Lin Nuo shot a cold glance in that direction, and soon someone went over to handle it. As for Yao Qianqian and Han Jin, they had already arrived at the restaurant that was prepared in advance. It was only when Yao Qianqian saw the eggs on the table that she remembered she seemed to have forgotten a little creature. She didn't know if that thing had run away or not. The little star beast hadn't run away, but it was about to be suffocated. While the smell of this planet was merely a bit unpleasant for Yao Qianqian, it was extremely pungent for the poor little star beast. After all, star beasts had sensitive noses and could detect their targets just by sniffing. While waiting for the food to be served, Yao Qianqian inquired about her pet. Where's my star beast, Xiaobai? She casually watched the man who was setting the table for her. Han Jin was taken aback. He had been by Yao Qianqian's side for the past few days and realized he hadn't actually seen that star beast. I'll have Lin Nuo help you look for it. Seeing Han Jin say he would help her find it, Yao Qianqian nodded, signaling him to contact someone quickly. Lin Nuo answered Han Jin's call, thinking he was about to receive some important orders, but instead, he heard Han Jin ask, where's the white star beast? The white star beast? Lin Nuo looked down at the half-dead creature lying in its nest. It's with me, but the situation doesn't look good. It seems it doesn't really like the food we provided. Lin Nuo reported Xiaobai's condition to Han Jin in detail. Upon hearing Lin Nuo say it didn't like their food, Xiaobai immediately knew that the woman had woken up. It flipped over and crawled to Lin Nuo's side. What do you mean I don't like to eat? Just look at me. I'm a star beast. Have you ever seen a star beast that eats vegetarian food? Plus, I've never encountered a planet with such a terrible smell. Xiaobai thought to itself, once it grew up, it would come back to this planet and dismantle it completely. Hearing Xiaobai's complaints, Yao Qianqian thought for a moment that the little star beast was actually quite pitiful to be fed vegetarian food. Just by looking at its appearance, she knew it must eat meat. She couldn't help but laugh out loud at the thought. Xiao Bai, whose ears were naturally sharp, heard Yao Qianqian laughing at it and instantly transformed from a rectangular white fluff into an angry ball. Lin Nuo also noticed that this little creature actually had wings. It had shown its wings during the battle with the insect race before. However, perhaps due to its small size, it didn't look as majestic as before and, when fluffed up, appeared somewhat adorable. Lin Nuo struggled to suppress the corners of his mouth that wanted to curl up and controlled the little creature that was still trying to climb on him. Don't climb yet. I'll take you over in a moment. Han Jin had already hung up the communication and sent a message for Lin Nuo to bring the star beast to the restaurant, saying that Yao Qianqian wanted to see it. Hearing that it could see Yao Qianqian, the little star beast stopped causing a fuss and obediently let Lin Nuo hold it. Whenever Lin Nuo paused, it would nudge him to hurry up. Lin Nuo had no choice but to lift the little creature higher. At the beginning, he had already told Xiao Bai that when they saw Yao Qianqian, it must not show any disrespect, let alone be fierce towards her, or else Han Jin would deal with it. Before entering the restaurant and seeing Yao Qianqian, Xiao Bai had agreed well. But once it actually saw Yao Qianqian, it completely disregarded Lin Nuo's earlier warnings and lunged at Yao Qianqian's face like a ferocious beast. Of course, it was unsuccessful. Halfway there, Han Jin grabbed it by the soft flesh on the back of its neck. Let me go. You bad people. Hurry up and let me go, or I'll eat you. Chapter 23. Getting beaten up, Little Bai tried hard to put on a fierce expression, but the several people present could easily crush this poor, underage star beast. Although it had indeed been impressive in its previous battle against the insect tribe. Ever since they witnessed Yao Qianqian effortlessly catch a star beast with her bare hands and summon it from the depths of the starry sky with a simple snap of her fingers, they could no longer feel any fear towards this little Bai. Although Lin Nuo knew this was not good, his body's instincts made it hard for him to overcome. Perhaps he should consider seeing a psychologist when he returned, Lin Nuo thought. Before he could finish his thoughts, a familiar scream echoed from over there again. Even Lin Nuo felt it was a bit unbearable to listen to. For the little cub that wanted to save its own life, Yao Qianqian was quite ruthless, directly grabbing it and spanking it. As a star beast, it had inherited memories, and throughout its long memory, it had never experienced being caught and spanked by a human. Now it wanted to run, but found it was completely unable to escape, reduced to being spanked like a weak little cub by this damned woman. Ugly woman, I advise you to let me go right now, or when I grow up, I will make you regret it. Yao Qianqian, who cared the most about her appearance, could hardly tolerate being called ugly in front of so many people. Unable to hold back, she wrapped her hand in demonic energy and gave a few more slaps, eliciting an even louder scream from the little cub. What? Am I still ugly now? The star beast had to lower its head under the eaves, temporarily submitting to Yao Qianqian's dominance. Not ugly. You're the most beautiful female I have seen since hatching. After all, it had only seen Yao Qianqian as a female in the few days since hatching. Yao Qianqian couldn't be bothered to respond to it. Seeing Little Bai say this made her a bit happy, so she patted its head. As a star beast, you have to be obedient to survive. Otherwise, you will end up as a dish on my table. Hearing this from Yao Qianqian, Little Bai shrank its neck. It wanted to say it wasn't afraid, but it felt that if it actually said that, this woman would definitely beat it up again. So, as a clever star beast, it reluctantly nodded in agreement with Yao Qianqian's words. It felt like its heart was bleeding. The dignity of a star beast had been completely thrown away. But the next second, when it saw the energy gathering in Yao Qianqian's palm, it suddenly thought that perhaps dignity didn't matter that much anymore. What? Yao Qianqian shook the spiritual energy in her palm. Want to eat? In this world, almost the only beings that could see spiritual energy besides cultivators like her were star beasts. But Yao Qianqian thought that perhaps other star beasts could too. She just hadn't encountered them yet. Little Bai watched Yao Qianqian shake the thing in her hand, its gaze following her hand. Han Jin couldn't see what was in Yao Qianqian's palm, but he could guess that perhaps this little female indeed had something that could attract the star beast. His eyes darkened. If it weren't for the fact that this little female was grown from his own seeds, He might have suspected that someone had ulterior motives in placing her beside him. Yao Qianqian naturally knew about the doubts and suspicions of Han Jin and the others. But this job wasn't something she had chosen. It was arranged by the Heavenly Tao itself. So, she would do as she pleased. And the Heavenly Tao had no say in it. As long as she helped the Heavenly Tao manage this world as it originally intended, that was enough. What the Heavenly Tao thought was merely to find a little demon that could help promote the reproduction of the orcs here, thereby alleviating the dwindling population. It wasn't that they hadn't thought about discussing it with Yao Qianqian, but who knew that the Heavenly Tao in Yao Qianqian's world was so enthusiastic that it delivered her here without a second thought. Now, Yao Qianqian could stay beside Han Jin purely because he looked decent, and also because she hadn't restored her strength and simply didn't want to be struck by lightning. Give me food, and I will listen to you, Little Bai promised Yao Qianqian. But such words were only good for fooling children. Trying to deceive Yao Qianqian was a different matter. Hey, make a vow. As long as you swear to the Heavenly Tao, I will believe you. Yao Qianqian moved her hand again. Immediately, the sound of Little Bai swallowing could be heard. Yao Qianqian smiled brightly, and Han Jin was deeply attracted by her. As if thinking of something amusing, Yao Qianqian casually pulled the man beside her. Do you want to see what I have in my hand? Her voice was tempting, like a little hook, causing Han Jin to nod involuntarily. If you want to talk to me, I will listen. If you don't want to talk to me, I will protect you. Perhaps it had been a long time since he had encountered such a deeply affectionate man. And Yao Qianqian was captivated by the emotions in Han Jin's gaze. Chapter 24. Raising a star beast, Yao Qianqian didn't continue to ask the man, but instead went to tease the little white creature. So, have you thought it over? Is there anything you don't understand? It's just swearing to the Heavenly Tao, right? I promise you. After saying this, the little cub immediately swore to the sky, repeating what Yao Qianqian had told it to say. Just when the little white thought nothing was wrong, it suddenly felt a binding force in its spiritual sea. Seeing the familiar characters above, the little white understood the reason why Yao Qianqian had it swear. However, it was too late to regret now. The oath had been made. Shouldn't it be entitled to the food that originally belonged to it? The little white looked at Yao Qianqian eagerly. So what about my food? Seeing that it was obedient, Yao Qianqian would never shortchange her own people. Not only did she give it the small ball from her palm, but she also added a large portion. Unexpectedly, becoming this woman's little brother temporarily brought so many benefits. The little white suddenly felt that sometimes freedom and the dignity of a star beast weren't that important. After finishing the pure spiritual power, it realized it didn't need to eat anything else. Yao Qianqian noticed it looked a bit tired and thought for a moment, then signaled Lin Nuo, who had been watching the whole time, "You take it to rest. Make sure no one disturbs it. Otherwise, if it gets hurt, that person deserves it." Lin Nuo nodded and respectfully carried the little white beast out. When the restaurant was left with just her and Han Jin, she finally wanted to reintroduce herself to the man. Hello, I'm Yao Qianqian. Consider this a belated self-introduction. She had originally been sitting next to Han Jin, but the man was too tall. Looking up at him made her feel inexplicably suppressed. So, Yao Qianqian directly sat on the table in front of Han Jin, starting to look down at the man. Han Jin didn't mind being looked at like this by Yao Qianqian and continued from what she just said. Hello, I'm Han Jin, the Marshal of the Empire, and now your legal partner. At first, Han Jin's self-introduction was quite normal. But when Yao Qianqian heard him say he was her partner, her expression almost broke. What partner? Aren't we just getting to know each other? Was he taking advantage of her ignorance of the world's rules? She had clearly understood through the memories given by the Heavenly Tao that partners here were mostly lifelong commitments, especially for high-ranking individuals like marshals. Rarely did anyone change partners halfway. If Yao Qianqian wanted to go out and have fun later, she couldn't be bound to a man. Hence, she immediately rebutted what he said. But would the man listen? Han Jin knew that this woman, who looked extraordinary, did not intend to stay by his side. So when she mentioned wanting to introduce herself, he made their relationship clear. We've known each other for a long time. From the moment I planted you, we've been partners. Unless I die. The man's hand tightly gripped Yao Qianqian's wrist. You are mine. You cannot abandon me. Seeing him seemingly lost in some emotion, surrounded by a faint sadness, Yao Qianqian instinctively wanted to embrace him and comfort him softly. But then she remembered her harem of 3,000 strong men and held back. I'm not yours. I'm my own. I'm just here to help you. After saying this, Yao Qianqian placed her hand on the man's head, using her demonic power to calm his previously restless spiritual energy due to the war. See, I can help you calm your spiritual energy down, so there's no need to worry that I won't help you. After doing all this, Yao Qianqian felt she had made herself clear and it was time to leave. But before she could withdraw her hand, she was suddenly embraced by the man. Yao Qianqian was taken aback. If you keep this up, I might call it inappropriate. Although she said this, deep down, she actually hoped the man would continue like this. But who knew that the man, whose eyes were already red from anger, would just hold her down and then put a plate of food in front of her. Eat something first. You'll need your strength later. Yao Qianqian felt she somewhat understood, but also didn't quite understand, just staring at the untouched green vegetables and the large chunks of meat on the table. She began to doubt whether the people here knew how to cook. You want me to eat this? Yao Qianqian tore off a leaf of the vegetable and put it in her mouth, finally spitting it out in disgust. Chapter 25. Madness. Han Jin also took a piece of vegetable leaf and put it in his mouth. Perhaps he disliked the taste of vegetables, feeling that it was indeed not very tasty. But in order not to waste it, he still tried very hard to swallow it, then lifted his head. If Yao Qianqian had looked closely at him at that moment, she would have noticed that the expression on the man's face was already quite abnormal. Unfortunately, Yao Qianqian was too busy criticizing the poor quality of the food to pay much attention to Han Jin's condition. The man beside her had remained silent. When Yao Qianqian thought of getting up to find food herself, he simply reached out and handed her a tube of light pink nutritional liquid. This is strawberry flavored. You can give it a try. His voice was hoarse and terrifying, as if he were trying to suppress the beast within him. Yao Qianqian glanced at the tube of nutritional liquid. Perhaps she was really hungry. She took it, opened it, and took a sip, finding it quite tasty. So she gulped it down. After drinking the nutritional liquid, Yao Qianqian planned to get up, but before she could leave, a pair of large hands climbed around her waist. Then she was hoisted onto Han Jin's shoulder. Surprisingly, Yao Qianqian's first thought was not about her safety, but rather whether she would end up doing this and that with Han Jin later. The people here had already been cleared out by Lin Nuo, so now no one would notice Han Jin's abnormality. Or rather, even if someone did notice, they wouldn't be able to stop it. Thus, Yao Qianqian was carried into the room by Han Jin. It was only at that moment that she noticed the man's eyes were completely red, seemingly under a spell. After being thrown onto the bed, Yao Qianqian was still wondering if she would be passionately loved by the man. Just as she was propping her chin up to think about it, the man had already started undressing. Just when Yao Qianqian was staring at his chest with a lewd gaze, the lights in the room suddenly went out, and soon she felt someone pressing down on her. As the long night dragged on, when she began to feel pain, Yao Qianqian started to regret engaging in such activities with Han Jin. Unfortunately, her demonic power was useless against Han Jin, who was radiating with golden light of virtue. At that moment, she was no different from an ordinary female in Han Jin's hands. She was tossed around on the bed like a new toy Han Jin had found. When Yao Qianqian woke up the next morning, she felt that her body was no longer her own, especially in certain areas. Although she did gain some benefits last night, she felt that she had been treated worse than ever. After Yao Qianqian's guidance last night, Han Jin's mental state had stabilized, and the heat in his body had passed. But now the biggest problem was how he should face Yao Qianqian. Han Jin was outside in the wind, and Lin Nuo wisely followed him. Marshal, are you still worried that the little female will be angry? He cautiously asked Han Jin. Han Jin thought he had come up with a way to calm her down. What should I do? Do you have any good ideas to make her less angry? Clearly, Lin Nuo had no solution. He shrugged to Han Jin, suggesting, how about you go back and check on the little female? If she wakes up and finds no one beside her, she might get even angrier. Han Jin wanted to say that if Yao Qianqian saw him, she might be even angrier, but after thinking about it, Lin Nuo was right. It was best to stay by Yao Qianqian's side at that moment. So he immediately ran back, but it was still a bit late. When Han Jin returned, he found not a sleeping Yao Qianqian, but a wide-awake and furious Yao Qianqian. What? You came back? She knew that under normal circumstances, Their demon race didn't usually care about such matters in bed. But the premise was that she had to be satisfied first. Last night had been her first conscious experience, being tossed around like a little fish, and now waking up to find an empty bed instead of the man. So, already angry, Yao Qianqian got out of bed, planning to leave. Just then, Han Jin returned, and Lin Nuo, who had come along to check the situation, saw what Yao Qianqian was wearing. He immediately understood that he should not get involved in today's matter. Marshal, I just remembered I have something to do with Bai Kai, so I won't disturb you any longer. Lin Nuo found an excuse and directly took his leave. Han Jin didn't want to keep him either, waving his hand to signal that he could go. After Lin Nuo left, Yao Qianqian lifted the blanket covering her legs. Looking at the marks that stretched from her calves to the top of her thighs, and her anger surged. You tell me, what should we do now? Han Jin thought for a moment. How about I go get you a healing device? Chapter 26, finding someone to settle the score. This answer was certainly not what Yao Qianqian wanted. Moreover, to her, this little injury was nothing. She could easily make it recover to its original state. She just didn't want Han Jin to have it easy. Especially after hearing the man say he would get her a healing device, Yao Qianqian became even angrier. If you know the healing device can heal, then why let these marks stay on my leg? In fact, not only did Yao Qianqian have these marks on her legs, but she also had them on other parts of her body, but it was inconvenient to show Han Jin, so she didn't lift up all her clothes to settle the score with him. Han Jin didn't expect there to be so many marks on Yao Qianqian's body. When he saw the bruises appearing on her tender white skin, memories of last night's wild night flashed through his mind. The usually aloof imperial marshal now had a hint of crimson on his face. He cautiously approached Yao Qianqian, saying, "Don't be angry yet. I brought you a lot of energy stones." This was a strategy he found online while he was out in the wind, which suggested how to appease a little female if he accidentally upset her. Most of the advice was about buying things for the little female. Han Jin had thought about taking Yao Qianqian out shopping, but considering her physical condition, he figured it wasn't suitable to take her out directly. Moreover, it wasn't that he looked down on the things in this half-centaur star system. It was just that when Yao Qianqian first woke up, she had already expressed her disdain for this place. For her, the outside might smell worse, and if he took her out, she might just run back by herself before long. So, after thinking it over, he decided against it. Han Jin was generous, pulling out some top-quality spirit stones that looked quite satisfying just by appearance. At least in Yao Qianqian's eyes, she was no longer that angry. All right, seeing as you brought these spirit energy stones, I won't hold it against you for now. She pretended to be generous, raising her hand. And in the next second, the energy stones that had just been scattered on the ground were collected into her space. Seeing the energy stones disappear from the ground, Han Jin's eyes darkened slightly, and he didn't ask any further questions but still handed over the spatial button he had on his hand to Yao Qianqian. If you need to take anything out in the future, use this. Looking at the item the man handed over, Yao Qianqian was not ungrateful and accepted it with thanks. After thinking for a moment, she rummaged through her space and took out a bottle of elixirs. The porcelain white bottle contained a few red pills. Now, don't say I'm stingy. These are some of the less common recovery pills in my stock. There are a total of 5 pills inside, and taking them can quickly restore a person's mental energy. Yao Qianqian had found these when she was a little monster, following the strongest big demon on that mountain, and she had treasured them so much that she had never wanted to eat them. However, here, they were completely useless to her. If she were low on demon power, just inhaling the golden aura from the man beside her would not only replenish her energy, but could even overfill her. Just thinking about last night made her feel pain all over again. All right, I've given you the stuff. Can you leave now? Yao Qianqian didn't want to see the man's face any longer. She also needed to find some elixirs to heal her injuries. Han Jin tightly gripped the porcelain white elixir bottle, suddenly recalling a legend and subconsciously asking, "So, can this elixir be useful for someone with damaged mental energy?" Yao Qianqian didn't expect the man to have such grand ambitions. But then she thought about it. The humans here still had a fight against the insect race, and indeed, many people suffered from mental energy injuries every year. She carefully recalled the effects of the elixir. It seemed there were indeed some that could repair mental energy. Mainly, the recovery pills were intended for cultivators to restore their vitality, which for her back then, as a little monster, if taken, could even increase her cultivation slightly. Why don't you give it a try? She wasn't sure if it would be effective, and even if it were, she wouldn't know how to refine pills. But I'll tell you in advance, I only have these few left, and I don't know how to refine this medicine. So even if it's useful, it will be gone after use. After hearing Yao Qianqian's words, Han Jin nodded. Don't worry, I won't force you, he said, pursing his lips. And I won't let anyone else force you to do anything you don't want to do. Looking at the tightly closed door, Yao Qianqian thought of the heavenly Tao and couldn't help but grumble in her heart. You don't see how your heavenly Tao father forces me to do this and that. Chapter 27. Losing purpose. Yao Qianqian felt that her life had lost hope. Previously, her goal was to cultivate and ascend to become a great demon. But now she had no goals at all. Perhaps there were dreams like finding a handsome man, but to realize that dream, she had to first get rid of Han Jin. Otherwise, it seemed that no one in this world would dare to compete with the light of the empire for people. She turned over and continued to lie on the bed. The scene shifted outside the door, where Han Jin had just stepped out with a bottle of elixir and ran into Lin Nuo. When Lin Nuo saw Han Jin, he awkwardly touched his nose, and Han Jin didn't hold it against him, gesturing for him to follow. He took him back to their spaceship. After all, they were on someone else's planet, so they had to be more cautious about what they said and did. Lin Nuo followed Han Jin all the way to the command room of the spaceship. Once the door was closed, Lin Nuo asked, Marshal, do you have any new discoveries? Han Jin naturally had no new findings regarding the Centaurus star system, but he thought of what Yao Qianqian had given him, and his expression changed. He had received something new. He opened his palm and showed Lin Nuo the porcelain bottle in his hand. Lin Nuo didn't know what kind of potion was inside, and assumed it might be some kind of antique. Could be an antique? He thought to himself, and naturally, he asked directly. He then received a roll of Han Jin's eyes. Lin Nuo felt a bit wronged. What is this, Marshal? A little female gave it to me, saying it can help restore mental power and might even cure some people with damaged mental power, Han Jin said, quietly waiting for Lin Nuo's reaction. Sure enough, the next second, Lin Nuo, who had just been sitting, jumped up. Really can cure? Not sure, we can try, but... He paused to let Lin Nuo calm down. But the little female said she doesn't have much stock left, so even if it's useful, there won't be much we can do. Hearing that the medicine was running low, Lin Nuo felt an inexplicable sense of loss rise in his heart. Then can we make more? She can't. Lin Nuo actually wanted to say one more thing. If the little female can't, then isn't there anyone here who can research it? However, thinking of the little female's extraordinary abilities, Lin Nuo did not voice the rest of his thoughts. Perhaps they really couldn't figure it out. Just as they were feeling down, a message from Bai Kai came in. He didn't send it directly to Han Jin, but asked Lin Nuo. The Centaurus star system is holding a trade fair tomorrow. Should we let the Marshal take his little female to have a look? Lin Nuo glanced at the information terminal. Not seeing anything important, he handed his terminal to Han Jin. Marshal, are you going? If it were in the past, Han Jin wouldn't be interested in such activities, but today he said, I'll ask the little female later and decide then. After handing the potion bottle to Lin Nuo, Han Jin left the spaceship, planning to look for some delicious food outside to bring back for Yao Qianqian. Perhaps if the little female was happy, she could be coaxed. However, it seemed unlikely that Han Jin would achieve this. Yao Qianqian wouldn't forgive the person who had hurt her just for a bite to eat. But when Han Jin returned with a large bag of delicious-looking food, Yao Qianqian couldn't help but sit up from her bed. What delicious food is this? She asked the man. Han Jin set down the tray in his hand and pulled the table near the window to the bedside. Sit up first, and I'll put the food on the table. Then he took out the food one by one from his space button. Soon, the table in front of Yao Qianqian was filled with food. Looking at the table full of food, her previously gloomy mood lifted a little. Gome, I want to eat that, she said, pointing to the plate that was farthest from her, which seemed to have fried chicken on it. Han Jin naturally complied and brought the dish to her. Yao Qianqian put on gloves and refused Han Jin's feeding, wanting to eat by herself. But when she tore open the fried chicken and saw that the meat inside still had traces of blood, her appetite from the morning diminished significantly. Is this chicken not fully cooked? She thought to ask if this was an exception or if that was how fried chicken was here. Han Jin glanced over and confirmed that the fried chicken should be fine. Isn't this edible? In general, those who liked to eat meat were beastmen, and beastmen naturally preferred raw food, So fried chicken, made this way, didn't seem problematic to most interstellar people. When Yao Qianqian heard Han Jin's question, she knew that this matter was not simple. Chapter 28 Strange. Taste. Her gaze shifted to other foods, and at this moment, she began to doubt whether the food here was still edible. However, the taste of the fruit was quite good. It was just that among these foods, there were more or less some substances that Yao Qianqian didn't particularly like. Fortunately, she wasn't useless and could evolve those substances on her own. After evolving the substances attached to the strawberry, Yao Qianqian took a bite of the strawberry and felt completely satisfied. This strawberry tasted good. She could have more in the future. After finishing the strawberry, Yao Qianqian turned to sample all the fruits on the table, selecting a few of her favorites. As for the remaining cooked food, Yao Qianqian couldn't even be bothered to look at it. Please take these away. I don't want to eat them. Seeing that Yao Qianqian indeed didn't want to eat, Han Jin had the cooked food removed. The remaining fruits that Yao Qianqian liked could be stored in the space for later when she felt like eating them. As for whether Yao Qianqian would dislike the leftover food, Han Jin didn't think about it at all. He used to eat nutrient solutions, and the natural food in the starry sky was actually quite limited. The star coins he spent on those foods for Yao Qianqian could cover an ordinary family's expenses for a whole year. This time, it was Bai who was called to clean up the mess. Seeing that the food on the table hadn't been touched much, he curiously asked, "Marshal, why aren't you eating?" Especially when he saw the torn fried chicken. Bai shamefully swallowed. Ever since he boarded the spaceship with Han Jin, he hadn't eaten food cooked by a chef for a long time. Most of the time, it was either nutrient solutions or food made by robots. Although the taste was similar to that made by chefs, eating the same thing every day, no matter how delicious, would become tiresome. So now, looking at the food that could be worth several months of his salary, Bai couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Han Jin, however, was puzzled by Bai's question. This food was bought for the little female. I don't usually eat this kind of food. Upon hearing Han Jin's response, Bai was taken aback for a second. But why was all the food bought for the little female uncooked? Han Jin didn't realize this, and his gaze fell on Bai's face. You should elaborate on that. Yao Qianqian was still in the room, and upon hearing Bai's words, she finally understood why the food she had was half-cooked. So there's also cooked food? She was now a bit interested. Did she have to tell the boss to make it cooked when buying? Bai awkwardly replied, "That's not necessary. Next time, if Marshal buys food, you can tell the staff over there whether it's for a female or a beast man. Generally, if you don't specify, they'll default to the gender of the person buying the food." Yao Qianqian picked up a strawberry from the side and bit into it with a crunch, her gaze landing on Bai's smile that couldn't be contained. "Since you know so much, then help me buy one of each of the food on the table." Bai glanced at the items on the table several times before giving up and directly pulling out his light brain. "I'll take a picture and buy it for the little female immediately." Seeing that he was sensible, Yao Qianqian wouldn't let him suffer loss. She couldn't give him spirit stones, so she searched her space and finally found a fruit that had a bit of spiritual energy. Before she could hand it to Bai, it was intercepted by Han Jin halfway. "No need to give it to him. I will reimburse the star coins for the purchases." Han Jin intended to pass the fruit back to Yao Qianqian, but she didn't want it. She wasn't the type to just eat other people's things. "You keep this. Eating more is good for your health, especially for those with unstable mental strength. The lower the level, the more useful it is." After saying this, she glanced at Han Jin, but clarified beforehand that this fruit wouldn't have much effect on his situation. Han Jin nodded. He hadn't thought about eating it himself. He was only pondering whom it would be useful for. The first people who came to mind were those whose mental strength was precarious due to prolonged wars. However, before he could finish his thoughts, he was reminded by Yao Qianqian that he couldn't use it on himself. "All right, I'll go out first. You take a rest." By the way, just as he was about to let Yao Qianqian sleep, Han Jin suddenly remembered what Bai had said about the Centaurus System trading conference. Do you want to check out the trading conference in the Centaurus System? Chapter 29 Going out to take a look originally. Yao Qianqian thought that since the things here were different from those on her side, she could just not go. But then she realized that she had been in the interstellar world for so long without properly going out to see anything. So she nodded, asking, "When? What time do we go? What should I wear?" Feeling good, Yao Qianqian's voice even had a hint of a coquettish tone. Han Jin naturally explained everything to her. There's a trading conference tomorrow. If you want to go, I'll have someone bring you clothes. We'll leave tomorrow evening, and I'll come to pick you up." Now that she knew what she needed to know, Yao Qianqian felt there was no need to keep Han Jin around. So she dismissed him directly, saying, "All right, you can go now." Han Jin wasn't annoyed. He said, "If you need anything, you can call me directly using the light brain." He left a light brain for Yao Qianqian in the room and went to find the nutritionist. He should have gone to find the person as soon as they arrived in the Centaurus system, but there were too many matters at the time. So he had Lin Nuo send someone to explain the situation first. Of course, the nutritionist base understood and looked forward to Han Jin visiting them when he had time to strengthen the relationship with the Marshal. As night quietly approached, Han Jin lingered at the door after delivering dinner to Yao Qianqian at noon. He occasionally looked up at her room, but still didn't dare to push the door open. Fortunately, Lin Nuo was with him rather than by Kai or Meng Han. Otherwise, there would be no need for Han Jin to hesitate. Those two would have knocked on the door for him. Once again, Han Jin approached the door, but, just like the previous times, retreated before even touching the door. "Why don't you just sleep in another room tonight, Marshal?" Han Jin clearly didn't want to choose that option. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here. Seeing his indecisiveness, Lin Nuo got tired of accompanying him. Without saying a word, he went over and knocked on the door. "Little female, the Marshal wants to come in and sleep." Han Jin had a moment to stop him, but after thinking about it, he realized he probably wouldn't be able to say what he wanted. So he let Lin Nuo handle it. The result was, of course, that Yao Qianqian ruthlessly sent them to get lost. "Marshal, the little female told us to get lost." Lin Nuo thought the Marshal should have given up by now and hurried back to wash up and sleep. He was feeling a bit tired. The once wise and mighty Marshal looked at Lin Nuo's face and thought, "Qianqian told you to get lost, not me." Although he said that, he ended up going with Lin Nuo to another room to rest. Following Han Jin, Lin Nuo sneered, "Ha man, just now, I thought Han Jin would act like he did last night, violently opening the door and forcing himself to sleep together. But here we are, both of us sneaking back to our rooms." The next morning, Yao Qianqian opened her eyes to the aroma of food wafting through the room. Let me see what delicious food there is this morning." Han Jin had gone out in the morning to meet the governor of the Centaurus system, so he wasn't there waiting for Yao Qianqian to wake up. Thus, no one answered her question. After scanning the room and not seeing anyone, she didn't feel like lingering in bed any longer. She got up, washed up, and picked up a food item that looked like a small steam bun and took a bite. The next second, she almost broke her teeth. At that moment, Yao Qianqian looked at the bun, which was as hard as iron, and seriously suspected that Han Jin was deliberately pranking her. She picked up the light brain from the foot of the bed and started calling Han Jin without a second thought. At first, Han Jin saw the notification on the light brain and instinctively pressed it to hang up. When he realized who was calling, he panicked. As for Yao Qianqian, looking at the blackened call screen, her already unhappy mood plummeted to the bottom. She directly threw the light brain against the wall, smashing it to pieces. Not wanting to wait for Han Jin in the room anymore, she went to the wardrobe to see if there was anything she could wear outside. After Han Jin finished dealing with the people from the Centaurus system, he started to call Yao Qianqian back. But each time he only received a notification that the other party was turned off. Chapter 30 Encountering Space Pirates. Now, Han Jin no longer cared about face or reputation. He grabbed his coat and sent Lin Nuo to handle the negotiations with the Centaur Galaxy while he returned to check on Yao Qianqian. Of course, but he couldn't reach Yao Qianqian immediately. He had Bai Kai go to her room to at least keep her safe and prevent her from running out of the hotel. Unfortunately, Han Jin overestimated Bai Kai's composure and underestimated Yao Qianqian's capabilities. Bai Kai arrived quickly, but after just a brief encounter with Yao Qianqian, he was completely enchanted by her. She couldn't find any suitable clothes in her room to wear outside. So she reluctantly took out a flowy fairy dress from her space that she wore when she was a little demon. The sleeves were a gradient pink, and the dress accentuated her waist, which was barely graspable with one hand. With her natural charm, just looking at her made people drool. On her way out of the hotel, practically everyone turned to stare at her. Yao Qianqian was very satisfied with the effect she had created. It was her first time on such a technologically advanced street, and everything she saw piqued her curiosity. However, what she wanted most was to leave Han Jin's side before he discovered her. Unfortunately, Her outfit was very eye-catching in the interstellar crowd. Han Jin could easily spot her with any surveillance camera. Yao Qianqian sensed the presence of cameras around her and wanted to find a clothing store nearby to change into something more conventional. However, she was puzzled by how Han Jin found this hotel, as there wasn't a single shop in sight. There were many flying vehicles in the air, but they were all mechanical, rendering her charm useless. After walking around, just as she was about to find a place to rest, she heard someone calling her from behind, which startled her. She quickly scanned with her spiritual sense and confirmed that these were dangerous thugs, not Han Jin's people, which relieved her. Seeing the little female relax, the thugs burst into laughter. "Boss, look at that little female. She actually relaxed. Ha! She really looks like a pet raised by some big shot." After laughing, one of them ran towards Yao Qianqian. Under normal circumstances, Yao Qianqian should have run away. But who said she was an ordinary creature? She put on a facade of looking like she was about to cry, with tears hanging on her lashes, but inside, she was secretly delighted. Ha! She was just thinking about how to leave this planet, and now someone was delivering it to her on a silver platter. Secretly amused and avoiding the hand that tried to touch her face, she decided that she would give this person a taste of a gruesome punishment later. As for the others, she would observe whether they would act recklessly. If they did, she would let them experience some severe punishments. After all, she was just idling around, and it would count as helping Han Jin practice early. Considering how favored by the heavens she was, she figured she wouldn't be able to escape this planet. Just as Yao Qianqian was thinking this, she noticed the group pulling out a canister of gas. Upon seeing it, she immediately closed her five senses and confused them. It must be said that compared to the people from her previous world, the resistance of ordinary people in the interstellar realm was somewhat stronger. But to Yao Qianqian, it was only slightly stronger. She let them take her back to their spaceship, planning to slowly figure out how to leave the planet. However, to her surprise, these people turned out to be space pirates, and they were here purely because someone had pointed them in this direction. She wondered what their expressions would be when they realized she was actually Han Jin's female. She estimated their expressions would be quite interesting, but unfortunately, she couldn't see it for now. Han Jin had just returned to the hotel they were staying at and knew something was wrong before even entering the door. The guard at the entrance was unconscious. His heart tightened, but upon confirming that they were not in any immediate danger, he didn't bother to arrange for them. Someone would take care of them later. As soon as he entered the room, the first thing Han Jin saw was the shattered light brain. He made a mental note that from now on, any communications regarding Yao Qianqian must be prioritized, or else if the situation happened a few more times. He feared his heart couldn't take it. He immediately started checking the surveillance footage and soon discovered that after Bai Kai received a communication. He rushed to Yao Qianqian's room, but after knocking on the door, he didn't go in and instead fainted right outside the room. Chapter 31, Finding Someone after finishing a whole round of surveillance. They could only confirm that Yao Qianqian had left the hotel, but they really had no idea where she had gone, as the outside surveillance seemed to have been deliberately destroyed. When Han Jin learned this result, he nearly ground his molars to dust. He needed to check when the surveillance had malfunctioned and then find the person. He felt that this trip to the Centaurus system had been incredibly unlucky. Had he known so much trouble would arise, he would never have come no matter what. After Han Jin's sudden departure, the commander of the Centaurus system was still curious as to why, but when he heard it was because Han Jin's female had gone missing. The silver-haired commander nearly fainted from shock. Immediately, he pledged loyalty to Han Jin, assuring him that they would do everything possible to assist in finding his female. Han Jin personally took people to search for Yao Qianqian, starting with shopping malls and dining establishments. However, after searching around, they did not see any trace of Yao Qianqian. Especially after Han Jin's men discovered why the surveillance had failed, their expressions grew even darker. The reason was that the surveillance had been damaged by space pirates, and their purpose for coming to this planet was to kidnap the females of the powerful and demand ransom. Although it was ransom, most females would be traumatized and remain in a state of shock for a long time, with a small number possibly even dying from fright. Therefore, Han Jin wanted to find Yao Qianqian before she was captured. Unfortunately, Han Jin was still a bit slow. By this time, Yao Qianqian was already lying on the space pirate's flying car, eating fruit. She simply moved her fingers, and space pirates came over to offer her fruit. Compared to the semi-cooked food Han Jin had previously sent her, the pirates' provisions were much simpler and more crude, consisting entirely of raw food. Fortunately, Yao Qianqian was not completely clueless about cooking, so she directly asked the space pirates to roast meat for her. Sitting in front of a smokeless stove, she enjoyed the roasted meat while also scolding the pirates to work properly. Among the various meats the space pirates provided, Yao Qianqian's favorite was an unknown fish. It was snow white, and what made her happiest was that it had a light fishy smell and no bones, allowing her to eat it in large bites. However, those people only thought of making her sashimi, which she was not very interested in eating. Yao Qianqian had left the hotel in the morning, and by the time Han Jin arrived, only an hour had passed. But in that short hour, Han Jin had found Yao Qianqian. Looking at the woman enjoying roasted meat on the space pirate's ship, Han Jin suddenly wondered if he had come too quickly, thus interrupting Yao Qianqian's meal. To be honest, Yao Qianqian had only chewed a few times and hadn't finished eating, and she was somewhat annoyed that Han Jin had arrived too soon. Unfortunately, even if Yao Qianqian felt displeased with Han Jin in her heart, she still had to go back with him now that he had found her. "You're here," she said, naturally waving to him with a skewer of roasted meat in her hand, signaling him to come over. Bai Kai, who had rushed over after receiving Han Jin's message, unexpectedly felt a bit sympathetic towards their marshal upon seeing this scene. They had even postponed an important meeting and mobilized nearly all available personnel to search for this little female. Yet she was here enjoying herself, even complaining that the marshal had come. Before they could finish their thoughts, Han Jin, without saying a word, walked over and grabbed her arm. "Let's go back." Yao Qianqian was pulled up by him and asked, "Don't you want to eat a bit?" As she held out a skewer of roasted meat she hadn't bitten into yet. Naturally, she offered the meat to Han Jin's mouth. He initially didn't want to eat, especially with so many people around, but upon seeing Yao Qianqian's expression darken, he recalled how she had left so easily after he had hung up on her in the morning. Han Jin dared not provoke her anger again. With a stern face, he opened his mouth and ate the food she offered him. Seeing this, Yao Qianqian was very satisfied with his perceptiveness and patted the non-existent dust on his shoulder. "All right, you've eaten, it's time to go back." Hearing Yao Qianqian say she wanted to go back, Han Jin was naturally overjoyed. However, before he could grab her hand, she suddenly turned back and walked towards one of the controlled men. "By the way, don't kill him directly. I still have use for him." She had specially thought of torture for these people that she hadn't yet used, and she couldn't let this group of heinous individuals die so easily. Moreover, Yao Qianqian was also caught up in this. Originally, this group of space pirates was supposed to encounter the fiancée of another noble family on the planet. And all of this was orchestrated by another young lady who admired that nobleman. If Yao Qianqian hadn't intervened, that fiancé would likely have already become a corpse by now. Chapter 32. Listening to gossip. When she learned about this matter, Yao Qianqian was very shocked. She tried to push Han Jin's arm, saying, let me see again, I didn't finish looking just now." This was the investigation report that Bai Kai had sent to Han Jin. At first, Han Jin dealt with it right in front of Yao Qianqian. But when he noticed that her gaze was fixed on that noble young man's face, inexplicably, Han Jin felt displeased and directly picked up his light brain. Thus, the current situation arose. "What are you looking at? These are confidential, and you are not one of my subordinates." What Han Jin really wanted to say was that Yao Qianqian had no awareness of being a female at all. Her husband was right here, yet she wanted to look at another man. Yao Qianqian felt very angry, extremely angry, but this man was also right. She indeed couldn't look. If I can't look, then I will just go directly ask the person involved. I don't believe they wouldn't tell me. The life of that noble young lady was saved by Yao Qianqian, so naturally, she would be willing to tell her about such trivial matters. Han Jin gritted his teeth and said, "Come here, what do you want to know? I'll tell you." Seeing that Han Jin was going to tell her, Yao Qianqian was of course delighted and asked, "I want to know what happened to the noble young lady who set up the trap." Her greatest curiosity was still gossip. Previously, in the forest, there was hardly any fun, especially when she couldn't move as a tree. The only joy in her life was probably listening to the birds resting on her trunk gossiping. Although after cultivating into human form, she could move, her love for gossip remained. When Han Jin heard that Yao Qianqian was actually interested in the events inside, rather than that man, his expression improved a lot, and he was willing to share his light brain with her. That noble young lady is now in our custody. As for how to deal with it, you can offer some opinions. Han Jin only said to let Yao Qianqian propose some opinions first. After all, she was also considered a victim. However, if Yao Qianqian's demand were too outrageous, Han Jin would not agree. The young lady who admired the Tali family's young master was named Lyrisha, and she was a subhuman. She was supposed to stay at home and eventually find a subhuman partner. However, she refused to obey her family's arrangement and insisted on finding one herself. If a beastman liked a subhuman, the Empire's laws allowed it, but that young master of the Tali family did not like this subhuman young lady. His fiancée, he was a female from the seed matching database, whom he had painstakingly raised. Naturally, he loved her dearly, and Tali Lin had already clearly rejected Lyrisha. It seemed that the subhuman young lady had been spoiled by her family, believing that as long as Tali Lin's natural female was gone, his attention would turn to her. After Yao Qianqian listened to Han Jin's report-like explanation of the whole matter, she suddenly felt that to hear gossip, one should find someone who can tell it well. Like Bai Kai, who could definitely tell a good gossip. Suddenly, Yao Qianqian thought of the subhuman she had just heard from Han Jin. Right, what is a subhuman? Although she had knowledge forcibly instilled in her mind by the world's heavenly Tao, it was not comprehensive. And flipping through books to find answers was not as convenient as hearing someone talk about it. Seeing Yao Qianqian's eager expression for knowledge, Han Jin moved his lips and then suppressed the desire to pull her into his arms, starting to explain to her in detail. Generally speaking, the most numerous in the Empire are subhumans. They are born without beast forms and do not turn into seeds to return to the spiritual spring at birth. Most of the children born to beastmen and females are beastmen and females, with only a very small number being subhumans. Females are always born together with beastmen. They are born as seeds and then transform into light to return to the spiritual spring, which is where we first met, and in the future, beastmen will plant them again. The remaining population is the most numerous subhumans in the Empire. Subhumans generally mate with other subhumans, and of course, there are quite a few beastmen who mate with subhumans, but there are no cases of females being with subhumans. At this point, Han Jin's expression became serious. Once the Empire discovers that a subhuman is together with a female, they will investigate that subhuman, clarifying who the female was with before and why she ended up with a subhuman. Upon hearing this, Yao Qianqian found it strange. Why is there an investigation if a subhuman and a female are together? Chapter 33, Understanding the Stars, just as Yao Qianqian asked this question. She recalled the process of her encounter with Han Jin. All right, but what if it was the beastmen who produced the females, and then the beastmen died halfway through? Wouldn't the female end up being single? Han Jin knew Yao Qianqian would think this way, so he gently patted her head, saying that females and beastmen couldn't live independently. Yao Qianqian was taken aback and quickly checked her mental sea. In a very inconspicuous corner, she found a contract of shared life and death. Head up. Before she could finish her sentence, Han Jin covered her mouth. It's better for the little female not to curse. Seeing that Yao Qianqian's emotions seemed to have stabilized, Han Jin slowly released his hand. But Yao Qianqian was not the type to have a good temper. As soon as Han Jin let go of her, she rushed to the window, pointed at the sky, and began to curse "Ayu." Before Yao Qianqian could finish cursing, a sudden lightning bolt struck right outside their yard. Fortunately, Han Jin pulled Yao Qianqian in time. Otherwise, she would have definitely been struck by lightning in the spot where she had just been. Seeing this, Yao Qianqian's courage, which had been built up by her anger at suddenly discovering that her life was bound to a man, instantly disappeared. She became as timid as a little cat. Losing all her temper, Han Jin thought she was scared, so he hugged her and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. Our house is equipped with protective devices. I'll turn those on now, and if it thunders later, they will intercept it automatically." Upon hearing Han Jin say this, Yao Qianqian suddenly became curious about the expression of the heavenly path. It probably didn't feel good to be backstabbed by its own son, right? The heavenly path, indeed, wasn't feeling well, especially when it had just warned Yao Qianqian and was unexpectedly blocked by its own son. If it weren't for the merit golden light on Han Jin, it might have been struck by lightning along with Yao Qianqian in the next moment, especially when it heard Han Jin say he would turn on the protective devices just to protect against it. A muffled thunder came from the distant sky. Yao Qianqian knew that this was the heavenly path getting angry, so she burrowed even more pitifully into Han Jin's arms. Holding onto Han Jin's neck and taking advantage of the fact that the man couldn't see her expression, Yao Qianqian showed a provocative smile towards the window. The heavenly path was everywhere, and almost the next moment, another bolt of lightning fell. Yao Qianqian knew that the heavenly path could do nothing to her now. So her expression became even more provocative, and she even wanted to stand up and curse at the window again. Unfortunately, in the next second, Yao Qianqian didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. She felt the hairs all over her body stand up, seemingly a precursor to excessive electrical charge. Instinctively, she wanted to hold Han Jin tighter, but soon Yao Qianqian realized that Han Jin's hair showed no signs of being shocked. Now Yao Qianqian was scared. She didn't care about clinging to Han Jin anymore, and immediately thought about running to find a place to avoid the lightning. Naturally, her speed in finding a shelter couldn't match the speed of the lightning. Soon, Yao Qianqian's hair stood on end, looking somewhat comical. Han Jin couldn't help but hold back a laugh after confirming that Yao Qianqian was fine, using his fist to cover his mouth to hide his wildly rising smile. Yao Qianqian looked at the man who was both trying to laugh and not daring to laugh, tugged at the corner of her mouth, and then pounced on Han Jin, who was full of static electricity. In an instant, Han Jin's hair, which had just been laughing beside her, also stood up due to the static electricity. However, since he had short hair, even if it was frizzed up by static electricity, it wasn't obvious. Yao Qianqian, feeling a bit self-destructive, lay in Han Jin's arms, wondering how to deal with this static electricity. After all, in the past, when she was struck by heavenly lightning, she had never encountered a situation where her hair was all frizzed up. Usually, she either got completely struck or her hair was burned off. So there was no situation of her hair standing up like this. I'll take you to find someone to clear the static electricity. There are quite a few beast men in the stars who are furry. Like me, my beast form is a white tiger. On some planets, the climate is very dry, so their fur easily generates static electricity. Thus, a static electricity removal industry has emerged, along with tools that can directly prevent static electricity. But Yao Qianqian didn't want to go out with her hair looking like this, especially since there were their people outside. Han Jin looked down at Yao Qianqian's current appearance and realized that for a little female who loved to be pretty, it really wasn't suitable. He covered his lips with his hand, glancing over Yao Qianqian. How about I go out first to get the equipment, and you wait for me here? Han Jin thought. Given that it's just a slight static electricity, he could just bring that thing over to help Yao Qianqian remove it. After hearing Han Jin say this, Yao Qianqian nodded, indicating that she understood, and Han Jin could leave first. Chapter 34. Using instruments, Yao Qianqian looked at Han Jin with a face that seemed to wish he would leave quickly, and Han Jin couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. It was as if he was just something to be used and discarded. Although he thought this way, he still obediently went to get the instruments for Yao Qianqian. He wanted to deal with her hair first, so after grabbing the instruments on the spaceship, he hurried back. Han Jin returned quickly. Only a few minutes had passed from the time he left until he got back. He first cleared out the living room before bringing out the large instrument that took up half the space. Seeing such a towering instrument, Yao Qianqian looked up at Han Jin and said, "Why don't you demonstrate it for me first?" Han Jin was indifferent about this. Anyway, if Yao Qianqian wanted to, he could go first, but he might need her help to apply the patches. There were smaller instruments available, but Han Jin felt that Yao Qianqian's electricity might be unusual. So he took the largest one available on the spaceship. This one could directly measure lightning voltage. Following Han Jin's instructions, Yao Qianqian applied the patches and then used a device similar to a vacuum cleaner to suck the static electricity from Han Jin's body, quickly flattening his somewhat spiky hair. Since he was mostly insulated from the electric charge, he didn't have much static electricity on him. Soon it was all cleaned up, and Yao Qianqian switched places with Han Jin. While cleaning Yao Qianqian's static electricity, Han Jin noticed the voltage reading. It wasn't just a few volts. The instrument's dial displayed powers of 10. Han Jin couldn't help but feel a chill run down his back. Yao Qianqian's body was definitely not average for a female. Just looking at the high voltage on her body, she seemed completely unaffected, of course, aside from the frizz. Han Jin suddenly thought of his beast form. He recalled feeling like he had forgotten something when Yao Qianqian hugged him. Now he finally remembered. His beast form probably also had frizz. Yao Qianqian took more than 10 minutes just to remove the static, nearly filling the instrument. Han Jin quietly lowered the instrument he was holding, signaling Yao Qianqian that she could stand up now. After this morning's interruptions, it was time for them to prepare, have dinner, and then head to the trading event. Once Han Jin brought Yao Qianqian into the spacious makeup room, she was led away by a group of demi-human women to change clothes, while he simply tidied up his hair and got ready to leave. Han Jin thought he would have to wait quite a while for Yao Qianqian. But before he had even finished processing a document, she emerged surrounded by a crowd. The girl wore a small silver crown atop her head, looking like a naive princess. But paired with a fiery red dress, she instantly transformed into an unattainable queen at the pinnacle of power. Her waist was so slender it seemed it could be broken with a touch. Han Jin's gaze darkened when it fell on the large hollow area of Yao Qianqian's back, forcing himself to maintain his composure so as not to lose control in front of so many people. "Go change," Han Jin said to the female responsible for Yao Qianqian's makeup. The woman didn't expect Han Jin to be dissatisfied. She thought Yao Qianqian already looked stunning enough. She was just a newcomer who had only recently entered society. But even older demi-human women with husbands noticed something was off about the usually cold-faced Marshal. "All right, we'll take your lady to change right away." Just as they were about to take Yao Qianqian away, she became unhappy, thinking, "Why should I?" She felt she could wear anything and didn't need to care about a man's opinion, especially since among the clothes she was offered, this one could perfectly showcase the curves of her back. At the trading event, she would undoubtedly captivate countless people. Yao Qianqian playfully pouted her red lips at her reflection in the mirror. Accidentally locking eyes with a demi-human woman nearby, she felt her long-buried heart skip a beat. Could this be love at first sight? Han Jin, being a very perceptive person, naturally noticed that Yao Qianqian was again casually flirting with someone. He glanced at the group of demi-humans mesmerized by her beauty and took matters into his own hands, pulling Yao Qianqian towards the changing room. After circling around the flashy clothes, his gaze finally landed on a pale, white long dress set apart from the others. Compared to the other dresses, which had wide and intricate designs, this dress was isolated in the corner for a reason. Its design was too simple, with too few embellishments. However, what pleased Han Jin the most was that it was a relatively conservative dress, with no risk of exposing her back or having side slits up to her thighs. He nodded in satisfaction and had the demi-human women who followed him bring over that dress. This one helped her change into it. Will she be willing? Of course not. Yao Qianqian had never worn such a clean dress in her life, especially since she loved red. No, that dress is too ugly. The main issue was that it showed too little and couldn't highlight her good figure at all. In the changing room, the two of them reached a stalemate, with the demi-human women who had come to help merely waiting with their heads down. Be obedient and change. Han Jin thought about Yao Qianqian's preferences and finally coaxed her. "Whatever you fancy at the trading event, I'll buy it for you." Unfortunately, Yao Qianqian still wouldn't budge. She had no idea what would be at the trading event. What if everything was useless to her? That would be a direct loss. "No, I don't know what's at the trading event, so I want tea change." Seeing Han Jin furrow his brows, she sensed he might personally help her change, so she had to propose her own terms. "I'll change if you give me 10 of the highest grade energy stones you have." Upon hearing Yao Qianqian's request, Han Jin nodded. It wasn't difficult to satisfy, especially since he intended to give her energy stones anyway. It was just a matter of how many she wanted. Seeing the man agree, Yao Qianqian happily followed the demi-humans into the changing room. When Yao Qianqian emerged in the white dress, she exuded a completely different kind of beauty. White has always symbolized purity, and on Yao Qianqian, it conveyed an ethereal quality, as if she were a fairy who had descended from the heavens, untouched by dust. Han Jin couldn't help but swallow hard, regretting mentioning the trading event to Yao Qianqian. If he were to tell her now that they weren't going, she would surely hold a grudge against him, and he might just skip the event altogether. Fortunately, his identity was secure. Even if they went to the trading event, after the initial dance, he could take Yao Qianqian back to the private box immediately. To avoid letting Yao Qianqian go hungry, Han Jin first took her to a very famous private restaurant. Unfortunately, before he could bring Yao Qianqian out, He already felt many eyes sizing her up. As the person being scrutinized, Yao Qianqian felt great about herself and even twirled in place to give those people a better view. Generally, when people saw Han Jin's dark expression, they would instinctively retract their gazes, but a certain young master did not. Chapter 35 teased he was just a second-rate family's illegitimate child. Recently, he had been kept at home by his demi-human mother because a Marshal was coming. But since his mother spoiled him, she let him out. As soon as he arrived at the hotel he usually frequented, he saw such a stunning beauty at the entrance. Emma Beck, thinking he was quite handsome, threw a flirtatious glance at Yao Qianqian, who disdainfully turned her head away. Patting Han Jin's chest, she quietly asked the man, "Are all the people here so abnormal?" Han Jin replied with a chuckle, just as he was about to use his mental power to deal with that dog-like person. His hand was pulled back by Yao Qianqian. "Wait a minute, let me see what other fun things he can do." Yao Qianqian smiled mischievously, causing Han Jin to uncharacteristically let that damned person go, or rather, just delay his demise. Emma Beck suddenly felt a chill on his back, but when he looked, he found nothing amiss except for the man embracing the stunning beauty. Emma Beck thought the silver-haired man looked somewhat familiar, but after pondering, he couldn't recall who he was. So he naturally concluded that this person was definitely not someone important, because if they were someone his family couldn't offend, his mother would have made sure he remembered them, and to avoid them in the future, it would be best to stay far away if he saw them. Unfortunately, his mother had not anticipated that the Marshal would come to the Centaur star system, let alone bring his female companion to dine at a hotel. Han Jin initially did not want to pay attention to that person, but since he was coming straight towards them, several guards following Han Jin wanted to intercept him. However, Han Jin remembered that Yao Qianqian wanted to see what the man would do next, so he waved his hand for them to step back. Seeing that no one was blocking him, Emma Beck became even more reckless. He strode over and directly blocked Han Jin's path. Upon seeing them stop, he reached out to pinch Yao Qianqian's face. From him, Yao Qianqian smelled a scent of evil. She thought, if I kill such a person, would the heavenly way reward me with merit? Before she could finish her thoughts, a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. You can earn merit, but you cannot kill him directly. Instead, you must dig up all his past deeds according to human standards and let everyone know, using the law to punish him. After hearing that voice, Yao Qianqian asked, "Can I go and judge all the criminals in this star system?" Realizing what Yao Qianqian was about to say, the voice interrupted her. "No, you can only judge those who come before you." "All right." Yao Qianqian pouted, thinking she could accumulate merit just by coming to this world. "Hey, what are you doing?" She deliberately pretended to be scared, instantly catching Emma Beck's interest. Seeing her seemingly frightened, Han Jin almost acted, but Yao Qianqian tugged at his arm. To Emma Beck, this action looked like she was afraid of her partner provoking someone they shouldn't, thus choosing to endure. So, Emma Beck became even more reckless, striding over to chase Yao Qianqian and pulling her into his embrace. Before his hand could touch her, Yao Qianqian swiftly grabbed her small bag and swung it at Emma Beck's head. Emma Beck, looking at the slender arms and legs of this demi-human, thought it was no big deal, only to have his head smashed open by Yao Qianqian, just as he saw stars. Han Jin couldn't hold back any longer and clapped his hands, calling over people to take him away. At this moment, Emma Beck still thought the man must not have recognized his identity, so he shouted loudly, "Do you dare to capture me? Do you know who I am?" In this star system, almost no one dared to flaunt their status in front of Han Jin. His subordinates looked at this young master who still didn't realize what he was about to face with a hint of pity. But more than that, they sympathized with the family behind him, wondering what kind of family could raise such a child. It was likely that the entire family would be wiped out because of him. Emma Beck was grabbed by the arm and thrown into a car. Soon, the ground in front was cleaned by a cleaning robot, as if nothing had happened. Yao Qianqian covered her mouth, and just thinking about the merit she would gain soon made her eyes gleam with joy. Chapter 36. Merit. Seeing Yao Qianqian so happy, Han Jin couldn't help but ask, "Why are you happy? Do you enjoy seeing others get caught?" Originally, Yao Qianqian wanted to give Han Jin a hint, but before she could speak, a surge of electricity ran through her fingertips. All right, she understood. She couldn't let Han Jin help her cheat. Tilting her head, she turned and grabbed the man's hand, leading him into the restaurant. Inside the restaurant, Many people had witnessed the scene that had just unfolded at the entrance. Some who were unaware of Han Jin's identity could only guess who he was in their hearts. Han Jin had initially planned to casually eat with Yao Qianqian, but once they entered, they were immediately targeted by a group of onlookers. Han Jin, who was used to being flattered by others, was very familiar with such gazes. He frowned slightly in displeasure as he noticed several people looking at Yao Qianqian with greedy eyes. He thought, there are indeed a few who aren't afraid of death. Haven't they learned from what just happened? And yet they still dared to approach him. His mental power was released without any restraint, and the high-level mental power pressed down on the group of second-generation rich kids, causing many of them to kneel on the spot. Seeing them in such a sorry state, Han Jin felt much better and continued to lead Yao Qianqian to the private room he had reserved in advance. The dishes in the private room were all served, tailored to the tastes of the little females on the current planet. Yao Qianqian smelled the aroma and instinctively swallowed. Han Jin no longer held her back, signaling for the others to leave first. After closing the door, he let Yao Qianqian eat as she pleased. Seeing that Han Jin was considerate enough to let others avoid them, Yao Qianqian was very satisfied with the man. She tiptoed and kissed him, then flitted towards the pile of dishes like a little butterfly eager to gather flowers. However, having learned from her previous experience of eating undercooked food, Yao Qianqian knew exactly what to do. She used her chopsticks to inspect each dish carefully. Only after confirming that all the dishes were cooked did she sit beside Han Jin and start directing him to serve her food. Fortunately, there were no thorny fish or lobsters that needed peeling, or else Han Jin would have struggled to keep up with Yao Qianqian's eating pace. However, after eating only halfway, she suddenly stopped and stared longingly at the food on the table, clutching her stomach. Frightened, Han Jin thought she might have eaten something wrong and almost called the people waiting outside to come in. Luckily, Yao Qianqian was just looking at Han Jin with teary eyes, saying, "Can we take some home?" Although she was just a monster, she was also a very non-wasteful one. So when she couldn't finish but found the food delicious, she tugged at Han Jin's arm, asking him to help her pack some. Han Jin was taken aback when Yao Qianqian said she wanted to take some home. He looked at her with a strange expression, glancing at her several times before finally nodding. "All right," he added, "actually, you don't need to take it home. If you want to eat it next time, I can have someone bring it to you." Hearing that Han Jin said someone could help her pack next time, Yao Qianqian was satisfied. She wiped her mouth, just about to stand up when she felt her abdomen tightening. Looking down, she saw that her little belly was almost exposed. She tried to suck in her stomach, but it only shrank a little. Seeing this, Han Jin, with a strong survival instinct, quickly diverted his gaze elsewhere. When Yao Qianqian looked up, she saw the man was now staring out the window. Instantly, her mood improved a lot, and she hugged his coat closely, which conveniently covered her little belly. Han Jin thought to remind her that they probably couldn't do this when they entered, but realizing they still had nearly an hour, he decided not to. Yao Qianqian was still unaware of this, but as time passed, she was completely absorbed in the drama on Han Jin's light brain until he called her name. After calling her twice without a response, he finally walked over and turned off the light brain, successfully diverting her attention back to him. "Stop watching for now. The trading conference is about to start." Han Jin leaned closer to Yao Qianqian and reminded her that they were about to enter. This trading conference represented the face of the Centaur star system, so Han Jin still needed to consider some things. Yao Qianqian tried to shift her gaze and, after hearing Han Jin's words, reluctantly nodded. Chapter 37 debut. "Okay, I'll be right there." Yao Qianqian obediently nodded, linked her arm with the man's, and then slowly followed him out. Outside, a red carpet had already been laid out, and as Yao Qianqian and Han Jin made their appearance, all eyes were on them, some filled with jealousy, some with envy, and some with desire. Almost instantly, all attention was on them. Yao Qianqian remembered the agreement with the heavenly Tao that if she sent the evildoers before her to prison, she would gain a significant amount of merit. She couldn't help but cast a provocative glance at those who looked at her with jealousy, hoping they would be bold enough to come and trouble her. Unfortunately, Yao Qianqian's wish seemed to be just a delusion. Who didn't know about the incident that happened this afternoon? The entire Baker family had been taken under control by the Marshal's people, seemingly intending to leave no one behind. In an instant, these people were terrified fearing they would be the next to be remembered by the Marshal. Throughout the event, Yao Qianqian was pulled along by Han Jin, not allowed to go anywhere. Even when Han Jin had to socialize with people from the Centaur galaxy, he had Lin Nuo stay with her, not letting her out of his sight. Finally, Lin Nuo brought Yao Qianqian to sit at a long table. Looking at the array of exquisite food on the table and recalling how her little belly had just gone down a bit, Yao Qianqian could only think to herself that she couldn't eat anymore. If she did, she wouldn't be able to maintain her current figure. Many A races were observing Yao Qianqian, and the fiancée of the young master Tali Lin, who had been saved by Yao Qianqian by mistake, noticed that Yao Qianqian seemed to want to eat. So she came over to help her get some food. This natural female was quite considerate, and almost all the food she brought was something Yao Qianqian liked. Looking at the delicate pastries, Yao Qianqian couldn't help but swallow several times. In the end, she couldn't resist, picked up a piece, and took a small bite. Instantly, a fresh taste filled her mouth, and Yao Qianqian nodded at the natural female. If she had previously felt a sense of familiarity because they were both transformed from plants, now she felt close to this person simply because she was understanding. Unfortunately, a natural female surely couldn't be with another natural female. Otherwise, she would have wanted to include this one in her harem. After all, she believed she would be very wealthy in the future. So having one more natural female wouldn't be too much. Han Jin was still unaware that his future competitors were not just beastmen, but now included natural females. And perhaps someday, even A races. Just as Yao Qianqian was hesitating on whether to eat another pastry, a very discordant voice suddenly intruded, breaking the atmosphere among them. Yao Qianqian looked up and saw a woman in a red dress storming over. At that moment, Han Jin was being pulled to discuss arrangements regarding the Centaur galaxy on the Imperial Star, so he couldn't break away to find Yao Qianqian. Lin Nuo naturally knew he had to block that little female, but he was still a step too slow. Just as he reached out, he was pushed aside by the little female. Yao Qianqian had waited so long for this moment. How could she let it be interrupted by just anyone? The woman who had come was Lily Shah, and at that moment, her arm was supposed to be caught, but as a young lady from a prestigious family, she still had a few loyal followers. So she rushed out, directly declaring her intention to find trouble with the female who had disrupted her plans at the venue. Just as Yao Qianqian was considering how to confront her, Lily Shah had already reached her side. In fact, if Lily Shah's looks were placed among ordinary people, she would be considered a great beauty, but unfortunately, she was facing Yao Qianqian. Yao Qianqian had a natural charm, and her face resembled her past life's appearance. With just a casual smile or frown, she stirred the surrounding men and the very protective A-race women to want to step up and protect Yao Qianqian. But did Yao Qianqian need their protection? Not at all. She wasn't some useless person. She glanced at Han Jin and then walked directly over. Chapter 38. It's about to get ugly. Han Jin's heart skipped a beat, sensing that something was amiss. He signaled Lin Nuo to quickly go over and separate the people. Lin Nuo looked around and only saw a large group of women and females nearby, which gave him a headache. He thought to himself, Marshal, we should recruit a few subhumans on our spaceship in the future. If this kind of situation happens a few more times, my little heart won't be able to take it. Although Lin Nuo thought this way in his heart, he still responsibly stepped forward to separate Yao Qianqian and Lilisai. Seeing someone so oblivious blocking her way, Yao Qianqian frowned and said, "Step aside. I want to hear what she plans to say to me." Lin Nuo dared not let her through. Instead, he blocked them even more tightly. Lilisai had long been dissatisfied with Yao Qianqian. This female was just relying on her looks. Being a natural female, right? What use is a natural female who has no status? Little did she know that for orcs with higher mental powers, finding a natural female was like saving their lives. Generally, normal people wouldn't treat their saviors poorly, especially when that savior was their partner. They would treat her even better. But Lilisai didn't understand this. She only saw orcs marrying subhuman females, forgetting that those orcs often had low mental powers and some didn't even need to go to battle. Tali Lin had an A-level mental power, so he couldn't easily marry a subhuman. Otherwise, he might not even know how he died. Seeing Lin Nuo blocking her, Lilisai didn't say a word and directly went around him, even calling a few subhuman females who came with her to help hold Lin Nuo back. Those women immediately blocked Lin Nua's way, making it temporarily impossible for him to escape. He could only threaten them with Han Jin's identity. However, these women were all under Lilisai's command. They had known what they might face when Lilisai brought them to the venue, so instead of retreating from Lin Nua's threat, they worked hard to hold onto his clothes. The other people in the venue saw this and prepared to rush over to help, but before they could arrive, Lilisai took out a bottle of transparent liquid from her small handbag. Although Yao Qianqian didn't know what that liquid was, she was smart enough to realize that it was definitely dangerous. So she stopped moving forward and started to run to the side, while also pulling on others as she ran. Suddenly, what was supposed to be a pleasant banquet turned into a farce. Seeing the scene inside, the organizers couldn't sit still any longer. After bidding farewell to Han Jin, they went to find someone to handle the situation. At this moment, Han Jin also came to Yao Qianqian's side. After all this commotion, the trading event should have been halted. Unfortunately, many people from other star systems had come for this trading event, so for the sake of their star system's reputation, the Centaur star system's head had no choice but to proceed. Thus, the trading event still began on time. Han Jin immediately took Yao Qianqian to a private box, preventing her from going out to cause trouble again. As for Lilisai, she was directly captured and not handed over to the Centaur star system's people. Instead, she was taken away by Lin Nua. The first few items at the trading event were some fruits. However, compared to the common fruits in the galaxy, the fruits available at this trading event shared a few characteristics. They were expensive, tasted good, and were quite rare across the galaxy. Seeing Yao Qianqian staring at one of the fruits above, Han Jin asked her, "Do you want to eat it?" Yao Qianqian actually didn't like trying new things, but how could she resist a fruit that looked like a little cat? She didn't want to, but she wanted to buy it to take a look. Now that Yao Qianqian had said so, Han Jin naturally wouldn't refuse. He nodded and agreed, starting to bid for the fruit. None of the other attendees at the event seemed interested in bidding for the fruit. Almost all the other fruits went unsold except for the one Han Jin bought for Yao Qianqian. As soon as Han Jin won the bid for the fruit, the auctioneer sent the fruit over. Seeing the fruit that looked like a little cat, Yao Qianqian first pressed it with her hand, feeling its bouncy texture, which made her squint her eyes in delight. The person delivering the fruit hadn't left yet and saw this little female mistreating their fruit, feeling the urge to say something. Fortunately, another attendant interrupted him. Chapter 39. The birth of sprouting. The attendant looked at his companion with confusion in his eyes. After Han Jin confirmed that the items were delivered, he pulled his companion away. Once they reached a secluded area, he immediately said to the other person, "What were you trying to do just now? We're all here to work. This isn't some kind of camaraderie. I just don't want this fool to drag us down." The man felt a bit evasive under the attendant's stare. I just wanted to remind. Before he could finish, the companion who had pulled him away already guessed what he was going to say next. "Huh, did you lose your brain while sleeping last night?" After saying this, the attendant who had first pulled him away just left, not wanting to deal with him anymore. When he got back, he told his supervisor that from now on, he would not deliver items with this fool, or who knows when he would end up getting killed because of him. After Han Jin and the others left, he signaled to Yao Qianqian to eat early. He heard that this fruit is good for females. If it weren't for that effect, how could this fruit possibly sell for such a price? Although Han Jin said this, he actually thought in his heart that these were just gimmicks made up by merchants. However, he thought if Yao Qianqian liked to eat it, it wouldn't hurt to buy a few more. Yao Qianqian, hearing that this fruit is good for females, looked at him curiously and asked, "What exactly does it do?" She thought if it was something beneficial for the body, she might be able to plant some for these females, since she's just idle in the interstellar space anyway. It would be a way to find herself some work. But Han Jin actually didn't know much about this either. Now, hearing Yao Qianqian's question, he started to think in his mind, but before he could finish, the fruit in Yao Qianqian's hand suddenly sprouted. Han Jin thought there might be danger and immediately pulled Yao Qianqian behind him. If it weren't for Yao Qianqian's quick reflexes to catch it, that seed might have really fallen to the ground. "What are you doing?" She waved him off. "Do you know how hard I worked to make the seed sprout?" Yao Qianqian complained. Han Jin didn't know, but he still wanted to stop her. It suddenly sprouted. Could it be mutated? We should take it for inspection first. Yao Qianqian was unwilling. "What inspection? I made this sprout. I want to take it back to nurture it." Seeing that Yao Qianqian wouldn't listen and he didn't actually sense any danger from that plant. Han Jin decided to let her nurture it for now. However, he felt something was strange. Wasn't this just a little plant he was nurturing? Now, she was starting to nurture another plant. Suddenly, Han Jin thought, could there be a civilization in this world that they had not discovered? Perhaps a plant civilization, where plants could transform into men, just like some beast men in their civilization. It must be said that sometimes Han Jin's imagination was quite wild, but the plant in Yao Qianqian's hand was hermaphroditic and could self-pollinate. Otherwise, Yao Qianqian wouldn't have made it sprout. Now, seeing this plant, just as Yao Qianqian thought that the subsequent matters of this transaction no longer concerned her, applause suddenly came from the auctioneer in the distance. As her attention was drawn forward, she realized that the lights in the auction hall had been turned off. With only a few beams of spotlights on the auction stage in the middle, there was an ice coffin, and once the auctioneer saw that everyone's attention was gathered, he began to introduce the item. First of all, everyone knows that this mysterious ice coffin was excavated from the cosmic abyss. When we brought it out, it cost us quite a few lives in our auction house. However, after bringing it back, we are also unclear about its magical properties. But I believe that those who frequently come to our auction house know that this ice coffin, even after so long, has not melted. And no matter what we use to attack it, we cannot break it. Therefore, the starting price remains the same as before. With just one glance, Yao Qianqian was captivated by the ring on the hand of the corpse lying in the ice coffin. Han Jin frowned at the sight of the body, feeling uncomfortable, while Yao Qianqian eagerly tugged at his arm. Let's bid on it. We have to bid on it. What do we need a corpse for? Han Jin, though confused, directly raised his bid. The starting price for this corpse was 10 million star coins, and others were bidding 1 million at a time. But as soon as Han Jin made his move, he directly raised the price from 20 million star coins to 30 million. Chapter 40. Auction of the Ice Coffin. When the auctioneer heard 30 million, he was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure and shouted to everyone in the audience. 30 million once? Is there a higher bid? Clearly, most people couldn't afford such a high price. And even those who wouldn't want to offend the Marshal over something whose value was still uncertain. After Han Jin called out the price, no one dared to compete with him. The auctioneer knew that as long as he could sell the ice coffin, that was enough. In previous auctions, the ice coffin had been unsold, and this time he couldn't understand why the big shots suddenly showed interest in this little ice coffin. He thought to himself that as the chief auctioneer of the Centaurus galaxy, he hadn't received any news about it. The reason was quite simple. Once, while surfing the light brain, Yin saw the ice coffin and expressed his desire to have it, promising those present that whoever could buy the ice coffin and deliver it to him would receive a favor in return. After all, Yin was the heir in charge of the seed bank. Getting a favor from him essentially meant a guaranteed match with a female. Consequently, all the families with beast men mobilized to try and secure the ice coffin early. Unfortunately, they didn't expect the Marshal to show up and get involved as well. Many wondered, didn't the Marshal already have a female? Moreover, given the Marshal's current status, he could likely match directly without Yinchuan's consent. However, they only dared to think this in their hearts and didn't express it openly to Han Jin, fearing they might draw the Marshal's attention. This auction item was different from the previous fruit. It was too large to be taken immediately, so it had to be stored in the auction house's warehouse. After Han Jin's people confirmed it, it would be packed with a spatial button and then handed to Yao Qianqian. Yao Qianqian had a feeling that the subsequent auction items were no longer of interest to her, so she might as well head back. Seeing that Yao Qianqian wanted to leave, Han Jin immediately led his people to retrieve the ice coffin and took her back to the spaceship. The recent trading event in the Centaurus galaxy had attracted too many people, and he feared encountering someone who might stir up trouble. So he wanted to take Yao Qianqian away. Having gotten what she wanted, Yao Qianqian naturally wanted to please the man, grabbing his arm and acting as obediently as a little pet. Although she was acting very well behaved, Han Jin had a nagging feeling that Yao Qianqian would create a big problem later. As expected, once they were on the spaceship, Yao Qianqian immediately pulled out the ice coffin she had just bought. At first, she thought the ice on top was just ordinary ice, so she went ahead and smashed it with a hammer. Bai Kai hadn't even seen how she was smashing it before the hammer was reduced to rubble. Wow! Bai Kai exclaimed, while moving closer to Yao Qianqian to check if her hand was okay. It should be noted that as soon as Hanjin boarded the spaceship, he immediately began directing the battle. His earlier suspicion was correct. The ice coffin that Yin Quan wanted sparked not only the interest of the nobles, but also that of space pirates. So, right after the ice coffin was auctioned off, the space pirates made their move. Normally, if Hanjin were on the spaceship alone, he wouldn't have to worry at all. But now that he had Yao Qianqian, he remembered the side effects he experienced last time from forcibly using his mental power, so he chose to run. Well, it wasn't exactly running. Hanjin decided not to engage directly, but instead let Lin Nuo and the others handle it while he stayed back to command. Is your hand okay? Bai Kai anxiously watched Yao Qianqian for a long time, and when he saw her standing there motionless, he thought she had sustained some internal injury, causing him to become increasingly frantic. After calling her name 3 times, he was almost ready to get a doctor for her when Yao Qianqian finally snapped back to reality. She looked down at her hand, then at the intact ice block, and after seemingly recalling something, Yao Qianqian appeared very angry, kicking the ice block several times in succession. Chapter 41. Opening the ice coffin, Bai Kai was so scared that he was worried about her feet getting injured again. Just now, Yao Qianqian wasn't dazed. She was thinking about why, in the interstellar era, there were still spiritual power restrictions. What made her angrier was that these restrictions didn't prevent humans, but specifically targeted monsters. The earlier incident was just a small warning from the restriction. If she dared to act against it again, the next thing to shatter would probably not be the hammer, but her hand. Heh, Yao Qianqian sneered internally. Don't think that just because she wasn't acting against it now, she was afraid. She was merely looking for a suitable tool. Meanwhile, a little star beast, sleeping in its nest in the distance, suddenly felt a chill down its spine. The instinct of a star beast made it subconsciously hide. If it had been someone else looking for it, it might have actually escaped. However, this time it was Yao Qianqian looking for it. No matter how it hid, as long as Yao Qianqian sensed it, she would know where it was hiding. The little star beast felt miserable, especially when Yao Qianqian held it in her hand. Its entire body fluffed up in response. Why won't you let me go? It was being held by Yao Qianqian by its neck, its 4 paws flailing in the air. Yao Qianqian flicked its forehead with her free hand, asking, "What nonsense are you thinking? Is my spiritual energy that delicious?" After being flicked, the little star beast thought of that delicious spiritual energy and immediately stopped talking, just looking at Yao Qianqian with watery eyes, clearly implying that it wanted more later. Yao Qianqian, being a considerate pet owner, patted its head. "If you behave well later, I promise you'll get an even bigger reward." Hearing this, the little star beast obediently moved closer to Yao Qianqian, saying, "That's settled then. You can't go back on your word." Yao Qianqian nodded. "Yes, I want to go back on my word." Bai Kai, who had been following them, suddenly felt worried about the little star beast when he thought of the ice coffin. After being brought into the room with the ice coffin, Yao Qianqian set the little star beast down. "Here, help me open that, and I'll provide you with a ball of spiritual energy every day." The condition Yao Qianqian offered was too tempting, causing the little star beast to swallow hard. "Why don't you do it yourself?" Although it felt that it was just a massive energy body, the conditions Yao Qianqian provided were too enticing, making it feel there might be a trap inside. So, the little star beast tried to think it through, but unfortunately, it was useless in front of Yao Qianqian. "You have 2 choices. Do it yourself or let me help you." As she spoke, she reached to grab the little star beast. Bai Kai sighed from the side, thinking, "Indeed, this woman is definitely up to no good." The little star beast cried, "Woo-woo, I want to tell my mom, you always bully me." Although it cried out, not a single tear fell, and it continued to move toward the ice coffin. Seeing this, Bai Kai couldn't help but feel deep sympathy for the little beast. However, before his sympathy could fully develop, he heard Yao Qianqian say that its kind had once slaughtered an entire planet of the empire. Bai Kai thought, fine, maybe it was his sympathy that was frivolously overflowing. Seeing him stop looking at the little star beast, Yao Qianqian secretly transmitted her voice to it. "Remember what I said? When you get close, directly absorb the energy from the ice coffin. Once you can't absorb anymore, quickly retreat. If you run slow, just wait to be flung out." Hearing this, the little star beast knew it was no longer in danger and might even take this opportunity to significantly increase its strength. Yao Qianqian didn't know if its strength would increase, but she knew this would be quite beneficial for the little star beast. As for why she wouldn't do it herself, Yao Qianqian believed her current physical condition wasn't strong enough to withstand the attack from the ice coffin alone. However, the star beast cub could. It had naturally thick skin. Thus, the poor little star beast began its first attempt as Yao Qianqian instructed. Perhaps it was still too small, so it couldn't run away in time. The entire beast was flung against the wall opposite the ice coffin, becoming a dirty little star beast in just one hit. After waiting for the residual waves of the ice coffin's attack to pass, Yao Qianqian signaled Bai Kai to check on the little star beast's condition. Bai Kai expected it to be injured, but when he got closer to take a look, he found that the little star beast was not only unhurt, but seemed to have gained quite a bit of strength. Chapter 42 Bai Kai's envy. This made Bai Kai a bit envious. If he had known he could become stronger, he would have talked to Yao Qianqian and tried it out himself. As for the unpleasantness that had occurred between him and Yao Qianqian earlier, Bai Kai simply threw it out of his mind. Last time, it wasn't that he had any real conflict with Yao Qianqian. It was just his own one-sided feeling. Didn't he notice that Yao Qianqian usually paid attention to him? Fortunately, Yao Qianqian didn't know what Bai Kai was thinking. Otherwise, she might have said, "This person must have a masochistic tendency." After convincing himself, Bai Kai imitated the little star beast from earlier, looking at Yao Qianqian with sparkling eyes. "Little female, do you think I can?" Unfortunately, before he could finish, Yao Qianqian ruthlessly rejected him. "No, your body isn't as powerful as a star beast. You would get killed instantly." Bai Kai felt a bit disappointed by the rejection. He hadn't expected this outcome. As for Yao Qianqian, she took the little star beast from Bai Kai's hands. This little star beast seemed to need to rest for a while. The energy it had absorbed would take some time to digest. However, no matter what Yao Qianqian was doing, Bai Kai followed closely behind her. Eventually, he annoyed her to the point that she turned back and asked, "What's the matter?" Bai Kai scratched his head a bit shyly, but for the sake of his dreams, he mustered the courage to ask Yao Qianqian, "Little female, do you have any methods here that can make me stronger?" In truth, Bai Kai didn't have any particularly powerful abilities. The only reason he was recruited by Lin Nuo was that his intuition always helped them navigate through critical situations. This ability allowed Bai Kai to find benefactors in his life. Yao Qianqian hadn't expected this silly person to ask her if there were any ways to become stronger. She propped her chin on one hand and genuinely thought about it for Bai Kai. The methods she knew were simply the cultivation of mortals and the inheritance of the demon race. But in this world, where spiritual energy was scarce, and considering Bai Kai was already so old, his spiritual roots were likely already blocked. Suddenly, Yao Qianqian thought of ancient martial arts. "I do have a method, but why should I teach you?" she said while looking at Bai Kai, her eyes clearly questioning what benefits he could offer her in return. Bai Kai thought about what he had and then considered the Marshal's wealth, and he immediately felt deflated. "Woo, I can be your servant." It was clear that Bai Kai had completely forgotten he was still working for Han Jin when he said this. Yao Qianqian didn't mind this. Her gaze fixed on Bai Kai. "Since you said so, I suppose I can satisfy you." As she spoke, her hand slid gently through the air, and a miraculous scene appeared. Several lines of text completely different from the characters they currently used emerged in the void. Bai Kai couldn't recognize the characters in the air, but seeing the gilded text, he couldn't help but feel curious. Although it wasn't impossible to create such effects with current technology, he had just seen that Yao Qianqian didn't have a light brain, let alone the means to produce such things. He had heard that some people with strong mental power could manifest their mental energy when it reached a certain level. Understanding the connection, Bai Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement. He looked at Yao Qianqian. "Little female, are you teaching me?" Yao Qianqian replied, disgusting. "No, this is a contract. You can take a look first. If you think it's okay, just sign it," she added, specifically taking out a brush from her space and handing it to Bai Kai. He glanced at the floating words and then at Yao Qianqian's face, feeling a bit awkward and shy as he said to her, "It's not that I don't want to sign, but I don't understand what it says." Upon hearing Bai Kai's words, Yao Qianqian finally realized what she had overlooked and smiled helplessly. "Here, let me translate it for you." The text read "I," followed by her own name, Yao Qianqian, which only she could see clearly. What Bai Kai saw were just a few golden light clusters. indicating his willingness to contract as her servant in exchange for teaching him ancient martial arts to enhance his overall abilities. Originally, Yao Qianqian wanted to add that it would help him train his mental power, but thinking about how the people here seemed unable to train their mental energy, she decided against it. Chapter 43, signing a contract with Bai Kai. After Bai Kai finished listening, he didn't rush to sign with Yao Qianqian. Instead, he pointed at the 6 golden blocks and asked Yao Qianqian why there were 6 golden blocks here and why he couldn't see the words on them. The words on them were Yao Qianqian's real name, and she didn't expect that Bai Kai would be more concerned about her name than anything else. If you can't see it, it means your strength isn't enough. You should practice hard, she said, signaling Bai Kai to stop talking and to sign quickly if he was going to. Bai Kai felt that there might be some traps in this, but he thought that since Yao Qianqian was now under the command of the Marshal, she wouldn't harm him. Perhaps he would just suffer a little bit. However, for someone like Bai Kai, who often offended others, this small suffering was nothing. So, he resolutely signed his name. However, he wasn't very good at using a brush, and the characters he wrote were really ugly. Yao Qianqian commented, "Your writing is so bad that even a dog would shake its head." Bai Kai didn't care. Although his writing was indeed much uglier than Yao Qianqian's, he was someone skilled at self-comfort. As long as it was legible. Looks didn't matter. Only those who had to take exams would care about that. Seeing that he said so, Yao Qianqian naturally couldn't say anything further. But for the sake of her own reputation, Yao Qianqian still instructed him, "If you go out in the future, don't say you're under my command." After thinking for a moment, she added, "If someone asks you, just say you're from the Hanjin sect." After all, Bai Kai was now under Hanjin's command. So if Hanjin got scolded later, it wouldn't be a loss for him. At this moment, Hanjin, who was commanding the battle, had no idea that his future reputation would be ruined by this little guy, Bai Kai. Bai Kai didn't care. He was now a soldier under Hanjin. And since Yao Qianqian said it, saying he was from Hanjin was certainly not wrong. Now that the contract was signed, Yao Qianqian began to rummage through her space for techniques for Bai Kai. Eventually, she found a wooden box in the corner. "Look at this." Yao Qianqian handed a book detailing martial arts to Bai Kai. "This is about martial arts. It should be suitable for you." It's worth noting that, as a female demon, Yao Qianqian usually collected beautiful things, such as techniques that could create a rain of petals when using spiritual power. At that time, she wanted to practice it, but suddenly realized that she had a natural ability to create petals of the Hehuan flower when using spiritual power. So, she put that technique in her space and didn't practice it. Now just cough, cough, cough. It wasn't really giving Bai Kai a cheap deal. Yao Qianqian still understood the thoughts of the beastmen here. Unless there was really nothing else to practice, very few normal beastmen would be willing to practice this. After getting the small wooden box, Bai Kai held it in his palm as if it were a treasure and slowly opened it. "Is this some kind of storage device?" he asked. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that inside the small box was a book with a cover that had already yellowed. "Is this an antique?" Although Bai Kai didn't usually collect such things, seeing the book in such a state, he couldn't think of anything else it could be besides an antique. Yao Qianqian leaned over to take a look and said, "How about you take a photo of the contents first, and then I'll take it back?" Mainly, she didn't want the people here to discover her unusualness, although many already knew she was different from the natural females in this world. Bai Kai didn't expect that the contents recorded on the yellowed pages were what Yao Qianqian wanted to teach him. So he quickly found a box to put the items in before taking out his light brain and starting to take photos of the first page. Seeing this, Yao Qianqian went over to help him flip the pages, so one person took photos while the other helped turn the pages. This book on martial arts wasn't thick, and Bai Kai found the various movements on it to be simple. Suddenly, he began to doubt whether Yao Qianqian really wanted to teach him. Otherwise, why would she take out something that didn't seem very technical? Yao Qianqian, who was naturally sharp, promptly slapped Bai Kai's head. Chapter 44, teaching Bai Kai. Bai Kai was crying out in pain, but Yao Qianqian usually did not take action. However, if she did, she would definitely leave a deep impression on the person who made her act. This time, Bai Kai was genuinely crying, the kind of crying that was very sad. At least Yao Qianqian couldn't bear to bully him anymore after seeing it. She signaled for Bai Kai to sit aside, took out the things he had just recorded, and suggested trying the first move. She wasn't planning to teach Bai Kai right then. She just wanted the two-faced creature in front of her to understand that some things, while they may seem simple, were still very difficult for him. Bai Kai was unconcerned and directly opened the first image on his light brain, starting to practice. After failing on the first, second, third, and nth attempts, Bai Kai finally became a bit discouraged and sat down in frustration. It looked so simple, yet why couldn't he do it? Just as Bai Kai was feeling hopeless, Yao Qianqian had finally rested enough and decided to demonstrate it for him. But just as Yao Qianqian was getting into position, Han Jin arrived with some people. Meng Han walked beside Han Jin and immediately spotted Bai Kai sitting on the ground. He raised his voice and asked, "Oh, what is going on here? Sitting on the ground?" At the same time, he couldn't help but glance at Yao Qianqian from the corner of his eye. When Yao Qianqian caught him, she threw a star beast at him, startling Meng Han into standing up straight, while also trying to catch the little star beast cub. Unfortunately, Meng Han had never interacted with Yao Qianqian before and had no idea about her strength. As a result, he not only failed to catch the star beast cub, but also ended up crashing into the wall. Yao Qianqian's actions immediately left the onlookers, who had been following Han Jin to watch the show, exchanging glances. It seemed that the Marshal's little female was not simple at all. However, a group of people simply thought to themselves that the Marshal was indeed the Marshal. The female he found was so impressive. Just look, she knocked General Meng into the wall in one go. After seeing Meng Han being slammed into the wall, Yao Qianqian felt a bit regretful for being too harsh earlier. As for Bai Kai, he had quickly gotten up from the ground upon seeing Han Jin and was now standing respectfully beside him, waiting for Han Jin's orders. However, this demeanor did not earn Bai Kai a favorable expression from Han Jin, who gave him a mocking glance. Bai Kai felt unconvinced in his heart, but didn't dare to look up and meet Han Jin's gaze. Otherwise, he would definitely face some petty retaliation from the stingy Marshal. As for Han Jin, he didn't bother talking to Bai Kai purely out of laziness, as this guy could only rely on his sixth sense to be of some use. "What were you doing just now?" Han Jin walked around the crowd to stand in front of Yao Qianqian. Since they were both standing, Yao Qianqian had to look up at Han Jin. It had to be said that he was indeed a child favored by the heavens, looking flawless even from such a downward angle. Today was also a day when Yao Qianqian wanted Han Jin to take the lead, and after thinking this, she completely forgot about Han Jin's earlier question. Seeing her in a daze, Han Jin wasn't too angry. He took her hand, intending to separate her from Bai Kai. Previously, Han Jin thought of Bai Kai as just a brainless nuisance, but now not only was he annoyed by Bai Kai, but he also wanted to hit him. Bai Kai's sharp sixth sense told him that the Marshal surely had no good intentions in mind, so he better hurry to explain to the Marshal, or else he would regret it when the Marshal directly condemned him. Crime would be too late then. So, with a clear mind, Bai Kai quickly ran to stand in front of Han Jin and Yao Qianqian. Upon seeing Bai Kai's face, Yao Qianqian remembered that she had been interrupted halfway through her demonstration by Han Jin. "How about we go to the training room?" Yao Qianqian thought, as there were quite a few people around, and she didn't mind them learning, but she was afraid that if they learned without her guidance, they might get it wrong. She wondered what it would be like if people in this world became obsessed. While thinking this, she tugged on Han Jin's hand and said, "Let us go. Take me to see your training room." Han Jin really wanted to give Yao Qianqian a detailed tour of a spaceship, but why did they have to bring along Bai Kai, this troublemaker, during their precious time together? Han Jin was extremely annoyed with Bai Kai, while Bai Kai helplessly rubbed his nose, feeling like the Marshal seemed even angrier now. Chapter 45. About to be dealt with, Han Jin coldly stared at Bai Kai for a while, then finally took Yao Qianqian's hand and changed direction to lead people over. The other officers who had been following Han Jin exchanged glances for a while, all entangled in whether they should follow as well. In the end, their gazes landed on Lin Nuo. Being stared at like this, Lin Nuo chuckled. "Why are you looking at me like that? If you want to go, just go. As for whether you'll get in trouble with the Marshal later, that's up to your own abilities." After saying this, Lin Nuo happily followed along. Usually, he loved to watch Bai Kai's gossip, especially now, when it was obvious that the Marshal really wanted to deal with someone. Silently shedding a tear of sympathy for Bai Kai in his heart, the other officers also followed towards the training room. However, although they wanted to see Bai Kai's gossip, they still had to ask Yao Qianqian if she would allow them to watch. When a group of them arrived at the training room door, they saw the little star beast lying at the entrance. At this moment, The little star beast was much larger than what they had seen a few days ago. Lin Nuo took a glance and noticed that not only had the little star beast grown in size, but its mental power seemed to have increased as well. With a sharp gaze for a moment, the little star beast blocked their way the next second, saying, "You can't go in." Lin Nuo raised an eyebrow. "If you can't go in, then I should be able to, right?" While explaining his identity, he continued, "Look at me. I'm the most powerful general beside the Marshal. The Marshal is inside right now, and who knows, he might call for me later, right?" Thus, the little star beast was easily tricked by Lin Nuo, and while it was still dazed, Lin Nuo directly bypassed it and walked in. Not only did he enter by himself, but he even closed the door behind him. The other officers outside were so angry that they almost cursed Lin Nuo for being shameless. After closing the door, Lin Nuo touched his nose and thought to himself that what he did earlier was indeed a bit shameless, but he was happy about it. Inside the training room, Yao Qianqian was teaching Bai Kai to practice a set of boxing techniques step by step. At this point, one must praise the physical fitness of the interstellar people, but unfortunately, their bones are too hard, especially when doing horse dance. Bai Kai's cry sounded as if Yao Qianqian was bullying him. Yao Qianqian was convinced. "Don't you usually train your physical fitness?" Han Jin shot a glare at Yao Qianqian, his gaze towards Bai Kai becoming increasingly unfriendly. And then he directly squatted down to assume a very standard horse stance. Training is important, but sometimes someone will slack off. Upon seeing Lin Nuo enter, Han Jin's sharp gaze swept over. "Right, General Lin?" Lin Nuo thought, "Damn, I should have known better than to come in. I'm going to get dragged into this by Han Jin." He awkwardly smiled at Yao Qianqian, acknowledging that there is always someone who slacks off during training. When he said slack off, he particularly emphasized the word someone slacking off. Even Bai Kai, no matter how foolish he was, realized that the two of them were shifting blame onto him, and they were both trying to pin it all on him. Usually carefree, Bai Kai certainly wouldn't let them put this blame squarely on him, so he immediately assumed his not-so-standard horse stance and said, "I didn't slack off at all. Why don't you try it, General Lin?" This was a provocation directed at Lin Nuo. Lin Nuo originally didn't want to agree, but since Bai Kai was now considered Yao Qianqian's servant, she also spoke to Lin Nuo. Since that's the case, General Lin should give a try too. Lin Nuo regretted coming in, or rather, he regretted not bringing the others with him when he entered. At least then he wouldn't be the only one bearing Han Jin's wrath. Just as Lin Nuo was about to refuse, he saw Han Jin already beckoning him over. Reluctantly, Lin Nuo stood next to Bai Kai, squatting down as Yao Qianqian instructed, and soon enough, he managed to assume a horse stance that was not very standard. Looking considerably more relaxed than Bai Kai, Yao Qianqian nodded, confirming that at least half of what Lin Nuo had said earlier was true. "It seems you really did slack off in training before." She looked at Bai Kai, who was struggling with his horse stance, "But it's okay, don't worry. I will help you make up for all the slacking off you did before." Bai Kai felt that just the current training was already a bit unbearable. If the training intensity increased later, he suddenly thought that whether he got stronger or not didn't seem to matter that much anymore. Chapter 46. The function of martial arts. Yao Qianqian has always had the ability to perceive people's hearts. When she sensed that Bai Kai was about to back down, she immediately pretended to be nonchalant and said, "If you learn this set of martial arts well, you can challenge opponents beyond your level." Hearing this, Bai Kai's interest was piqued again, and he silently thought to himself that he would practice diligently. Once he mastered it, he would be able to take on Lin Nuo and the others. Otherwise, these people were just relying on their higher levels to bully and tease him. Han Jin glanced at Bai Kai, his eyes filled with disdain. Seeing this, Yao Qianqian said nothing but asked Lin Nuo to step aside first. She then told Bai Kai, "I'll demonstrate it for you once, so watch closely." When Bai Kai heard Yao Qianqian say this, he immediately nodded eagerly, looking as if he would listen to whatever she said. After watching Yao Qianqian perform the movements, Bai Kai was dumbfounded. Just now, what just happened? How did Yao Qianqian finish so quickly without him seeing clearly? Han Jin and Lin Nuo had much higher mental strength than Bai Kai, and they barely managed to catch a glimpse of Yao Qianqian's actions. Having been on the battlefield for years, they understood more than Bai Kai. Even though it seemed like just a few movements, to practice them to the level of Yao Qianqian's proficiency would take years of effort. Thinking of this, they looked at Bai Kai with pity. Oh, if this were given to Bai Era, the time would have to be extended even further. After watching Yao Qianqian's movements, Lin Nuo suddenly wanted to ask her if he could learn too. However, since he wasn't very familiar with her yet, and the Marshal was present, he wasn't sure if the Marshal had the same intention. After Yao Qianqian finished demonstrating the set of movements for Bai Kai, she realized that he hadn't understood anything at all. Great, she had just shown him for nothing, although she hadn't infused any spiritual energy into those movements. Performing 2 sets still left her a bit tired. Fortunately, she didn't expect Bai Kai to master it in one day. All right, you should practice the basics first. If I can see you learn this set of martial arts in your lifetime, it won't be a waste of my teaching. Bai Kai saw that Yao Qianqian was about to leave and felt like crying. He hadn't seen anything clearly. Luckily, Han Jin had the foresight to say, "I recorded it just now. Can I show it to him?" He took out his holographic device and gestured to Yao Qianqian, asking if it was okay to share it with Bai Kai. Yao Qianqian nodded, realizing she should have thought of using high technology earlier so she wouldn't have to demonstrate again. You can show it to him, but remember, this martial art can only be practiced by him. If anyone else learns it and runs into problems, I won't take responsibility. After warning him, Yao Qianqian planned to go back and rest. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly thought of the group of star pirates who had attempted to steal her ice coffin. Did they leave any survivors? She wanted to use them for experiments. Teaching Bai Kai wouldn't just be about a set of martial arts. To challenge opponents beyond his level, he would first need to learn how to use spiritual energy. Usually, when Han Jin took action, he would eliminate threats completely, especially against the ruthless star pirates. But this time, since it wasn't Han Jin who captured them, and he wanted to know who was behind it, he left a ship full of survivors. They were kept alive, but he couldn't kill them directly yet. He still needed to ask some questions. Han Jin explained to Yao Qianqian, looking as if he could hand the people over to her with just a few more words, which made Lin Nuo's eyes hurt. "Marshal, wake up. I'm still here. How can you easily listen to this little female?" Han Jin couldn't be bothered to look at Lin Nuo's face, and since Yao Qianqian wasn't a disaster-inducing femme fatale, and Han Jin had explained it this way, she wouldn't say anything against letting men interrogate. She just wanted to use them. "All right, once you're done asking, or should I help you ask directly?" she suggested to Han Jin, as her abilities included a skill to confuse others. Han Jin thought it over and decided to interrogate them himself first. If he couldn't get any answers, then he would seek Yao Qianqian's help. He couldn't rely solely on the little female for everything. On the other side, Bai Kai simply couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Nuo exclaimed, "Bai Kai has fallen." Han Jin turned back with annoyance. "If you fall, just get up and continue. Who told you to be so lazy during training before?" Chapter 47, The Price of Laziness. Bai Kai was nearly in tears. If he had known it would turn out this way, he would have listened to his teammates during training. He had said that it didn't matter since he wouldn't be going to the battlefield anyway. He could just rest well on the side. But now, no matter how much Bai Kai regretted it, it was too late. He had no choice but to stand up and continue practicing. Yao Qianqian thought that since it was the first day of training, they shouldn't push people too hard. She turned to Lin Nuo and said, "General Lin, please keep an eye on Bai Kai here. Just make him squat for 2 hours." Hearing that he only had to squat for 2 hours, Bai Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, before he could fully relax, he saw Lin Nuo grinning maliciously. "Okay, I will make sure he completes it without missing a second." After hearing Lin Nuo's words, Yao Qianqian nodded and then left with Han Jin. Just as Bai Kai wanted to ask Yao Qianqian for help, Lin Nuo quickly covered his mouth, saying, "You should save some energy to train properly." With tears in his eyes, Bai Kai pleaded, "General Lin, you're such a generous person. You wouldn't hold this against me, right?" Lin Nuo mercilessly exposed him. "I'm not generous at all. Now hurry up and start squatting." Bai Kai wanted to say more, but was kicked away by Lin Nuo, who said, "Stop dawdling. What kind of big man are you, always crying like this?" "Boy, I am da." It was always them who made him cry anyway. After thinking this, Bai Kai obediently began to squat. However, while squatting, he noticed that Lin Nuo kept finding ways to trip him and then kicked him to get him back up to squat again. After being kicked by Lin Nuo once more, Bai Kai darkly thought to himself that after tonight, when he saw Yao Qianqian tomorrow, he would definitely complain to her. There's an old saying that goes, "One must consider the master when beating a dog." Now, he could at least be considered one of Yao Qianqian's subordinates. Although she didn't let him say it publicly, Bai Kai believed that Yao Qianqian would definitely help him. Lin Nuo felt a chill down his back and then saw Bai Kai staring at him. Instinctively, Lin Nuo knew that this guy was definitely not thinking anything good. Without hesitation, he kicked him again. "What are you looking at?" "I'm just following what the little female said, supervising you." Bai Kai's eyes turned red with anger. Just when Lin Nuo thought this guy was about to cry again, he unexpectedly stood up silently and continued to squat. This made Lin Nuo start to reflect if what he did earlier was a bit too much. However, as soon as he thought about how hard they had trained before, and that this guy had been slacking off, it made Lin Nuo even angrier. So Bai Kai didn't get a moment's peace all night until Lin Nuo finally deemed it late enough to let him off. In the universe, spaceships did not have a concept of day and night. They merely followed the clock of the main planet unconsciously. While Yao Qianqian was deep in thought about where to plant the sprouting seed, she was called by Han Jin to eat. Previously, the information she got from Han Jin made her realize that this cat-like seed actually lived in extremely cold regions, while Han Jin's fifth planet was a habitable one with very distinct seasons. Therefore, it was not suitable for this seed to grow. However, Yao Qianqian thought that if everything went well, she would be living on the fifth planet most of the time. "Hey, do you think we can create an environment suitable for it and then plant on the fifth planet?" She was still chewing on fruit when Han Jin, with noble upbringing, swallowed his food before responding to Yao Qianqian. According to the known information about this plant, it would grow to at least over 100 meters tall when it bore fruit. Han Jin's implication was clear. There was currently no environment in the galaxy suitable for a plant that was 100 meters high. Yao Qianqian felt a bit regretful. "All right, let me think some more." Seeing Yao Qianqian in distress, Han Jin paused with his fork, starting to think in his heart. Why not just buy the planet where this plant originally comes from? Before he could finish his thought, Yao Qianqian had already comforted herself. "Then I'll create an environment for it myself." When she was a little monster back then, she had learned quite a bit, and she glanced at Han Jin, who was currently the son of the Heavenly Tao. Even if she couldn't create formations, she believed the Heavenly Tao would surely present her with the formation book. Chapter 48, Daydreaming. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Heavenly Tao snorted coldly. "Nowadays, are all the little monsters just growing older and stronger without getting smarter? Look, it's not even evening yet, and some little monsters are already starting to daydream." But when his gaze landed on that ice coffin, it paused. He had to admit that this little monster was quite lucky, though he didn't know when she got it. Yao Qianqian could sense the watching gaze from afar, but she didn't pay it much mind. After all, it was just the Heavenly Tao seeing what she was up to. Feeling that she hadn't done anything wrong, Yao Qianqian was quite relaxed. She didn't believe that just because she was daydreaming in her heart, the Heavenly Tao would strike her down. Besides, didn't she notice who was beside her? The son of the Heavenly Tao. No matter how angry the Heavenly Tao was, he should give his own son some face, right? The Heavenly Tao thought. Give Han Jin face. He hadn't seen Han Jin giving him any face. Han Jin was eating gracefully, while Yao Qianqian was eating fruit while watching a TV show, and accidentally spilled some juice on the table. Fortunately, Han Jin had brought her back to the room to eat. Otherwise, with Yao Qianqian acting like this, she would probably be laughed at by that group of people. Then, thinking about what he was thinking, Han Jin chuckled softly. He was also confused. How could the people who followed him possibly mock his woman? Furthermore, the spaceship was filled with a bunch of big guys, and hardly anyone would care about such trivial details. If Yao Qianqian went out, she would probably attract that group of people so much that they wouldn't even eat properly. When Yao Qianqian realized that Han Jin had finished eating, nearly 10 minutes had passed. She looked at the man across from her, who was quietly staring at her, and helplessly smiled at him, asking why he didn't call her when he finished. Seeing the beauty smile, Han Jin's expression softened. "It's fine, I'll wait for you. Just consider it a break." With the conversation having gone this far, what else could Yao Qianqian say? She could only nod and close her light brain. She couldn't really let Han Jin accompany her to eat slowly. She still remembered that before they started eating, someone had been urging Han Jin to interrogate those space pirates. Han Jin had refused, saying he needed to eat first. Yao Qianqian had never seen an interstellar interrogation of criminals, so when Han Jin was about to go out, she looked at him with anticipation, hoping he would invite her along. Unfortunately, Han Jin thought that place was too bloody and feared it would scare Yao Qianqian. So even though he understood the meaning in her eyes, he didn't plan to take her with him. Instead, he handed her his spare light brain, saying, "I should be back soon. You can watch TV for a bit." Yao Qianqian felt a bit disappointed and replied with a faint "oh," then turned away from Han Jin like a small dog abandoned by its owner. Han Jin helplessly coaxed, "You stay here obediently. Once we reach my planet, I'll take you out to play." Hearing Han Jin say he would take her out to play, Yao Qianqian turned back to face the man. But now she was sitting on the sofa while Han Jin stood in front of her. For a moment, she couldn't see his face, but didn't stop her from hugging his waist. After hugging, she let go and patted his abdomen, saying, "All right, hurry up and go. I'm afraid they'll be waiting anxiously." Han Jin wanted to say those people wouldn't be anxious, but the little female had already opened her light brain and started browsing TV shows. Helpless, he had to give her one more instruction and then reluctantly left. Although he didn't look back, Yao Qianqian rolled her eyes at him, thinking it was just going to work and everyone was on the spaceship. He acted like they were going to be far apart. Just as she was thinking this, she accidentally slipped her hand and pressed the live broadcast button. But Yao Qianqian was completely unaware. At this moment, she was still trying to sift through a pile of interstellar TV shows to find one she wanted to watch. Compared to the various war victory shows that interstellar people liked, as a Hehuan flower demon, Yao Qianqian preferred those that were about love stories. Since she was using Han Jin's spare light brain, the live broadcast she opened was the officially certified one that Han Jin usually used. That account had nearly 10 billion followers, and as soon as it started broadcasting, the Star Network crashed for over a minute. It was only after the Star Network staff urgently came out to manage the network traffic that later viewers could squeeze into Han Jin's live broadcast room, or rather, it should now be called Yao Qianqian's live broadcast room. At this moment, a large group of viewers in the live broadcast room were repeatedly confirming the name of the broadcast. Chapter 49, starting a live stream? They remembered that the account called Han Jin was the Marshal's live streaming room. Although they were a bit curious as to why the Marshal suddenly started a live stream, given their admiration for him. As long as what they were doing wasn't life-threatening, they would definitely set aside their tasks and enter the Marshal's live stream. However, when the live stream started, the face that appeared on the screen was not the handsome face of the Marshal, although the little female inside was also quite good-looking. Soon, after everyone processed this, a viewer quickly sent a bullet comment. "Thoughts, dance partner. Is this the Marshal's female?" Right after this comment was sent, a large number of comments followed, all praising how beautiful the Marshal's little female was. Then many people started complaining that the comments were blocking their view of the little female's face. Others, upon hearing this, immediately retorted, telling those who complained to just turn off the comments. Lonely seeking defeat. I don't know how to turn off comments. The key is that the Star Network is currently down. Several comments followed, like your natural face. Can't turn off, +1. Next door, little hazy. Can't turn off, call 10086. Just as the comments were getting noisy, everyone noticed that Yao Qianqian flipped over and lifted her light brain and started focusing intently on it. Just when everyone was confused, the live stream abruptly cut off. As a result, a large group of netizens who had just squeezed into the Marshal's live room were kicked out again. And those who were fortunate enough to have entered still didn't understand what was going on. At this moment, Lin Nuo had a dark expression as he dealt with online matters. He didn't dare to contact the Marshal yet. Considering how protective the Marshal was of the little female, they would definitely be the ones to be scolded. "General Lin, how should we handle the online comments now?" The head of the technical staff on the spaceship asked Lin Nuo while wiping cold sweat and bending down. At this moment, even Lin Nuo felt a headache. What else could he do? First, he needed to guide the public opinion on the Star Network in a positive direction and remember to clean up all the photos of the little female. He absolutely couldn't let those people use the little female's photos for bad things. So, when the people who initially squeezed into the Marshal's live room were about to post something about the Marshal's female on the Star Network, they discovered that as soon as they posted something, the Star Network would automatically delete their posts and even issue warnings. Most netizens didn't have a self-destructive personality, but there were a few exceptions. For example, a netizen named Dancing on the Ghost Grave made a huge mistake. He usually liked to show off his programming skills online and, after having his post deleted twice, directly used his own code to keep his post up for 5 minutes without being deleted. What made Lin Nuo feel he had to find this person was that his post contained a very clear frontal photo of Yao Qianqian. If it had been a photo of Han Jin, Lin Nuo might have just pretended he didn't see it. After all, anyone who could keep their post up on the Star Network for so long was somewhat talented. But Lin Nuo was very angry, extremely angry. And when Han Jin finally came out after handling his matters, he learned that Yao Qianqian had started a live stream without her knowledge, and that her appearance had been seen clearly by the viewers. Just as Lin Nuo had guessed at the beginning, Han Jin didn't get angry at Yao Qianqian. Instead, he came to find them immediately. As the person in charge of managing the spaceship while Han Jin was away, Lin Nuo was the first to be called into the office by Han Jin. There was no choice. Lin Nuo had to take the documents he had prepared earlier in Han Jin's office. Compared to his usual expressionless demeanor, Han Jin's lips were pressed down, and his gaze towards Lin Nuo unconsciously carried a chill. Lin Nuo felt bitter in his heart, but he couldn't blame anyone. After all, who would have known that the Marshal would hand over his light brain to the little female without saying a word to them? If he had known in advance, well, Lin Nuo thought, even if he had known, there probably wouldn't have been much he could do. Chapter 50. Punished at this moment, Yao Qianqian was still binge-watching her drama, tossing and turning in her room for quite a while without seeing Han Jin return. Finally, feeling tired, Yao Qianqian put down her light brain, freshened up, and planned to go to bed. Just as she was happily falling asleep, everyone on the spaceship was being punished for a simple reason. Due to the negligence of a few people, the entire crew was affected. When Bai Kai was called to the training room, he still looked confused. He felt like he had just been let off the hook by Lin Nuo an hour ago. So why was he being called again? But he was afraid of the frown on Han Jin's face and tried to shrink into a corner. Unfortunately, he was too tall, and Han Jin had left quite an impression on him, so he was quickly called to the front. When he heard that Han Jin would supervise his training, Bai Kai felt wronged, but didn't dare to show it, only praying in his heart that Yao Qianqian would come to his rescue. Just then, the sound of his servant seeking help woke Yao Qianqian from her deep sleep. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she got out of bed. Although she thought Bai Kai was a fool, he was still her first human servant, and not knowing what had happened made her want to check it out. As she opened her door to go out, she realized the spaceship was unusually empty, making her suspect it might have been attacked by some unknown creature. She calmed herself and followed the contract. Eventually, she found that the commotion seemed to be coming from the training room. Yao Qianqian knocked on the door and waited for a while, but when no one responded, she tried to open it, only to find it was locked from the inside. She then began to push the door with all her might, and the next second, someone opened it from the inside. It was Han Jin, who had initially thought a soldier had gotten lost and was ready to give them a lesson, only to be tackled by the little female. Yao Qianqian could have dodged earlier, but she caught a whiff of Han Jin's scent and leaped right into his arms. "What's wrong with you? Why the long face?" she asked, pushing against his waist to see inside. Han Jin tried to block her, but of course he couldn't stop her, and upon hearing Yao Qianqian's voice, Bai Kai felt like crying inside. Yao Qianqian, who was already quite close to Bai Kai, became even more irritated upon hearing his internal sobs and shouted, "What are you crying for? You're a grown man. It's just a small matter." Han Jin followed Yao Qianqian's gaze but didn't see anyone crying. He only noticed Bai Kai looking like he was about to cry, which made him a bit uncertain. Is he going to cry? Han Jin asked Yao Qianqian, but could she speak directly to him? Naturally, she couldn't, so she shifted the topic back to the previous question. What are you all doing? Why did you suddenly gather everyone? Han Jin moved his lips, not wanting Yao Qianqian to know that he had been watching a drama in his room that was being broadcasted live. It's nothing. I just thought they should train properly. Han Jin tried his best to get Yao Qianqian to leave, but she had come over primarily because Bai Kai had woken her up. And now if she didn't take Bai Kai out, he would surely wake her up again later. All right, you all train first. I'll find Bai Kai tomorrow. He has something to deal with. Let him rest tonight. She planned to let him sleep well today and then see if there was a way tomorrow to block out Bai Kai's thoughts about her at the right moment. Seeing Yao Qianqian protect Bai Kai, Han Jin bit down hard on his back teeth, calmed his emotions, and then called Bai Kai over. You go back and rest. Qianqian will find you tomorrow for something. Bai Kai was already exhausted, and upon hearing the marshal tell him to rest, he hurriedly ran off, completely oblivious to how dark Han Jin's face had become. Once Yao Qianqian saw Bai Kai leave, she couldn't be bothered with Han Jin anymore. She patted the man's arm, yawned, and said, "No matter what happens, you don't need to be too angry. It's not worth it to upset yourself. It's better to go find trouble with those who made you angry. If just finding trouble with them doesn't relieve your frustration, you can also go find trouble with their families." Initially, Han Jin and the others thought this little female would be like the others from the main star, advising them not to get angry with such people and to let them go, but they underestimated how tough she really was. Chapter 51. Extermination of 9 clans. The term extermination of 9 clans was something Yao Qianqian had heard from the human race before. Now that she had brought it up with Han Jin to this extent, if she didn't allow him to exterminate those people's 9 clans, it would seem too merciful of her. Therefore, Yao Qianqian sincerely suggested to Han Jin, "Why don't you just exterminate their 9 clans? I'm afraid if we don't eliminate the roots, they will grow back with the spring breeze." Lin Nuo and others who knew the truth of the matter thought, "This little female must know who she is provoking. Otherwise, why would she suggest exterminating their 9 clans?" But Lin Nuo thought of the idea of that person who was dancing on the grave, and to be honest, they might really be able to fulfill that person's wish this time. As for actually exterminating the 9 clans, Han Jin couldn't do that. At least, not the current Han Jin. Forget it. It's not something that absolutely requires death. If you're tired, just go to sleep. Patting Yao Qianqian's head, Han Jin turned back and told Lin Nuo to supervise her well, planning to send Yao Qianqian back to continue her sleep. Just as Yao Qianqian was passing through a door, her steps suddenly halted, and she looked at the door. Han Jin instinctively asked, "What's wrong?" Yao Qianqian hesitated for a second, then directly expressed to Han Jin, "It's nothing. I'm just curious about who is locked inside this door." She smelled the scent of merit. As long as she could get these people sent to prison, she would be able to receive the merit calculated by the heavenly Tao. Han Jin didn't expect Yao Qianqian to suddenly ask this, and hesitated to explain, "Inside are some extremely vicious interstellar pirates." Seeing Yao Qianqian's eyes growing brighter, Han Jin felt something was off and quickly changed the subject. "How about I send you back to rest first?" "Rest? I'm not really human. I don't need to sleep. I'm not tired. Let me in quickly. I can help you interrogate their backgrounds." Han Jin didn't expect Yao Qianqian would suddenly propose to help him interrogate those criminals. But for the sake of Yao Qianqian's physical and mental health, he refused again. Was Yao Qianqian the kind of person who would watch merit slip away right before her eyes? Absolutely not. She immediately tugged at Han Jin's arm and began to use her cute tactics. A few minutes later, Han Jin looked at Yao Qianqian, who had already appeared outside the prison on the spaceship where the criminals were held, and rubbed his temples in frustration. He didn't know what was happening to him lately. Why did he always do what the little female wanted as soon as she acted cute? After thinking about it, Han Jin couldn't come up with a reason. So he decided to block Yao Qianqian as much as possible, fearing she would accidentally see the bloody scene above. Places that used to feel indifferent now seemed problematic everywhere. If he had known Yao Qianqian would suddenly want to come, he would have had someone clean up this area beforehand. Otherwise, there wouldn't be blood on the floor. Initially, Yao Qianqian thought the inside would be similar to the outside. At least the ground should be clean. However, after successfully entering, she found that this prison was actually quite similar to the one she had seen in the human realm. The environment was subpar, and the criminals here looked even more vicious than those over there. When the imprisoned space pirates saw the door suddenly open, they thought Han Jin was coming to interrogate them again, and they were already prepared to resist to the death. However, they found that the one who entered first was a small female, who looked quite good, and the group of pirates thought to themselves, if only they could have their way with her. After sensing their thoughts, Yao Qianqian's gaze swept to the person closest to her. "Looks like you all have quite the ideas about me." With a casual gesture, she conjured a chair woven from vines and sat down in front of them. As for Han Jin, he stood beside her in a protective stance. Yao Qianqian had initially wanted to conjure a chair for Han Jin too, but since she was used to being a monster before, she currently did not have any extra chairs. Yao Qianqian silently thought to herself that perhaps she should stockpile more items in her space in the future, so that if she ever needed something suddenly, she wouldn't have trouble finding it. Seeing Han Jin's respectful attitude towards Yao Qianqian, the group of interstellar pirates immediately took on a defensive posture, feeling quite apprehensive, while Yao Qianqian felt rather helpless. Chapter 52. Lessons for the Star Pirates. She crossed her legs and glanced at the person who had previously been indulging in fantasies about her in his mind. What happened? He dared to think about it before, but now he was scared? That person was suddenly called out by Yao Qianqian, and of course, he didn't want to show weakness in front of this female. He immediately tried to say something humiliating. The places where the Star Pirates lived were not good to begin with, and now that they were caught, they could say all sorts of filthy words. Han Jin didn't want to dirty Yao Qianqian's ears and was just about to go over to deal with them when he heard Yao Qianqian snap her fingers. Soon after, a bewildered little star beast was summoned by her like this. The little star beast didn't understand what was happening, let out a meaningless 2 yelps, and then plopped down on the ground. You woman, although it wasn't hurt, it did hurt its bottom when it fell. And the little star beast angrily shouted at Yao Qianqian, what do you want with me? Yao Qianqian patted its head, look over there, indicating for the little star beast to look at the star pirates. Although the group of interstellar pirates didn't know what kind of trick Yao Qianqian had just used, they had been floating in the universe for so many years and had seen star beast cubs to some extent. So when the little star beast appeared, they recognized it as just a star beast cub right away. However, they still found it strange why that star beast cub would be unable to defeat this little female in front of them. Yao Qianqian didn't give them time to think it through and directly slapped Little Bai's bottom. What are you looking at? Hurry up and go teach them a lesson. Actually, this matter didn't really require the little star beast's involvement. But Yao Qianqian sensed that the little star beast had woken up and was worried it might cause some trouble by staying outside alone. So she summoned it over. Teach them what? Just now, after being slapped on the bottom by Yao Qianqian, it instinctively took 2 steps forward and then saw the surprise in those people's eyes, realizing it had lost face. Instantly, it was furious. What else is there to teach? Just help me ask those things I want to know. Yao Qianqian had a nonchalant look on her face, making Little Bai want to directly bite her. Unfortunately, Little Bai didn't dare. It still had a contract with Yao Qianqian. If it could attack her, it wouldn't have gotten its bottom slapped and wouldn't dare to fight back. Yao Qianqian was used to hitting Little Bai's weak spot. You see, just now those people all saw you being. Before Yao Qianqian could finish her sentence, Little Bai hurriedly interrupted. Okay, don't say any more. It knew this woman wouldn't say anything good. I'll do it as you say, to make itself seem more imposing. Little Bai spread its little wings and walked in front of the group of star pirates, feeling very powerful. It raised a paw and slapped it on the ground now. Tell me everything you know. Little Bai held its head high, feeling that it was definitely imposing right now. Unfortunately, the group of star pirates didn't take it seriously at all. Instead of being scared into confessing, as Little Bai had hoped, they all started laughing, clutching their stomachs. Little Bai was so angry that its eyes were almost red. Yao Qianqian felt helpless. She couldn't bear to watch anymore. She probably was witnessing the first time a magical beast was brought to tears by humans. However, Little Bai's next move made Yao Qianqian regard it with a slightly higher opinion. Just moments ago, Little Bai, who was almost red with anger, now raised its front paw and pointed at the star pirates. Those star pirates thought the little star beast was just trying to scare them and prepared to laugh even more exaggeratedly. But unfortunately for them, this time Little Bai acted directly. It unleashed its innate skill as a star beast, causing the arms of the few who had laughed the hardest to bleed profusely. Still laughing, Little Bai retracted its paw and tilted its head to look at them. If you think what I'm saying is just talk, you can continue. But next time it won't just be an arm. The expressions of the star pirates changed. They hadn't expected this little star beast to have such an ability. In fact, not only them, but even Han Jin felt a slight surprise in his heart. But he knew it wasn't the time to ask questions. So he turned his gaze back to Little Bai. Chapter 53 Strange Bugs. You can come over and kill us if you want. Those who do interstellar piracy have long been prepared for the possibility of death since they entered the trade. So now that little star beast is threatening them with death. It's simply a joke to them. Xiao Bai did not expect that these people were not afraid of death. In its inherited memories, many humans fear death, especially when facing powerful star beasts. Many of them would kneel down and plead not to be eaten. But every time, Xiao Bai's elders would mercilessly devour those humans. The territory of star beasts is inviolable. They're the rulers of the universe. But at this moment, the rulers of the universe were about to be driven mad by the weak humans, especially after it had threatened those people. It heard the light laughter of Yao Qianqian. This infuriated the little star beast. It no longer cared about hiding its strength and immediately began to take things out from a void. Just when Yao Qianqian thought it was going to pull out some powerful weapon, she saw that the little star beast actually took out a few small bugs. Yao Qianqian turned her head in some disdain, clearly unimpressed by those bugs, but Han Jin, who was standing aside, and the few star pirates who were locked up all changed their expressions. Yao Qianqian noticed their unusual reactions and waved to the little beast from a distance. Come, tell me what these things are. Just as Yao Qianqian's hand was about to touch the bug, she saw the slime on the bug, and then disdainfully shook her hand, letting Xiao Bai hold it himself. As for Xiao Bai, it realized things were going wrong as soon as it heard Yao Qianqian's voice. It had just forgotten to hide its abilities. Damn it, it was all that group of star pirates' fault. They were just too infuriating. But now it was too late to regret, as the things in its hands had already been discovered by Yao Qianqian. Xiao Bai gave up. Anyway, it was too late to make up a story now, so it stood beside Yao Qianqian and explained the origin of this little thing to her in detail. These are some very interesting little bugs that my ancestors encountered. If they can parasitize other creatures, they can make the host obey, so I was planning to use them. Xiao Bai didn't say the rest, but Yao Qianqian understood. To be honest, she was quite interested in this bug now. Why don't you go ahead and let them parasitize them? She suggested to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai thought for a moment and felt it was a good idea. Since they had already been taken out and discovered, it couldn't afford to lose now. It turned around and gave a sinister smile to the group of star pirates, which scared the legs of the previously arrogant pirates to go weak. They looked at Xiao Bai and instinctively started to back away. Some even began shouting, "Don't come over! You don't come over!" Could Xiao Bai hear them? Naturally not. After hearing the group's chaotic shouting, it was too lazy to walk over. Well, if you don't want me to come over, then I want tea. But you still have to receive what is coming to you. After saying this, it placed the thing in its hand on the ground, and then the lazy bugs quickly crawled towards the star pirates. Originally, two of the bugs wanted to come towards Yao Qianqian, but they were scared by the aura emitted by Yao Qianqian and Han Jin and immediately turned to run towards the pirates. "Come here, let me see." Yao Qianqian called out to Xiao Bai. After hearing her voice, Xiao Bai quickly ran to her feet, looking very obedient. Han Jin couldn't bear to look at this little star beast cub that looked like a pug. As for the star pirates, they had no time or energy to pay attention to this side. At this moment, they were all focused on the few bugs that were running towards them, trying to use their mental power to attack these bugs. But unfortunately, their mental power had already been controlled by Han Jin when they were captured, and now they couldn't use any mental power at all. A couple of star pirates even thought about committing suicide while the bugs hadn't arrived yet, to avoid exposing too many secrets about their leader. However, they were spotted by Yao Qianqian as soon as they moved. With a wave of her hand, red petals floated in front of that group of people. The next second, those who had been struggling just a moment ago seemed to be bewitched and actually moved closer to those bugs. Seeing this, Han Jin realized that what Yao Qianqian had told him earlier about being able to help him interrogate the prisoners was not a lie. Chapter 54. Infestation. While waiting for those people to be infested by the bugs, Yao Qianqian asked Han Jin, "Do you have anything you want to ask?" "You can ask directly now." Han Jin nodded and called a few specialists over using his light brain. Initially, Yao Qianqian planned to leave right after that, but just as she was about to walk away, one of the space pirates who had previously been questioned about their purpose here answered, "We came here with two main objectives. One is to seize the ice coffin, and the other is to kill Han Jin's female." Hearing that they wanted to kill Yao Qianqian, Han Jin's gaze turned cold. If these people hadn't already been controlled by the bugs, they probably would have faced Han Jin's wrath. Yao Qianqian didn't expect that this matter would involve her. Who issued the order? She was no longer in a hurry to go back to sleep and became curious about who wanted her life. Before she could ponder further, the space pirate who had just spoken seemed to hesitate, as if he wanted to say something. The next second, he exploded right in front of Yao Qianqian and the others. Yao Qianqian was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. She looked at the other pirates nearby, then at the bloodstains on the ground, and finally clicked her tongue. It seemed a restriction had been set. They probably wouldn't be able to get any more information out of them. Even Yao Qianqian, no matter how slow she was, found it strange that in a place where spiritual energy was clearly not cultivated, things that only appeared in the cultivation world kept happening one after another. I'll head back first. You all can continue your questioning. However, I suspect it's better to leave some questions for later, or else there might not be anyone left to ask. Yao Qianqian waved her hand and left easily, but she left them with quite a mess to deal with. Everyone exchanged glances. They had just witnessed the earlier situation and felt that these people must have had a miniature bomb implanted in their brains. As soon as they were asked an unanswerable question, they would explode into mush. Suddenly, the few personnel responsible for the interrogation, who had thought they had asked all the necessary questions, felt a sense of failure regarding their previous work. Although they had uncovered some information, they hadn't asked anything about the core topic that the space pirates were reluctant to discuss. They looked at each other, fearing that Marshal Han would turn around and hold them accountable. However, it was clear they were overthinking it. Han Jin was too busy going to sleep with Yao Qianqian to have the time to deal with them. Originally, Yao Qianqian had planned to find some people to test her new technique, but since those people had already been infested, she couldn't use them anymore and could only go back to sleep. Thinking about her experience that night, she felt she needed to talk more with Bai Kai, telling him that if he had nothing to do at night, he should stay indoors, or if he had to go out and encountered any accidents, he should hold on until around 8 or 9 in the morning when she would come to rescue him. Han Jin was somewhat puzzled as to why Yao Qianqian had seemed so happy before, but now that they were in the room, she looked unhappy. Had she suddenly thought of something troubling? Han Jin cautiously asked. Yao Qianqian tilted her head and thought for a moment. The reason her expression had been unpleasant when she entered was that she had discovered that a portion of the spiritual stone she had casually placed by the bedside had been absorbed by something. So, she felt a bit angry. Indeed, there is. You help me guard the door. I want to see which little thief is so bold as to come into my room to steal things. As she spoke, she walked towards where she had placed her potted plant. Han Jin thought Yao Qianqian would at least start looking from the door inward. But he soon realized he had underestimated her. Her demeanor clearly showed she knew where the target was without even thinking about it, heading straight in one direction. Following Yao Qianqian's footsteps, Han Jin also saw the little plant that Yao Qianqian had mentioned wanting to take care of. Huh, were you the one who nibbled on my spiritual stone? At first, Han Jin didn't know what Yao Qianqian meant by spiritual stone until she picked up an energy stone from nearby. Is this really just a plant? Han Jin began to ponder in his heart. Typically, only females and mechas would require energy stones, especially when a plant needed energy stones for nourishment. It made Han Jin even more curious. Could it be that those fruits from before were actually natural females? But which ones were the seeds? Han Jin shook his head, trying to dispel those unrealistic thoughts from his mind. Chapter 55. Are seeds female? If these seeds are naturally female, they should have long been taken back by the mother tree instead of appearing at the auction and being bought multiple times to eat. Yao Qianqian didn't notice the change in Han Jin's expression. She was thinking about how to deal with this little sprout. Huh, now you know you were wrong? Looking at the little sprout that was begging for mercy, Yao Qianqian went up and gave it a few taps, saying, "Let us see if you dare to do this again. This time I'll let you off easy." After saying that, she placed the little sprout on the bedside table and was about to lie back down to sleep when she noticed that Han Jin seemed to be standing in her room and had no intention of leaving. Yao Qianqian looked up and asked, "Why are you still here?" She wasn't actually trying to chase him away. She was just curious, so she asked. The man replied, "I also plan to rest." Hearing Han Jin say this, Yao Qianqian responded with an "oh," nodding as if she understood, and then waited for Han Jin to leave. However, she saw the man start to undress right in front of her. "Hey, wait a minute. Didn't you say you're going to rest too?" She thought Han Jin should be going back to his own room. Han Jin nodded. "Yes, so I plan to change into some clothes and then go to bed." Yao Qianqian looked at the bed beneath her and then at the man who was already changing into his pajamas. Finally, she realized that this was actually the man's room. At this moment, Yao Qianqian was torn between leaving to find another room and just sleeping in this one. In the end, sleepiness overcame her rationality. She was too lazy to find another place and simply lay down. Can't you find another room to sleep in? Although she felt it wasn't very nice to occupy someone else's room like this, she thought, "But Haven T, I help Han Jin a lot." Han couldn't help but chuckle at Yao Qianqian's actions. There are only a limited number of rooms on the spaceship, and the other empty rooms have already been arranged. If I go out now, I can only go to the command room to rest. Although it was exactly as Han said, it was enough to scare Yao Qianqian. At that moment, she thought to herself how glad she was that she hadn't chosen to go out directly. Otherwise, she would have no place to sleep later. But on the surface, she still put on a dismissive expression. I didn't expect you, a Marshal, not to even have an extra lounge. Then, she reluctantly made some space for Han. Hurry up and take a shower and come to sleep. I'm tired. Despite appearing as if she wanted to find a harem earlier, Yao Qianqian actually only had Han as a man. If it weren't for what had happened earlier, she might still be an untouched girl. So suddenly sleeping with a man, and one she was fully aware of, made Yao Qianqian feel only a little nervous. She really was only a little nervous. Anything more than that was gone. Han could sense that since he got into bed, Yao Qianqian's breathing rhythm had changed. He suppressed his laughter and subtly moved a little closer to her. Yao Qianqian was completely unaware of this. She was mentally hypnotizing herself to fall asleep quickly, fearing she might get up and chase him away otherwise. In the end, unexpectedly, she really did fall asleep on her own. After she fell asleep, Han, who had been lying flat, moved. He pulled her from the edge of the bed into his arms, and Yao Qianqian naturally found a comfortable position to sleep in Han's embrace. Seeing her sleep soundly, Han leaned down to kiss her forehead and then quickly fell into a deep sleep himself. Until the next morning, when Yao Qianqian woke up, there was no one by the bed, and, judging by the temperature, Han had probably been up for a long time. Yao Qianqian rolled over in bed, feeling that she had been too weak last night. After all, she was someone who was going to raise a group of male pets in the future. How could she let her breathing get all messed up just because a man was sleeping next to her? Yao Qianqian vowed that she would definitely not do this again next time. After mentally preparing herself, she finally got up and washed up slowly. When she finished washing her face and brushing her teeth, she opened the door and happened to see the robot waiting at the door. Chapter 56. The Robot's Gift. Good morning, little robot. Yao Qianqian naturally greeted the robot, and upon hearing her, the robot's round eyes instantly transformed into heart shapes. Good morning. You're the first person to greet little A. Little A really likes you. Yao Qianqian didn't expect to hear such a confession from the little robot in the morning, and she felt that her charm had definitely increased another notch. Delighted, she made way for the robot to enter and place the food on the table. As the robot left, it politely bowed to Yao Qianqian, making her even happier. She asked little A if there was any food it could eat. Little A's mechanical eyes changed shapes repeatedly, finally settling into a star shape. Beautiful lady, do you want to treat little A to something to eat? Yao Qianqian indeed wanted to give this little robot a treat, so she nodded and said, yes, I want to treat little A to something. That made little A like her even more, but little A eats machine oil. If you want to treat little A, you can buy it some machine oil. The robot's voice took on a playful tone. Okay, then I will treat little A to machine oil. Yao Qianqian thought for a moment and decided to contact Han directly using her light brain. Seeing Yao Qianqian fiddling with her light brain, little A immediately opened its payment code. You can scan the payment code above and place an order for a bottle of machine oil for little A. Little A was so happy it was almost spinning in circles. Yao Qianqian was surprised that little A had a payment code, but she wasn't sure she had any money. In the end, she had no choice but to give it a try. A ding sounded as the light brain scanned the payment code, and the next second, Yao Qianqian discovered that she actually had money. A bottle of little A's machine oil costs 100 interstellar coins. After Yao Qianqian clicked to pay, the page quickly transitioned, and after scanning her face, it displayed that the payment was successful. After receiving the money, little A performed a little spin for Yao Qianqian. Thank you very much for your treat to little A. Here, as a small gift for you. Saying this, it opened its egg-like body and took out a plush pendant that looked just like it. Here, as a light brain pendant for you. I hope you enjoy your meal. After saying that, little A left. Yao Qianqian began to explore the functions of the light brain. Previously, she thought the light brain could only connect to the internet, but today she found it had more features. She opened the payment page from earlier and started counting the zeros displayed. It was indeed a long string. indicating that the previous owner of this light brain was very wealthy, certainly wealthier than her, Yao Qianqian. According to her understanding of interstellar people, these interstellar coins were equivalent to silver in her previous world. If it were before, she would have been considered a somewhat wealthy monster. But now, apart from herself, she had nothing. Especially after seeing so many zeros in Han Jin's account, Yao Qianqian felt quite disheartened. Why? Why could this man be so wealthy? She wished she could become rich too. After thinking about all this, Yao Qianqian decided to go back to sleep for a while. She wanted to have a beautiful dream, where she could experience the feeling of being the favored child of heaven. On the other side, Han Jin was still conducting additional training for those who had made mistakes. However, halfway through the training, his light brain vibrated, and he thought it was a message from Yao Qianqian. He immediately opened it, only to find it wasn't from her, but it was still related to her. The screen displayed a payment record, and when he clicked on it, he saw that Yao Qianqian had tipped a robot named Little in 100 interstellar coins. Han Jin didn't expect Yao Qianqian to suddenly use interstellar coins, but at the same time, he felt relieved that she had only tipped a robot and not some strange streamer. At this moment, Yao Qianqian felt as if she had discovered a new world. She opened her light brain and began looking for shopping platforms, directly selecting the planting page, and almost ordered everything related to planting. By the time she finished placing her orders, nearly an hour had passed. Meanwhile, Han Jin was lost in thought as he looked at those orders. He began to ponder why Yao Qianqian would order so many items for such a small plant, especially when it was still uncertain if the plant could grow at all. Chapter 57. Disturbed, however, what Yao Qianqian was actually thinking in her heart was that these plants need certain things, and she could try them herself later. After all, the favored child of heaven has money. She was just helping to spend it. After placing the order, Yao Qianqian collapsed on the sofa like a small dog that had run out of battery, her entire being in a state of lethargy. Just when she planned to be lazy for the whole morning, she heard a knock at the door. Yao Qianqian moved slightly, realizing she was still very tired, so she thought about pretending to be asleep. Unfortunately, the person outside the door seemed to have no intention of letting her rest. Yao Qianqian gritted her teeth. Coming. She responded very loudly, but the soundproofing of the door was too good. Her response had little effect, and the person outside continued to knock. At that moment, Bai Kai was having a video call with Han Jin. Marshal, are you sure the little female is awake now? Bai Kai's hand was a bit frantic as he knew that some females can be in a bad mood when awakened, so he repeatedly confirmed with Han Jin. Han Jin was also unsure if Yao Qianqian had fallen back asleep after placing her order, but even if she was disturbed from her sleep, it wouldn't be him who would be scolded, so Han Jin nodded. Yes, she was just on the Star Network ordering things a few minutes ago. Since Han Jin said so, Bai Kai continued to knock on the door. Soon, the door was opened, and Yao Qianqian walked out, clearly not in a good mood. Seeing this, Han Jin quickly ended the call, fearing that Yao Qianqian might vent her anger on him. Bai Kai naturally noticed Yao Qianqian's bad expression and was puzzled. Why are you angry? Didn't you say you were awake? He felt somewhat wronged. Yao Qianqian thought she shouldn't have taken this guy in just to find trouble, or else she wouldn't be in this troublesome situation now. But even if she regretted it now, it was too late. It was her own decision back then, and she had to accept it now. All right. Tell me what you came to find me for this morning. Yao Qianqian said with great disdain as she glanced at Bai Kai, initially thinking he would at least feel a bit embarrassed, but to her surprise, he seemed even more justified. Yao Qianqian was exasperated. If there's nothing, I'm going back to sleep. Bai Kai had long been used to being disliked, and he had come over this morning to ask Yao Qianqian about the subsequent boxing techniques. I want to ask how to practice the boxing techniques that come after this, he said, somewhat shyly. Yao Qianqian raised an eyebrow. Did you master the previous ones? It wasn't that she looked down on the people here, but Bai Kai's brain, compared to others, seemed to be lacking a bit. Bai Kai didn't expect Yao Qianqian to ask him this, and suddenly, the person who was just shy became tongue-tied. Seeing him like this made Yao Qianqian laugh in anger. Do you think you can learn the later ones without mastering the earlier ones? Bai Kai scratched his head. The Marshal said before that martial arts should be understood as a whole, so I just thought. Before he could finish, Yao Qianqian interrupted. Shut up. I don't want to hear another word from you. Fortunately, she should take the Star Beast to open the ice coffin and take Bai Kai along. treating it as a way to relax. You wait a moment and follow me. We're going to the room to open the ice coffin. After saying this, Yao Qianqian walked away without looking back, leaving Bai Kai standing in place for a long time. It was only when Yao Qianqian was about to walk far away that he seemed to suddenly react and hurried to catch up. Although Yao Qianqian had only walked a short distance by the time Bai Kai chased after her, he had to run for quite a while before he barely caught up with her pace. Of course, it couldn't really be called catching up. Yao Qianqian had reached her desired location and sat down, and only then did Bai Kai catch up. Seeing Bai Kai panting heavily, Yao Qianqian once again questioned the physical condition of the humans here. Yao Qianqian paused for a moment, then organized her language to ask Bai Kai, "Is everyone here in such poor physical condition?" If the people here were all like this, Yao Qianqian thought, then she wouldn't need to save them. They were hopeless. Bai Kai didn't expect that while Yao Qianqian was mocking him, she was also disparaging all of them. Most of them are better than me. My awakened ability belongs to the mental power category, Bai Kai explained to Yao Qianqian, still catching his breath. Chapter 58, Do you like Hanjin? After hearing him say that, Yao Qianqian finally nodded with relief and said, "All right, let's do as I suggested before and hold a horse dance for 2 hours first." After arranging Bai Kai, she snapped her fingers, and the little star beast that was still in its cozy spot was summoned over by Yao Qianqian. Upon seeing the face that the star beast disliked, it crossed its little paws over its chest and asked, "What do you want, little master?" Hearing Xiao Bai refer to itself as little master, Yao Qianqian did not indulge it this time and slapped the little star beast on the head. With a loud smack, Bai Kai turned to look and saw the little star beast stuck to the ice coffin. It seemed to hurt quite a bit. Indeed, without comparison, there would be no harm. He suddenly felt that Yao Qianqian was being very kind to just make him hold a horse stance. At least he wasn't being beaten up by her. The little star beast's face was pressed against the ice coffin, frozen by the cold emanating from it. And in the end, it had to sacrifice a layer of fur to successfully pull its face away. When Yao Qianqian accidentally saw the fluff stuck to the ice coffin, she couldn't help but laugh, and the little star beast, which had just been feeling sorry for its own fur, once again thought of her as the culprit. Bai Kai couldn't bear to watch what happened next. In the past, he thought his intelligence was the lowest on the entire spaceship, but he discovered that there were indeed dumber beings, like this little star beast in front of him. It clearly knew it couldn't beat Yao Qianqian, but still insisted on getting close, and then accidentally got slapped against the ice coffin again, resulting in another layer of fur loss. By the time Yao Qianqian got bored and stopped, the longer fur on the little star beast had already been contributed to the ice coffin. At a glance, the ice coffin looked like a piece of tofu that had grown fur. Bai Kai was startled, feeling uneasy in his heart. Just as he was about to move his somewhat sore legs, he heard Yao Qianqian's voice, "Squat properly, or you'll end up like Xiao Bai." Bai Kai immediately thought of his own hair and straightened up, not daring to move casually again. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai had already woken up, realizing it couldn't beat that female demon. So when Yao Qianqian called for it, it obediently ran over with its little short legs. What do you want from me?" It had wanted to say little master just now, but there wasn't enough fur left on its body to boast anymore. Seeing Xiao Bai being so perceptive, Yao Qianqian tapped its forehead, and then a miraculous scene occurred. The little star beast, which had just been all furry and looking like it had been chewed by a dog, suddenly had all its fur grow back. Bai Kai was stunned, his eyes wide open, looking at Yao Qianqian with amazement, as if he had just witnessed a dream. Seeing his ghostly expression, Yao Qianqian wickedly curved her red lips and asked, "What's wrong? Do you think you're dreaming?" She mimicked the seductive manner of the succubi she had seen before, swaying her hips as she approached Bai Kai. She had expected him to show the lewd smile she imagined, but to her surprise, Bai Kai, who had been standing still, ran away as fast as he could upon seeing the change in her expression, as if he had encountered a ghost. Even when Yao Qianqian called for him several times, he didn't hear. In the end, if Yao Qianqian hadn't used her spiritual power to freeze him in place, he might have really run out of this room. Yao Qianqian resumed her usual cold expression and looked at Bai Kai. "What's wrong? Was I not pretty just now? Not tempting?" Bai Kai stared at Yao Qianqian's face for a long time, shyly lowering his head. "You're beautiful, the most beautiful natural female I've ever seen." After saying this, he felt it wasn't precise enough, and added, I mean, I like the kind that can transform into furry beast men. Yao Qianqian, huh? No wonder you ran away so fast when you saw her enchanting look. Turns out you're a euphemism for a gay man. Do you like Han Jin? She suddenly thought that Han Jin seemed to be a beast man, and after transformation, he was also furry. Bai Kai didn't expect this little female to have such a wild imagination, especially after hearing Han Jin's name. He was so shocked that he fell to the ground. What? What? How could I possibly like that aloof Marshal? You can't slander me. Chapter 59, The Temptation of the Little Female, hearing Bai Kai's denial. Yao Qianqian repeated the request Bai Kai had just made. After listening, Bai Kai thought about it and realized that their marshals seemed to fit these criteria quite well. Instantly, his expression turned sour. You don't say such things. I definitely don't like the Marshal. At that moment, Bai Kai wished he could turn back time by a minute. He wanted to strangle himself for speaking carelessly in front of the little female. The beastman he liked must be someone smaller than him. As for Han Jin, he'd rather pass. He didn't want to have nightmares about training every night. Yao Qianqian didn't expect Bai Kai to refuse so quickly and pretended to sigh in regret. I was just planning to introduce you to a beastman. Bai Kai clearly didn't expect Yao Qianqian to say this. He looked at her with a puzzled expression. Shouldn't I know all the beastmen you know? As far as Bai Kai knew, Yao Qianqian hadn't left this place since being brought out by Han Jin. So how could she know a beastman he didn't? Could it be that she was cheating on the Marshal? Before Yao Qianqian could answer Bai Kai's question, Bai Kai had already started to think in his mind about whether he should tell Han Jin if Yao Qianqian was unfaithful. The answer was obvious, and before he could ponder further, Yao Qianqian sensed what he was thinking and directly gave him a smack on the head. I advise you not to always think about things that will make you die early. Yao Qianqian clenched her fists, clearly very angry. Bai Kai swallowed hard, not daring to think further. So, should I go back and squat again? Bai Kai asked Yao Qianqian uncertainly. What else do you want to do? Yao Qianqian raised her hand to check the light brain on her wrist. How about I help you contact the Marshal, and you confess to him later? Bai Kai was so scared that he shook his head repeatedly. Forget it. I'd rather go back to squatting. Seeing Bai Kai go back to squatting, Yao Qianqian stopped teasing him and turned to Xiao Bai. Now it's time for you to work hard. Her tone was cold and indifferent, which almost scared Xiao Bai into falling over. Bai Kai had been paying close attention to this side and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He thought he was controlling himself well on the surface, but Yao Qianqian saw right through him. Immediately, Yao Qianqian narrowed her eyes. You look quite happy. At that moment, the little star beast had slowly made its way to the large ice coffin. Although it could absorb the energy from it, it felt like it would hurt all over for a long time afterward. Even though Bai Kai felt happy inside, he didn't dare to show it on his face. He immediately said seriously to Yao Qianqian, How could that be? It's your star beast now. How could I be happy if it gets hurt? Seeing his serious expression, Yao Qianqian almost believed him, but then Bai Kai continued, Look, I wish I could go over and help it. Just when Bai Kai thought that his statement would make Yao Qianqian let him off to look at the little star beast, he heard Yao Qianqian say, Then if that's the case, you should go help it. Suddenly, Bai Kai's face turned sour, and he stammered while looking at Yao Qianqian. I don't think it would be good if I go over. Look, Xiao Bai's enjoying itself so much. Bai Kai had just finished speaking when the little Bai, who had just been flung away, heard him. Before it even landed, it shouted at Bai Kai, Which of your eyes saw me enjoying myself? Didn't you see I was flung away for the second time? Bai Kai shut his mouth and began to squat properly, but Yao Qianqian didn't plan to let this loose-tongued person off. Look over there, those are all energy bodies. If you absorb a part of them, it will be enough to enhance your abilities, and then the people who used to bully you won't be able to do so anymore. Yao Qianqian tempted Bai Kai beside her. After hearing Yao Qianqian's words, Bai Kai's eyes flickered, and the little Bai, upon realizing that Yao Qianqian also wanted Bai Kai to go eat the energy from the ice coffin, started to get creative with its thoughts. In Xiao Bai's calculations, the more Bai Kai ate, the fewer times it would have to be flung away, so ignoring the pain in its body, it immediately got up and jogged over to Yao Qianqian's side. Chapter 60 Bai Kai also goes to absorb energy, yes. If I can absorb a bit of the energy over there, it would greatly enhance my strength. Look at me. As he spoke, Xiao Bai deliberately spun around Bai Kai, showing off his inflated figure. Bai Kai squinted at Xiao Bai, seemingly trying to see through this guy. In the end, Xiaobai didn't get seen through. Instead, he realized that what he said was indeed true. His strength had indeed improved quite a bit. After some thought, Bai Kai nodded. All right, I'll give it a try. Finally seeing him nod, Xiaobai couldn't help but fall to the ground, sighing it really hurt just now. As for Yao Qianqian, upon seeing Bai Kai agree, she stopped making things difficult for him and signaled him not to squat anymore. Come, try this robe and see if it fits. She pulled out a long robe with basic defense formations drawn on it from her space. Seeing this, Bai Kai jumped back 3 meters, stammering, this. Unable to articulate properly, isn't this a bit too much? The Marshal might get jealous. Seeing his timid demeanor, Yao Qianqian kicked him, saying, if you don't want to wear it, then don't. But remember to use your mental power to build a defense barrier for yourself. Of course, Yao Qianqian would also share some spiritual power to protect Bai Kai. She certainly couldn't let him die in front of her, or her little demon face would be ruined. Unexpectedly, absorbing a bit of energy required him to use his mental power to create a barrier. Bai Kai suddenly felt regretful. In the end, he didn't back out. Initially, when he approached the ice coffin, everything seemed fine, but as he followed Yao Qianqian's method to absorb the energy from the ice coffin, trouble began. The most noticeable effect was that he was thrown back just like the little star beast. However, with the robe provided by Yao Qianqian and the mental barrier he created, he only felt a painful thud. Fortunately, he didn't bleed. Nonetheless, he was looked down upon by Yao Qianqian and the little star beast, especially the little star beast. It simply didn't expect this guy's strength to be so much weaker than itself. The amount he absorbed was not even 1/10 of what it could. Doesn't that mean this guy would have to do it 10 times to barely make it, so the little star beast could fly less once? Moreover, this time, it would still be marked with a question mark. At this moment, Bai Kai was still lying in the corner absorbing energy from his body. Yao Qianqian walked over and instructed, according to the mind method I gave you, start guiding the energy in your body to flow through your meridians. Yao Qianqian only gave a brief instruction before calling the little star beast over to teach Bai Kai how to absorb energy. Xiaobai was not very willing, thinking, why should I? He is not my servant. It had been a star beast for so long and had never encountered another star beast that could subdue a human as a servant. If it could do that, Xiaobai began to fantasize in its mind, thinking maybe it could be recorded in the star beast historical records. Although Bai Kai had little strength left, he could still talk, so he immediately started mocking Xiaobai for dreaming. Compared to the weak Bai Kai, Xiaobai not only could walk while absorbing energy, but also seemed capable of beating up Bai Kai. This was the scream Bai Kai let out when Xiaobai climbed onto his chest. Yao Qianqian saw Xiaobai bullying Bai Kai, but didn't stop it. Instead, she suggested, move a bit to the side, be careful, you're so heavy now, don't crush him. He is my servant, very easy to kill. Xiaobai waved a paw, signaling Yao Qianqian not to meddle. Although it didn't say anything, its body honestly followed Yao Qianqian's advice, obediently shifting to the other side of Bai Kai's body to avoid hurting him. The little star beast was quite heavy now, and with its weight pressing down on Bai Kai, he felt like he was about to lose half his life. Finally, he couldn't help but cry out to Yao Qianqian, help me, I'm going to be crushed to death by this fat star beast. Hearing Bai Kai dare to call it fat in front of it, Xiaobai nearly jumped up, thinking if that's the case, then I might as well crush him to death. Originally, Bai Kai was expecting Yao Qianqian to come help, but unexpectedly, she went to open the door. Hey, just when Bai Kai thought Yao Qianqian was going out and wouldn't save him, he saw Han Jin standing outside the door, looking at him with a cold expression. Bai Kai began to recall his earlier attitude toward Yao Qianqian, realizing it indeed seemed a bit inappropriate. Chapter 61. Being kicked out suddenly, Bai Kai began to feel apprehensive. He started to think about how the Marshal would deal with him later. Before he could finish his thoughts, he and the Star Beast were kicked out of the room by Han Jin. Xiaobai was somewhat confused. It didn't understand why it was being kicked out of the room along with this stupid human in front of it. It tilted its head to look at Bai Kai, then turned to stare at the already closed door of the room, just as Xiaobai was hesitating whether to barge back in. It heard the voice of Yao Qianqian in its mind. No need to come over. Find a place to absorb energy first, and I'll come find you at night. No way. I won't be able to absorb it all at night. Xiao wanted to protest to Yao Qianqian, but unfortunately, after giving her instructions, Yao Qianqian unilaterally cut off the connection again, completely missing Xiao's subsequent words. Bai Kai looked at Xiao, who had just been in a daze, not understanding what was going on. "What's wrong, little fat star beast?" He accidentally blurted out, clearly irritating Xiao. "You're the fat one. Your whole family is fat." The Star Beast clan had roamed the universe for many years and had never been described as fat by a human before. This was definitely a disgrace in its Star Beast career. "My family isn't fat." Bai Kai carefully recalled the composition of his family. There were 4 people in total: him, his brother, and their mother and father. It seemed that no one was particularly fat. "Humph." Xiao showed an extremely sarcastic smile. "I've been with you for too long. My IQ has been affected. How could I be stupid enough to argue with someone like you?" After saying this, it turned around and walked back. Bai Kai initially wanted to chase after it, but after taking a few steps, he felt pain all over his body, especially in the places where Xiao had stepped on him, which hurt so much that he couldn't breathe. Previously, Bai Kai thought this was an exaggerated statement from novels, but this time he believed it. He stood still and contacted the medical team with his light brain, asking them to come and rescue him. At this moment, inside the room, Hanjin was looking Yao Qianqian up and down. The reason he had come over was that he detected Bai Kai's life energy was unstable. He felt a jolt in his heart, thinking that something had happened to Bai Kai and Yao Qianqian. But upon finding them, he realized it seemed different from what he initially thought. Bai Kai looked quite lively. "Why are you staring at me?" Yao Qianqian looked at the man in confusion, signaling him to speak if he had something to say. "Have I become more beautiful?" Seeing that she had spoken first and the man still didn't respond, she couldn't help but start striking poses in front of him, either charming or aloof. Just as she was about to lift her garment, Hanjin finally couldn't help but stop her movement. "And no, it's nothing," he said, his earlobes turning red as he suddenly thought of Bai Kai, who had just been thrown out. Did you treat Bai Kai like this too? If Yao Qianqian's reaction speed had been a bit slower, she might have actually responded according to Hanjin's words. "What do you mean by treating Bai Kai like this?" She knew that this man was actually jealous. She never expected that the esteemed Marshal of the Empire, and also the son of the heavenly Tao, would get jealous over something trivial. Just asking that question had already exceeded the limits of what Hanjin usually cared about. So after Yao Qianqian didn't respond immediately, he felt too embarrassed to continue asking. He just shook his head and said, "Forget it. I was just curious about what you were doing in the room earlier." Feeling that even though the man thought she might have overstepped, he suppressed that emotion to avoid making her uncomfortable. Yao Qianqian smiled and said, "We were just dealing with that ice coffin. Do you want to try it too?" Yao Qianqian thought that since Bai Kai could absorb some energy, Hanjin might succeed even more obviously, and perhaps she could get that ring in the ice coffin a few days earlier. Unfortunately, before she could finish her thought, Hanjin shook his head and asked Yao Qianqian, "Do you know why I came over?" Yao Qianqian thought to herself, "I'm not a worm in your belly. How could I possibly know why you came over?" So she shook her head at him. "I don't know why you came over. Weren't you here to find me?" "Yeah, I did come to find you." Hanjin glanced around the room, then led Yao Qianqian to sit on the sofa. "I sensed that Bai Kai's life value was unstable and thought something might have happened here, which is why I rushed over." Chapter 62. Next to the toilet, after listening to Hanjin's words, Yao Qianqian was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected that the people in this world could also use jade butterflies to sense the safety of others' lives. Before Yao Qianqian could think further, Hanjin explained the situation to her. It turned out that the bracelet could automatically detect the host's life value. Yao Qianqian sighed, realizing that this was somewhat similar to certain sects in her own world, which could sense the safety of their subordinates through tools. "Do you think I was doing something bad to him just now?" Once she understood, Yao Qianqian began to question Hanjin, propping her chin up with one hand, waiting for his response. Hanjin was caught off guard by the sudden question from the little female, and he froze for a moment. "No, I just thought you were in danger, so I came to check on you." Yao Qianqian carefully sensed that Hanjin truly thought this way, which made her regard him with a bit more favor. "Well then, why didn't you think of trying over by the ice coffin?" Yao Qianqian was now curious. Hanjin couldn't explain it clearly at that moment. He fell silent for a while, and just as Yao Qianqian was about to sit in his lap, he slowly replied, "It seems my subconscious told me not to go over there." Yao Qianqian, subconscious? What kind of subconscious? Isn't it just the heavenly Tao giving its favored son a cheat? It knows that going over would result in injury. And that energy is of no use to Han Jin, who is already the pinnacle of combat power in this world. Yao Qianqian felt very dissatisfied with this. Even if Han Jin went over, given his strength, he would only suffer a trivial injury in the end. The heavenly Tao wouldn't even allow that. Didn't she almost die at the beginning? Han Jin was puzzled by Yao Qianqian's rapid change in emotions. He glanced at her face and then shifted the topic. We're almost at planet number 5. Yao Qianqian remembered that this was Han Jin's planet, and it could be considered his base. Although she had gained some understanding of the people in this world due to the cheat from the heavenly Tao, there were still aspects she only half understood. She looked at Han Jin with bright eyes. By the way, won't there be a lot of delicious food in your place? She stared at Han Jin's face, seemingly wanting to get a positive response from him. Unfortunately, Han Jin shook his head helplessly. Planet number 5 is a semi-militarized planet, and the resources there are relatively scarce. As for the environment, as he talked about this place, he thought for a moment and then asked Yao Qianqian about something else. By the way, have you decided where to plant that little plant of yours? Han Jin's question was fine, but as soon as Yao Qianqian heard it, she got angry. Where? Right next to the toilet. It really made her furious that they had even stolen the spirit stones from her. Actually, I can build you a flower house in the Marshal's mansion. You can keep it inside. Han Jin thought Yao Qianqian was joking when she mentioned planting it next to the toilet, so he didn't take it seriously. But Yao Qianqian was serious. No need. A plant that can steal my energy stones doesn't deserve to live in a flower house. After saying this, Yao Qianqian crossed her arms and started to get angry. Han Jin felt a bit of a headache as he rubbed his forehead. He and thought that his casual question would remind Yao Qianqian of the previous incident and make her angry again. He wanted to appease her, so he took out 2 energy stones from his spatial button, which he had found while searching on the light brain last night, and handed them to Yao Qianqian. I'll give you 2 new ones. Don't let a little energy stone get you worked up. Upon seeing the 2 energy stones, Yao Qianqian's mood visibly improved. At least she wasn't angry anymore. Well, I'll let it go for your sake, but it still has to be planted next to the toilet. Can't waste such good fertilizer. If Han Jin had thought Yao Qianqian was just joking before, now that she had repeated it 3 times, he would be a fool to think she was just playing around. Chapter 63. Love Tribulation? Although Han Jin felt that what Yao Qianqian was doing was somewhat inappropriate, he didn't stop her for the sake of making the little female happy. After all, it was just a plant, and he regarded the star coins as if they were thrown into the water. He patiently rubbed Yao Qianqian's head, saying that as long as she was happy, he would take her to the Marshal's residence later, and she could choose whatever she wanted. Upon hearing the man's promise, Yao Qianqian finally felt satisfied. In her joy, she wanted to give the man a sweet kiss, leaning in to peck his high nose. Before she could pull back, the man pulled her into his arms, causing her to fall into his embrace. Yao Qianqian wanted to say something more when the door to the room was pushed open from the outside. Meng Han stood at the doorway, and when he saw the scene inside, he immediately began to think about how to write his resignation letter. Feeling the man stiffen, Yao Qianqian found it amusing. In fact, she had sensed someone approaching from outside earlier and was just about to remind him when she was pulled into his arms. Now, the man, who was the cause of this situation, seemed a bit shy. This made Yao Qianqian want to tease him. What's wrong? She leaned closer to Han Jin, her warm breath brushing against his neck, making the already tense man tighten his breath. His cold gaze turned toward Meng Han at the door, and upon meeting Han Jin's eyes, Meng Han, who had just been in a daze, quickly realized he shouldn't be looking and immediately shut the door. Perhaps too nervous, Meng Han's action of closing the door was a bit forceful, causing Yao Qianqian to feel a sharp pain in her eardrum. She still had her arms around the man's neck, and just as she wanted to pull back her hand to rub her ear, she felt the man pinching her ear. Does it hurt? Han Jin's fingertips were slightly calloused, feeling rougher than Yao Qianqian's own hands. She shrank back a bit uncomfortably, and just as she was about to tell the man it was fine, she felt a vibration in his chest. Then he pulled her onto his lap, bringing their gazes to the same level. Delicate. After saying this, Han Jin flicked Yao Qianqian's nose, moved her to the side, and instructed her to remember to come find him in the command room for lunch. After saying this, Han Jin left. Since Meng Han had come over, it was clear he had urgent business, so he needed to hurry back to see what it was about. Left in a room, Yao Qianqian stared blankly into space. After a long time, she slowly pressed her finger against her nose, which Han Jin had just flicked, and felt her heart pounding uncontrollably. It's over. Yao Qianqian thought to herself as she lay back on the sofa. I feel like I'm finished. Was that the feeling those great demons talked about? The feeling of going through a love tribulation? She suddenly remembered that she had once visited the human world and heard their descriptions of a white demon, thinking that it was that demon who was suppressed under a high tower because of going through a love tribulation. As she thought of this, Yao Qianqian began to recall the tall buildings she had seen here, which didn't seem that tall before. What if, when they discovered I was a demon, they trapped me under a tower? Would I be able to escape? While Yao Qianqian was lost in her fantasies, Han Jin returned to the command room. When he saw the red dot on the screen, his expression turned slightly cold. It seemed that the people over there were not planning to let them go. Meng Han and Lin Nuo were standing behind Han Jin, both fearing that he might impulsively drive the mecha out. However, ever since the last incident where his mental power had gone out of control and affected Yao Qianqian, Han Jin no longer dared to waste his mental power casually. He turned to Meng Han and asked, "What do you think would happen if a high-level star beast suddenly appeared here?" Meng Han instinctively thought about working together with those people to eliminate the star beast, but Lin Nuo's mind was quicker than Meng Han's. Then we would definitely have to deal with the star beast first, and then we could directly start the space jump. Han Jin was very pleased with Lin Nuo's answer, but he also didn't let Meng Han off the hook for not answering earlier. Remember to write me a 10,000-word reflection when you go back. After receiving Han Jin's instructions, Lin Nuo went to find Xiao Bai to communicate, while Meng Han returned with a bitter face to write his reflection. He felt that the Marshal was definitely settling a personal score with him for seeing something he shouldn't have when he went to find Han Jin. Chapter 64. See if you're dead. Just as Meng Han was feeling sad about his 10,000-word self-criticism, someone from the medical team suddenly rushed in, seemingly in a hurry to find the Marshal, not even noticing him. Meng Han was curious about what they wanted with Han Jin, so he hesitated for a moment about whether to go back and see, but before he could think it through, his curiosity won out over the potential punishment of having to write a self-criticism. So he decided to turn back and see what the medical team wanted to say to the Marshal. When Meng Han returned, Lin Nuo was also coming in with a white star beast that looked very much like a dog. Upon seeing an extra person in the command room, Lin Nuo asked what had happened with the medical team. The person was the head of the medical team, Lao Yu. When he heard Lin Nuo's question, he glanced at the other staff who were still working around him, his expression a bit hesitant. Seeing this, Han Jin stood up and went out first, signaling for Lin Nuo to take care of things here. After Han Jin left, the little star beast that had been quiet in Lin Nuo's hands suddenly started to struggle like a wild horse that had broken free. "You better let me go," Little Bai shouted angrily at Lin Nuo. Naturally, Lin Nuo wouldn't indulge it. "Be quiet, or I'll go find Madam." Upon hearing that Lin Nuo was going to find Yao Qianqian, Little Bai stopped yelling and quietly allowed itself to be carried. "Well then, what do you want from me?" Even being held upside down, Little Bai was somehow able to cross its arms. Seeing its demeanor, Lin Nuo didn't hold back and directly told it what he needed it to do. When Little Bai heard that it was being sent to deal with the group of humans outside who wanted to stop their spaceship, it snorted coldly. "You humans are indeed treacherous, even plotting against your own kind." Lin Nuo retorted without mercy. "At least that's better than your star beasts eating your own kind." Little Bai was momentarily speechless. It had just wanted to argue that those who got eaten weren't its kind, but then it realized Lin Nuo could say the same. It immediately shut its mouth, and in the end, neither side gained an advantage in their debate, while Meng Han watched on with great interest. Once Lin Nuo calmed down, he simply tossed Little Bai out from the mech bay. The little star beast found itself in outer space, looking bewildered. It didn't understand why, after just arguing, the human had thrown it out without any regard for martial ethics. However, it hadn't forgotten what that human had said, and it quickly transformed into a large star beast, charging towards the human ships floating in space. Suddenly, the ships that had been blocking Han Jin's fleet were thrown into chaos by the appearance of this star beast, all frantically preparing for battle, completely unable to stop Han Jin and the others from escaping. When the teleportation began, Little Bai was still enjoying tearing apart mechs. But it remembered Yao Qianqian's warning about not using lethal force against humans. So, while it tore apart the mechs, it only ripped off their limbs, leaving the cockpit intact to prevent those people from dying in space. Unfortunately, before it could have its fun, as the fleet entered the wormhole, it was teleported to Yao Qianqian's feet in the next moment. At this time, Yao Qianqian was still lost in the shock of the impending tribulation. Little Bai observed her for a while, and, seeing her lying on the sofa, curiously approached to check if she was dead, secretly praying that she would die. Just as Little Bai got close to Yao Qianqian's hand, she grabbed it by the neck. "Ha! If I die, I will definitely bury you first." Little Bai didn't expect to encounter two creatures in one day that were even worse than dogs. It struggled with its little paws to try to pry Yao Qianqian's hand off, but unfortunately, before it could succeed, she simply tossed it aside. Before it could think clearly, Yao Qianqian walked right up to it. "With this little strength, you want to kill me?" She squatted down to look at Little Bai. "Let me see how strong you are now." She attempted to grab Little Bai's neck again, but fortunately, Little Bai noticed her hand movement in advance, preventing her from succeeding. "What do you want to do?" "I didn't want to kill you. I just wanted to see if you were dead." Little Bai dodged Yao Qianqian's hand while trying to defend itself. Unfortunately, Yao Qianqian didn't believe it. Chapter 65. The shy star beast, you said you just wanted to take a look, and I believed you. This time, she didn't choose to grab Xiao Bai by the neck, but directly went to grab its tail, lifting it up upside down. Perhaps it was because Xiao Bai had been fed too well these past few days. When Yao Qianqian lifted it, she almost couldn't lift it up. "Hiss, what have you been eating?" Just as Bai Kai said, "You've really gotten chubby?" As she spoke, she pinched Xiao Bai's round belly. Finally, when her fingers slid upwards, it seemed she accidentally touched a bump, and in the next second, Xiao Bai, which had its limbs spread out, curled up and hugged its belly. "Oh, you know how to be shy?" Yao Qianqian only had to think a little to know what she had touched, and immediately wanted to poke it a couple more times. Xiao Bai didn't expect that this woman would guess it and actually want to touch it again. So in the next second, it directly transformed into a larger size in front of Yao Qianqian, then was thrown to the ground, hitting its forehead and forming a big bump. "You woman, do you know what being shy means?" If it weren't for the fact that its fur didn't match its skin, Yao Qianqian could have ended up with a pink little star beast right now. "Aren't you a star beast? Can star beasts even be shy?" You should know that Yao Qianqian was once a tree, and in the forest during spring, mating creatures were everywhere, so having seen countless of them, Yao Qianqian really didn't feel shy at all. How could a star beast not be shy? Xiao Bai looked at Yao Qianqian with righteous indignation. Our kind is very focused on protection. The little star beast didn't finish its sentence, but Yao Qianqian understood. She patted Xiao Bai's head. "Never mind. I can't be bothered to argue about that." She changed the subject and asked Xiao Bai, "What did you go out of the spaceship for just now?" Xiao Bai didn't expect Yao Qianqian to ask it about this, and immediately thought of what Lin Nuo did. Xiao Bai was really furious. "You don't know. You actually don't know." Xiao Bai exclaimed to Yao Qianqian, and then told her those people wanted to avoid their spaceship being blocked outside, so they made me go out to hold them off, and even threatened me, saying if I didn't do it, they would come to report me to you. Just thinking about this made Xiao Bai so angry it felt like it could cry. Seeing this, Yao Qianqian also felt those humans were despicable. Okay, don't be angry. I'll go find them to get you some benefits." She patted the fur on Xiao Bai's back, trying to soothe it. At first, it didn't seem to work. But when Xiao Bai heard Yao Qianqian say she would go get it some benefits, it suddenly felt that this woman wasn't so bad after all. Its howling wasn't as loud as before, but it was still sniffling, looking genuinely wronged. Moreover, Xiao Bai was also afraid that Yao Qianqian might forget to get those benefits for it, so began to urge her to hurry up and get the benefits. "Should we go find that Lin to settle the score now?" Yao Qianqian looked down at the light brain on her wrist and found that it was almost lunchtime. Seeing Xiao Bai so eager, she nodded. "All right, let's go settle the score with Lin Nuo." She helped Xiao Bai up and patted the dust off its body, saying, "You're fine? Why are you afraid of him? You didn't do anything wrong?" She thought it was ridiculous that Xiao Bai could be threatened by Lin Nuo like this. If it had a bit more sense, it could have set a trap for Lin Nuo right there and then, in turn, to report Lin Nuo to her. Now, after Yao Qianqian's reminder, Xiao Bai understood that it had simply not thought it through earlier, and seeing Yao Qianqian like this, it estimated that she was mostly on its side. After realizing this, Xiao Bai calmed down, walked directly in front of Yao Qianqian and began to sniff around, trying to determine the direction where Lin Nuo was at the moment. Just as they were planning to find Lin Nuo, Han Jin was also discussing why Bai Kai suddenly changed from B-level mental power to A level. You should know that in the starry sky, their mental power cannot grow. It is almost the same as what it was during the first awakening, and it remains that way until the day they die. Of course, there are exceptions, such as some beastmen who cannot control their mental power before they die. Their mental power may go berserk, causing a temporary increase in their mental power. Chapter 66, Can Mental Power Be Cultivated? Of course, in the end, those orcs also died under their own rebellious mental power. Thinking of this, Han Jin suddenly thought of a possibility where he hadn't encountered Yao Qianqian. Ultimately, he chose to have Lao Yu sign an S-level confidentiality contract, and then planned to let this matter pass for now. Of course, he still needed to ask Bai Kai what the situation was, why his mental power had suddenly increased. Although Han Jin already had a guess in his heart, he still wanted to confirm it. Just as Han Jin was contemplating whether to ask, there was a knock at the door. He called out to come in and saw Lin Nuo bringing Yao Qianqian and Xiaobai in. He remembered that he had told Yao Qianqian before to come find him if she was hungry. So he wasn't surprised to see her and nodded for her to come sit down. Lin Nuo actually had serious business in bringing them over. He closed the door behind him and then repeated what Yao Qianqian had just said to Han Jin verbatim. Madam came to find me just now and said that she wanted to give Xiaobai a reward for dealing with those people earlier. So she wanted to ask for your opinion. Marshal. After Lin Nuo respectfully finished speaking, Xiaobai took a running start, intending to jump onto the table to communicate with Han Jin personally. Fortunately, Yao Qianqian was quick enough to catch Xiaobai, preventing it from jumping on the table. Do you really think you're a dog? After all, you're a big demon, right? After being caught by Yao Qianqian, Xiaobai struggled. Aren't they giving me benefits? How can I just stand by and listen? Yao Qianqian didn't expect it to be so talkative. She immediately pulled its face without any courtesy, almost distorting Xiaobai's face. You better shut up, or when the time comes, don't blame me for not reminding you. Yao Qianqian looked at Xiaobai menacingly, as if she could send away right there. Thinking of this woman's terrifying nature, Xiaobai fell silent, once again quiet as a chicken. Seeing this, Yao Qianqian snorted disdainfully. I thought you would have more ambition. I didn't expect you to stop talking after just a few threats. Xiaobai heard what Yao Qianqian said earlier, but it was too lazy to argue with her. After all, it would be its fault in the end. And if it reasoned with Yao Qianqian, she might not accept it and end up punishing it. That would be a significant loss for Xiaobai. So, it chose to remain silent. As for Yao Qianqian, after seeing Xiaobai quiet down, she finally allowed herself to give some attention to Han Jin and Lin Nuo. Why are you looking at me like that? She asked, noticing both of them staring at her. Han Jin withdrew his gaze, but Lin Nuo was still thinking to himself. He had never seen that star beast afraid of humans, especially since Yao Qianqian was considered a relatively fragile female on their side. However, before he could finish his thoughts, Han Jin called him again. What are you looking at? Han Jin asked Lin Nuo, his voice carrying a chill, clearly indicating that Lin Nuo had overstepped. This scared Lin Nuo, and he quickly withdrew his gaze from Yao Qianqian. I was just curious, seeing that they were all back to their senses. Yao Qianqian clapped her hands. All right, let's talk about serious business now. The serious business Yao Qianqian mentioned was simply to remind them to remember to give Xiaobai some food whenever they needed to use in the future. 4-star beasts, they generally consumed energy sources, so Xiaobai wanted some energy stones, but Yao Qianqian needed energy stones as well. Moreover, in her view, Han Jin was just a tool for her, so Han Jin's energy stones were hers. So, when Xiaobai asked Han Jin for them, isn't it the same as asking me? Then, without hesitation, she swatted Xiaobai's face away. No, change your request, or... Although Yao Qianqian didn't say it outright, the clenched fist made Xiaobai think twice. In the end, Xiaobai decided, forget it, I'll pass. Just remember to give me more delicious food later. The delicious food in Xiaobai's mouth referred to Yao Qianqian's spiritual power, which for her was something that could be used up and still have more, at most just needing to be condensed a few more times, so it was not a bother at all. So she nodded at Xiaobai. All right, it's just a little. Cough, cough, cough. She almost said spiritual energy just now. Even if Han Jin noticed, he pretended not to see it. As for Lin Nuo, he saw that the Marshal didn't ask any questions, so he didn't want to butt in. Thus, everyone tacitly treated it as if they hadn't heard anything. Chapter 67. First time eating octopus when Yao Qianqian and Han Jin went to the restaurant for lunch. Their spaceship officially flew into Han Jin's territorial area. However, it would still take more than an hour to land completely, and during this time, it was just right for Han Jin to take Yao Qianqian out for lunch. This time, the kitchen prepared a lot of seafood for Yao Qianqian, especially the octopus, serving her 2 large plates of it. The area was suitable for human habitation, but the environment was not particularly good. It was semi-militarized, so most of the residents were soldiers, and there were not many entertainment facilities. Instead, there were fitness equipment scattered everywhere. Yao Qianqian picked up a piece of octopus leg with her chopsticks and looked at Han Jin, wondering how to eat it. Forgive her for being a land monster. Even though she had traveled to the human world before, she had never seen anything like this creature covered in tentacles. Han Jin knew how to eat octopus, but he didn't particularly like it. After thinking for a moment, he began to explain to Yao Qianqian. This is something you need to dip in sauce. Han Jin pointed to a dish of sauce nearby, indicating that Yao Qianqian should dip it in that. Yes, just dip it in this and then try it. Yao Qianqian glanced at the soft, squishy octopus meat, then looked at Han Jin's face. Finally, she decided to follow the man's advice and try to pick up a bite, dipping it into the sauce before putting it in her mouth and chewing a few times. The octopus meat was very elastic, and at least that one bite made her chew more than usual. After swallowing the piece of octopus, she asked Han Jin why this dish suddenly appeared today. How could Han Jin explain this to her? Should he directly tell her that the people under him had changed the menu for Yao Qianqian without consulting him? Han Jin thought to himself that he needed to properly deal with those people later. Did they really think that just because they had been with him for a long time, they could meddle in his personal affairs? At that moment, Lin Nuo in the kitchen suddenly sneezed and rubbed his nose. The chef next to him cast a concerned glance, but Lin Nuo waved his hand at them, saying it was nothing, just that someone had scolded him, and he would be fine soon. In fact, the chefs all knew why Lin Nuo had been scolded. It was purely because he had changed the dishes for the little female to something unique to their planet. That was why the Marshal had scolded him. They all secretly thought that the Marshal was right to scold him, if it were their own females, assuming they had any. They would also feel that Lin Nuo was putting them in a difficult position. If the little female wasn't satisfied with her meal, wouldn't that bring them trouble? Suddenly thinking about this issue, and with many people saying that the Marshal's new female had a bad temper, they became even more anxious. So one of the head chefs closest to Lin Nuo asked, "What if the Marshal asks us about it? What should we say?" Lin Nuo's face tightened for a moment when he heard this question. He hadn't expected them to ask him this, although perhaps he had thought about it, but hadn't intended to remind them. Now that he was directly asked, he was momentarily stunned. He then covered his mouth with a fist, not daring to let them see the expression on his face, and slowly thought about how to phrase it. Cough. If the Marshal asks, you just need to tell the truth. Upon hearing Lin Nuo's words, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he planned to use them to deflect the Marshal's inquiries. Seeing their relieved expressions, Lin Nuo twitched his mouth. He hadn't expected that his credibility in their eyes was so low that they thought he would use them as a shield. Let's not even mention whether he would do that. Even if he would, it would depend on whether Han Jin was still sane. If he believed what they said was their own decision, then Han Jin's mind must have been completely taken over by romance. And Lin Nuo would have to pack up and find a new master. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he would die in the end. While they were contemplating when Han Jin would come to hold them accountable, Han Jin was starting to remind Yao Qianqian to eat less. Perhaps because it was her first time eating octopus, Yao Qianqian couldn't control her appetite and accidentally ate too much. When she finished a bowl of octopus that was bigger than her face and nearly a foot deep, Han Jin couldn't sit still. If he weren't afraid of making Yao Qianqian angry, he would have wanted to have the remaining food taken away immediately. Chapter 68. Not allowed to eat, why can't I eat? Yao Qianqian looked dissatisfied at Han Jin, who was blocking her hand. This food was the first time she had tasted it. What was wrong with wanting to eat more? Her appetite was still based on Xiao Bai's, and she didn't see Xiao Bai, who was eating octopus beside her, stop eating. Even if she knew how much female creatures in this world could eat, would it affect her, Yao Qianqian? It wouldn't. Just as Yao Qianqian was about to shake off Han Jin's hand and continue eating, she suddenly felt a shock throughout her body and was about to fall sideways. If Han Jin hadn't always protected her, her face might have hit the table and become disfigured. After experiencing such a thrilling moment, Yao Qianqian calmed down. It seemed she had indeed gone a bit too far. Didn't she see that the heavenly path had personally come down to warn her? She pouted, thinking about this possibility, and snorted disdainfully. Fine, if you don't let me eat, I won't eat, right? She angrily placed her chopsticks back on the table. Originally, she intended to throw them, but since he was still nearby, she was afraid he would shock her again. Seeing Yao Qianqian was angry, Han Jin had no choice but to approach her and coax her. If you still want to eat, you can wait until the spaceship lands, and I'll take you to the seaside to catch the freshest fish, okay? Yao Qianqian squinted slightly, the corners of her mouth involuntarily curling up, and she couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. All right, then I want to go into the water to catch fish too. She turned to look at Han Jin. That previous sentence was just to inform him. Regardless of whether Han Jin agreed or not, she planned to go into the water. As for Han Jin, after seeing Yao Qianqian's determined expression about going into the water to catch fish, he thought for a moment and immediately nodded. Okay, then we'll go into the water together. He had already thought about having someone clear out the ferocious beasts by the seaside in advance, then sealing off part of the sea area and releasing some easy-to-catch fish to let Yao Qianqian have some fun. As for Yao Qianqian, one of the parties involved, she had no such concerns as Han Jin. She just wanted to eat and then sleep since it would still take a while to arrive at Planet 5. So she kicked Xiao Bai, who was still eating, said goodbye to it, and returned to her room. Han Jin didn't follow her, only saying he would find her after they landed and take her to catch fish. Upon hearing Han Jin say he would take her to catch fish, Yao Qianqian naturally nodded in agreement. Seeing her like this, Han Jin couldn't help but twitch his mouth. If he had told her he was just going to let her change to a different place to sleep instead of taking her to catch fish, Yao Qianqian wouldn't have been so easy to deal with, especially since he had just sensed Yao Qianqian's abnormality again. She seemed genuinely shocked earlier, and he had been beside her the whole time, but felt nothing. This made Han Jin, who always thought he could control the situation, feel a strong sense of helplessness. His gaze shifted to the octopus on the side, and he picked one up with his chopsticks to taste it. The flavor was still the same as before, which he didn't particularly like. He couldn't understand why Yao Qianqian could eat so much at once. Of course, now that everyone had calmed down, he still needed to find a culprit to settle the score. When Lin Nuo learned that Yao Qianqian had left angrily, he felt a sudden jolt in his heart and began to consider whether it was possible to hide on the spaceship until it docked. Unfortunately, before Lin Nuo could finish his thoughts, Han Jin directly pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing the kitchen, which usually had only a few people working, was now filled with people, he immediately furrowed his brows. Oh, everyone is so active today? Everyone is here? Han Jin's voice echoed coldly throughout the kitchen, startling the chefs, who trembled and then either directly or indirectly cast their gazes towards Lin Nuo. Seeing this, Han Jin naturally knew it was all Lin Nuo's doing. He glanced at the group in the kitchen. You all go back. Each of you write a 3000 word report for me. I want to see it by this time tomorrow night. After saying this, Han Jin waved his hand at them, clearly indicating they should leave. At this moment, Lin Nuo spoke up. How about I go to the study with you, Marshal? Chapter 69. Settling accounts with Lin Nuo. Han Jin raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Do you think I will let you off? Today, it was because Yao Qianqian loved to eat that octopus, so he didn't really plan to hold Lin Nuo accountable. However, it was precisely because there was too much octopus on the table that the little female took her anger out on him. Naturally, he wouldn't go after the little female for such a trivial matter, so he had to find Lin Nuo to take the blame. After hearing Han Jin's words, Lin Nuo waved his hands repeatedly. I was just being kind, worried that if the little female comes to our planet, she might not adapt to the natural food that everyone usually eats here. That's why I wanted her to try it in advance. His words sounded quite dignified, but Han Jin didn't respond. Instead, he took the lead and walked outside. Of course, the direction Han Jin was heading was clearly not towards his study, but rather towards the training room on the spaceship. When Lin Nuo saw Han Jin walking towards the training room, he suddenly thought of the problem he would soon face. It was now obvious that the spaceship was about to arrive at planet number 5. If Han Jin only targeted his face during training, then he... To avoid embarrassing himself later, Lin Nuo slowed his pace behind Han Jin. He had already contacted the medical team in advance, asking them to be ready to come and treat his facial injuries at any moment. Little did he know that all his actions were seen by Han Jin. Han Jin had long planned to teach Lin Nuo a lesson in the training room first, and then warn those in the medical team not to treat Lin Nuo. When Lin Nuo entered the training room, Han Jin closed the door and scanned Lin Nuo from top to bottom. It seemed that since their last mission, he hadn't practiced with Lin Nuo. It was just the right time to try it out now. Without waiting for Lin Nuo to respond, Han Jin continued. I see you've been quite idle lately. You must think your strength has improved, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Nuo began to attack. At this moment, Lin Nuo thought, since he was going to get beaten anyway, why not take the chance to hit Han Jin a few times before he could react? Unfortunately, he was only an S-class, while Han Jin was born a double S-class. When he awakened, he became the only triple S-class ability user in the entire empire. The difference between S-class and above was a matter of life and death, as demonstrated now. Lin Nuo had already put in all his effort, but Han Jin easily blocked his mental attack with one hand. This made Lin Nuo's face turn pale, but Han Jin didn't intend to compete with him in mental power. If they simply compared mental strength, it wouldn't achieve the result he wanted in teaching Lin Nuo a lesson. I haven't been using mental power lately. Let's try close combat today, Han Jin said, taking the initiative to assume a stance and indicating for Lin Nuo to come forward and try again. For the next 10 minutes, the training room was filled with Lin Nuo's screams and Han Jin's occasional remarks. Come on, is your strength this weak? Haven't you trained recently? This successfully provoked the anger deep within Lin Nuo. Today, he simply didn't believe it. After so many attempts, he hadn't once succeeded in getting close to Han Jin or even brushing against the hem of his clothes. Of course, this didn't count when Han Jin was attacking. In the end, it was Han Jin's light brain that sounded an alert, reminding him that the spaceship was about to land, and he should go wake Yao Qianqian up first, as he might need to meet a few people later. Of course, he only intended to take Yao Qianqian to meet them. He wasn't thinking of having her dress up. He was just afraid that if he woke her up, she might get angry, so he thought it would be better to check on her in advance. If Yao Qianqian was still awake, then he wouldn't have to wake her up himself. Unfortunately, these thoughts might just be Han Jin's own fantasies, as Yao Qianqian was not only asleep, but also sleeping quite soundly. It seemed that if he merely called out softly beside her, he might not be able to wake her up at all. Just as Han Jin hesitated, Lin Nuo found Lao Yu with a grimace, questioning him. Why didn't you go to the training room to help me treat my injuries? I had to walk around with a face full of bruises. You know the corridor closest to the medical team is the busiest. Now, they probably all knew he had been beaten by the Marshal before the spaceship even landed. Chapter 70, Double Punishment. After hearing Han Jin ask him this question, Lao Yu also showed a helpless expression. This isn't something I don't want to do. It's just that I can't dare to disobey the Marshal's orders. As he spoke, he took out his light brain and showed Lin Nuo the message that Han Jin had sent him earlier. Look, the Marshal said not to help you with your treatment. And it also says, Lin Nuo didn't let him finish and said, all right, I'll read it myself. He then quickly scanned through the text. It stated that Lin Nuo hadn't been paying attention to physical training recently, so the injuries he sustained today were considered a punishment for him. The medical team was instructed not to intervene, and if Lin Nuo came to ask them, they should inform him that his reflection paper would be increased from 5,000 words to 10,000 words. Upon seeing the doubled word count for the reflection paper, Lin Nuo let out a wail. Why don't you just tell the Marshal I didn't see it? After hearing this, Lao Yu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. General Lin, do you think the Marshal is blind? Lin Nuo also forced a smile and replied, he is not blind. I'll go back and write it. There was no need to say more at this point. It was just a matter of writing double the reflection. As long as today's matter was settled, he was more afraid that Han Jin would suddenly remember this issue one day and come back to trouble him. This thought made Lin Nuo feel a bit of a headache. After watching the person walk away, several members of the medical team approached Lao Yu and asked, Team leader, why does General Lin need to meddle in the affairs between a couple? These matters were naturally not something they could or should manage. Instead of engaging in conversation, Lao Yu reprimanded the few who had spoken earlier. Have you all been under me for too long that you don't even know the rules anymore? Seeing Lao Yu's stern face, they immediately became frightened and laughed, saying they wouldn't do it again and would quickly get back to work. After they left, Lin Wang approached. His current situation was somewhat awkward. He had been invited by the Marshal to take care of the female. Yet he had not even interacted with Yao Qianqian at all. Every time he tried to find Yao Qianqian, Han Jin would block him, asking what he wanted to do with her. Once it was confirmed that he could handle the matter of Yao Qianqian, Han Jin would directly take care of it himself. Thus, Lin Wang came over to Lao Yu, moving a stool to sit beside him. His worried expression reminded Lao Yu of Lin Wang's experiences over the past few days. Don't be discouraged. Once we get to Planet 5, you'll definitely have the chance to interact with the little female, Lao Yu said, patting Lin Wang's shoulder with his rough hand, intending to comfort him. However, he didn't expect Lin Wang to be weaker than he imagined and stumbled back, nearly falling off the chair. In response, the culprit Lao Yu scratched his nose and coughed a couple of times to cover his embarrassment. I didn't notice my strength. Are you all right, nutritionist Lin? In their empire, nutritionists held a high status, often serving as teachers for the females from noble families. Therefore, many nobles respected them, and some nutritionists held considerable power. Although Lao Yu felt that Lin Wang was not the type of nutritionist who looked down on others, he couldn't guarantee that Lin Wang wouldn't be upset if he accidentally hurt him. In Han Jin's room, Yao Qianqian was awakened by the noise, looking unkindly at the person and beast standing in front of her. Isn't it still not time to land? Why did you wake me up early? She demanded an explanation from Han Jin. As for Xiaobai, it had been sleeping soundly at the bedside, but was kicked over to Han Jin's side by the grumpy Yao Qianqian, who then pulled it up to stand with them. At this moment, Xiaobai was still not fully awake, and, upon hearing Yao Qianqian's words, nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, why did you wake us up so early? We're just going home. We're not going out to do anything. It was pondering whether humans needed to tidy up before going home and prepare to return, which was why they had to wake up this innocent little star beast in advance. Clearly, its comments also reminded Yao Qianqian, as her surrounding aura began to drop, signaling an impending fury. Chapter 71. The rival appears this time. Han Jin didn't dare to be careless, and hurriedly explained to Yao Qianqian that he didn't mean for her to get up early to tidy herself up. He thought she looked great just the way she was. After saying this, Han Jin couldn't help but slap his own mouth, realizing what he had just said. Didn't we agree earlier to go fishing? So I came to find you to prepare the tools together. Yao Qianqian, confused, reluctantly believed Han Jin's earlier words. Not planning to confront the man again, she said, All right, you go out first. I need to get a tool. Although Han Jin didn't know what tools were in this room, seeing that Yao Qianqian wasn't angry, he quietly tiptoed out of the room with Xiaobai. Why are you bringing me along just because you're going out? Xiaobai's round eyes turned into inverted triangles, looking as if it could eat people. Han Jin thought for a moment, then reached out to pinch Xiaobai's ear, saying, You fool, I'm saving you. Aren't you afraid of being implicated inside? Xiaobai replied. As Confucius said, it is difficult to raise a small person and a woman. Damn, what kind of misfortune did it suffer at birth? First, it was captured, then it was contracted. Meanwhile, inside the room, Yao Qianqian washed up and then took out a magical treasure from the cultivation world, the Jinyun net. It was said that if this net was thrown into the water, it could catch all the fish in that area, allowing the user to choose what to eat, while the remaining small fish and shrimp could be released back into the water. At the time, Yao Qianqian wasn't interested in it. The net was given to her as a bonus by the store owner when she bought spiritual fruits, just to make a little extra money. Ordinary fish were of no interest to cultivators, and the net could only be used by them, or else it would have been sold out in the mortal world long ago. She thought it wouldn't take up much space in her own space, so she accepted it, not expecting it would come in handy for fishing here. At this moment, Han Jin could not imagine that Yao Qianqian would pull out a large fishing net later on. In the Grand Marshal's residence, a group of people gathered together, surrounding a stunning, flamboyant subhuman woman. Sister Tong Tong, what if the Marshal really brings a female back this time? Asked the subhuman woman sitting next to Zhu Yetong. Looking at her face with deep mockery, hidden in her eyes. To be taken back by the Marshal and raised. She really thinks she's the mistress of the Marshal's residence? It should be known that those who worked in the Marshal's residence were often subject to Zhu Yedong's wrath if they didn't go along with her wishes. Many had already harbored dissatisfaction with Zhu Yetong, but the rewards offered by the Marshal's residence were too generous. Especially when they worked here, they could enjoy many privileges. So no one wanted to lose such a good job opportunity. Thus, when they heard the Marshal was bringing his female back, that person immediately asked Zhu Yetong what to do. What could Zhu Yetong do now? She was so angry she nearly bit her silver teeth in frustration. But to maintain her image in front of Han Jin, she had to endure and couldn't lash out at these people since Han Jin would be back soon. However, she had already planned in her mind how to give Yao Qianqian a taste of her own medicine. Isn't she just a natural female? Her parents died, saving the Marshal, and before her father passed away, he entrusted her to the Marshal. The Marshal had promised to take care of her for a lifetime. Just as she was thinking about how to make trouble for Yao Qianqian, Han Jin's spaceship finally landed, and Zhu Yedong immediately rushed over, determined to catch Han Jin's attention. It must be said that Han Jin had some capital to establish the Marshal's residence on a separate planet, just like now. Yao Qianqian, seeing the yard of the Marshal's residence that could accommodate an entire fleet, couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. Indeed, interstellar people were wealthy. Just look at this land and the metallic houses over there. It must have cost a lot. Seeing Yao Qianqian mesmerized by the surroundings, Han Jin didn't urge her to hurry but held her hand, slowly leading her down the spaceship, reminding her to watch her step. Chapter 72. The Chambermaid at this moment. The demon Qianqian was very obedient to Han Jin's words. When he told her to lift her foot, she lifted it. When he told her to pay attention to the front, she obediently withdrew her gaze and focused ahead. As for the expression on Qianqian's face earlier, which resembled that of Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden, it had already caught the attention of many people around. They began to judge her actions silently in their hearts. The only thing they could conclude was that Qianqian might not be a female born from a prominent family. Although naturally born females are taken back to the spiritual spring at birth, they would have some inherited memories to some extent. These memories could help them quickly adapt to their current lives. If a female were lucky, she might even find her former family through some technical means, but generally, not many would do that, because even if they did, they could never return to that family. The interests involved were far too complicated, making it impossible for those females, who were destined to meet their partners from birth, to even consider it. Moreover, if those families truly cared for their children, the best approach would be to silently observe from the sidelines, offering help at the right moments without overstepping boundaries. After thinking this through, they categorized Qianqian as a female from an ordinary family and looked down on her even more. Unfortunately, Han Jin was still present, so they could only lower their heads and look at the ground, not daring to show even a hint of dissatisfaction towards Qianqian. Qianqian wasn't truly one of the local females. She had already caught on to their slight emotional slip earlier. She couldn't be bothered to argue with beings who only lived for a few hundred years. Instead, she turned to hold the man's hand, no longer paying attention to her surroundings, and asked, "When are we going to catch fish?" She had been eagerly anticipating fishing for quite some time. After disembarking, she was dazzled by the unfamiliar sights outside, which made her gaze linger longer than intended. But after looking around, it was really nothing special. After all, she had been taken by an old Taoist priest to see the imperial city back in the day. That place was grand and magnificent, but unfortunately, she was just a little demon back then. Even with the old priest's help, she couldn't withstand the dragon energy of the imperial city, so she could only observe from a distance before being urged to return to the mountain. Thinking of this, Qianqian sighed and then picked up a small net bag, nudging Han Jin to hurry to the seaside to catch fish. The taste of octopus was simply too delicious, and she couldn't wait to eat again. Han Jin, feeling helpless, pulled Qianqian back when she tried to lead him to the right. "You're going the wrong way." He then planned to walk past Zhu Yetong, who was standing in the middle of the road. Zhu Yetong had been looking forward to Han Jin noticing her makeup, which she had specially changed for today, hoping he would compliment her like he did before. However, to her surprise, Han Jin seemed to ignore her completely, planning to walk away with that alluring female. Zhu Yetong was so frustrated that she nearly dug her nails in her soft palm. her gaze fixated on Qianqian as she called out, "Marshal, he just got off the spaceship and should be resting. How can you, as a female, take advantage of your status and pull the Marshal to the seaside? Do you want him to tire himself out for you again? Qianqian, what is this?" She thought these people would only be talking about her in their hearts. They were numerous and powerful, and she didn't want to argue with each of them. But she didn't expect someone to actually confront her in front of Han Jin. She looked Zhu Yetong up and down several times. With her big, apricot eyes, high nose, flawless white skin, and petite red lips, she did look decent. Qianqian reluctantly rated her a 7 out of 10, while she herself would give herself a perfect score of 100. Once she confirmed that this person didn't even match 1/10 of her own beauty, Qianqian felt satisfied and turned to Han Jin, asking, "Is this your family's chambermaid?" Thinking of this, Qianqian began to ponder whether she should ask Han Jin to remain faithful, while she herself considered whether it was inappropriate to have a harem. However, if Han Jin really found a woman, especially one like the one before her who was so unclear about the situation, Qianqian felt that her future life would be very exciting for a long time. She couldn't help but shiver. It was something she had never dared to think about, as she usually hated trouble. If there were a way, she would almost prefer to live in the mountains until the end of time. Chapter 73. Parents trust. At first, Han Jin didn't understand what Yao Qianqian meant. But those who occasionally browsed the Star Network for novels knew exactly what it implied. Instantly, the way they looked at Yao Qianqian, Han Jin, and Zhu Yetong changed. It felt somewhat distorted. Clearly, Yao Qianqian was Han Jin's confirmed partner. Yet, as they recalled Han Jin's attitude toward Zhu Yetong, it seemed he had never crossed any boundaries, treating her solely as the child of a deceased comrade he was helping to care for. The thought was chilling. Was Zhu Yetong actually the little mistress between the Marshal and the Marshal's wife? Before they could finish their thoughts, Zhu Yetong, feeling insulted, immediately questioned Yao Qianqian loudly. "I respect you as the Marshal's female counterpart, but do you have to tarnish my reputation?" Her tearful appearance, if rated for acting, might earn Yao Qianqian an 8 out of 10, with 10 being the maximum score. Naturally, Yao Qianqian wasn't intimidated by such a person. She looked up at Zhu Yetong with a playful demeanor and said, "I'm just speaking the truth. You're an adult and have no blood relation to Han Jin, so logically, you shouldn't be living in his house. If you were a woman of propriety, you have moved out long ago. But you choose not to move. And not only that, you always want to act as if you were the mistress. Am I wrong?" Zhu Yetong never expected Yao Qianqian to directly bring this up in front of so many people. What infuriated her the most was that several around them believed Yao Qianqian's words, thinking it was all her fault. Even though she knew in her heart that Yao Qianqian was right, Zhu Yetong understood she couldn't admit it. If she did, she wouldn't just lose her chance with Han Jin, she might even lose the opportunity to live in the Marshal's residence. Zhu Yetong rolled her eyes and then thought of something. She began to speak about her father's instructions to Han Jin from back then. "It's not that I want to live in the Marshal's residence, but my father." As she spoke, tears finally streamed down her face. Upon seeing this, those around them recalled the events surrounding Zhu Yetong's parents. They had died trying to save Han Jin, so it was only natural for Han Jin to take on the responsibility of caring for Zhu Yetong, which had continued until now. Looking at the scene before him, Han Jin felt for the first time that Yao Qianqian might want to reconsider her absurd thoughts. He pulled Yao Qianqian closer and said, "I promised her father to take good care of her. Now that she's an adult, she shouldn't be living in the Marshal's residence anymore. I'll have Lin Nuo handle it." After speaking, he squeezed Yao Qianqian's hand and suggested, "Let us go catch some fish first. Otherwise, it will be harder to catch them when it gets dark." Lin Nuo, who had been hiding behind the spaceship, waiting for Han Jin and the others to leave before coming out when there were fewer people, felt compelled to reveal himself when Han Jin called his name. Upon seeing Zhu Yetong's face, Lin Nuo's heart sank, and he became flustered, rushing over while trying to figure out how to separate them. Before he could act, Han Jin spoke up first. "Lin Nuo, take her back." Upon seeing Lin Nuo appear, he wanted him to take Zhu Yetong away first so she could pack her things. He would communicate the rest later. After saying this, Han Jin left without further ado. Yao Qianqian, still caught off guard as she was pulled away, finally asked Han Jin, "Why are you so eager to pull me away? Are you afraid I'll hit her? Does she seem like the kind of person I would hit?" "She's not like that at all. She's usually quite nice and wouldn't make anyone cry. No, I'm just worried that if we delay, it will be harder to catch fish. As for Yao Qianqian as concerned about her fighting with Zhu Yetong, Han Jin felt quite assured. Although that girl was used to being arrogant, she would still put on a facade in front of him and Wen Ti actually fight Yao Qianqian. After hearing Han Jin mention that it would be harder to catch fish if they were late, Yao Qianqian dropped the issue and patted his arm, urging, "Let us hurry and go." On the other side, after Han Jin left, the atmosphere slowly warmed up. At this moment, everyone also noticed the injury on Lin Nua's face. "General Lin, did that female hurt you too?" Zhu Yetong, with tears still on her cheeks, looked pitiful, but everything she said was aimed at tarnishing Yao Qianqian's reputation. Chapter 74. Pinched by a crab. Thinking of this, Lin Nua frowned deeply. When did you start to change like this? He couldn't understand where the cute little girl who used to follow him around, sweetly calling him Brother Lin, had gone. Zhu Yitong didn't expect Lin Nua to not stand on her side either. "Brother Lin, I've always been like this." She clutched her chest, pretending to be on the verge of suffocating from heartache, but such poor acting naturally couldn't fool the old fox Lin Nua. "Forget it. Just pack your things as the Marshal said. I'll see if I can arrange for you to go to that planet," he said. He was never good at handling such trivial matters. If it weren't for Han Jin running away quickly today, he would have definitely spilled the beans about how Han Jin had once been too lazy to move Zhu Yitong's things, letting Yao Qianqian know. Long ago, after noticing Zhu Yitong's unusual feelings for Han Jin, Lin Nua had frequently reminded Han Jin, both openly and secretly, to be cautious and not to be a fool by raising a girl in his home. What would the future Marshal's wife do if she found out there was already a woman in the Marshal's residence when he eventually got married? By the way, he remembered how Han Jin had said back then that the lady wouldn't clash with Zhu Yitong. TSK. Han Jin probably never dreamed that his future partner would be Yao Qianqian, who had a fiery temper and could cause a scene with Han Jin over the slightest annoyance. By the sea, Yao Qianqian looked at the vast ocean and suddenly had an epiphany. She felt that if she completed this task and returned to the cultivation world, she might just succeed in transcending the tribulation. Cultivation was not only about strengthening one's abilities, but also a process of refining the heart, especially during each tribulation. It tested not just the cultivator's strength, but more so their state of mind. If the state of mind was right, even the subsequent cultivation process could be simple. Unfortunately, Yao Qianqian had been suddenly pulled away to transcend the tribulation without being fully prepared, and as a result, she was directly reduced to nothingness by that strike. In the end, she didn't even know why she had another chance to try again. Thinking of this, she stepped into the water, and the next moment, she shouted loudly. Wu-woo. Han Jin, who was preparing to put something into the water, immediately rushed over upon hearing Yao Qianqian's crying. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" After asking her twice without getting a response, he couldn't help but pick her up. When he placed Yao Qianqian on the shore, Han Jin carefully checked her and found a small wound on her big toe. After thinking for a moment, he realized it seemed like she had been pinched by a little crab. Seeing the redness at the corners of Yao Qianqian's eyes, as if she had been crying, Han Jin immediately comforted her. Okay, don't cry. I'll get you a healing device." Soon, Han Jin took out a healing device from his space button and quickly healed the wound on Yao Qianqian's foot. Once she felt no pain, she stopped crying. Why are there things that pinch your feet in the sea? She had thought it was a fish over there and had directly raised her foot to step on it, only to be taught a lesson by that crab. "Humph, I'm going to catch all the fish here." She was determined to catch the culprit. Immediately, she took out the net she had already prepared and threw it into the water. Han Jin only saw a flash in front of him, and the next moment, the water surface surged as if someone was trying hard to pull the net from below. When Yao Qianqian went over, Han Jin instinctively followed to see what was happening. He then saw Yao Qianqian bend down and pull out 2 ropes from the water. Initially, she planned to pull it by herself, but upon seeing Han Jin standing by, she handed him one and said, "All right, when I shout pull, you pull too, okay?" At this moment, Han Jin was confused, completely unaware of what Yao Qianqian was doing. But he still followed her instructions, pulling together with her when she shouted. Chapter 75. Settling accounts with the crab soon. Han Jin saw the full view of what was inside, which seemed to be a very large fishing net, and surprisingly, it had caught quite a few fish, shrimp, crabs, and other seafood. If the people responsible for releasing the seafood were here, they would probably be astonished and exclaim, "They've caught all of them in one go." If a fishing boat came, it would only catch half-sized ones. He had never seen anyone use a net to scoop up such small shrimp. Once everything was pulled onto the shore, Han Jin began to doubt his worldview. Why didn't these small fish know to escape through the net's opening? He casually pulled out a fish that was smaller than his palm from the catch, gestured towards the net opening, and found that the fish could easily swim out. Why don't you try it with the fish? Yao Qianqian was currently searching for the crab that had dared to pinch her back then, so upon hearing Han Jin's question, she couldn't be bothered to explain slowly and just let the man try for himself. Seeing Yao Qianqian busy, Han Jin didn't disturb her any further, so he followed her suggestion and began to test with the small fish. He soon discovered that when pushing the fish from the outside in, it was very easy to get the fish inside, but if he tried the other way, from the inside out, it was completely impossible. Gaining this understanding made Han Jin click his tongue. It seemed that Yao Qianqian indeed had many things he didn't know when they were still on the spaceship. They were all from the same side, so he didn't have to worry, and he didn't make Yao Qianqian hold back. But now it was different. In the Marshal's residence, there were eyes everywhere, and it wasn't good for her to use her abilities so freely, fearing that someone might have bad intentions. Before Han Jin could figure out how to explain things to Yao Qianqian, she had already caught the crab that had misbehaved. A mere seafood that hasn't even developed intelligence dared to pinch me. Yao Qianqian felt her dignity was insulted and was about to kill it directly when she thought it wouldn't be right to let this crab die too easily. "I'm going to eat you, and then throw your bones and body apart, so that you won't find peace even after death." After hearing Yao Qianqian's words, Han Jin thought in his heart, it's really not that serious. This crab didn't know anything. It probably just pinched her out of instinct when she stepped on it. But to argue with a crab that knew nothing about this small matter, Han Jin felt that if it were someone else, he would definitely scold them harshly. But if it was Yao Qianqian, it was somewhat understandable. After being with Yao Qianqian, he felt like his bottom line was getting lower and lower. After Yao Qianqian dealt with the crab, she didn't pay any attention to the pile of seafood. Han Jin thought for a moment, first took down the net and piled it aside, then began to contact the subordinates stationed nearby using his light brain, asking them to send a few people over to sort out the smaller fish and shrimp and throw them back into the water. Those people had actually been standing by all along, and as soon as Han Jin called, they arrived quickly, flying over in a small airship. 5 of them landed in a flurry, greeted Han Jin first, and then shifted their gaze to the pile of seafood in front of them. "Did you catch all of this, Marshal?" They didn't expect that just a little while had passed, and the Marshal had already caught so many seafood, although some of them were specifically released by them. However, looking at the quantity, it seemed like everything they had released had been caught. They couldn't help but secretly click their tongues. The Marshal was indeed the Marshal. Even catching fish was better than they could. It's worth noting that just surrounding the sea area had wasted them quite a bit of time, especially later when they had to clean out some of the poisonous fish, which took even more time. They didn't think for too long. Upon hearing Han Jin say to select the big fish and throw the small ones back, they immediately began to process the catch. Just as they divided the seafood into 2 piles and were about to release the small seafood, Yao Qianqian returned holding a crab in her left hand, and Han Jin saw that the crab's 2 large pincers were currently pinching its own body. The 5 team members who came to help looked at each other in confusion. Why was the little female treating that crab so cruelly? Chapter 76. Take everything back. Han Jin naturally saw the expressions on their faces, but he didn't explain anything to them. He just urged them to hurry up, finish their tasks, and leave. They wouldn't be needed for the release of these creatures. Although those people were curious in their hearts, they didn't dare to ask outright and could only leave with frequent glances back. Once the unfamiliar people had left, Yao Qianqian finally asked Han Jin, "Can you handle all these fish?" Han Jin looked down at the fish on the ground, thought for a moment, and replied, "I can handle them all. If you want to eat all of them, I can have someone prepare them for you first, and then put them in cold storage." Upon hearing that Han Jin said they could all be eaten, Yao Qianqian didn't even spare the small fish and shrimp. "Then let's take them all back. I want to eat them all." She waved her hand, and seeing her demeanor, Han Jin suddenly felt a very bad premonition rise in his heart. "You don't intend to eat them all tonight, do you?" Han Jin asked in surprise. Yao Qianqian originally wanted to nod. But thinking back to the last time when the heavenly Tao specifically came to zap her, she immediately hesitated. As long as she didn't eat too much in front of these people, she could just go into the sea herself later to catch some and eat them secretly without anyone saying anything. Seeing Yao Qianqian hesitate, Han Jin immediately advised her, "If you eat too much at once tonight, it might not be easy to digest, which could affect your sleep." It was clear that Han Jin was trying to persuade her with reason and emotion. In the end, Yao Qianqian, considering his feelings, did not argue with him. "Then just cook a little for tonight. I'll just eat casually," she said, nodding at Han Jin. Then, curious, she asked him, "By the way, how do you usually handle crabs?" Surprised that Yao Qianqian would ask about handling crabs, Han Jin pondered for half a second before looking at her and saying, "We usually steam crabs, but if you want other methods, you can tell me." Yao Qianqian had never eaten crabs before. She had seen such creatures by the creek, but had only glanced at them briefly before leaving with the old Taoist. As a Hehuan demon, she technically didn't need to eat food. Now that all the fish had been caught by her, and considering that she didn't want to go back into the water after being pinched by a crab, they hurriedly came and then hurriedly returned. When Han Jin left, one team member, still unwilling to give up, went into the water, wondering if the Marshal had used his mental power to catch all the creatures in the water. Let me take a look. In the end, he found that the Marshal really had caught everything, leaving not a single one behind. At night, in the kitchen of the Marshal's residence, a group of chefs were studying the fish, shrimp, and crabs in front of them. "Chef, do we really have to process all of these?" Looking at the quantity that was taller than a person, they couldn't help but feel scared. Remembering the Marshal's orders, the head chef nodded. "Yes. She said she wants to eat them all tonight." As for who that she was, the head chef didn't need to elaborate further for them to understand. They couldn't help but click their tongues. Are we really going to process all of these? Can she finish them tonight? Clearly, Yao Qianqian wasn't there. Otherwise, she would have firmly told them that if the heavenly Tao didn't restrain her, she could eat not just this amount, but even fill the entire kitchen. The head chef thought of this possibility, rubbed his temples, and said with a furrowed brow, "We can't eat it, but we must process it well. Otherwise, if the Marshal asks later and we haven't done a good job, I'll make sure you all regret it." After yelling at them, the head chef was the first to go over and start processing the pile of fish. The remaining chefs, seeing this, naturally didn't dare to slack off and quickly followed suit. The head chef only snorted coldly and said nothing further. Coincidentally, Zhu Yetong, who came to the kitchen to see if there was anything to eat, witnessed this scene and a thought crossed her mind. When her gaze fell upon the pile of fish, her expression darkened. "You forced me into this," Zhu Yetong thought. If Yao Qianqian hadn't been competing with her for Han Jin, how could she possibly have targeted the natural female? On the other side, while Yao Qianqian was grooming Xiao Bai, she suddenly felt a chill down her back, as if someone was plotting against her. Unfortunately, Han Jin wasn't there. Otherwise, she could have performed for him what it meant to be afraid of being schemed against as a little woman. In the past, she had seen those girls perform like that for their men, and those men would act without distinguishing right from wrong against their other women. Chapter 77. Grooming Little White. Thinking of this, Yao Qianqian's movements became a bit rougher, causing Little White to yelp in pain. Should I let the robot handle it instead? Little White pleaded with Yao Qianqian, not knowing what had gotten in her earlier that afternoon. She had first talked a lot to a nearly dead crab, and then happened to see Little White passing by. As a result, she insisted on taking it for a bath, even though it had clearly expressed that it didn't want to bathe anymore, but was still dragged off to do so. At that time, the robot had been the one to wash Little White, and just when Little White thought the robot would handle the follow-up as well, Yao Qianqian suddenly declared that she would personally groom Little White's fur. When the robot had bathed Little White, it had washed away quite a bit of its fur. So when Yao Qianqian suggested doing it herself, Little White thought she would surely be more meticulous than the robot. However, from just now until now, Little White felt like it was being pulled to the point of numbness by Yao Qianqian. Although Little White usually didn't pay much attention to grooming its fur, it still had some awareness. There weren't nearly as many tangles as Yao Qianqian claimed. "No way, the robot does it better than I do." Yao Qianqian again rejected Little White's suggestion and told it to be careful and not move around recklessly, or she might accidentally tug on it again. Little White was utterly speechless at Yao Qianqian. Clearly, it was her own hands that were too rough, yet now she was blaming it. In the end, it was Han Jin who came to rescue Little White. Since it was almost dinner time, Han Jin deliberately put down his work early to have dinner with Yao Qianqian. It's time for dinner. Tonight there's your favorite octopus. How about waiting until dinner to groom Little White? Han Jin suggested to Yao Qianqian. Hearing about food, Yao Qianqian naturally lost interest in grooming Little White, put down the comb in her hand, and quickly followed Han Jin to the dining room. However, there were still quite a few people in the dining room, including Zhu Yetong, who Yao Qianqian found most troublesome. Lin Nuo, on the other hand, had already treated her facial injuries, and upon seeing them come in, she specifically moved forward to guide Yao Qianqian to a seat. It was unclear whether Lin Nuo was being deliberate or not, but she led Yao Qianqian to the farthest spot from Zhu Yetong. Seeing this scene, Yao Qianqian frowned. What? Can't I be seen? She wasn't afraid, so why should she sit farther away from that woman? She directly took Han Jin's hand and sat at the main seat, casually asking Zhu Yetong, by the way, I wonder when this lady, who is not a concubine, will leave? Lin Nuo, listening from the side, felt a bit anxious for the Marshal. This bold female was quite something. She wondered how the Marshal would handle it in the future. Zhu Yetong lowered her eyes, seemingly harboring malice, but when she raised her head, she had already composed herself and concealed her earlier hostility towards Yao Qianqian. I'm about to leave soon. She directed this statement at Han Jin, her eyes glancing back and forth. Any normal man might have been unable to resist, but unfortunately, Han Jin was different from ordinary men. If he liked Zhu Yetong, he would have liked her long ago. So now it was impossible. Seeing Zhu Yetong's almost tearful expression, his mind was filled with Yao Qianqian's carefree and arrogant smile, leaving no room in his heart for Zhu Yetong. I will have Lin Nuo arrange a house and living for you. Han Jin nodded lightly, clearly indicating he had no intention of keeping her around. Before, he could let her stay simply because he couldn't find a partner, but now that he had one, and unless something extraordinarily unexpected happened, he wouldn't die. So his previous plans needed to be revised. He could compensate her from other places. During dinner, Zhu Yetong remained very quiet. Just when Yao Qianqian thought she wouldn't cause any more trouble, a robot came in with several plates of octopus. When Yao Qianqian saw that her portion was noticeably smaller than everyone else's, she raised an eyebrow at Han Jin as if asking, why is my serving so small? Before Han Jin could respond, Zhu Yetong spoke up. This octopus was specially prepared by the kitchen to suit my sister's taste. I hope you like it. Chapter 78. Seasoned octopus. Yao Qianqian took a careful look and found that it seemed to be thoughtfully prepared. The octopus on her plate was much more tender than theirs, and it was all the best meat from the octopus. Of course, the latter possibility was just Yao Qianqian's own guess, that this octopus meat had been seasoned quite a bit, and judging by that woman's arrogant demeanor, Yao Qianqian speculated that the instruments here wouldn't be able to detect it, and the seasonings in this meat, combined with what she had previously tasted in the fish, might just produce a reaction. Would she, Yao Qianqian, be so foolish? Naturally not, but it was a pity to waste so much octopus. I'm full now. You all can take your time with the rest, Yao Qianqian said as she pushed the plate of octopus to the center of the dining table. Lin Nuo was also eating at the table with them. Upon seeing this, his eyelids twitched, and his gaze unconsciously turned towards Zhu Yetong with a scrutinizing look. When Zhu Yetong heard Yao Qianqian say she wouldn't eat anymore, she thought it was because Yao Qianqian had discovered something. However, seeing Yao Qianqian's actions, it didn't seem like it. Could she really not eat anymore? But before she could finish her thought, Yao Qianqian was about to leave. Han Jin grabbed her, saying, "Aren't you the one who loves octopus the most?" He also stood up and moved closer to Yao Qianqian, softly coaxing her. Seeing Han Jin like this, Yao Qianqian thought for a moment and said, I do love eating it, but I don't like the seasoning added to my plate of octopus. Don't you agree, miss? Hearing Yao Qianqian mention seasoning, Zhu Yetong felt a chill run down her spine. At that moment, she felt like a puppet, slowly raising her eyes to look in Yao Qianqian's direction, asking, what are you talking about? Isn't the seasoning in the octopus added by the kitchen? What does it have to do with me? Yao Qianqian didn't expect that even at this point, Zhu Yetong could still be so stubborn. Disappointed, she glanced at Lin Nuo and suggested, why don't you check the surveillance? Upon hearing Yao Qianqian merely suggest checking the surveillance, Zhu Yedong's tightly clenched hands relaxed a bit. She was sure that her little actions hadn't been captured by the cameras. Yao Qianqian had actually been subtly paying attention to the expression on her face. Seeing her look relieved, she slowly added, "Oh, and don't forget to have all the food this lady touched today tested as well. Also, don't test them separately. Remember to mix them together when testing. That way, the results will be the most effective." After hearing Yao Qianqian's words, Zhu Yedong knew she was truly finished this time. On the contrary, Han Jin glanced at the food on the table, nodded to Lin Nuo, and said, "You go check into this matter. By the way, move out within 7 days." The latter part of the sentence was directed at Zhu Yedong. If Han Jin had previously just asked her to move out, now he was essentially forcing her to leave. Zhu Yedong was unwilling, and after Han Jin and Lin Nuo left, her gaze coldly fixated on the unfinished food at Yao Qianqian's. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that if looks could kill, she would want to torture Yao Qianqian to death. Finally, as if she thought of something, she suddenly frantically opened her holographic computer and began contacting the person who had once been saved by her father. She knew that her father had done a favor for Qinyu back then, and now was the time for Qinyu to repay their family. After hanging up the communication, Zhu Yedong's expression improved a lot. In her heart, she thought, even if I can't get it, I won't let a woman like you have it easy. On the other side, Han Jin was cautiously following behind Yao Qianqian, afraid that if he was not careful, he would upset this ancestor again. Yao Qianqian was indeed very unhappy right now. She was thinking about the outcome of that plate of octopus. According to her speculation, even if Lin Nuo took it for testing, it probably wouldn't yield any serious results. After all, for the people here, that little girl was someone they had watched grow up, while she, Yao Qianqian, was just an arrogant outsider. Thinking of this, she began to anticipate Han Jin's expression when he learned that there was nothing wrong with that plate of octopus. If Yao Qianqian didn't continue her thoughts. What hadn't happened, yet was pointless to dwell on. When she reached the door, she looked up at Han Jin and said, "What? Do you want to come in today?" After speaking, Yao Qianqian mercilessly shut the door, leaving Han Jin outside. At the door, Han Jin touched his nose, which had almost been hit, and said, "Don't be angry. She won't appear in front of you again." This was Han Jin's promise to Yao Qianqian. Chapter 79. Little White can transform into a human. Yao Qianqian only responded with an ode to Han Jin's words, then snapped her fingers to call Little White into the room. Outside, Han Jin waited for a while, and after confirming that Yao Qianqian really didn't intend to pay him any more attention, he thought for a moment and instructed her, "I'll have Bai Kai personally bring you some octopus meat later. Be careful when you eat. Don't eat too much at once. It's not good for your health." After saying this, Han Jin waited a few more minutes at the door, but ultimately, feeling helpless, he had to leave first. Inside the room, upon hearing Han Jin mention that she could still eat octopus later, Yao Qianqian smirked slightly and secretly added a point to Han Jin, who had already been penalized with negative points in her heart. However, she was still angry about what had happened today. If it weren't for her consideration of Han Jin and his status, that Zhu Yedong would have been a dead person by now. Thinking of this, Yao Qianqian sighed helplessly. In the end, she had succumbed to power, just as Bai Kai, who had just returned to his room and was preparing to rest. Receive a message from Han Jin. Go deliver food to the lady. Bai Kai was taken aback by the sudden message. If you remember correctly, the Marshal and the others had just eaten not long ago, right? Logically, they shouldn't have finished eating yet. Why did he need to deliver food to the lady again? Despite the doubts in his heart, Bai Kai followed Han Jin's instructions and personally went to the kitchen to prepare some octopus, then slowly made his way to Yao Qianqian's side. By the time Bai Kai arrived at Yao Qianqian's door, nearly 10 minutes had passed since Han Jin had asked him to deliver the fish. Fortunately, Yao Qianqian was not picky, otherwise Bai Kai would have been in for a beating. After Bai Kai left, Yao Qianqian returned to her room with the plate. Looking at the octopus in front of her, she poked it with a fork. In truth, she felt that this food wasn't that delicious. It was just that the first time she had eaten it, she found the texture fun. Now that it was delivered to her, she didn't feel like eating it as much. However, since it had already been delivered, she couldn't let the mood be affected by someone who was destined not to live long, right? So, she happily started eating again. Little White quietly watched Yao Qianqian's changing expressions, almost scaring it into a dog-like state, fearing that if this woman didn't think things through, she might come over and start touching it. God knows how painful it had been when it was groomed before. Even now, it could still feel the stinging sensation on its skin. Halfway through her meal, Yao Qianqian finally noticed Little White staring at her foolishly. She looked at the octopus legs on her plate, hesitated, but ultimately chose not to share any with Little White. Why don't you go try over by the ice coffin? I think you should be able to transform into a human form, right? Yao Qianqian casually mentioned, but it scared Little White into a cold sweat. It instinctively wiped its hands, and after confirming it wasn't sweating, looked towards Yao Qianqian, only to find that it had been worrying for nothing. She wasn't even looking at it. I'm just a star beast. How could I possibly turn into a human? Little White retorted, feeling that this woman was testing it. However, in Yao Qianqian's world, basically all demons that gained intelligence could eventually take on human forms if they were willing to work hard at cultivation. It's just that some demons might retain some of their original characteristics when they transformed into humans. But generally, when demons interacted with each other, as long as they didn't go to the human realm, no one would care even if their transformations weren't complete unless they were particularly ugly. However, Yao Qianqian had grown up without ever seeing a demon that was particularly ugly. After finishing the last bite of octopus meat, she looked up to meet Little White's gaze. Do you think I will believe you? Little White's heart skipped a beat. Had it accidentally revealed something? Why would I believe? Don't I know whether I could transform into a human or not? It replied defiantly. Yao Qianqian looked at it several times, and her gaze finally landed on its head. It doesn't matter whether you believe or not. What matters is that I can make you transform. After saying this, Yao Qianqian was just about to lie down on the bed and watch TV when Little White leaned closer to her. You can make me transform? It rummaged through its inherited memories for a long time, but had never heard of any human being able to make a star beast transform into a human form. Little White felt that Yao Qianqian was just boasting. Chapter 80 Hot Search. Yao Qianqian was lazily fiddling with her light brain, not bothering with Xiaobai. Anyway, she could make Xiaobai change when the time came. As her fingers scrolled up and down, she saw a post on her light brain. The top entry was about the Marshal's wife returning to the Marshal's residence, and seeing the bright red flames behind it, Yao Qianqian thought uncertainly. This should be what they call going viral, right? Just as her hand was about to click on it, the page froze for a second, and the spot where the entry had been was replaced by other news. Seeing a handsome face, Yao Qianqian felt that this was the second harem member she wanted. Just when things were a bit messy with Han Jin, she wanted to see if there was any contact information for him in there. So Yao Qianqian clicked in, but unfortunately, it was just a message saying that William Mina Atwood's mental power had erupted again, resulting in injury, and there was no contact information for him at all. Yao Qianqian searched around and finally gave up helplessly. Originally, she wanted to post a star blog like those other people, asking for William Mina Atwood's contact information. But then she thought that she was using the light brain provided by Han Jin, and it felt particularly low to use something given by Han Jin to look for someone else. Turning over, she changed from lying on her back to lying on her stomach, directly lying on the bed, and then opened the drama, The Overbearing CEO Falls in Love with the Ugly Duckling that she had only watched halfway through last time, and continued binge-watching. Just when Yao Qianqian was watching it with great interest, she suddenly thought she should send Xiaobai to supervise that woman. Maybe she could find out what little tricks she was planning behind the scenes. Thus, Xiaobai, who was watching the drama with Yao Qianqian, was suddenly lifted into the air by her. Ancestor, what do you want now? This was Xiaobai, mimicking the tone from the drama, to ask Yao Qianqian, expressing a sense of helplessness towards her. Yao Qianqian thought for a moment and indeed had something to do. She pinched Xiaobai's face and said, "You need to help me monitor someone." As soon as she said this, Xiaobai immediately refused. "I've always been upright and never." "Okay, who do you want me to monitor?" After finishing the sentence, it was also trying hard to push away the knife that was about to get close to its neck. It was complaining in its heart about Yao Qianqian not playing by the rules. Before, she would at least show some consideration and only threaten it verbally, but now, it had turned into physical intimidation. Seeing that Yao Qianqian remained silent and the knife didn't move away, Xiaobai was scared and worked hard to shrink its body back. But obviously, its neck was still caught in Yao Qianqian's hand, and this attempt to escape was completely ineffective. Instead, every time it tried to retreat, it would bounce back, occasionally brushing its neck against the suspended knife. Xiaobai was about to cry. Can you just let me go already? Didn't I agree to help you? Yao Qianqian thought for a moment. Do you know who to monitor? Xiaobai actually had a general idea of who to monitor in its mind, but Yao Qianqian didn't say it directly, and it also didn't want to say it outright. However, as time passed, the knife was still getting closer to its neck. Now Xiaobai couldn't afford to hesitate at all, and immediately blurted out a name. I know it's that woman with the last name Zhu. Upon hearing its answer, Yao Qianqian was satisfied and let it down, casually stroking its neck, scaring Xiaobai into thinking that Yao Qianqian was about to snap its neck. In the end, Yao Qianqian only helped it remove the fine hairs that had just been scraped off by the knife edge. Surprised by how scared Xiaobai was, Yao Qianqian chuckled. Is that all the courage you have? With her slender fingers tapping on its forehead, she said, I will now teach you a secret. This is for invisibility. Remember not to get caught later. Hearing Yao Qianqian's instructions, Xiaobai nodded repeatedly, indicating that it understood everything. It just wanted Yao Qianqian to feel like letting it go. It was about to be scared to death by this woman. Once she confirmed that everything that needed to be explained was done, Yao Qianqian naturally knew she had to give Xiaobai a little incentive. This is your advance payment, she said, a total of 10 portions of this spirit energy. You can eat 1 portion now, and then 1 portion each day for a week, and on the last day, I'll give you 3 portions. Chapter 81. Going to monitor people after finishing the spiritual energy from the demon Qianqian's hand. Xiaobai burped contentedly and then shifted its gaze to the spiritual stones on the other side, clearly wanting more. Seeing this, Qianqian sneered, You little brat really are getting bold. I advise you to cherish the opportunity to stay alive now. Don't make me come and deal with you myself. After saying this, she sent Xiaobai back to the place it had come from, while silently communicating, Don't forget to keep an eye on that woman later. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai's mouth moved. But ultimately, it didn't say anything. It wasn't that it lacked intelligence. It understood the importance of knowing when to keep quiet. Otherwise, it would be more than just a simple beating. After confirming that Xiaobai was taken care of, Qianqian immersed herself in binge-watching a show. Completely unaware of the storm she had stirred up online by confronting Zhu Yetong earlier that evening. Lingno, after scrolling through his terminal and coming across the news about the Marshal's wife bullying the staff in the mansion, trembled and dropped his terminal to the ground. He hurried to pick it up and began contacting the tech department. As soon as the connection was made, he instructed them to check the news on the Star Network and to delete it quickly, along with any saved images on their terminals. After finishing with the tech team, he started to think about how to handle Zhu Yetong. After all, they had grown up together, and it would be a lie to say there were no feelings involved. However, these rough men had always been out fighting the insect race with Han Jin, and they hadn't interacted much with Zhu Yetong. Lin Nuo thought that after the incident that evening, they wouldn't pursue it further and that Zhu Yetong would know to tone it down. However, he had underestimated her. The trouble from that evening hadn't even passed before she caused another uproar. He could only pray that the Marshal, busy with his duties, was occupied that night, and that they managed to handle things cleanly. Otherwise, if the Marshal got angry, he feared he wouldn't be able to stop it. While Lin Nuo was in distress, Zhu Yetong, upon seeing that the trending topic she had caused was removed, smashed her terminal to the ground. She seemed to have gone mad, frantically venting her anger in the room. Xiaobai entered at that moment and was startled to see Zhu Yetong throw a flower pot-like object hard against the window. Fortunately, it had been clever enough not to come in directly through the window, but had first observed the situation inside. Only when it confirmed that Zhu Yetong had turned her direction to vent did it slowly crawl in. Zhu Yetong, still in a rage, suddenly looked in Xiaobai's direction, leaving it frozen in place, terrified of being discovered by the madwoman. Luckily, after a long time of searching her room, Zhu Yetong didn't find anything out of the ordinary and shifted her focus back to the items in front of her. After smashing everything in the room that could be thrown, she finally calmed down a bit and began to pull out a brand new terminal from a white box. Xiaobai, trying not to be noticed, kept a distance from Zhu Yetong. When it saw her tapping away on the terminal, it guessed she might be messaging someone, so it inched closer. Once it saw the text on the screen, Xiaobai was shocked. It had thought it would take at least until Zhu Yetong left to gather useful information, but this woman was genuinely brave. The trending topic on the Star Network was indeed her doing, and even after it was removed, she still dared to contact someone to ask why it wasn't being pushed further. After taking all this in, Xiaobai quietly took out the recording spiritual stone that Qianqian had given it, determined to document everything. It began to think about how Qianqian would praise it once she received this information. However, Xiaobai felt regretful that Zhu Yetong didn't T-scroll through her terminal interface. Otherwise, it could have recorded even more content. On the other side, the tech personnel who was in contact with Zhu Yetong was currently facing an investigation from the Hanjin army. In the past, any news about Hanjin and the Star Network had to be confirmed by his side before being published. Similarly, now that Qianqian was the wife of Hanjin, her status was almost equivalent to his, representing the image of their army. Chapter 82. Captured as Kokaiji was taken away, Zhu Yetong was still messaging her. In the end, Kokaiji's light brain was confiscated, and Zhu Yetong's messages were submitted as well. Later on, it became clear that the matter had not been reported to Hanjin at the first moment, even without his subordinates actively mentioning the trending topic on StarNet. The thought of this possibility made Hanjin's aura grow ever colder, prompting him to call Lin Nuo over. This time, it was Lin Nuo who acted on his own accord. In the past, Hanjin could turn a blind eye, but if he continued to tolerate this, it would surely lead to a big mistake in the future. However, Lin Nuo was somewhat wrong this time. He had thought someone else would report to Hanjin, so he hadn't gone to find him himself. As a result, nearly 3 hours after the trending topic, he was suddenly called to Hanjin's office. Especially after the person who came to notify him explained the situation, Lin Nuo felt even more wronged. He had done nothing, yet Hanjin could still shift the blame onto him. In Hanjin's office, Lin Nuo instinctively closed the door after entering. Familiar with Hanjin, Lin Nuo knew that he was trying hard to suppress his emotions. Sensing the fluctuations in Hanjin's mental energy, Lin Nuo couldn't help but release his own mental energy, constructing a mental barrier around them. Once Lin Nuo arrived, Hanjin gestured for him to sit down. Cough, 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 Your Excellency, please let me explain first. It's not what you think, Lin Nuo said while explaining to Hanjin, carefully observing his expression. If he sensed anything off, he would immediately stop. He certainly didn't want to end up being reprimanded by Hanjin after failing to clarify the situation. Hanjin glanced at Lin Nuo and urged him to speak quickly. Seeing this, Lin Nuo directly shared his thoughts and how he handled the situation at the time, then looked at Hanjin like a puppy expecting praise from its owner. However, Hanjin didn't keep pets. After a brief glance at Lin Nuo, his gaze drifted elsewhere, and a fluffy white tiger quietly appeared in front of Lin Nuo. Upon seeing the tiger, Lin Nuo's face twisted. Your Excellency, what does this mean? Are you too lazy to personally deal with him now and have started using your mental energy to create a spiritual entity instead? What do you think? Hanjin stood up and patted the fluffy tiger on the head, then asked Lin Nuo why he thought someone else would report it. Isn't it just a matter of wishful thinking? Finally, he coldly looked at Lin Nuo and said, Let Bai Chan take you to the training room for a few more days. Seeing that Hanjin didn't even specify a time this time, Lin Nuo couldn't help but wail inwardly. But it was too late. There was no way to refuse. He was directly dragged to the training room by the tiger. As for Hanjin, after sending Lin Nuo off, he turned and left the office. A few minutes later, he appeared at Yao Qianqian's door. He tried to raise his hand to knock, but after several attempts, he put his hand down. Time and again, provoking Yao Qianqian was indeed a failure on his part as a partner, even though she might not be aware of the recent events. Before he had time to think, the sound of the door opening came from inside. It turned out Yao Qianqian thought watching dramas was too boring and wanted to find something to eat. She didn't expect Hanjin to be standing right at the door. For a moment, both of them were stunned. Yao Qianqian wanted to ask Hanjin why he was standing at the door, but then realized this was his home too, so it was no big deal. She decided it was none of her business. As she tried to walk past him to find the kitchen, she felt a tug on her arm. Hanjin had held her back. What's wrong? Yao Qianqian looked at Hanjin with confusion, seemingly wanting to ask why he had pulled her. Hanjin suddenly felt that this calm and quiet Yao Qianqian was somewhat unfamiliar. He feared she might abandon him like this, so he immediately explained, Don't worry, I won't let anyone else hurt you again. Yao Qianqian, Wait, is this person standing at her door just to say some nonsensical things when she comes out? Seeing Yao Qianqian's expression, Han Jin realized she still didn't know about the incident, so he pressed his lips tightly together, contemplating whether he should tell her now. Chapter 83 Together? I. Before he could even finish his sentence with I, Yao Qianqian interrupted him. If there's nothing particularly important, just step aside. I have things to do. She was hungry and wanted to eat something, and also wanted to binge-watch a show, asking Han Jin not to waste her time any longer. Although these may not seem like very important matters to others, they were crucial for Yao Qianqian. Time was limited. She might only stay here for a few hundred years. And next time she came back, oh, right, there might not be a next time. So she needed to cherish this time. Han Jin fell silent, no longer speaking, and followed Yao Qianqian as she wandered around the mansion until she finally found the dining room. However, it wasn't mealtime yet, so there was no one in the dining room. Seeing this, Yao Qianqian slammed her hands on the table, making a loud noise. Why are the houses here designed so complicatedly? I can't even find something to eat. Knowing that Yao Qianqian loved to eat, Han Jin took her hand and led her toward the food storage cabinet. Common ingredients were kept here. If you want to cook for yourself, you can take from here. But if you want ready-made food, I'll instruct them to prepare some here regularly. Hearing Han Jin's words, Yao Qianqian nodded. All right, then let them make something casual and fill this up. Just as she turned to leave, Xiaobai suddenly rushed over, holding a glowing stone in its hand. Upon seeing Han Jin and Yao Qianqian together, Xiaobai instinctively paused, hesitating whether to tell Yao Qianqian about that matter with Han Jin present. Yao Qianqian sensed Xiaobai's emotions and communicated through mental power. What's wrong? Did you find something good? Hearing Yao Qianqian's question, Xiaobai replied in its mind. I did find quite a few good things. Do you want to hear now or later? At this moment, Han Jin was still standing aside. Yao Qianqian recalled that the woman's parents had died saving Han Jin, so they had a debt of gratitude to him. Yao Qianqian thought to herself, forget it after all. He was someone she had been with. This time, she would let Han Jin off. Next time, she must let Han Jin hear it with his own ears. After coming to this conclusion, she signaled for Xiaobai to go back first. Han Jin didn't know what the two had exchanged with their eyes. He only saw Xiaobai quickly turn around and leave after being glanced at by Yao Qianqian. He felt a bit puzzled. But Han Jin knew that even if he asked Yao Qianqian, if she didn't want to tell him, he probably wouldn't get an answer no matter how he asked. Han Jin was quite open-minded about it and didn't plan to ask. Seeing that Han Jin was perceptive, Yao Qianqian didn't trouble him any further and casually asked, do you want to join me? Although Han Jin didn't understand what Yao Qianqian wanted to do together, he chose to nod, wanting to spend more time with her. All right, what are we doing together? Yao Qianqian just glanced at Han Jin and said, you'll know when you get there. So Han Jin followed Yao Qianqian to her room, where he watched the soap opera on the light brain, which he found extremely boring. So you want me to watch this? Han Jin raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling on Yao Qianqian's slightly disheveled clothes from lying on the bed. A glimpse of pale white caught Han Jin's eye, making him feel a dryness in his throat. He suddenly felt a bit thirsty. Yao Qianqian also noticed that something was off with the man and curiously leaned closer. As she approached, Han Jin's nostrils filled with a faint floral scent, and he felt her warm breath on his neck. Han Jin's earlobes flushed slightly, and at the same time, Lin Nuo in the training room noticed that the spiritual entity in front of him seemed a bit off. Hey, why did you change color? And it's pink. He watched as the white giant tiger slowly transitioned from silver white to a pinkish white. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Lin Nuo's mind, prompting him to quickly pull out his light brain, intending to take a photo of the white tiger. In the next second, the once majestic white tiger suddenly vanished from where it stood. Chapter 84. Heartbeat of cold ashes. Only Lin Nuo was left to face the empty ground. He felt regretful in his heart that he hadn't had the chance to capture that scene. Otherwise, he could have threatened cold ashes later. He thought about this, and after that spiritual entity was summoned back by cold ashes, Lin Nuo felt relieved, as he didn't have to train anymore for now. He touched the wound that the big tiger had inflicted earlier, took a deep breath, and began to pray that Yao Qianqian would find some work for cold ashes, so he wouldn't keep coming to trouble him for no reason. The scene returned to cold ashes and Yao Qianqian. At this moment, cold ashes had sat down next to Yao Qianqian, leaning against her like a human-shaped pillow, allowing her to watch the drama being projected on the screen more comfortably. For a moment, Cold Ashes had no intention of watching the drama at all. Almost all his attention was on the area where his skin was touching Yao Qianqian's. An electric current surged from that point of contact throughout Cold Ash's body, and his mind involuntarily replayed the last time he and Yao Qianqian were entangled together in a movie. Before Cold Ashes could carefully feel the hand that Yao Qianqian had placed on his arm, he sensed that the hand was now moving restlessly downwards. Meanwhile, the male and female leads in the drama seemed to be about to engage in some inappropriate activities. So, was Yao Qianqian also wanting to try something? Just as Cold Ashes hesitated about whether to continue this way with Yao Qianqian during the day, she suddenly withdrew her hand and licked her lips at the male lead in the video, looking very pleased. If Xiaobai were here, he would definitely recognize that this was none other than the trending star Williamina Atwood, whom Yao Qianqian had just mentioned. Unfortunately, Xiaobai was not present. Otherwise, he might have told Cold Ashes that he could be greened. Even without Xiaobai's reminder, Cold Ashes felt a sense of crisis from that man due to his own vigilance. Really likes him? Coincidentally, Cold Ashes knew the second lead that Yao Qianqian had set her eyes on, and at this moment, asking Yao Qianqian whether she liked him was also a way to test her. Clearly, Yao Qianqian did not expect Cold Ashes to ask her if she liked him. Just as she was about to nod in agreement with her feelings, she heard Cold Ashes continue, saying that such a beast man was simply a disgrace to their empire. Having high-level spiritual power, yet choosing not to fight against the insect race on the front lines, but instead opting to become a decorative star. His words carried a coldness. Before, Cold Ashes would only describe this person as cowardly, but now he could express such a lengthy critique in front of Yao Qianqian, which clearly indicated his strong dislike. Yao Qianqian lowered her head, falling into deep thought. She looked at Cold Ash's profile, wondering why having high-level spiritual power and not fighting against the insect race was wrong. Regarding this, Yao Qianqian, who always lived for herself, could not understand the human ideology of sacrificing for the country. Cold Ashes initially thought Yao Qianqian's question was just a joke, but when he met her curious yet slightly sleepy eyes, he suddenly realized that perhaps many of Yao Qianqian's ideas were different from theirs. Helpless, he leaned down and kissed her forehead, explaining that they were a whole. The country nurtured them, and likewise, to ensure that their descendants could grow up in a safe environment, they also needed to protect their country. Perhaps Yao Qianqian was indeed very sleepy. After finishing the conversation with Cold Ashes, she nodded drowsily and then, in a daze, hugged the man's clothes and fell asleep on him. Outside the house, Xiaobai was waiting in its little nest for Yao Qianqian to come over. But when she didn't arrive, it had no choice but to cautiously walk towards Yao Qianqian's room. When it reached her door and raised its paw to knock, it suddenly remembered Yao Qianqian's temper. She might have already fallen asleep by this time. Using the bond between it and Yao Qianqian, Xiaobai carefully sensed her and then realized that she was indeed asleep. As it withdrew its perception, it also felt the spiritual fluctuations from Cold Ashes. Upon sensing this, Xiaobai smacked its lips in surprise. It hadn't expected that Yao Qianqian, who had said she would talk later, would end up sleeping in bed with someone. It thought its master wasn't very reliable. Chapter 85 Conversation. After going through those thoughts in his mind, Xiaobai was just about to go back to sleep when the door behind him suddenly opened. Han Jin, broad-shouldered and long-legged, walked out of the room. He squatted down to look at Xiaobai and asked, "Did you want to say something to your master tonight?" Han Jin's intuition was always very accurate. He felt that Xiaobai might know about the trending topic earlier and wanted to come and tell Yao Qianqian. However, to protect his spiritual energy, Xiaobai definitely wouldn't casually reveal that matter to Han Jin. He crossed his claws over his chest, looking as if to say, "I won't tell you. What do you do about it?" If Xiaobai refused to speak, Han Jin indeed couldn't do anything to him. But when it came to applying pressure on Xiaobai, Han Jin preferred to entice him with benefits. "Let's go. We need to find another place to talk." Han Jin stood up, showing great respect for Xiaobai and gesturing for him to go first. If Han Jin had led the way himself, Xiaobai might not have followed. But this man understood Xiaobai's heart the best at this moment. He respected him, unlike that woman Yao Qianqian, who treated him like a pet. So, Xiaobai happily ran ahead. Seeing this scene, Han Jin smiled. Anyone who could be Lin Nua's superior and manage this fox certainly couldn't be foolish. It was just that he had made a few mistakes in handling the Zhu Yetong matter. Xiaobai chose a very clever place to talk. Instead of going directly to Han Jin's study, he opted to stay in front of his own little den. Fortunately, before returning, Lin Nua had already instructed the people here to prepare a room for Xiaobai, preferably far from the Marshal and his wife's room. Everyone knew Xiaobai could talk, and that sometimes his daily routines were quite similar to humans. So they prepared a little den and some furniture in his room, according to Xiaobai's size. These items were just right for Xiaobai, but for Han Jin, they were a bit insufficient. When Xiaobai invited him to sit down, Han Jin looked around the room, then directly sat cross-legged on the floor in front of Xiaobai. Can you tell me what you wanted to say to Yao Qianqian this afternoon? Han Jin was open with Xiaobai and casually placed several energy stones in front of him. Seeing the energy stones, Xiaobai felt a bit tempted. Initially, Han Jin brought out mid-level energy stones of level 5 and 6, and when he noticed Xiaobai's emotions softening slightly, he casually took out an 8th level energy stone. Upon seeing that 8th level energy stone, Xiaobai finally stopped hesitating. He slowly asked Han Jin, if I tell you, can you give me these energy stones? Originally, Xiaobai thought Han Jin would definitely nod in agreement, but before Xiaobai could ask again, Han Jin took back the pile of energy stones in front of him, leaving only one 8th level energy stone in his hand. I can only give you one. As he said this, he moved the energy stone towards Xiaobai, but just as Xiaobai's paw was about to touch it, Han Jin suddenly withdrew his hand, leaving Xiaobai empty-pawed. Xiaobai, too excited, didn't pay attention to his footing and fell flat on his face. Later, Han Jin picked him up, dusted him off, and placed him carefully in his den. At this moment, Han Jin stood in front of Xiaobai, waving the energy stone in his hand and saying, if you want it, tell me. Otherwise, if you miss today, this energy stone will go to her. It was obvious who was in Han Jin's words. After hearing this, Xiaobai was no longer indecisive. He steeled himself and said to Han Jin, then I'll tell you, but you mustn't tell her. For such a small matter, Han Jin nodded. I won't say. Then Xiaobai recounted everything he had seen after dinner at Zhu Yetong's place. He didn't mention that he had entered Zhu Yetong's room. Instead, he just showed Han Jin the chat photos he had obtained from his light brain. Once confirming that the man had finished looking, he reached out his hand. Before Han Jin handed over the 8th level energy stone, he reminded Xiaobai, don't let your master know. Otherwise, if you lose the energy stone, don't come looking for me. Xiaobai made an okay gesture with his little paw towards Han Jin, then happily hugged the energy stone and returned to his den to sleep. Watching Xiaobai's back, Han Jin thought that this pet was somewhat useful only during battles against the insect race. At other times, it was quite foolish. Chapter 86. Zhu Yetong gets caught even though Han Jin felt disdain for Xiaobai in his heart. He had to face a reality. How to explain to Yao Qianqian what Zhu Yetong had done once she woke up. In order to handle this matter before Yao Qianqian got up, Han Jin barely slept a wink that night. He sent out his spiritual body to accompany Yao Qianqian, while he himself took Lin Nua to find Zhu Yetong, bringing along Cook Haiji, the internal personnel from the Star Network who had contacted Zhu Yetong to present him to her. After passing through a dimly lit corridor, they arrived at the place where prisoners were held in the Marshal's mansion. Zhu Yetong had always thought that the mistress of the Marshal's mansion looked down on the people here. Yet unexpectedly, one day she would find herself imprisoned in this very place. It wasn't until she saw Han Jin and heard him say that it was he who ordered her to be brought here that she finally believed it. Time rewinds to when Zhu Yetong was stopped while heading out to shop. She had just reached the entrance of the Marshal's mansion when she was intercepted by the soldiers on guard. We hope Miss Zhu can cooperate with our work. The soldier who first stopped her said coldly. Cooperate with what work? Zhu Yetong, dressed in a long-sleeved dress and carrying a bag over her shoulder, was taken aback. The soldiers who usually only dared to lower their heads and greet her were now boldly stopping her, igniting her frustration from the day. Have you forgotten my identity? She brought up her status, hoping to intimidate them into backing off. Unfortunately, the order had come from Han Jin, and they were also surprised when they received it. The trending topic that afternoon was retracted quickly, but many soldiers who happened to be off duty and were browsing the news saw it and spread it around. Many speculated that when the Marshal gave the order, They had basically confirmed that it was indeed Zhu Yetong who had done this. Most soldiers couldn't understand why. Despite the Marshal treating her so well, she would want to harm him and his wife. Compared to the Yaren, these high-spirited beastmen could better understand the role of every natural female for their partners. It could even be said that, at times, the life of a natural female was more important than their own. The relationship between beastmen and females was always complementary. Once one lost the other, survival became exceedingly difficult. The scene shifted back to the basement. Since being brought here, Zhu Yetong had not stopped cursing everyone she could see. After her tirade, she felt unsatisfied. And if her hands hadn't been tied, she might have even attempted to hit someone. Now, in a disheveled state, she was bound in front of Han Jin. When she looked up at him, she noticed that even with a scar on his profile, it couldn't diminish his handsomeness, and her gaze lingered obsessively on Han Jin's face. Han Jin did not like being scrutinized like this. In the past, he might have noticed his bad mood, and she would have restrained herself, but this time was different. If she didn't let Han Jin know how she felt now, she might never have another chance. Han Jin pressed his lips together and looked at Zhu Yetong. I think my attitude towards you has always been clear. I have always regarded you as the daughter of an old friend, treating you as a junior, never having any thoughts about you. If I had known you would have such feelings for me, perhaps I would have extinguished them when they first sprouted in your heart. Now, how do you intend to explain today as events to me? These words completely shattered Zhu Yetong's already precarious rationality. Huh? On what grounds do you say that about me? Is it wrong for me to like outstanding people? Back then, you couldn't find a partner. And you even told me you didn't like females. At this moment, Zhu Yetong's logic was somewhat muddled. After rambling for a bit, Han Jin only understood the few sentences she had started with. In response, he clarified, I never said I didn't like females. It was more like I was lamenting that I couldn't find a partner, and if I couldn't find a female, I might have to live a lonely life. Regarding the matter with the Legion, he had only called for Zhu Yetong to give her a lesson and didn't truly intend to imprison her. However, after observing Zhu Yetong for a few seconds, Han Jin concluded that perhaps the best course of action was to quickly send her to a place where she could no longer interact with them. Chapter 87 Disposal regarding the trending topics and the food additives. You should reflect on it here for the next few days. I will arrange someone to help you clean this place up later. After Han Jin finished speaking, he stood up and intended to leave just like that. On the other side, Zhu Yetong did not expect Han Jin to arrive and actually want to lock her in this interrogation room. She had always believed she was not in the wrong. Therefore, before Han Jin left, she shouted loudly at his back, You can't lock me in here. I'm not wrong. What right do you have to imprison me? Let me out. Han Jin paused for a moment, but then continued to walk forward. In front of the corridor, Lin Nuo asked Han Jin, Marshal, are you really going to keep Ms. Zhu locked up there for a few days? Han Jin turned to look at Lin Nuo, saying that if she could reflect, then she would be released early. If she did not reflect, then she would be kept until she was sent away. Lin Nuo sighed. If Zhu Yetong could really reflect, she wouldn't have ended up in this situation. It's just that her desires had controlled her rationality. Lin Nuo could only hope that in these last few days, Zhu Yetong would stay quiet and not cause any more trouble. Otherwise, even if he wanted to protect her, it was likely that Yao Qianqian would not let her go. Thinking of the star beast that could only fight against the insect race in outer space, Lin Nuo shrugged his shoulders. It was clear that such a powerful star beast could be controlled, and the person who could beat it into submission appeared so weak on the outside. They always gave the impression that he could crush them with one hand. Fortunately, Yao Qianqian did not know what Lin Nuo was thinking. Otherwise, she would definitely give him a thumbs up. In terms of physical strength, Yao Qianqian would indeed be easily crushed by them with one hand. But who made Yao Qianqian not human, but a little monster? And now she had picked up her spiritual energy to cultivate. If she were suddenly captured by bad people, she might still be able to resist. Just like last time when she almost got caught, but ended up fighting back. It was just a pity that she had a task at that time. Otherwise, she might have been by the side of the second concubine now. Just thinking about the troublesome events she encountered on Planet 5 made Yao Qianqian feel angry. However, at this moment, the angry Yao Qianqian was still asleep, dreaming that she had returned to her previous life and was still by the side of that old Taoist. At that time, when they were passing by a mountain, they encountered a large white tiger that had been injured by other monsters and was close to death. Fortunately, they met that old Taoist in her. If they had met anyone else, they probably wouldn't have been able to save the white tiger. In the end, while she was playing around with the white tiger, the old Taoist quietly left, leaving her with many pills and spiritual fruits. Back then, Yao Qianqian was just a little monster and did not understand why the old Taoist was so good to her. However, it was precisely because of the kindness the old Taoist showed her back then that she had never harmed innocent people to this day. Half for her own cultivation and half because of the bond formed with the human old Taoist back then. If she could meet the old Taoist again, Yao Qianqian thought, she would definitely ask him why he left without saying goodbye, making it seem as if she would cling to him and not let him go. When Yao Qianqian woke up in the morning, she sighed. To be honest, after experiencing some grievances here, she missed that other world a little. Perhaps at one moment, she had considered taking Han Jin back with her, but after going through the situation with Zhu Yetong, she felt that she was being foolish to consider trying to communicate with the heavenly Tao to take away someone as son. However, now Yao Qianqian didn't need to think about it anymore, as she was already planning to find the second concubine. So there was no need to worry about that man. Xiaobai had been waiting at her door before Yao Qianqian got up, eager to deliver the news to her at the first opportunity. At this time, Han Jin was also present. After being stared at by Han Jin all morning, Xiaobai finally couldn't help but ask, "What is the matter with you? Why are you staring at me?" Han Jin's gaze swept over the space button hanging from Xiaobai's neck, which was quite clear, "Don't talk back when you owe someone." If it were still a free-star beast in the universe, Xiaobai might have thrown the space button back at Han Jin without a second thought, saying that Xiaobai was not the kind of star beast that would bow down for a meager reward. But now it was different. It had been treated like a little pet in Yao Qianqian's hands and couldn't escape at all. Chapter 88. Reminiscing the past, it wasn't good to criticize Han Jin anymore. Xiaobai was like a deflated white balloon, sprawled at the entrance of Yao Qianqian's room. As for Yao Qianqian, after waking up naturally, she stared blankly for a while before starting her morning routine. Just as she stepped out, she almost stepped on the little white carpet that Xiaobai was lying on. If Han Jin hadn't been there to support Yao Qianqian, she would have likely fallen flat on her face. Xiaobai thought it would get up as soon as Yao Qianqian left, or that she would notice it lying on the ground. However, to its surprise, Yao Qianqian stepped out without even looking down. Xiaobai let out a yelp as it got stepped on. In fact, if Xiaobai hadn't cried out so pitifully, Yao Qianqian might have gone back to say a few words to it. Feeling wronged, Xiaobai stared at Yao Qianqian for a long time, hoping she would soften her heart and give it a ball of spiritual energy as compensation. Perhaps it was Xiaobai's white fur that made Yao Qianqian feel soft-hearted, as she indeed gave Xiaobai a ball of spiritual energy. Suddenly receiving the ball of spiritual energy filled Xiaobai with joy, and the morning's unpleasantness was instantly swept away. So, very happily, Xiaobai quickly recounted everything it had seen yesterday. This left Han Jin, who wanted to wait until Yao Qianqian finished breakfast before telling her, with no chance to intervene. He could only watch as Yao Qianqian's expression changed from kind and friendly to one of murderous intent, especially when he was the one facing such emotions directly. Han Jin had no idea how to explain things to her. At that moment, Yao Qianqian was simply staring silently at Han Jin, but the more intense her gaze, the more uneasy Han Jin felt under her scrutiny. "I can explain that matter to you. It is said that fortune and misfortune are intertwined." Han Jin finally had to brace himself to explain to Yao Qianqian. "Oh, then you can say it now. I'm listening." To calm her emotions, Yao Qianqian brought out a plate of fruit from her space and placed it on the table, picking one to start munching on. "That matter was indeed my fault, and it was also partly my responsibility for not sending her away before you returned. But don't worry," Han Jin assured Yao Qianqian. "I've already had someone lock her up, and after a few days, you won't see her again." Thinking about the chilling feeling she had experienced earlier, Yao Qianqian beckoned Han Jin with her finger. Instantly, he obediently leaned closer to her. "Let me tell you, that woman will definitely pull something big before she leaves. You'd better keep a close eye on her, or I can't guarantee I'll let her go again." After saying this, while Han Jin was still bending down, Yao Qianqian straightened up and pecked him on the lips, saying, "Good morning, my little treasure." Then she happily hurried towards the garden like a promiscuous woman leaving after a fling. She had been dragged off to eat as soon as she returned yesterday, so she hadn't had time to plant her little potted plants. Now she finally had the opportunity to find a suitable spot in the garden to plant them. She was already looking forward to the delicious fruits they would bear. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy here was insufficient. Otherwise, she had plenty of spiritual fruits in her space that she could also plant. Although she felt regretful in her heart, Yao Qianqian remained optimistic, thinking that even though the spiritual energy was lacking, she had plenty of spirit stones now. If only, before she could continue fantasizing about having endless spiritual fruits. She noticed a few people ahead talking, one of whom was the subhuman who was closest to Zhu Yetong. Instinctively, Yao Qianqian stopped in her tracks and began to eavesdrop on their conversation. Clearly, those people hadn't expected someone to come to the garden at this time. Among them, subhuman said to the others, "By the way, do you know if that new Marshal's wife has gotten up yet?" Yao Qianqian was surprised to hear them talking about herself, so she quickly set up a barrier around herself and strolled closer to them, taking out her communicator to send a message to Han Jin. At that moment, Han Jin was still sitting in the dining room. When he saw it was Yao Qianqian's communication, he answered immediately. Before he could ask what was wrong, he heard voices on the other end. At that moment, Subhuman B was enthusiastically answering Subhuman A's question. "I just came from over there," and the Marshal was still waiting at her door with that female pet dog. "She probably hasn't gotten up yet." As she spoke, she covered her mouth, clearly looking down on Yao Qianqian for not being up yet. Chapter 89. Punishing the servants after hearing what Yarn B said. The other Yarn around her also covered their mouths and echoed her words, saying that the female was indeed lazy, unlike them who had already gotten up. They said a few more things behind her, but Han Jin had already lost patience and stood up to walk towards the direction where Yao Qianqian had left. After walking a short distance, he saw a few Yarn standing in the distance talking. Han Jin had strong mental perception, and even from a distance, he could still hear what they were saying. When he heard them talking about Yao Qianqian again, Han Jin walked directly over. Instantly, the few Yarn scattered to the sides, greeting Han Jin with "Good day, Marshal." "No need for greetings, you're all dismissed. As for the reason, I believe you should know better than I do." Upon learning they were being dismissed, the Yarn all knelt down before Han Jin, pleading, "Marshal, we won't dare again, please don't dismiss us." If a few pleas could soften Han Jin's heart, he wouldn't have been able to hold the position of Marshal. He didn't spare them even a glance, and instead searched in the large garden for Yao Qianqian. With his eyes alone, Han Jin couldn't see Yao Qianqian, but when he released his perception, he vaguely felt that Yao Qianqian was standing right in front of him. Realizing that it was inappropriate to let these people linger, Han Jin coldly drove them all away. After they left, he extended his hand into the air, and in the next second, his hand was grasped by a small hand. "You're here." Yao Qianqian was slightly pleased with Han Jin's handling of the situation earlier, so she gave him a good expression now. Handing the flower pot to Han Jin, she said, "Hold this for me. I need to find a suitable spot for it." Watching Yao Qianqian walk ahead, Han Jin was pulled along by her strength. This scene fell into the eyes of Bai Kai, who had been forced out for training, and he found it exceptionally glaring. They were both humans. Why could the Marshal have sweet conversations with his female, while he, Bai Kai, had to endure hard training? Lin Nuo saw Bai Kai in a daze and followed his gaze, then kicked him with irritation. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and train." During this time, Bai Kai had been kicked quite a bit, and he was almost used to it. Moreover, whenever he was about to be kicked, he could move his butt forward a bit to lessen the force. Then Bai Kai followed Lin Nuo's instructions and began training again. A few others who happened to have a day off also came over to check on Bai Kai. They were somewhat aware of the last collective punishment for training, but Bai Kai had run away last time, so many urged Lin Nuo to catch Bai Kai again, not letting him slip away for real. That is how today's event came about. Meng Han asked Bai Kai, "By the way, why don't you help us talk to that little female and see if we can join your training?" Han Jin had concealed Bai Kai's changes in mental power well, but he had still instructed his trusted subordinates to keep an eye on Bai Kai's movements, not letting him foolishly go out and be led astray. When Bai Kai heard Meng Han suggest he ask Yao Qianqian if they could join, he immediately refused, thinking of what Yao Qianqian had made him sign before. No, the little female wouldn't agree. "You should talk to the Marshal about this. It's better for him to ask the little female." once again refused. Meng Han stroked his chin, thinking when Bai Kai would learn to be smart, always being clever only when they needed something from him. And now it was difficult to even say this. In a corner of the garden, Yao Qianqian finally found a suitable spot. She signaled Han Jin to quickly put down the flower pot, and then she took out an energy stone from her space. However, halfway through taking out the energy stone, seeing Han Jin standing beside her, she said, "Do you think this fruit would be very good for females?" Chapter 90 Planting Trees. Han Jin was puzzled. But based on the data analysis from back then, it seemed that if females consumed this fruit long-term after transformation, it would indeed make their bodies healthier and increase the chances of conception. Of course, this was also beneficial for demi-human women. It should be noted that although the empire has a large population, the birth rate has been declining year by year. By December of last year, the birth rate had dropped to a terrifying level. Han Jin thought that if he could provide this fruit to most women and females in the empire for a long time, it might actually improve the birth rate in the empire. However, ideals are often beautiful while reality is harsh. When they faced reality, they had to consider the yield and price of that fruit. Naturally, noble families wouldn't lack money, but the majority of the population in the empire consists of ordinary people, and even the wealthy nobles would find it difficult to purchase this fruit in large quantities. The fundamental issue was still the low yield. Yao Qianqian didn't understand why Han Jin suddenly spaced out. She waved her hand in front of him, signaling him to snap out of it and quickly dig a few holes in the ground according to the line she had drawn earlier. Generally, cultivators who set up formations would directly place spirit stones on the ground and then hide them once the formation was completed. However, Yao Qianqian was a novice and couldn't manage to hide the stones after the formation was set up. Fortunately, she didn't usually need to do these things, and now she could have Han Jin help her manually hide them. Once Han Jin was brought back to reality, he followed Yao Qianqian's instructions, first digging out a dozen small holes, and finally digging a large hole in the area surrounded by those small holes. After the large hole was dug, Han Jin put away his tools and returned to Yao Qianqian's side. At that moment, the tool was cleaning itself of the mud. As Han Jin's mech, Bing Yin felt quite aggrieved. It had been used as a shovel to dig dirt. However, even if Bing Yin wanted to protest, Han Jin firmly suppressed it, leaving it no chance to speak with Yao Qianqian. After Han Jin finished these tasks, Yao Qianqian went over to pull out a small plant from a flower pot. Han Jin watched closely, and he saw Yao Qianqian easily pluck the plant out of the soil as if it were pulling grass. She then directly tossed it into the large hole. Although Han Jin had never planted before, he had seen enough to know that it might be too deep to just cover the plant with soil. He wanted to suggest that she let the small plant grow a bit more in the pot before planting into the ground. But unfortunately, Yao Qianqian didn't seem to get his meaning. Not only did she not stop her actions, but she also quickened her pace, shoveling soil down and instantly covering the small plant at the bottom of the pit. Seeing this, Han Jin could only sigh, hoping that the small plant would fare well. After covering the thick layer of soil, Yao Qianqian even stomped down several times to ensure it was compacted. Once she confirmed that the soil was firmly packed, she called Han Jin to step back a few paces. Han Jin, not understanding what Yao Qianqian was doing, still followed her back until they were about 10 meters away, at which point Yao Qianqian told him to stop. When Han Jin turned around to look, he discovered that during their retreat, a tree over 10 meters tall had already grown in the bare patch of lawn. A faint red light surrounded the tree, and upon closer inspection, one could see that the environment within that red glow was completely different from the outside. It seemed as if the red light separated the two into distinct worlds. Outside, the sky was clear and sunny, but inside the red dome, it was snowing heavily. Han Jin wanted to ask Yao Qianqian how this was possible, but before he could speak, Yao Qianqian pressed her index finger against his lips. "Be good, I haven't explained some things to you, so don't ask, okay?" After seeing him nod obediently, Yao Qianqian happily kissed him and then took his hand, leading him toward the tree. Instinctively, Han Jin became alert. He wanted to remind Yao Qianqian to be cautious in case of danger. However, before he could say anything, Yao Qianqian had already stepped into the glowing red protective dome ahead of him. Chapter 91. Growing up in an instant suddenly in a cold environment. Yao Qianqian shivered, and quickly used her spiritual energy to warm herself. She rubbed her arms and muttered a few words. It was indeed a bit chilly here. Then she suddenly thought, why hadn't Hanjin come in yet? At that moment, Hanjin was outside, his hand pressed against the barrier, seemingly blocked by some sort of shield preventing him from entering. Strangely, Hanjin felt that he could easily break this barrier, but he had just watched Yao Qianqian set it up. If he broke it, she would surely be very angry. At this time, Yao Qianqian, noticing Hanjin outside, ran over. She took the man's hand and spread her spiritual energy around him, effortlessly bringing him inside. Once inside, Hanjin realized how one-sided his earlier observations were. The tree was now not just over 10 meters tall, but was approaching the size of an adult tree and seemed ready to bear fruit. Of course, this wasn't just Hanjin's guess. He had observed that the tree was dotted with small flower buds that looked like they were about to bloom. Yao Qianqian pulled Hanjin's hand and brought him under the tree. You wait here. I'll go pick some flowers from the tree for tea. Hanjin opened his mouth, wanting to suggest that they leave the flower buds to grow into fruit. Even though he was now a marshal, obtaining all the fruit from a whole tree would still require considerable manpower and resources. Considering that these trees were created by Yao Qianqian, whatever she wanted to do, even if it was to throw the flowers away as trash, he had no right to say a word. However, since Yao Qianqian wanted to go up and pick flowers, he felt he should help. What if I go up to pick them? Hanjin asked her. If Hanjin knew how to distinguish which flowers could bear fruit and which could not, Yao Qianqian would be quite at ease letting him do it. But, do you know which flowers can bear fruit and which cannot? Yao Qianqian asked Hanjin. In this regard, not only did Hanjin not know, but even across the entire galaxy, there might be only a handful of people who could. So, Hanjin honestly shook his head. I'm not sure. If you can tell me, I should be able to learn. Yao Qianqian thought about how to explain it to Hanjin. The ability to distinguish whether a plant's flowers could bear fruit was actually a talent of hers. Of course, there were many experienced old fruit farmers who could roughly distinguish whether flowers could bear fruit at times, but none were as clear as Yao Qianqian. Forget it. I'll go myself. Yao Qianqian didn't want to teach anyone else, especially after having taught by Kai. After saying this, she stepped back a few paces, then took a running leap, successfully jumping up to the tree. Hanjin watched nervously from below, fearing that if Yao Qianqian lost her balance, she might fall from the tree. At this moment, Yao Qianqian was already engrossed in picking flowers, feeling as though she had returned to the days when she traveled with the old Taoist. Back then, she often climbed trees to pick fruits for the old Taoist. Most of the time, he would smile and let her eat on her own, but occasionally he would taste one or two of the fruits she picked, and in return, he would give her some pills he made. Looking back on those days, Yao Qianqian felt quite happy, although they passed too quickly, and she and T fully experienced them before they were over. Despite the many flowers on the trees, only a few would eventually bear fruit. When Yao Qianqian came down with a large bag of flowers, Hanjin looked up at the tree. The flowers that were once easy to see now required a careful search. Perhaps it was because she hadn't exercised in a long time, but today a sudden run had made Yao Qianqian break a bit of sweat. She casually wiped her forehead and was just about to go out with Hanjin to brew tea with the flowers when her arm was pulled back by the man. Wait a moment, Hanjin said to Yao Qianqian, then reached out and quickly plucked a leaf from her hair. Seeing the leaf, after looking down, Yao Qianqian took it, threw it aside, and said, "Let us hurry back. I want to brew flower tea." Hearing Yao Qianqian say this, Hanjin nodded and took the bag from her hand to help carry it. Chapter 92. A bit tragic, feeling the warmth of Hanjin, Yao Qianqian leaned closer and kissed the man. Just as they were walking back and were about to reach the largest garden of the Marshal mansion, they suddenly heard Bai Kai's voice coming from inside. Yao Qianqian instinctively stopped in her tracks, knowing that Bai Kai was fine, just estimating that he was being bullied again. Thinking of this, Yao Qianqian curiously signaled Hanjin to wait a moment, quietly leaned towards him, and said, "Let's sneak over later. I want to see how Bai Kai is being bullied." Hanjin naturally agreed to the little female's request and immediately led her around from another side. Just as he was contemplating whether to temporarily conceal his aura, Yao Qianqian had already crept closer and seen Bai Kai's miserable state. At that moment, a basin of water was placed on Bai Kai's arm, and someone next to him was continuously adding water. Lin Nuo stood in front of Bai Kai, reminding him not to spill the water, or else he would have to add more time. Seeing this, Yao Qianqian sighed. It's a bit tragic. Han Jin was just about to suggest going out to stop it when he heard the little female continue. But he deserves it. Who told him to disturb me last time? Since the little female had said so, Han Jin naturally kept quiet. The several people over there had quite strong mental powers and had already sensed their presence as they approached. However, since Han Jin did not speak, they pretended not to see him. As for Yao Qianqian, after observing Bai Kai's current state, she did not plan to stay there any longer. She took Han Jin's hand, intending to take him around, when suddenly a white object appeared in front of them, blocking their way. Yao Qianqian lifted her foot and kicked it, knowing that this thing was not Xiao Bai, but looked quite like a big tiger. When the old tiger on the ground was touched by Yao Qianqian, Han Jin's expression froze, swiftly mobilizing his mental power to try to recall the disobedient spiritual entity. However, a spiritual entity that dared to run out and cause trouble would not willingly go back. It naturally resisted Han Jin's mental power, and in the end, Yao Qianqian ended up hugging the big tiger, wanting to introduce Xiao Bai to it. Han Jin felt helpless, his earlobes burning, and he didn't dare to look at the scene of the person and the tiger. But the spiritual entity shamelessly wanted to rub against Yao Qianqian, as if it wanted her to ride on its back, encountering a big white tiger that was so enthusiastic towards her. Yao Qianqian naturally was delighted, and without a second thought, she climbed onto the back of the big white tiger, starting to command it to take her back to the main house. Their speed was so fast that Han Jin didn't even have the chance to stop them and could only watch them enter. Xiao Bai, who had been resting, raised its head to look towards the hall when it heard Yao Qianqian's voice outside. The first thing it saw was a huge white paw, and Xiao Bai instinctively stretched out its own paw to compare, realizing that its paw was indeed not big enough. After thinking about this, Yao Qianqian also entered. As soon as she arrived inside the house, she immediately spotted Xiao Bai, who was planning to escape. Without saying a word, Yao Qianqian jumped down from the big white tiger and patted its thick fur, saying, "Go ahead, that's the partner I found for you." Initially, Han Jin thought that the tiger wouldn't listen to Yao Qianqian and do something so foolish. However, when he saw the white figure immediately rushing out, he almost swore. As for Xiao Bai, it felt the same way as Han Jin at that moment. Being a star beast, it naturally recognized that this white tiger was Han Jin's spiritual entity and seemed to be in a fully thriving state. If it stepped on it, it would hurt for several days, so it immediately ran towards Yao Qianqian. This woman really couldn't let it rest for even a moment. "You better make it stop," Xiao Bai shouted towards Yao Qianqian, seeing that it was about to be stepped on. However, Yao Qianqian had no intention of helping Xiao Bai. Not only did she not go to help, but also said casually, "Why should stop? I see you lying in your nest all day without much exercise, so I specially found a friend for you to help you work out." If it weren't for the place being too small and Han Jin and Yao Qianqian being too fierce, Xiao Bai would have transformed and roared at the big tiger. Just thinking about it made it feel that its life as a star beast was particularly difficult. Chapter 93, Introducing Friends to Xiao Bai. Just after Xiao Bai had been running for nearly 10 minutes, Yao Qianqian finally showed some mercy and called back the big white tiger, telling it to stay by her side for now. "All right, I see you've had enough exercise today. Don't forget to come with me to do some serious business later." The serious business Yao Qianqian referred to was having Xiao Bai check out the ice coffin over there, in hopes of absorbing the energy on it as soon as possible, so that Yao Qianqian could get her hands on that space ring. It's worth noting that every night when she went to sleep, she made wishes to the heavenly Tao, hoping to open the thing she desired from it. While Yao Qianqian was dreaming sweet dreams, Xiao Bai ruthlessly rejected her, saying, "Not today. I have things to do later." Yao Qianqian was taken aback by this response. "Aren't you just eating and sleeping all day? What could you possibly be busy with?" Xiao Bai was furious to realize that this was the image Yao Qianqian had of it. Its fur bristled in anger. "What do you mean I have nothing to do? You've seen it. I'm a star beast. I also need to go out and find my companions, okay?" Yao Qianqian nodded, acknowledging her understanding. "All right, then where do you plan to look for your companions today?" She wanted to discuss it with Xiao Bai in advance, to see if she could get it to bring its companions back with it. However, Xiaobai was already scared of being tricked by Yao Qianqian. Seeing her ask, it immediately perked up its ears. "What are you planning?" It stared at Yao Qianqian with a vigilant look, fearing she might say something outrageous that even a star beast would find insane. Yao Qianqian originally wanted to say more, but seeing Xiaobai like this, if she suggested it bring the star beast home to play, Xiaobai would probably refuse to go out and find them today. Forget it, forget it. After all, it was her pet, so she should give it some face. It's okay, you can go out and play. Do you need to bring some gifts for them? While saying this, Yao Qianqian swore she had no other thoughts in her mind, but Xiaobai didn't buy it. It snorted coldly at her. "Human, I've seen through you." After saying that, it ran off quickly. After Xiaobai left, Yao Qianqian shrugged at Han Jin, as it seemed Xiaobai really didn't want to bring gifts for its companions. Han Jin didn't dare to say anything unnecessary. He just gestured with the bag of flowers in his hand, suggesting, "Shall we clean this up first?" To brew tea, the flowers needed to be dried first. Fortunately, although Han Jin usually didn't enjoy eating ingredients cooked naturally, the large Marshal-S residence was well equipped. As long as Yao Qianqian said a word, someone would help bring things over. Once everything was placed on the large kitchen table, Yao Qianqian rolled up her sleeves, ready to get started. The several chefs nearby had various expressions on their faces. They first looked at the flower, then at the pile of flower petals, confused about what the little female was planning to do with the petals. Originally, Yao Qianqian intended to showcase her cooking skills in front of Han Jin, but she overestimated herself. Not to mention, she only vaguely remembered her previous cooking skills. As soon as her hands touched the flower, she immediately found it distasteful and went to wash her hands. Han Jin had been watching from the side. Initially, he thought Yao Qianqian was finally going to do something serious, as she had prepared herself quite well. But after Yao Qianqian only got started, she left the rest to the chefs. At first, Yao Qianqian didn't have a complete record of the recipe for the flower cakes, but fortunately, the chefs here were skilled, and they quickly managed to make the flower cakes based on her description of the steps. The remaining flower buds that were taken to dry were now ready to be taken out. Yao Qianqian had no experience with this kind of thing, but when she felt that the flower buds could be used for brewing, she immediately excitedly found several cups. Pouring herself a cup, and also serving everyone in the kitchen a cup. She even remembered the robots on the side, scanning a code for them and generously stating, "You can just go back and buy some oil to drink." The expressions of those present varied. They didn't expect the person who had just been ordering them around would also not forget to serve them tea, not to mention even remembering the robots. Chapter 94. The magical flower tea. Seeing that they were just holding the flower tea without drinking it, Yao Qianqian was puzzled. "What's wrong? Afraid of the bitterness?" As she spoke, she lowered her head and took a sip. "It's not bitter at all. In fact, it's sweet and fragrant with floral notes." After smacking her lips a couple of times, she recalled the taste in her mind. Han Jin also lowered his head and took a sip. As a 3S grade mental powerhouse, he could perceive more from it than Yao Qianqian. After taking a sip, he tilted his head back and drank the entire cup of tea. Instantly, his mental realm felt greatly relaxed, and the previously agitated mental energy was also somewhat soothed. His eyes slightly brightened. He hadn't expected that the fruit would not only be beneficial for females, but also had a calming effect on someone like him, a beast man. As for the chefs, when they saw the Marshal drinking, they followed suit. After taking their first sip, they looked at the remaining liquid in their cups and hesitated to drink more. It's worth noting that even mental calming potions might not have such an effect, and the mental energy that had been soothed was not forcibly subdued. It felt more like they were willingly allowing their mental energy to relax. They hadn't felt this way since they were injured on the battlefield. Yao Qianqian noticed that after they took a sip, they were staring at the cups in their hands without moving, thinking they disliked the taste of the tea. She leaned closer to Han Jin and whispered, "Isn't the taste of your people quite strange?" Yao Qianqian thought she was speaking softly enough that the few chefs, if they were ordinary people, wouldn't hear her. However, most of the people working in the Marshal's residence were not ordinary. They were basically warriors who had been injured on the battlefield and had retired. Those capable of working were assigned to the Marshal's residence, and these chefs had previously been responsible for meals in the military. During a battle that they shouldn't have participated in, a traitor had caused the ship they were stationed on to be attacked from within by the enemy. leading to a rapid organization of combat among the majority of the crew. But due to the sudden turn of events, there were heavy casualties in the end. Thinking of this, the expressions of those people dimmed. They could no longer return to the battlefield that belonged to them. After hearing Yao Qianqian's words, Han Jin also recalled what those people had gone through, and he swallowed hard. No, they just felt that the flower tea was too precious, so they wanted to savor more. Upon learning that they didn't dislike it, Yao Qianqian's smile became noticeably more sincere. If they didn't dislike it, could I trouble you to help me with a small task? She gestured with her index finger and thumb, indicating it was indeed a small task. The few of them didn't understand why the lady was asking them for help, quickly shaking their heads, saying it wasn't necessary. If you have any requests, just tell us directly. You don't need to mention anything about helping. Seeing them like this, Yao Qianqian felt satisfied. It's fine, as long as you help me prepare the food well. Next month, I will give each of you a few fruits. Yao Qianqian nearly patted her chest to assure them, unexpectedly receiving a promise from the little female, although they weren't sure what the fruit was, since the little female said so, along with what Yao Qianqian had given earlier. It must be very precious. So they hurriedly agreed. Don't worry, little female. We will definitely help you make delicious food. In the future, as long as you want to eat something, we will prepare it for you. Seeing them agree, Yao Qianqian signaled Han Jin to step back. Wait, I'm going to take out my ingredients now. You all clear this area first. The few of them were unsure about what kind of large ingredient Yao Qianqian was going to take out, but after tasting such a good thing earlier, they were very willing to help the little female. Besides, the Marshal hadn't said no. So, they quickly moved the large table in the middle aside. Once everything was in place, someone asked Yao Qianqian, Madam, do you think this cleared space is big enough? Yao Qianqian glanced around. It should be enough. Why don't you all step outside for a bit? Han Jin thought of the magical net that Yao Qianqian had taken out before and hesitated. Why don't you take it out and put it outside? I can call them in to clean up later. Yao Qianqian didn't expect Han Jin to not trust the kitchen here. After hesitating for a moment, she initially wanted to refuse, but Han Jin said, what if the kitchen collapses? Then you won't be able to eat anything delicious later. Chapter 95. The huge monster. It must be said that Han Jin's move of hitting the 7-inch spot was effective. Originally, the rebellious monster Qianqian was immediately no longer conflicted and quickly followed Han Jin out. You guys come out too. I'll get you some food. The others exchanged glances, not understanding why the Marshal wanted the little female to put the food outside. Could it really be that big? However, they were very tactful and didn't ask out loud, instead following the Marshal outside. Once Qianqian confirmed that they were all out, she began to take out the large monster from her space. This was a monster that had encountered Qianqian before, one whose forelimbs had turned into huge pincers. Originally, that monster coexisted peacefully with Qianqian, but on the day she was about to bloom, for some unknown reason, it insisted on climbing her tree trunk, which she naturally refused. They ended up fighting, and now the monster's corpse was right here, so the outcome was needless to say. But at that time, it was quite dangerous for Qianqian, and it was also because of this monster that she had a fateful encounter with the old Taoist priest. Now, it was just right to eat it. So, Qianqian released the monster. With a loud thud, a creature almost as tall as a house appeared before them. The only thing that made those people feel fortunate was that the Marshal had let the little female out in advance, instead of releasing it directly in the kitchen. At that moment, seeing the size of the monster, Qianqian also felt embarrassed. Well, when I stored it before, it wasn't that big. While saying this, she gestured to Han Jin, trying to make them believe her. Unfortunately, if that monster had been just a little smaller, perhaps they could have convinced themselves, but everyone's gaze fell on the monster, which was much larger than the kitchen. Looking at this ingredient they had never encountered before, they were all somewhat at a loss. How should they handle this little female? Among them, the one considered the head chef asked Qianqian, the blood and flesh of this monster can actually be eaten directly. For monsters like them, it's quite nourishing, but the taste is not very good. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many monsters in Qianqian's space. In fact, the previous Qianqian had also tried to handle it herself, but cooking also requires talent. Just like when she confidently said she would cook something delicious for Han Jin, she forgot about her own abilities. Then, when her palm touched the flour, she was reminded of her limitations. To avoid blowing up the kitchen on Han Jin's side, she ultimately chose to let them handle it. Returning to the beginning, when they asked Qianqian how to process it, her hands waved around in the air, indicating they should handle it as she had just shown. Just like that, the beastmen looked puzzled, as if they hadn't understood anything. In fact, Han Jin understood Qianqian's meaning. It was simply, I don't know, don't ask me. Once he realized that Qianqian had no requirements for how to handle the meat, Han Jin spoke up for her. You can handle it however you think it will taste good. Don't ask her. She doesn't know either. At first, Qianqian was quite grateful for Han Jin's help, but as he continued speaking, she felt it was like slapping her own face, and she suddenly became a bit indignant. I know perfectly well. Didn't I just gestured to you all? She said rather shamelessly to them. The others didn't expect the little female could say this without changing her expression. However, seeing Qianqian's serious demeanor, the few beastmen couldn't bear to expose her, so they nodded, saying what the lady said was about the same as what the marshal said. Han Jin never thought that after his spiritual body had betrayed him, his subordinates would follow suit. He looked at them with his eyes, questioning if they couldn't just tell the truth. And those big men, upon receiving Han Jin's gaze, couldn't help but wonder in their hearts that according to the Marshal's character, if the little female could change partners, she probably would have done so long ago. Right? Chapter 96. Can't cut it open, of course. That was just a small interlude. The main event was yet to come. The first thing they needed to do was to dismember the gigantic creature. At first, they thought it was just an ordinary star beast, just a bit larger than usual. So they brought out all the everyday tools for the job. However, when the first strike hit the star beast's shell, they realized things were starting to go awry. Oh, this shell is quite hard, one person said, looking at the knife in his hand that had already made a small cut. Should we change tools? He suggested to the others. The others came over to take a look and agreed that they really needed a different tool. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to break it open at all. They then went to fetch a power saw that could cut through steel plates, but after damaging the saw, they still couldn't break open the creature's shell. A few of them felt a bit disheartened, but this disappointment was only temporary. After realizing that the power saw wouldn't work, they went back to find other tools. Not everyone needed to go to find tools, so the remaining people stayed outside, waiting for them to return. However, did they really need such large tools? One person stared at the energy sword. The one who brought the energy sword didn't care, saying, "Look, we've already tried everything we could, and we still haven't opened its shell." He felt he had a point and urged the others to step aside, as they were going to cut the creature's shell now. Once a few of them brought the tools over, Yao Qianqian watched as they made a flurry of attempts, but still couldn't open the shell. It seemed they hadn't expected the interstellar people to be so weak. Yao Qianqian smirked and looked at them. How about I give it a try? She felt that if she didn't step in soon, they might not even be able to eat the beast's meat by nightfall. The few people looked at Yao Qianqian's slender arms, then at their own arms, which were almost thicker than her thighs. How about we try again? They suggested. Get lost. To Yao Qianqian's ears, their suggestion sounded like they were telling her to slow down her eating. This time, Yao Qianqian couldn't tolerate it any longer. She didn't kick them aside directly, but she gave them face by not doing so. As for saying get lost, it was merely her way of venting her frustration. The few of them touched their noses and made way for Yao Qianqian, intending to hand her the energy sword. But she bypassed them and picked up the knife that had been thrown to the side earlier. After weighing it in her hand and confirming it was suitable, she directly began to chop at the small gap they had created earlier. Originally, those people thought the little female was just putting on a brave front, but as her knife fell, the small gap was instantly severed. After she managed to cut open the shell, Yao Qianqian turned to dismember the rest of the large beast. Seeing Yao Qianqian's skilled technique and the way she turned the creature into chunks of meat with each swift strike, the few of them swallowed hard, realizing that they had underestimated her capabilities. Now, they felt like kneeling before Yao Qianqian. Yao Qianqian merely glanced at their expressions and knew what they were thinking in their hearts. She smiled and said, "Don't just stare. Hurry up and get to work. That fruit of mine isn't free." Upon hearing Yao Qianqian's words, they ran off quickly. Forget about the impressive display Yao Qianqian had just shown. Even if she gave them nothing, her strength alone was enough to conquer them. The interstellar age was one that revered the strong, and, coincidentally, The world Yao Qianqian came from was the same. Once they moved all the meat into the kitchen, the head chef, Fan Xiefeng, took out the testing instrument. Even though the ingredients were provided by the little female, they still had to follow the necessary procedures. Yao Qianqian didn't mind. The testing results didn't matter to her. The silver machine emitted a fluorescent light onto the already opened meat, and soon the machine began testing. With a beep, it stopped working, and the display screen started showing data that Yao Qianqian couldn't understand. When the others gasped in surprise, Yao Qianqian sensed that the beast meat seemed to be a great supplement for these people. Thinking about the possibility of them competing with her for the beast meat, Yao Qianqian felt displeased and leaned over to look at the screen. However, she overestimated herself. She recognized each individual character, but when they were connected, she truly couldn't understand what it meant. Finally, Yao Qianqian gave up and came over to Han Jin's side, feeling quite aggrieved. Chapter 97. The stingy demon Qianqian, seeing them so happy. Are they going to share my demon beast meat later? Qianqian leaned close to Han Jin, whispering to the man. She knew that asking someone for help required a reward, but compared to the demon beast meat, that would be less with each bite. Qianqian preferred to share with them the fruits that could be produced indefinitely. In fact, when Qianqian went to talk to Han Jin earlier, those people were also eavesdropping. Now, hearing Qianqian ask Han Jin if they would share the meat, they immediately rushed over to explain. Little female, you've misunderstood us. Fan Xiefeng was the first to rush to the front. Little female, ma'am, how could we dare to let you share your high-quality star beast meat with us? That would be pure shamelessness. As they chattered and explained, Qianqian reluctantly understood that they wouldn't be tempted by her star beast meat, and she felt much more at ease. She then asked them to prepare a plate of meat first. You all try it out. I want to taste your cooking. Qianqian pulled up a chair and sat in front of them, clearly waiting to eat directly once they were done. The few of them exchanged glances for a moment, then quickly remembered what they needed to do. First removing the shells of the star beasts and carefully analyzing the taste of the meat. Of course, they weren't tasting it directly with their mouths, but using machines to analyze it, determining what flavors the meat would be suitable for. Watching them work, Qianqian, feeling bored, opened her holographic device to check if the TV series she was following had updated recently. However, before she could click in, she saw a gossip headline on the homepage. A lady from the Marshal's mansion speaks? As she read it, she looked at Han Jin, her gaze making him feel uneasy. He immediately hurried to explain to Qianqian. I definitely took care of that person back then, don't worry. I'll have someone investigate what is going on right away. Satisfied with Han Jin's understanding, Qianqian nodded at him, then turned her gaze back to those preparing the demon beast meat. After more than 10 minutes, while Qianqian hadn't finished watching her show, those people had already processed the meat and placed a large plate of dishes in front of her. The remaining people quickly prepared clean bowls and chopsticks, signaling her to try it first. Since the food was already prepared, Qianqian naturally picked up her chopsticks without hesitation and took a piece of meat. After putting it in her mouth, her eyes lit up. The taste was indeed much better than what she usually had when eating meat alone. Not bad, this tastes good. You all should try it too. Although she was not very generous when it came to demon beast meat, she could afford to give them a bite, especially since they had cooked it so well. She was even more generous. In contrast, Kokaiji and the others felt a bit shy after hearing Qianqian say that. Ma'am, we can't eat this meat. You and the Marshal can have it. Based on the level measured by the machine earlier, it could be considered top-tier interstellar ingredients. Just the amount on that plate could equal their annual salary. They worked under Han Jin, and their salaries were not low. They didn't expect to refuse the offer. And as for sharing with Han Jin, Qianqian hadn't thought of that first. That guy was just watching from the side and hadn't helped at all. She didn't think she had to share with him. But now that it was pointed out, Qianqian nodded, signaling Han Jin to try it too. In the end, those who initially said they wouldn't eat only tried a small bite when Han Jin spoke up. The taste was enough to leave them reminiscing for a long time. Once the flavor in their mouths faded, they suddenly felt something deeper. They'd only thought that their bodies felt comfortable because they had eaten good food. However, after finishing, they noticed that the mental damage they had previously sustained had noticeably improved. At least, their heads no longer ached continuously. As if recalling something, the few of them began to look at the remaining meat on the plate with eager eyes, noticing the change in their emotions. Qianqian paused her hand that was picking up food. All right, you can have the rest. but I won't be this generous in the future. Although Qianqian had been eating at a decent pace, and they had eaten quite a bit, nearly half of the portion still remained in the plate. Chapter 98. Flesh can soothe the spirit. A few people began to swallow their saliva uncontrollably, recalling the effects of the meat they had just tasted, and thinking about their brothers who were on the verge of death due to mental torment. Instinctively, they thought about bringing the meat to their brothers. If they ate it, it would surely make them feel better, especially those who were close to death. With this thought, their eyes turned red. Yao Qianqian was sensitive to emotions and quickly sensed their thoughts, but unfortunately, she was not a saint. Did the spicy pepper make her cry? She directly spoke up, breaking the atmosphere among them, then rested her chin on her hand, scanning their faces, and finally landing on Kukaiji's face. Why don't you say something? Does this meat have any other effects? Although demon beast meat was indeed a great tonic for some cultivators, it was only beneficial for a portion of them. Most cultivators relied on their own efforts, advancing step by step. If one's own strength was not solid enough, even if they appeared strong on the surface, they would likely be unable to withstand a single strike when facing the heavenly thunder. The few people exchanged glances, looking around at others, then shifted their gaze to Hanjin. Ultimately, it was Kukaiji who spoke up. "Madam, we're not sure for now, but it seems that your meat can heal our injured spiritual domains." Upon hearing this, Yao Qianqian stroked her chin, falling into deep thought. Heal the spiritual domain? From her current understanding of the interstellar people, their spiritual domains were quite similar to the sea of consciousness in the cultivation world, but not entirely the same. At least the spiritual power in their spiritual domains could not increase, while the spiritual power in their sea of consciousness would gradually rise with their cultivation level. After glancing at Hanjin's face, she suggested, "Why don't you give it a try?" She handed Hanjin a piece of demon beast meat the size of a palm for him to test, while she chose to check out the ice coffin, eager to extract some good items from it. After hastily bidding farewell to Hanjin, Yao Qianqian first went to find Xiaobai, but halfway there, she suddenly remembered that Xiaobai had gone out to find friends. With nothing to do now, Yao Qianqian planned to go back to sleep, but unfortunately, she saw Bai Kai walking towards her. So, the originally unoccupied Bai Kai was suddenly called by Yao Qianqian to work. At first, Bai Kai thought Yao Qianqian would just have him move some things. He had even planned to show off his muscles to her, but unexpectedly, Yao Qianqian took him directly to the place where the ice coffin was kept. Just thinking about what happened a few days ago made Bai Kai feel pain all over. How about we just forget it? Bai Kai stood in front of Yao Qianqian, resisting and not wanting to go in. "You said before that my strength is not as good as Xiaobai's. Why not let him do it instead?" Yao Qianqian sneered, her icy gaze landing on Bai Kai. "You know your strength is not as good as Xiaobai's, so why not work hard now? Get in there right now, or I'll kick you." After spending more time on the Star Network, Yao Qianqian had also started to learn the way people here spoke. After scolding Bai Kai, she felt refreshed all over. As for the scolded Bai Kai, he looked as pitiful as a little puppy, but still obediently went inside to absorb the power from the ice coffin. The next moment, he flew out of the room. He happened to fly directly towards the door, and as a result, Bai Kai was rebounded out by the ice coffin. Yao Qianqian had to sidestep to avoid him and forgot to pull him back. When Bai Kai finally stopped after crashing into a crooked tree in the yard, he looked at Yao Qianqian with a resentful expression. "Why didn't you pull me back just now?" Yao Qianqian touched her nose. Could she say it was because she was disgusted by Bai Kai and instinctively dodged to the side? Ahem, look, you're fine, right? She felt it wasn't her fault, so she turned to leave. However, Bai Kai, being a bit slow, would not let such a good opportunity slip by. Finally catching Yao Qianqian in a mistake, he naturally followed her to seek some benefits. "No way I got hurt. You said before that you would accept me as." The remaining words Bai Kai left unsaid, but both knew what he meant, so Bai Kai became even more assertive, insisting that Yao Qianqian give him some benefits. Chapter 99. Finding a knife finally, Yao Qianqian was exasperated and asked him, "What do you want? Just say it, as long as it's not too outrageous. I'll think of a way." Upon hearing Yao Qianqian say this, Bai Kai's eyes lit up, sparkling with excitement. He immediately expressed his desire for a knife that could split open the shells of the insect race with bare hands. Soon, Yao Qianqian turned around, looking at him as if he were a fool. Isn't the knife on the mech capable of splitting open the insect race's shells? As long as you have enough strength and power, even an ordinary knife can do it. Earlier, when Yao Qianqian was eating, Bai Kai was busy training with Lin Nuo, so he hadn't been able to join the fun. After being released by Lin Nuo, he headed straight for the kitchen but encountered Yao Qianqian on the way. So he hadn't heard about what was happening in the kitchen yet. Therefore, he didn't believe a word of what Yao Qianqian had just said. He not only disbelieved it, but also thought it was just an excuse Yao Qianqian made up to brush him off. He stubbornly followed her, determined to get a knife that could split open the insect race. By the time Yao Qianqian was getting annoyed with Bai Kai, they had arrived back at the kitchen. The few people who had been studying the discarded shells were still there. They had seen the hard exterior of the shells, so they had brought several colleagues to help with weapon development and take a look. Just then, footsteps were heard from outside the door. The group looked up and saw Bai Kai getting close to Yao Qianqian, only to be impatiently pushed away by her. They exchanged glances, unsure of what was happening. Did Bai Kai really think he could mess with the Marshal's wife after being such a slacker normally? The closest to the door, Kakaiji, approached and grabbed Bai Kai by the neck, saying, "Are you itching for trouble? Do you dare to provoke her?" He recalled how Yao Qianqian had effortlessly sliced open the star beast's shell, which they couldn't cut through even with their energy swords. If Bai Kai irritated Yao Qianqian, it would be like cutting a watermelon. She might just slice his head off. Bai Kai completely missed Kakaiji's goodwill. With so many people around, he couldn't keep pestering Yao Qianqian for a knife that could kill the insect race. But Yao Qianqian had brought him to the kitchen specifically to find the knife he wanted, and today was a day Yao Qianqian regretted taking Bai Kai in. Looking around the kitchen, she noticed there wasn't a knife in sight. Yao Qianqian began to wonder, didn't I see plenty of knives here before? Where are they? Kakaiji thought of the knife Yao Qianqian used at noon. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly went to get it for her. He opened a box that seemed to have been taken from the laboratory, and when Yao Qianqian saw what was inside, she couldn't help but admire their attention to detail. Inside were all the tools they had used when dealing with a monster earlier, but none of them had been of any use at the time. She had to come and handle it herself. She sifted through the items and found the knife she had used at noon, weighed in her hand, and intended to leave with it. The few researchers stationed there watched in disbelief as Yao Qianqian took the neatly organized knife they had prepared. One younger researcher wanted to speak up to stop her, but was quickly silenced by the quick-witted Kakaiji, who said, "You can't provoke her. Just focus on your work." Once Yao Qianqian left, Kakaiji released the young researcher. Once he could speak again, the researcher asked, "Captain Ko, who was that? Why could she just take our saved items?" Kakaiji replied, "That is the Marshal's wife. The star beast shells you received were also provided by her." The implication of Kukaiji's words sank in for the others. That large and hard-shelled star beast had actually been hunted by Yao Qianqian. Coupled with her frail appearance, which seemed like a gust of wind could blow her away, they not only didn't believe it, but even Kukaiiji, had he not witnessed Yao Qianqian slice open the star beast's shell himself, would probably not have believed it either. However, neither Yao Qianqian's identity nor her strength was something they could provoke, and the group exchanged glances, ultimately deciding not to discuss her behind her back. They returned to their work. On the other side, Bai Kai had been eyeing the knife Yao Qianqian was holding all the way, filled with disdain for its appearance. "What? You plan to give me such an ugly knife?" Chapter 100. Demonstrating Power if Anger Could Manifest. Yao Qianqian estimated that the area around her was engulfed in flames at this moment. If you don't want it, then get lost. Back in the day, she had learned quite a bit, but she had also studied weapon forging. Now, being pestered by Bai Kai, she had no choice but to quickly create a weapon for him to send him on his way. Although she could have directly and firmly refused Bai Kai, he was still her first servant, so she had to provide some benefits. Thus, Bai Kai was led to a large house, following her in a daze, only to find a very spacious room inside. "What are we doing here?" Bai Kai asked in confusion, wondering how there were still places he hadn't visited after following the Marshal for so long, and he became curious. Yao Qianqian glanced at him and then took out several stones of different colors from her space. "Come, go over there and start the fire in the middle." Yao Qianqian intended to forge a weapon for Bai Kai. Since he had learned boxing, swords and knives wouldn't be suitable for him, so she planned to make a knuckle duster, which would enhance the power of his boxing technique. Bai Kai walked to the center and tried to start the fire, But accidentally, the flames shot up high and singed his hair, instantly filling the air with the smell of burning hair. Seeing this, Yao Qianqian felt her blood pressure rise slightly. Heh, I've never seen such a foolish human. Her red lips parted, and she mockingly criticized Bai Kai, who then slapped the object in frustration, yelling in pain from the burn. Yao Qianqian covered her face and called Bai Kai back. All right, stop embarrassing yourself over there and come over to work. She then took out a series of tools that could be used for forging weapons. But compared to today's high-tech tools, those were quite primitive. At least Bai Kai had never seen stone materials that he had to hammer by hand before. He looked at Yao Qianqian with wide eyes and asked, should I go get some tools? Otherwise, how long will this take? Yao Qianqian thought to herself that she wanted it to be slow, and he still wanted tools. You should just focus on doing the work here. The first step in forging a weapon is to prepare the materials and tools. In her previous world, there were specialized people who did the forging, and one only needed to pay a certain fee. Some people were favored by the heavens and were born with their own weapons. But Yao Qianqian was not one of those people destined to have a weapon. Thinking of this, Yao Qianqian sighed. But now she also considered herself a demon with her own weapon, though the process of obtaining it was quite difficult. Her weapon was a long whip, and due to the materials, she had searched for a long time. However, after finding the materials, she realized there were even more challenges awaiting her. Firstly, many human cultivators looked down on small demons like them, and blacksmiths wouldn't forge for free, so she had to pay them a certain fee. Unfortunately, the Yao Qianqian of that time had no money, and the current Yao Qianqian still didn't have much. Thinking of this, she sighed again, wishing she could have a lot of money. Bai Kai, who hadn't heard what Yao Qianqian said clearly, leaned closer to her. What did you just say? Money? Yao Qianqian was already annoyed at seeing him, and when he dared to lean in closer, she immediately slapped him on the head. If you don't want to get hit, stay away from me, or I won't mind hitting you a few more times. Bai Kai, feeling wronged after being hit, rubbed his head and then picked up a large hammer, striking the stones forcefully. Right, we're going to make our own weapons now. Why are you still going to the kitchen to get their knives? Speaking of this, Yao Qianqian felt she needed to explain to Bai Kai that what mattered was not the weapon. Here, use this knife to chop at the stone. She handed the knife to Bai Kai, indicating he should give it a try. Although Bai Kai didn't understand, he obediently followed her instructions and chopped at the stone with the knife. He had already realized that the stone was not ordinary when he was hammering it. It couldn't be broken. Now, continuing as instructed, it was just as he thought. It couldn't be broken at all. Not only did it not open up, but there was also a notch on the knife. Now look, she took the knife from Bai Kai's hand and directly chopped at the stone in front of her. In the next second, not only was the stone split open, but even the table underneath it wasn't spared. Chapter 101 Subordinate, seeing the scene in front of him. Bai Kai swallowed hard, almost scared speechless, and hurriedly continued working. What kind of cultivation technique is this? It's so strong. He swallowed a few more times and then showed an eager expression to learn. However, Yao Qianqian didn't even spare him a glance. Have you mastered your fist technique? Hearing Yao Qianqian's question about his fist technique, Bai Kai froze, focusing intently on smashing the rocks in front of him. After seeing him hit the stones a dozen times before barely managing to break them down a bit, Yao Qianqian thought to herself that by the time she got the stuff from the ice coffin, Bai Kai might not even be able to handle these materials properly. Just focus on your work. These materials are for making your weapons. If I come back in a few days and see you slacking off, then don't even think about getting those weapons. After saying this, Yao Qianqian turned and left. Bai Kai cried out, Wait, can I find some tools for this? In response, Yao Qianqian simply left him with a casual whatever, letting him figure out himself. Once Bai Kai saw that Yao Qianqian didn't refuse, he naturally understood it as a tacit agreement and immediately set off to find tools without saying another word. On the other side, Xiaobai went to find its Star Beast subordinates. From the moment of its birth, it was the king of the Star Beast clan, and it was only because it encountered the betrayal of its subordinate Star Beast that it was found by Han Jin's group. But this could not defeat it. What it needed to do now was to avoid the limelight, and, once it grew up, to make those Star Beasts with bad intentions pay. Xiaobai appeared in this area because it sensed that its subordinate was nearby and was injured. Looking at the huge, bloodied Star Beast in front of it, barely hanging on, Xiaobai's eyes turned red with anger. Are you going to die? It It was still just a star beast cub that was only a few months old. Its furry paw touched the star beast's head, and although the star beast seemed to have little strength left, it still tried hard to nuzzle Xiao Bai's palm, trying to reassure it. Watching the increasingly weakened star beast, Xiao Bai's eyes turned red, but not from anger. If it weren't for maintaining its dignity as the king of the star beasts, it might have shed tears. Don't worry, I will definitely save you. It vowed that if Yao Qianqian could help save its subordinate this time, it would truly regard her as its master from then on. After thinking this, it began to call out Yao Qianqian's name in its heart. As for Yao Qianqian, she had just gone to check on the tree she had planted. Originally, she was quite happy to see that the tree had borne quite a few fruits, but when she looked closely at the spot where she had buried the spirit stones, she found that the spiritual energy in those stones had almost been exhausted. Yao Qianqian felt heartbroken, truly super heartbroken. Before she could think of a way to get Han Jin to reimburse her, Xiao Bai had already come looking for her. Yao Qianqian, can you help me with something? Xiao Bai's voice was choked, sounding like it was about to cry. Now, Yao Qianqian couldn't care less about her potential loss of spirit stones and immediately asked Xiao Bai, "What happened? Just tell me. I will definitely help you if I can." Hearing Yao Qianqian's words, Xiao Bai quickly described the current situation to her. "My friend, it's injured and is about to die, so I wanted to ask if you could save it." Not having seen the situation over there, Yao Qianqian wasn't sure if she could help, but she decided to go check it out first. "Where are you right now?" she asked Xiao Bai, the words slipping out before she could stop herself. Bai Kai, who had come to ask Yao Qianqian how to handle the remaining materials, didn't expect to hear her talking to herself over here. "What are you doing?" Bai Kai suddenly asked Yao Qianqian. Yao Qianqian was startled by his voice. "I wasn't doing anything. Have you finished processing the materials?" After answering Bai Kai's question, Yao Qianqian retorted, "Don't slack off every day. It was one thing during training, but now you're making weapons for yourself. You don't want to slack off again, do you?" Once again reminded of his training by Yao Qianqian, Bai Kai felt embarrassed and looked away, not daring to meet her eyes. Yao Qianqian, however, didn't have time to waste with him. "I have something to do now. You can handle it yourself or wait for me to come back." Chapter 102. Rescue. Since Yao Qianqian said she had something to do, he naturally didn't dare to delay her any longer. He immediately said he would leave first, and she should get busy. He would wait until she was done to ask her. After hearing this, Yao Qianqian went straight back to her room, asking Xiao Bai about the situation as she walked. "What do you need me to do?" she inquired carefully. At first, Xiao Bai didn't feel much, but when it heard Yao Qianqian's gentle voice comforting it, it suddenly felt quite wronged and sobbed, saying it didn't know. The injured star beast that had initially been hurt saw Xiao Bai, crying, and tried to lift its head to see Xiao Bai, wanting to comfort it. When Xiao Bai sensed its intention, it hurriedly wiped its tears and patted its head, saying, "Don't move around. Otherwise, when she comes, she won't be able to save you." At that moment, Yao Qianqian was organizing medicines in her room. Halfway through, she suddenly remembered to lock the door and set up a formation in the house so that no one would discover she had gone out. Once everything was ready, only 5 minutes had passed. Yao Qianqian directly teleported to Xiao Bai's location through the teleportation array. The sudden appearance of a person made Xiao Bai's subordinates become alert. And just as it was about to stand up, Yao Qianqian spoke. "Don't move. Let me take a look." With that, she slapped the star beast on its backside. "Ow, you damn human." The star beast wanted to turn around to trouble Yao Qianqian, but its head was pressed down by Xiao Bai. "Be quiet. That's the one I brought to help you treat your wounds." Hearing Xiao Bai's words, the star beast stopped moving. Yao Qianqian saw this and began to carefully examine its wounds. The huge star beast, comparable to a small spaceship, had numerous wounds on its black back, and the most fatal ones were the 3 gashes where the flesh had turned black. "So it's poisoned," Yao Qianqian mused, then placed her hand over the wound, trying to use her spiritual power to expel the poison. At first, using her spiritual energy was quite smooth, but as she continued to input it bit by bit, her expression grew increasingly worse. "Spit out my spiritual energy." She kicked the star beast back, causing it to stiffen and instantly raise its tail as if to make trouble for Yao Qianqian. However, it was stopped again by Xiao Bai. "Quick, give her back her spiritual energy." It didn't dare to seize this woman's spiritual energy, yet its subordinate was bolder than itself. The enormous star beast, capable of crushing Xiaobai with a single paw, now felt as pitiful as a child weighing over 10 tons upon hearing Xiaobai's words. I don't even know how I swallowed it. I can't give it back. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai had to grit its teeth and explain to Yao Qianqian, well, it didn't do it on purpose. It can't give it back right now. How about letting it work for a few days later? Seeing Xiaobai being so accommodating, Yao Qianqian nodded in satisfaction. What kind of relationship do we have that we need to be so formal? All right, then it's settled. It will work for me. Anyway, I didn't specify a time. Working for a lifetime is fine. Having never seen such an easygoing Yao Qianqian, Xiaobai immediately sensed a trap. Just as it was trying to think carefully, Yao Qianqian spoke again. Come over here and help me. Hold it down. I need to clean off the rotten flesh on its body. Upon seeing the knife in Yao Qianqian's hand, Xiaobai swallowed hard. Wouldn't this worsen its injuries? For no other reason than that the knife was almost as tall as Yao Qianqian herself. It looked nothing like a tool for saving star beasts. It seemed more like a tool for killing. Don't worry, I said I would help save it, and I can definitely bring it back. After saying that, she tapped the black star beast lying on the ground with the back of her knife. Did you hear that? Even if it hurts later, don't move. The star beast felt very indignant after being tapped by Yao Qianqian. It thought, once it got better, it would definitely go find this woman for a fight, making her understand that the dignity of star beasts should not be violated. Yao Qianqian didn't hear its response, assuming it was an acknowledgement. She then signaled Xiaobai to hurry up and grow larger, preferably to control the star beast immediately. Xiaobai obediently listened, growing larger and using its claws to pin down the star beast. The star beast thought it could control itself. No need to hold me down. I can do it. Xiaobai ignored it and indicated for Yao Qianqian to hurry up and remove the rotten flesh. Just as the star beast wanted to say a few more words about not needing to be held down, it suddenly felt pain shooting from its tail to its skull, tightening all over. Chapter 103. Stubborn just now, it was thanks to Xiaobai helping to hold it down. Otherwise, given how much it was struggling, it probably would have run away long ago. With this level of endurance, it still claims it doesn't need any help? That tone is quite mocking. The black star beast was already in so much pain that it couldn't speak, its scales rising and falling with Yao Qianqian's movements. Xiaobai noticed this and felt pain as well. Can you go a bit faster? I can make it work for you a few more days. Xiaobai helplessly whispered to Yao Qianqian, feeling that the star beast seemed to be on the verge of breaking down. Yao Qianqian, however, didn't feel much about it. Instead, after removing another piece of rotten flesh, she put away her tools and took out a large bag of medicinal powder. Looking at the powder in her hand, she then glanced at the star beast's huge wound, feeling a bit heartbroken and remembering to charge for medical expenses. This was directed at Xiaobai. As the person had been called, it was only right to pay some medical fees. Xiaobai nodded, agreeing. Then Xiaobai found something a bit strange. Why does her method of sprinkling medicine seem so odd to me? Xiaobai stared at Yao Qianqian and watched how she had just sprinkled the medicine. You don't want to eat it, do you? Squinting, Xiaobai's round eyes had turned into slits. Yao Qianqian, on the other hand, looked very sincere. If I wanted to eat it, I would just say it can't be saved, and then I could eat it directly, right? The scales on the star beast are quite nice, looking shiny and smooth, just missing one. Yao Qianqian picked up a scale from the ground that was longer than her leg and gestured it towards Xiaobai, who tilted its head in confusion. What? You want it? It thought that if Yao Qianqian wanted this as a reward, then it wouldn't have to find anything else for her. Yao Qianqian could tell what Xiaobai was thinking, but she felt it would be nice to get some good refining materials. Besides, now that the star beast was under her control, was she still afraid of not getting the reward she wanted? So she nodded at Xiaobai, indicating that she wanted the scale. Upon seeing that Yao Qianqian wanted the scale, Xiaobai immediately went to rummage through the star beast's abdomen, and Yao Qianqian followed suit. Then they saw Xiaobai pulling out more scales from the star beast's abdomen, among which the most surprising for Yao Qianqian was that there were scales of other colors inside. Are these red and blue scales also from it? She asked Xiaobai, and upon hearing Yao Qianqian's question, the star beast seemed to want to stand up and reclaim those scales. Unfortunately, before it could get up, Xiaobai kicked it back down, lying there. These scales can't be eaten by you, so what is the point of keeping them? Facing the star beast's anger, Yao Qianqian felt very satisfied. Since that's the case, I'll take them all. After saying this, she deliberately took out the most beautiful scale and waved it in front of the star beast, thanking it for the scales it had given her. Unexpectedly, Yao Qianqian was so good at drawing hatred that Xiaobai almost couldn't hold down the star beast. Fortunately, Yao Qianqian left quickly. After she left, the star beast looked at Xiaobai with a gloomy face, seemingly questioning it as to why it didn't let it chase after her. To this, Xiaobai responded without any consideration for the star beast's feelings, saying, "Right now, you can't even beat me, yet you want to go find trouble with that woman? You're just looking for death." Patting the star beast on the head, Xiaobai began to think about where to hide it. All right, you should be able to shrink, right? The reason for not letting the star beast shrink before was purely out of fear that it wouldn't have the strength to grow back after shrinking, making it difficult to handle some of its wounds. But now that those wounds had been dealt with by Yao Qianqian, it was fine to shrink. Upon hearing Xiaobai tell it to shrink, the star beast obediently turned into the size of a small dog. Chapter 104. Transforming into a small snake. Xiaobai, upon seeing it transform into a small black dog, was very resistant. If you don't want to be treated as a pet, it's best to change into something else. Hearing Xiaobai's suggestion, the little black dog could only obediently comply and directly transformed into a small black snake. Seeing this, Xiaobai thought to itself, that woman probably wouldn't like snakes, right? Speaking of which, it wasn't entirely sure, but still continued to walk back. On the other side, Yao Qianqian had just returned to her room with a pile of scales when she happened to make eye contact with a man outside. Looking at the man exuding cold air, Yao Qianqian involuntarily shrank back. Realizing what she had done, Yao Qianqian had no choice but to brace herself and approach Han Jin to greet him. "What are you doing here?" She felt like she hadn't been gone long. So why did Han Jin find her? Han Jin pursed his lips and remained silent, his gaze quietly fixed on Yao Qianqian's face, waiting for her explanation. Generally, Yao Qianqian would never explain something like this to anyone, but how could she do so in front of Han Jin, the son of heaven, and her rightful partner? Unconsciously digging her nails into the blanket on the bed, as if making a resolution, Yao Qianqian pointed to two blue scales and said to Han Jin, "You saw it too. I actually went out to help you find materials." Her eyes were sincere. If it weren't for the surveillance on Han Jin's side capturing what Yao Qianqian was doing on the fifth planet satellite, he might have really been deceived by this woman. Han Jin's voice carried a hint of disappointment as he looked at the scales. How'd I not know I needed these materials? He thought to himself, has this woman become so casual in making excuses to brush him off? Hey, I was planning to give you a surprise, right? Look, these are all scales from powerful star beasts. If we use them to make weapons, we might be able to cut through the defenses of the insect race with just these. Yao Qianqian was telling the truth, but what she didn't mention was that all of these were scales, and at most could only be used to make some defensive shields and armor. If they wanted to create offensive weapons, they would need to gather materials from those powerful star beasts that had offensive capabilities. For example, the star beast she treated today. In Yao Qianqian's view, its claws looked great, clearly possessing strong attack power. It would be perfect if she could use them to make a weapon. Unfortunately, that creature was a friend of Xiaobai's and couldn't move while alive. If that creature ever died, she could openly use its claws to make a weapon. Thinking of this, she felt she should pay more attention to who Xiaobai's friends were. Ideally getting Xiaobai to bring all of them to her house, so she could keep an eye on them and prevent them from dying outside. Thankfully, Xiaobai had no idea what Yao Qianqian was thinking. Otherwise, it might have run off with its subordinates. However, unfortunately for the current Xiaobai, it was unaware that it was leading its subordinates toward Yao Qianqian. Just as Yao Qianqian was pondering how to continue, she heard Xiaobai calling from the door. "Come out quickly, I brought you a working snake." Upon hearing this, Han Jin naturally didn't ask Yao Qianqian any more questions and signaled for her to handle her side of things first. As for himself, he picked up the scattered scales on the ground and then walked out of the room. At the door was Bai Kai, who had been waiting for Han Jin to come out. Yao Qianqian had seen this guy when she left, and immediately guessed why Han Jin suddenly came to find her today, leading her to angrily call Bai Kai a pig teammate. Unfortunately, as a pig teammate, Bai Kai felt nothing at all and was still cheerfully greeting her. However, Yao Qianqian not only ignored him, but also told him to wait, saying she would definitely deal with him later. So when Han Jin asked Bai Kai why he was standing at the door, Bai Kai honestly repeated what Yao Qianqian had said earlier. Han Jin carefully savored the meaning behind Yao Qianqian's words and very naturally said to Bai Kai, "Take care." Thus, Bai Kai's expression changed from to "oh." But Han Jin wouldn't do anything to provoke Yao Qianqian, especially in his eyes. Bai Kai was purely asking for it. If this guy could refrain from showing off when he received Yao Qianqian's promise to make him weapons, he wouldn't have come to find Yao Qianqian at this time. Nor would he have happened to find her not in the room. Yao Qianqian followed Xiao Bai to a deserted area. Xiao Bai raised its arm, indicating for the little snake on top to hurry out and greet Yao Qianqian. However, the little snake was initially unwilling to come out. After Xiao Bai urged it several times, the little snake slowly crawled out, but as soon as it saw Yao Qianqian's hand, it opened its mouth, seemingly planning to bite her. Feeling that its vital point was grasped by someone, the little black snake twisted its body wildly, trying to break free from Yao Qianqian's control. Chapter 105, showing the snake whose boss. Unfortunately, Yao Qianqian was holding the snake very tightly, clearly ready to crush it if it dared to struggle again. Seeing this, Xiao Bai hurried over, wanting Yao Qianqian to let go. However, Yao Qianqian was not interested in Xiao Bai's pleading and insisted on dealing with the snake. "You better not have any funny ideas. If I can't handle it, you definitely won't be able to. If you beg for mercy, I'll take you to where you'll be staying later." Hey Yao the snake never expected that the king of its kind would actually want it to beg for mercy from a human woman. Even if she saved it, so what? It had never asked her for help, and besides, those who knew medicine usually lacked physical strength. Xiao Bai was surprised that despite its persuasion, He Yao was still stubborn. Fine. If someone genuinely wanted to get beaten up, it wouldn't interfere. Before long, there were hissing cries coming from that direction. Even the birds flying by were startled and changed their flight path. When it was time for dinner, Yao Qianqian formally introduced her new subordinate to Han Jin and the others. At the dining table sat only Han Jin, Yao Qianqian, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Bai's little snake, which Yao Qianqian had temporarily named Xiao He. When Han Jin encountered He Yao, the third strongest star beast, he picked up his cup of water, intending to take a sip to calm his nerves. Upon seeing the snake's head covered in bumps, Han Jin couldn't help but laugh. How could a snake end up looking so pathetic, covered in bumps? He pretended to be serious and asked, "Is this your new hired worker?" Han Jin tried hard to control his facial expression, while Lin Nuo, on the other hand, couldn't help but laugh at the sight of the black star beast and didn't come over. After hearing Han Jin's inquiry, Yao Qianqian nodded seriously, "Yes. This is the snake I hired to take care of the fruit trees." Previously, Yao Qianqian thought the star beast was quite large and wondered if it would scare people when brought to the Marshal's mansion. She hadn't expected Xiao Bai to solve that problem for her in advance. Han Jin looked at the little snake, which was smaller than Yao Qianqian's wrist, and curiously asked, "So small, what can it do? It's not even as big as a fruit." For a moment, Yao Qianqian also couldn't think of what such a small snake could do when picking fruits, so she had to follow the snake's gaze towards Han Jin. Han Jin was amused by Yao Qianqian's expression, as if she had a problem and was looking for him. But since this was his female partner, he had to pamper her. After thinking for a moment, he suggested, "How about I equip it with a robot? You can let it operate the robot later." Yao Qianqian almost agreed immediately, but then remembered that her fruit garden had quite a few spirit stones. Forget it. She decided not to send it to the garden and let it stay with Xiao Bai instead, waiting to hunt the insect tribe later. She hadn't expected Yao Qianqian actually wanted them to help her fight the insect tribe. Just the thought of having to fight those hard-shelled creatures that only listened to their queen made He Yao feel uneasy. Immediately, it began hissing to Yao Qianqian. Although Yao Qianqian understood, she pretended not to and asked Xiao Bai, "Is it too happy because it will help me work?" He Yao frantically nudged Xiao Bai, wanting it to explain that was not what it meant. Unfortunately, when Xiao Bai met Yao Qianqian's half-smiling eyes, it didn't dare to relay He Yao's words verbatim. After thinking for a moment, it nodded at Yao Qianqian, confirming that it was indeed too excited, which led to that reaction. As for why it was excited, Xiao Bai didn't elaborate, thinking Yao Qianqian wouldn't ask further. After making He Yao so frustrated it wanted to shut down, Yao Qianqian indeed stopped bothering it. Instead, she shared a small portion of the meat from her plate with Xiao Bai, saying, don't call me stingy. This meat is precious. Every bit counts. Especially considering the high-grade beast meat she was eating this time. Just thinking about it made Yao Qianqian feel heartache. Xiaobai, however, felt no sympathy at all. It looked at the less than a pound of meat on its plate, then at Yao Qianqian with a disdainful expression. If you're so picky, you don't have to eat it. It reached for the piece of meat on Xiaobai's plate. But Xiaobai wasn't foolish. If Yao Qianqian was reluctant to part with the meat, it must be something good. So it immediately protected its plate, saying, "Can't you be a bit more generous? You already have subordinates now." Chapter 106, She is very stingy. Yao Qianqian clenched her fists, silently reminding herself that Xiaobai is still a cub, and she must take care of the cub. Xiaobai's friends are still here, and she cannot embarrass Xiaobai. She forcibly suppressed the urge to hit Xiaobai and continued to divide the meat on her plate. Previously, because of her instructions, the kitchen staff dared not casually cook Yao Qianqian's meat for eating. Every meal, they would ask her first. As for tonight's dinner, Yao Qianqian had them directly prepare 10 pounds of meat to serve on the table. Of course, Yao Qianqian could not finish it all at once. Even if she could, it would be allowed. Thinking of this, Yao Qianqian's gaze towards Han Jin started to turn unfriendly. Han Jin didn't understand why Yao Qianqian suddenly turned cold towards him after being fine just moments ago. Instinctively, he leaned over and asked, "What's wrong? Did I do something wrong?" Looking at Han Jin's face, Yao Qianqian felt less anger towards him due to her previous irritation. "It's nothing, it's not your fault," Yao Qianqian said while giving him some of the meat from her plate. Seeing this, Han Jin waved his hand at her, saying, "No need, just eat." He had previously seen Yao Qianqian's pained expression when she was dividing meat for Xiaobai, and it didn't seem fake. "If I give it to you, you should take it. Do you know how reluctant I am to part with it?" From now on, she definitely wouldn't take out such high-level beast meat to eat. Even if she did, she would start with the lowest level, especially since she could cultivate that kind of low-level star beast meat herself. Seeing that Han Jin still wanted to refuse, Yao Qianqian didn't bother to persuade him further. Just one sentence made Han Jin accept it. "This meat can help soothe your mental power. If eaten long-term, it can restore your mental power to its previous peak state." Upon hearing that it could soothe his mental power, Han Jin couldn't bear to refuse. But when Yao Qianqian added that it could help restore his mental power to its former peak state, even Han Jin couldn't suppress his desire to become stronger. Unfortunately, Han Jin thought about how much Yao Qianqian treasured that star beast meat. If he would ask her for some, she definitely wouldn't give it to him. Of course, he didn't think he had the audacity to ask Yao Qianqian for it. Originally, Yao Qianqian thought that if this man wanted it after her statement, she would just agree and then have him help her find more spirit stones. However, she didn't expect that once she finished speaking, the man would fall silent and say nothing. This left Yao Qianqian unsure of how to continue. "Don't you want to restore your peak state?" she asked Han Jin. Han Jin nodded, thinking, "But I don't want to force you." Chewing on her words, Yao Qianqian began to reminisce about that night with Han Jin. He truly was the son of heaven, very upright. "Forget it, let's make a deal," she proposed. Since Han Jin didn't speak up, she decided to take the initiative. After all, she had to trade with Han Jin anyway. When Han Jin was about to ask what kind of trade it was, Xiaobai suddenly interjected, "Can you finish eating before you discuss? Didn't they say that once humans marry, they become one family? Why are you still separating you and me?" Yao Qianqian didn't expect Xiaobai to interject suddenly, but then she thought about it. If they delayed any longer, the meat on the plate would probably get cold. So she simply started eating. However, Han Jin actually wanted to discuss the trade with Yao Qianqian now. But since Yao Qianqian had started eating, he naturally felt it was inappropriate to ask how to proceed with the trade. He lowered his head and took a piece of meat, putting it in his mouth and beginning to chew. The meat tasted very good, and as the food entered his stomach, Han Jin could distinctly feel a warm current appearing in his mind. After finishing her portion of food, Yao Qianqian began to think about the fruits for dessert. But upon recalling the massive fruit trees in the formation and the spirit stones that had been consumed in just one day, she felt her heart ache to the point of being unable to breathe. Han Jin ate elegantly. After Yao Qianqian finished her big meal, he wiped his mouth and indicated that he was done. Before Yao Qianqian could speak, he directly asked, "How do you want to trade?" In fact, Han Jin really wanted Yao Qianqian to understand that everything he had was hers. As long as Yao Qianqian wanted it, there was no need for a trade. But Yao Qianqian seemed to never understand, or perhaps she just didn't want to understand. Chapter 107 Discussion of Trade. As long as she trades with Han Jin, she will have a large number of spirit stones. At that moment, Yao Qianqian was almost so happy that she could spin in circles. Ahem, how about we find a more serious place to discuss? Mainly because she didn't want Xiao to know. Otherwise, that guy would definitely come looking for trouble and ask her for spirit stones. Suddenly, it seemed that Xiao sensed what Yao Qianqian was about to do and raised its head from its basin, looking at her reproachfully. Woman, you're not planning to secretly take us to make a trade behind my back, are you? Xiao asked Yao Qianqian sternly. Well, originally Yao Qianqian hadn't thought about taking Xiao for a trade, but now that Xiao asked, she really did plan to go for it. Without saying anything more, she changed the topic and began discussing with Han Jin how to reasonably use Xiao and its friend. Look, the army has been stationed at the border planet resisting the insect race for a long time, suffering huge losses in manpower and resources every year. Instead of wasting time and energy training humans who can't take a hit, why not trade with me? I will rent these 2 star beasts to you, and in return, you give us some spirit stones. Ahem. No, just give me some energy stones. Xiao didn't expect that this woman would actually discuss selling it in front of it. Shouldn't you at least ask for my opinion as the party involved? Xiao swallowed the last bite of meat and then asked the little snake that was leaning close to it if it wanted to jump into the plate and teach Yao Qianqian and Han Jin a lesson. Yao Qianqian raised an eyebrow at Xiao who seemed to want to stand up, and whispered, Have you forgotten that both of you are sold to me now? If I tell you to go east, do you dare to go west? Even though Yao Qianqian's tone sounded quite normal, Xiao who was already used to it, knew that it should obediently keep quiet at this moment, or it might get a severe beating from Yao Qianqian later. So it turned around and began to poke at the little black snake. What are you looking at? Hurry up and eat. I'll take you to the place you need to work later. Hiss, what about your dignity? What about your dignity as a star beast? Xiao didn't expect that it had just been angered by Yao Qianqian, and now it also had to be poked by He Yao, making it unable to help but want to snatch the piece of meat from He Yao's mouth. The meat in your mouth was saved for you by me. You haven't even put it down, and you can't stop your mouth. Hiss, that's right. What about your dignity as a star beast? Xiao couldn't hold back anymore, snatched the meat from He Yao's mouth, and was about to feed it directly into its mouth, scaring the little black snake to close its mouth tightly. Yao Qianqian saw them wrestling and didn't forget to remind Xiao not to forget to go cultivate later. The so-called cultivation was to let Xiao go to the ice coffin to absorb spiritual energy. Hearing that Yao Qianqian wanted it to go to the ice coffin, Xiao just nodded coldly and then continued to deal with He Yao. All right, since they seem to be quite busy now, let us go to the study. Han Jin said. Yao Qianqian was naturally happy to oblige, standing up and walking with Han Jin towards the study. When they got close to the study door, she suddenly thought of something. By the way, as you're female, don't I get any benefits on a daily basis? Han Jin opened the door for Yao Qianqian. Let her go in first. Once inside Han Jin's study, Yao Qianqian didn't bother with pleasantries and directly sat in Han Jin's office chair. Then patted her thighs and beckoned the man to come over. Han Jin saw this, glanced at Yao Qianqian's actions, held her hand, leaned down, and kissed her fingers. Then, while she was still in a daze, he picked her up. By the time Yao Qianqian came to her senses, she was already sitting on Han Jin's lap. Seeing this, she wasn't angry and continued to gesture for the man to answer her earlier question, but her hands were not honest. She was unbuttoning the man as clothes, wanting to reach in and touch his abs. Han Jin pulled up the interface about spouses on his light brain and opened it for Yao Qianqian to see. Most of the property here is under my name, and now half of it has already been transferred to your name. If in the future then all the property will belong to you. As for children, if you want to raise them, you can. If not, you can still live well on this property. Generally, natural females do not live long after their beasts die. But Han Jin knew that the research on females in their star field might not apply to Yao Qianqian. Chapter 108. Shared property. Seeing a string of zeros on the holographic screen, Yao Qianqian was very shocked. She had watched quite a few dramas about domineering CEOs and their delicate wives in the past few days, so she had some concept of money. She exclaimed in surprise, "With so much money, why are you still working so hard at the border? Can't you retire and enjoy life?" Han Jin was at a loss for words in response to Yao Qianqian's question. "Let me think. I've never encountered this question before." Yao Qianqian shifted slightly in Han Jin's arms, trying to find a more comfortable position, but as soon as she moved a little, her waist was held by a large hand. "Don't move." Han Jin's voice was slightly hoarse. If just a moment ago, he could analyze why he, with so much wealth and power, still had to be on the front lines fighting the insect race. Now his mind was filled solely with the image of Yao Qianqian lying beneath him that night. Yao Qianqian felt something poking her, and as a girl who wasn't naive, she was very clear about what was happening. She reached out to hook her arms around Han Jin's neck, wanting to lean in and kiss the rolling Adam's apple of the man, when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Yao Qianqian was about to kiss him directly, but unexpectedly, the person at the door didn't wait for Han Jin to call them in and just pushed the door open. Startled, Han Jin instinctively hid her under the desk. It wasn't until he gently patted her head to reassure her that Yao Qianqian realized the seriousness of the situation. She looked up and focused on Han Jin's face. At this moment, Han Jin just wanted to throw that oblivious minister out, his face dark as he glared at the person. What could be so urgent that they had to report it now? The minister, feeling helpless, wiped the sweat from his forehead and slowly spoke. "The insect race has rioted an area, so we came to disturb you, Marshal." Thinking of the fact that most of the residents in Area A were civilians, Han Jin couldn't help but feel a moment of worry. Just as he was about to stand up, he saw someone already lying on his leg. He immediately stopped his movement. "I know, I will send people over. You prepare the evacuation work over there." After Han Jin agreed, the responsible person quickly retreated, not daring to stay in Han Jin's office any longer. He hadn't intended to barge in, but the marshal's office door was unlocked, so he hadn't seen anyone else in the marshal's office. So why was the marshal? Forget it. That's not for him to think about. The most important thing now was to evacuate others first. Once it was confirmed that people were leaving, Han Jin tried to pull Yao Qianqian up from his lap. But Yao Qianqian was unwilling at this moment and immediately lay on the man's leg, acting stubbornly. "No, I'm not getting up. You just hid me under the desk so skillfully. Have you done that with others too?" Yao Qianqian lay on Han Jin's leg, looking up to question him. But unfortunately, being the child of destiny, Han Jin had the advantage of height and sat in a way that looked down at Yao Qianqian. "Get up first." Han Jin urgently wanted to pull Yao Qianqian off his lap. He feared that if he waited any longer, he would be exposed. But who was Yao Qianqian? She was a Hehuan flower demon, well aware of such matters concerning men. She immediately blew a breath toward him and then negotiated. "It's not impossible for me to get up, but you have to pay a price." Han Jin looked down at her face and, feeling helpless, nodded. "All right, you get up first. The insect race over there still needs me to handle it. Once it's dealt with, you can just send me what you want." After explaining to Yao Qianqian, Han Jin intended to lead the troops to eliminate those damn insect races. Yao Qianqian slowly followed behind him, and just as he was about to return to his room, she called out to him, "Why don't you take us with you?" She didn't say me, but us, which was very clear. She wanted Han Jin to take her, Xiaobai, and He Yao along. The insect race over there wasn't a significant threat to Han Jin, so bringing Yao Qianqian along was fine. He nodded. "Go call them. Wait for me in the dining hall in 5 minutes." After receiving Han Jin's response, Yao Qianqian quickly sent a mental message to Xiaobai, telling it to bring He Yao to the dining hall. When Xiaobai received Yao Qianqian's message, it was just being flung away by an ice coffin. It had become more resistant to blows recently, so after lying on the ground for about 10 seconds, it stood up, wearing a little black snake necklace, and began to head towards the dining hall, as Yao Qianqian had said. When Xiaobai arrived at the dining hall, just 5 minutes had passed, and Yao Qianqian noticed that Xiaobai's white fur was covered in dust. Chapter 109 Disdain for Little White, unable to resist. She raised her hand and patted it. As a result, not only was the dust on Little White not brushed off, but her hand also got a bit dirty. Yao Qianqian couldn't help but feel disdain for Little White for a moment. Feeling Yao Qianqian's disdain, Little White was also speechless. It stared at Yao Qianqian, trying to reason with her. Isn't it your fault that my fur is dirty? And now you still disdain me? While saying this, Little White tried to get closer to Yao Qianqian, but was blocked by her overwhelming disdain. All right, since you know you're dirty, don't come near me. I'll find someone to give you a bath later. Hearing Yao Qianqian say she would find someone to give it a bath, Little White was skeptical. How could it get a bath? It thought it was better to ask clearly first. Otherwise, it would be in trouble later. Yao Qianqian definitely couldn't tell Little White now that she wanted it to help fight the insect race. Otherwise, with Little White's temper, it would surely just quit. Thinking of this, Yao Qianqian curved her lips and said to Little White, "Be good. I saved your friend. You see, would I harm you?" Upon hearing Yao Qianqian's words, Little White looked Yao Qianqian up and down several times, and finally, with an indifferent tone, replied, "I'll trust you this once. But don't let me down." Yao Qianqian didn't expect Little White would actually trust her, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "Don't worry, I'll definitely get someone to help you with your bath." As for the reason why they would come to help Little White with its bath, she couldn't be sure. After receiving Yao Qianqian's response, Little White nodded in satisfaction and followed her. They boarded the spaceship along the way. "Captain, shouldn't we retreat for now?" The vice captain asked their captain, looking at the teammates behind them who were already in a state of mental chaos, worry in his eyes. Yu Biao also wanted to retreat, but unfortunately, he couldn't. Just think about what's behind us. Think about those residents. If those insect races break through the defense line, our relatives will be the ones to suffer. Yu Biao was already red with rage. His mental state was on the brink of collapse. But he dared not and could not retreat. Hearing the captain's words, some soldiers who were thinking of running back for reinforcements immediately lost the courage to retreat. Even those who were injured wanted to stand up and fight again. Seeing this scene, Yu Biao fell silent. "Everyone," his voice choked, then continued from where he left off. "Prepare yourselves. The next wave of insect races is coming. Take this time to leave a few words for your family." This statement was basically an announcement to them that when the next wave of insect races came, if their reinforcements hadn't arrived, they might really have to settle here. Several team members who heard Yu Biao's words had red eyes. One young man couldn't help but cry out, "But my child has just been born. My wife said to wait for me to come back and name him." After hearing his words, the other team members fell silent. Someone patted his shoulder. "Chung Yuan, don't worry. I believe the Marshal will definitely come." Han Jin was indeed rushing over, but encountered the insect race blocking the way. Looking at the casualty data that came back, Han Jin's drooping brows concealed the killing intent in his eyes. After a long silence, he finally got up to find Yao Qianqian. At this time, Yao Qianqian was discussing how to reward Little White. Originally, Little White really thought Yao Qianqian was taking it to get a bath, but when it faced the first insect race, Little White immediately realized the prerequisite for the bath was that it had to help kill the insect race. Little White was furious, its eyes turning red. It stated that in its whole life, it had never seen a human who could deceive it so many times. However, Yao Qianqian still looked righteous. "Didn't I tell you before? I'll definitely take you to get a bath later." While saying this, she tried to pet Little White's head. But Little White swatted her hand away. "Don't touch me." Little White was completely shut down this time. The little snake, Hehuan, which had been playing dead on its neck, also raised its head, looking unfriendly at Yao Qianqian. It seemed that if this woman took another step forward, it would bite her hand. Yao Qianqian glanced at the two of them. "All right, stop the chatter. You can exchange the hunt of one intermediate insect race for a level 6 energy stone." Upon hearing Yao Qianqian's offer, Little White's ears twitched, but seemed to decide that the offer was too low. At this moment, Han Jin was standing outside the door, when Yao Qianqian was playing inside. She hadn't thought anyone would come, so she didn't lock the door. Chapter 110. Direct teleportation. Their conversation was overheard by Han Jin when he noticed it was quiet inside. He initially planned to go in and check it out, but then he heard Yao Qianqian propose a condition again, hunting 3 mid-level insectoids in exchange for 2 level 6 energy stones. Seeing that Xiaobai seemed unsatisfied, Yao Qianqian was displeased, saying, "Forget it, do it or don't. Either you take the initiative to do it, or I'll throw you out to do it passively." Xiaobai was infuriated, its fur standing on end, but having signed a contract with Yao Qianqian, especially since it couldn't defeat her, it had to comply with her. "Fine, I'll do it, but you have to pay for the energy stones up front. Do you think I would default? Yao Qianqian looked at Xiaobai, scanning it up and down. Don't you know who I am? Xiaobai replied in a low voice. You promised to give me a bath, but instead you tricked me into working? Admittedly, this was indeed something Yao Qianqian did wrong. Now, she no longer argued with Xiaobai, lightly moved her fingers to condense a ball of spiritual energy and offered it to Xiaobai. Just when Yao Qianqian thought Xiaobai would happily come over to eat it, Xiaobai extended a claw, signaling for Yao Qianqian to feed the energy ball to the little black snake lying on its neck. Give it some too, and then we'll go help you fight the insectoids. Hearing Xiaobai's words, the little black snake was moved to tears. It felt guilty, clearly. Its young master had just been born not long ago, yet the young master still cared about it, but could do nothing. It immediately hissed, I want to eat. Give it to the master. Yao Qianqian ignored their deep master-servant bond and firmly shoved the energy ball into Xiaobai's mouth. You can't eat that much. I will give it to him. After hearing that Yao Qianqian would give it to him, Xiaobai stopped resisting, opened its mouth and swallowed the energy ball, then looked at Yao Qianqian eagerly, wanted her to hurry up and feed the little black snake some energy. The little black snake, upon hearing it didn't need Xiaobai to share food with him, also looked at Yao Qianqian eagerly, silently urging her to hurry up. I want to eat. If it were any other time, Yao Qianqian would have teased them for a while before giving in. But the situation was urgent. Didn't she see Han Jin standing at the door? So she fed the little black snake a bite too, then confirmed that the little black snake had no major issues with its body before signaling to the two of them. All right, you can go directly to the battlefield now. She patted Xiaobai's head and added, all right, I forgot to tell you, to let you kill more insectoids, I plan to teleport you to the border battlefield first. And this time I want to charge you. Before Xiaobai could start cursing, Yao Qianqian directly tossed them into the teleportation array, and in the next second, the whole room was empty. Han Jin was still hesitating whether to go in or not, but Yao Qianqian had already spoken. All right, you've been standing at the door listening for so long. Now you can come in. She had consumed quite a bit of spiritual energy earlier, so now she was lying on the bed, tired. To her surprise, Han Jin was caught eavesdropping, and a hint of awkwardness flashed across his face as he quickly pushed the door open. I came to find you, but I didn't expect. He still wanted to explain to Yao Qianqian. Yao Qianqian felt a bit tired and didn't want to hear Han Jin's explanation. She waved her hand at him. It's fine, I was just overheard talking. Just remember to give me more energy stones later. After hearing Yao Qianqian's words, Han Jin asked, how many are you planning to take? Yao Qianqian thought for a moment, actually not asking for much. Look at how serious the damage is every time you fight the insectoids. And then look at this time. If I hadn't been able to directly send the two of them to the insectoid battlefield, by the time you arrived, the people there might have all been dead. After her long explanation, she hadn't actually gotten to the point. Han Jin understood what Yao Qianqian meant. She wanted him to speak up. For killing 2.5 mid-level insectoids, I'll give you 2 level 6 energy stones. Han Jin said. His bottom line was to offer Yao Qianqian 1 level 6 energy stone for each mid-level insectoid, but during negotiations, it was best not to reveal his bottom line at the start. However, upon hearing Han Jin's offer, Yao Qianqian immediately became displeased. No way, what is yours is mine. Why should I let you give it? Can it be issued from the military department? Chapter 111 Collaborating with Star Beast. This was something Han Jin had never considered. Now that Yao Qianqian brought it up, he hesitated. The military may not be willing to collaborate with star beasts, and besides, Yao Qianqian stared at him, making it difficult for him to continue speaking. Aren't you the marshal of the military? Can't you handle such a trivial matter? As she spoke, she intended to summon Xiaobai and the others back. Han Jin observed Yao Qianqian's actions and, after pondering for a moment, finally compromised. All right, after this battle, I will bring it up in the military. Seeing Yao Qianqian looking bored, he suggested, would you like to come with me to the command room? Naturally, Yao Qianqian was happy to accept the invitation. Since arriving here, she hadn't had much chance to go out and have fun. Facing yet another wave of insect attacks, Yu Biao and the others had already lost hope since they hadn't seen any reinforcements. The young man who had just given birth to a child was crying loudly. Everyone hold on. Until the last moment, we must not give up easily. Who knows? The Marshal might arrive at any second. Although Yu Biao said this, he was well aware in his heart that the Marshal would not arrive. At least not before this wave of insects. Suddenly, a massive insect head rushed toward Yu Biao's face. His pupils dilated, and in a moment of carelessness, his arm was severed by the insect's gigantic pincers. Just when Yu Biao thought he was about to die at the hands of this ugly insect, a small white, fluffy beast fell from the sky. Whose spiritual entity is this? At that moment, Yu Biao didn't even care about the injury on his arm. His mind was focused on safely tossing that obviously still in its juvenile phase spiritual entity back to safety. Xiaobai looked at its fur stained with blood, puffing up its cheeks in dissatisfaction. It flicked its tail and performed a transformation into a large star beast right in front of them. Yu Biao was so startled that his outstretched hand froze in place, unable to decide whether to grab the star beast or pull back. Originally, Xiaobai thought the person behind it was annoying and wanted to swipe its tail to get rid of him. But upon realizing that there were monitors on the human side and that the person had many teammates behind him, it immediately felt deflated. It curled its tail, and before it could react, Yu Biao had once again appeared near his team members. A team member pinned down by Yu Biao, ignoring the wound on his leg, was about to cover Yu Biao's arm. Captain? The captain is back to his senses. While those star beasts are fighting the insects over there, let's hurry and run. A seriously injured team member, seeing that the few people nearby were almost incapable of returning to the battlefield, suggested to Yu Biao. Hearing their words, Yu Biao glanced one last time at the white star beast, then nodded. All right, let's hurry and run. As for Xiaobai, it was already cursing, its words becoming increasingly vulgar. Unfortunately, now that it had transformed into a large star beast, only He Yao could understand what it was saying. Originally, He Yao wanted to transform to help, but Xiaobai told him to stay put and not move. You haven't recovered from your injuries yet. Don't turn around and get hurt again by these trash. Are you planning to sell yourself to that woman again? He Yao stopped moving while Xiaobai, after swiftly eliminating a low-level insect that tried to ambush, suddenly remembered that it forgot to ask Yao Qianqian how to count the low-level insects killed. Xiaobai swallowed the rest of its words. Mainly, it hadn't expected that in this place, advanced insects would actually appear. You really are a pit. There are advanced insects here. Do you think that with just me, who is still in its juvenile phase, plus a severely injured star beast, we can handle this? Xiaobai communicated with Yao Qianqian in its mind. Originally, Yao Qianqian was admiring the nebula outside the spaceship, marveling at the wonders of the universe, when unexpectedly, the next second, she heard Xiaobai's cursing. Advanced insects? As far as Yao Qianqian knew, the number of advanced insects was actually quite small, so she didn't expect to encounter advanced insects in such an inconspicuous area like Zone A. Upon hearing the words advanced insects, Han Jin's expression also turned serious. Advanced insects have appeared over there? Han Jin asked Yao Qianqian, as he had always known that she had a way to communicate with Xiaobai. Realizing that she accidentally let slip her thoughts, Yao Qianqian asked Han Jin, what is over there? Why do advanced insects exist? Han Jin lowered his eyes and replied, as far as I know, there is nothing over there that would warrant the insects to specifically deploy advanced insects. Chapter 112 Advanced Zerg. All right. After listening to Han Jin's words, Yao Qianqian concluded that Han Jin himself was unclear about why the advanced Zerg had come. However, she recalled that when Xiaobai was born last time, the advanced Zerg seemed to have arrived as well, and a thought quickly formed in Yao Qianqian's mind. This is definitely a treasure-hunting tool. Having thought this through, Yao Qianqian began urging Han Jin to call his people and have them clear the Zerg here quickly because she wanted to hunt for treasure. Han Jin felt helpless. If anyone else under his command spoke to him like that, he would have had them dealt with long ago. Unfortunately, Yao Qianqian was his partner, and a difficult one at that, requiring some coaxing. Thinking of this, Han Jin rubbed his forehead in annoyance and explained to Yao Qianqian, it's not that I don't want them to get there faster, but the path is currently blocked by a large number of Zerg, so we have to deal with them here first. Hearing this, Yao Qianqian was still very dissatisfied, staring at Han Jin's face for a long time, her gaze finally landing on the command platform behind him. How about I help you? I just need some energy stones from your military department. If Yao Qianqian had asked if she could take the energy stones he offered, Han Jin would have agreed without hesitation. However, Taking them from a military department would require some hesitation on his part. Seeing his expression, Yao Qianqian looked very displeased, continuously staring at Han Jin's face. Look, if you trade with me, you'll be able to reach the battlefield over there quickly, and you can save a lot of energy. Yao Qianqian continued to persuade Han Jin. Think about it. Advanced Zerg have appeared over there, and we still haven't figured out why they are there. What if we are late and all the soldiers and residents over there end up dead? What Yao Qianqian said was indeed what Han Jin was worried about at the moment. He finally nodded slowly. If you can get all our ships and starships over to that battlefield, I will promise the military department to give you a level 7 energy stone. Hearing that it was only a level 7 stone, Yao Qianqian pouted. Can't you give me a higher one? She remembered that Han Jin had given her energy stones of level 8 or 9 before, even as pots. In response, Han Jin explained, if you can let me out, I am willing to give you a level 9 energy stone. Coincidentally, he had just received news from his subordinate that they had found several energy stones on a space pirate's ship, including a level 9 stone. When Yao Qianqian heard Han Jin say he would give it, she shook her head. Just give me your stuff directly. You can't take advantage of my labor. Then she gestured for Han Jin to hurry up and pay the reward. Han Jin helplessly had to let Lin Nuo bring a level 7 energy stone. The energy stone is here. How do you plan to take us over? Han Jin was curious about this. As area, it was not close to their side, especially after they had gone through multiple space jumps. You just watch. I have my ways. Yao Qianqian confidently raised her chin, her gaze circling around Han Jin, then signaled for him to come over. While they were discussing, the spaceship continued to fly forward without stopping. Once they arrived at an empty room with Yao Qianqian, Han Jin signaled that she could now show him her abilities. Yao Qianqian took out a set of tables and chairs, then picked up a vermilion brush from the table and began to write and draw on several low-level energy stones. Seeing this, Han Jin leaned in closer to see what Yao Qianqian was doing, but even he found it hard to keep up with her movements. When he felt dizzy again, he finally realized that some things were not meant to be understood just because he wanted to. In response, Yao Qianqian merely curled her lips and moved her hands even faster. Soon, she had inscribed many runes onto those energy stones, and after confirming there were enough, she finally stood up and began to put the stones into a bag one by one. All right, stop watching. Distribute these to each spaceship. Once you've distributed them, I can take them directly over. Hearing Yao Qianqian say this, Han Jin couldn't hesitate any longer. He immediately ordered the energy stones to be distributed, instructing everyone to get it done quickly. The people receiving the order were puzzled as to why the Marshal suddenly wanted them to deliver energy stones. Although they found it strange, no one dared to ask and could only comply. Chapter 113. Direct transmission. As for Yao Qianqian, she had been waiting for feedback from Han Jin. Once Han Jin informed her that everything had been delivered, she immediately activated the teleportation array. The next moment, everyone felt a brief moment of disorientation, and when they regained their senses, they were confronted by the enormous insectoid creatures and the soldiers who were desperately battling them. Upon seeing the spaceship symbolizing the Marshal's arrival, hope was reignited among the crowd, especially for Yu Biao and the others. From initially wondering why the Star Beasts were helping them, to praying that the Star Beasts could hold off the insectoid a little longer, to finally seeing Han Jin's spaceship. Those people, if they weren't too exhausted to pick up their weapons, would have rushed back to the battlefield to fight the insectoids again. Inside the spaceship, a pilot immediately changed direction upon seeing the insectoids, narrowly avoiding a collision. Fortunately, their quick reaction allowed them to assess the situation promptly, and they immediately piloted their mechs out to engage. On Han Jin's side, he initially dismissed Yao Qianqian's words, thinking she was just boasting. However, once he caught sight of the insectoids, he suddenly realized that everything Yao Qianqian said was true. He quickly began to command the battle. When he learned that a spaceship had landed right above the insectoids, he felt a rush of anxiety. Once it was confirmed that there were no casualties on that ship and that it had taken down one of the insectoids, he saw Yao Qianqian standing not far away. She was watching him intently, resting her chin on her hand, and he had to admit that a man working hard was indeed very handsome. Yao Qianqian was contemplating how to deal with the Son of Heaven when Xiao Bai had already engaged with a high-level insectoid. If you're here, come help. Xiao Bai was maneuvering against the high-level insectoid. Initially, the insectoid should have attacked Xiao Bai right away, but it seemed to recognize Xiao Bai as it swiped its claws, questioning why Xiao Bai was helping humans. Generally, battles between insectoids and star beasts only occurred if one side initiated an attack. However, this didn't mean that their relationship was good. The insectoid clearly wanted Xiao Bai to back off. Xiao Bai had come here solely on Yao Qianqian's request. But when it heard the insectoid telling it not to compete with them, Xiao Bai suddenly became interested. The Star Beast clan was not to be underestimated. Dealing with this insignificant insect was not a simple matter. Xiao Bai knew it couldn't defeat the high-level insectoid, but the dignity of the Star Beasts compelled it not to retreat. Black Yao, however, did not expect Xiao Bai to provoke the high-level insectoid, even when it was right in front of them. If Xiao Bai hadn't told Black Yao to stay quiet upon first encountering the insectoid, Black Yao would have already urged Xiao Bai to run. Seeing that the high-level insectoid was about to go berserk due to Xiao Bai's provocations, Black Yao started to contemplate whether he should engage the insectoid or transform into a giant star beast and directly take Xiao Bai away. Unfortunately, the star beast clearly didn't give them any time to think. After Xiao Bai provoked it, the insectoid immediately launched an attack. At first, the insectoid was distracted trying to find something, so it didn't attack Xiao Bai seriously. But as Xiao Bai dodged again and again, the insectoid finally focused on battling Xiao Bai. It raised its sharp claws and viciously slashed at Xiao Bai's face. Fortunately, Xiao Bai's body was agile enough to evade the strike, but the high-level insectoid quickly aimed another attack at Xiao Bai's face. Just as Xiao Bai was about to be caught, it could no longer hold back and started frantically calling Yao Qianqian's name in its mind. "You better hurry and take me back. I'm about to be killed by that high-level insectoid." Although Xiao Bai was anxiously urging Yao Qianqian to bring it back, it actually knew deep down that she wouldn't abandon it. It was just that her response speed could vary. On the other side, Yao Qianqian was blocking Han Jin from going out. "You know your mental state better than anyone, don't you?" Yao Qianqian felt helpless about Han Jin's reckless behavior. Han Jin gently pulled his clothes from Yao Qianqian's grasp, stating, "This is my responsibility." Chapter 114. The meaning of responsibility. Suddenly, it seemed that Han Jin understood how he should respond to the question that Yao Qianqian had asked him last time. "Be good, wait for me to come back." He lowered his head and kissed the whirl of Yao Qianqian's hair, then comforted her as if he were a husband just going out to work. As for Yao Qianqian, who was being comforted, she rubbed her nose and, for some reason, suddenly felt a bit of sting in her nose. Isn't it usually the case that the marshal stays behind a command? I've never seen a marshal who actively goes to the battlefield. Yao Qianqian murmured as she watched Han Jin's receding figure. Unfortunately, the man had already walked far away, likely unable to hear her words. Or perhaps the wind carried them to his ears, but Han Jin dared not look back or stop. He feared that if he stopped, he wouldn't have the courage to move forward again. Yao Qianqian, however, didn't think too much about it. After seeing Han Jin leave, she quickly composed herself and began to pay attention to the battle situation on Xiao Bai's side. According to Xiao Bai's own words, he wanted Yao Qianqian to bring him back as soon as possible. But unfortunately, Yao Qianqian had no such plans. She originally intended for Xiao Bai to train more and hopefully be able to handle a high-level insect race on his own. It seems that every pet owner has a peculiar confidence in their pet. I believe you can do it. It's a pity that Xiao Bai wasn't in front of Yao Qianqian. Otherwise, she could have shown him her encouraging gesture. After receiving Yao Qianqian's rejection, Xiao Bai's fur bristled. He no longer simply ran away, but instead began to systematically lead the high-level insect race towards Yao Qianqian. Along the way, they passed many houses and humans. But the high-level insect race ignored them and fixated on Xiao Bai. When Han Jin appeared, he was initially going to look for the high-level insect race to fight. Unfortunately, Xiao Bai ran too fast, and that high-level insect race was determined to kill Xiao Bai. So, for the time being, Han Jin had nothing to do here. He had to go deal with those mid-level insect races first. Compared to high-level insect races, mid-level insect races were somewhat smaller in size, but some specialized in strength, and their size was even more enormous than high-level insect races. Han Jin was responsible for dealing with those even larger mid-level insect races. What could have been a tough battle turned into one-sided dominance with Han Jin's involvement. As for Xiao Bai, he saw that his fur was almost being trimmed by the insect race, then looked at Han Jin's relaxed demeanor. And no matter how he moved, he couldn't get closer to Yao Qianqian's spaceship. This realization made Xiao Bai furious, unable to distinguish between friend and foe. As long as you help me beat that man, I won't fight you for the good stuff here. Xiao Bai knew he couldn't outrun the high-level insect race, so he had to propose a suggestion to it. After Xiao Bai's reminder, the high-level insect race turned to look at the battlefield. It then discovered that the human it hated the most had also arrived at some point. The high-level insect race squinted its enormous compound eyes, recalling reports from the insect race saying that this man had suffered severe mental damage and could die from a mental breakdown if he wasn't careful. Why was he on their battlefield again today? Could it be that his mental power had recovered? Before the high-level insect race could think further, a sound of its kind being injured came from the battlefield, instantly infuriating it. Letting out a piercing sound, it swung its massive claws and charged towards Han Jin. From the moment the high-level insect race charged, Han Jin was prepared, maneuvering the mech to dodge the insect's attack, then waved to Xiao Bai, who was still watching the show. Come help me, and I'll give you an 8th-level energy stone. Upon hearing about the energy stone, Xiao Bai instinctively stepped forward, just as he was about to join in when he heard the mocking voice of the high-level insect race. I didn't expect the Star Beast race to have become human slaves now. Just a mere energy stone can hire a Star Beast? Xiao Bai felt extremely humiliated upon hearing the high-level insect race's words. How could he be swayed by just one energy stone? At the very least, it should be 2. But considering Yao Qianqian's fist, Xiao Bai endured and found an excuse for himself. Humph. I'm not helping him for just one energy stone. It's purely because your mouth is too stinky and you're too ugly. Chapter 115. Advanced Insectoid. After making excuses for himself, Xiao Bai let out a roar and rushed forward to confront the advanced insectoid along with Han Jin. The insectoid seemed taken aback that Xiao Bai, who had just been on the same side as him, would suddenly betray him. When Han Jin injured the insectoid's wing, disbelief filled its eyes. Now that it was injured, the battle here was bound to come to an end. If it forced itself to stay, it would definitely meet its demise. Observing the surroundings, it suddenly noticed something strange about a spaceship in the distance. It subtly turned its body, giving the person and Star Beast in front of it a feeling that it was ready to fight to the death. Then, feigning a jump attack, at the moment they tried to dodge, the advanced insectoid turned and ran towards the spaceship where Yao Qianqian was located. Seeing the direction the insectoid was running, Xiao Bai couldn't help but exclaim, wondering if the insectoid had any brains at all, running towards that woman. When Han Jin saw the insectoid charging towards Yao Qianqian's direction, his heart tightened, and he immediately wanted to lead his people to intercept the insect. Unfortunately, the surrounding lower insectoids followed the advanced insectoid's command and surrounded Han Jin, making it difficult for him to escape. Meanwhile, the people on the spaceship saw the advanced insectoid flying towards them and were immediately frightened, hurriedly trying to operate the spaceship to retreat. Unfortunately, the advanced insectoid could traverse the universe using its own body, so its speed was unimaginable. Just by simply flapping its wings, it appeared outside Yao Qianqian's spaceship in the next second, with its massive claws reaching for Yao Qianqian's spaceship as if it intended to carry the entire ship away. The sudden jolt from the spaceship caused Yao Qianqian to bump her head against the wall. This made her want to retaliate against the insect outside. But before she could take any action, a wave of dizziness hit her. Yao Qianqian felt as if they had entered something akin to a teleportation array, surrounded by darkness. She looked up to survey the outside of the spaceship and saw the insectoid carrying them away. Confused as to why this was happening, she wanted to ask someone about the situation, only to suddenly realize that everyone on the spaceship seemed to have vanished, and she was the only one left. A strange feeling surged in her heart, and Yao Qianqian suddenly had a very ominous premonition. She attempted to use the power of the contract to summon Xiao Bai, but unfortunately, the distance was too great. She could only confirm that Xiao Bai was still alive, but couldn't summon him. After several unsuccessful attempts, Yao Qianqian chose to give up and began to use her mental power to check what was happening around her. Unfortunately, before she could check, the voice of the insectoid came from outside. The insectoid spoke in its language the first time, so Yao Qianqian pretended not to hear anything. However, when the insectoid repeated itself, she could no longer pretend not to hear. She poked her head out to ask the insectoid why it was bringing her back, without any thought that the insect might harm her. Although Yao Qianqian was somewhat aware of her own strength and knew she couldn't defeat the insect queen, it didn't mean she couldn't run away. The advanced insectoid, named Lai, was a very irritable insect. The task of finding something was originally supposed to be done by Meng. But just before they were about to set off, humans suddenly attacked Meng's territory, so it had to be entrusted to Lai. When the other insects saw Lai return in such a sorry state, several couldn't help but inquire what had happened. However, Lai was too busy to pay attention to those insects and instead planned to get Yao Qianqian out first. As the giant pincers were about to poke at her body, Yao Qianqian proactively pushed against the pincers instead of asking for help, saying, "You take the pincers away first. I can get out myself." Upon hearing her words, Lai raised its eyebrows and eventually withdrew its pincers, landing the spaceship properly and signaling Yao Qianqian to come out quickly. Yao Qianqian first moved her arm, which had been hurt from the impact, and then found a large hole to slowly crawl out. As soon as she emerged, she was met with the compound eyes of dozens of insectoids. If a timid person had come out, they would probably have already met their end. Chapter 116. Caught by the insect tribe, however, Yao Qianqian has always been bold. She sees the insect tribe as a piece of cake. But in order to meet the insect mother, she deliberately pretends to be terrified. Fortunately, the tears she shed when she was hurt earlier have not yet dried. And when she comes out and meets the red-eyed insects, they naturally lower their guard. Especially the arrogant Lai. Seeing Yao Qianqian in such a pathetic state and recalling Han Jin's face, immediately feels less irritated. If it weren't for the fact that these females are relatively weak, he would have liked to push Yao Qianqian with his claws. It's a good thing he didn't do that. Otherwise, Yao Qianqian wouldn't guarantee she wouldn't fight back. She stands in place for a long time, but no one comes to call her or take her to the place of confinement. Unable to hold back, she pretends to be very cold, trembling her lips to ask Lai, "Can I ask where we are now? Can I go back?" When they hear Yao Qianqian asking if she can go back, Lai and the others look at her as if she's a fool. Do you think that's possible? Yao Qianqian is not a fool. She knows it's impossible, but she can't say that or show it, so she has to pretend to be very scared, staring at Lai's claws. "But I'm so cold right now. I feel like I'm going to freeze to death." While saying this, she squats down, making herself look weak. Lai and the others have lived on the insect planet for so long that they don't feel the climate here could be cold for humans. At this moment, Lai begins to regret. If he had known, he would have just killed her like the others. It would have saved him a big hassle. Just as he hesitates about whether to kill her directly, a big insect approaches from a distance. The insect is long and, even according to human aesthetics, quite beautiful. Yao Qianqian secretly glances at the insect several times. It seems to sense her gaze, and Meng looks at her. "Come with me. I'll take you to a place." As one of the 5 high-ranking insect beings, Meng shouldn't care about a human's life or death. But who knew that the insect mother suddenly asked today if Lai had gone out on mission? Moreover, she specifically instructed him to observe carefully while waiting for Lai's return to see if Lai brought a human with him, and if so, to bring that person to her. So, under the insect mother's instructions, Meng takes Yao Qianqian away, leaving Lai and several other high-ranking insects standing there, dumbfounded, watching them leave. What has happened? He looks in the direction Meng left, then glances at Lai. Chun, reacting faster, thinks of a possibility and tells them. Could it be that the woman is actually someone the insect mother wanted brought back? Upon saying this, they all look at Lai, who steps back a half-step under their gaze. "Don't look at me. I don't know either." Lai fail soronged. He only brought Yao Qianqian back out of anger toward Xiaobai and Han Jin. He felt that after going there. It would be impossible not to bring anything back and return empty-handed. As a high-ranking insect, that would be too embarrassing. Just a glance at his face. And she doesn't need to ask further to know what this guy wants to say. He simply waves his hand. "You all stay here and watch. I'm going over there to see what's going on." He is mainly worried that if the insect mother gets hurt by that cunning human, it would be bad. Chen walks quickly. By the time the few insects react, he has already disappeared without a trace. Watching Chen's departing figure, the few insects glance at each other and then walk away in disdain. On Yao Qianqian's side, she remains in human form and doesn't want to reveal anything unusual. So she can only pretend to be struggling to keep up, suppressing the pain in her body while running behind Meng. Meng has to stop and wait for Yao Qianqian with every step. Finally, when Chen catches up, they haven't even reached the insect mother's residence. Chen stares at Yao Qianqian for a moment, then shifts his gaze to Meng. Chen asks Meng, "Why didn't you just carry her directly?" Meng gestures with his claws. "Do you think if I grab her with my claws, she would still be alive to meet the insect mother?" Chen thinks for a moment, then carefully looks at Yao Qianqian's figure. This human is so weak. Why not just use her as a colonization planet instead of resisting? Chapter 117, Encountering the Bug Mother Unexpectedly. When the insect race spoke, Yao Qianqian couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Of course, all her actions were done very discreetly, without raising suspicion from outsiders. Soon, they saw the bug mother. According to Yao Qianqian's guess, the bug mother would definitely be a large, bloated insect. But upon seeing it, she found that the bug mother looked somewhat delicate. Realizing what she had just been thinking, Yao Qianqian's expression darkened. It seemed that this bug mother naturally had a bewitching ability, almost luring her in. With this in mind, Yao Qianqian became even more alert. The bug mother slowly approached. After moving a certain distance forward, she stood still, seemingly waiting for Yao Qianqian to come closer. Yao Qianqian didn't want to go forward, but there were insects all around. Chen and Ming also disagreed with Yao Qianqian moving ahead. "Your Majesty, why not let her just wait down there?" Ming stepped forward to block Yao Qianqian from approaching the bug mother. The bug mother moved her antennae, clearly communicating with Ming. Ming's emotions fluctuated several times during the conversation, but in the end, he still lost the battle. This was evident as Yao Qianqian was pushed forward. At this moment, Yao Qianqian was still unclear why they insisted on sending her over. But when she shifted her gaze from the bug mother's face to her belly, she suddenly understood. "So you call me here to show me." Yao Qianqian didn't say the latter part out loud, but the meaning was already clear as her gaze shifted. After being scrutinized by Yao Qianqian, the bug mother didn't feel offended. Instead, she nodded and said, "Come in with me." The bug mother's reproductive ability had always been a significant matter for the insect race. If other scheming bugs found out, it could lead to internal strife among the insect race, and many bugs might consider replacing the bug mother. As for why she knew Yao Qianqian could help her, that story began with the previous bug mother. However, now is not the time to think about those matters. "Your Majesty, you cannot stay with this despicable human. What if they harm you like before?" Chen was the first to protest when the bug mother wanted to take Yao Qianqian into the palace. Yao Qianqian also felt that what Chen and the others said made sense. Given the bug mother's current state, it seemed that any random human could harm her. Unfortunately, the bug mother was the type who didn't listen to advice, especially after Chen and Meng had repeatedly violated her words. She simply moved her claws and told them to stop talking, then took Yao Qianqian inside. Following the bug mother, Yao Qianqian noticed that the bug mother didn't walk quickly, perhaps due to her physical condition, taking a step and pausing. When she finally sat back on her throne, Yao Qianqian closely followed behind her. The bug mother gestured for Yao Qianqian to choose a spot to sit. However, Yao Qianqian looked around and found that the chairs were almost taller than her, so she didn't force herself to sit on one. Instead, she found a clean spot and sat cross-legged on the ground. "Did you call me to help you check your belly?" Yao Qianqian thought for a moment and chose to use honorifics. The bug mother merely nodded at Yao Qianqian's words, confirming, "Indeed, as you see, I have some problems with my body, so I asked for your help to resolve it." Surprised that the insect race would speak so directly, Yao Qianqian thought about the terrifying reproductive power of the bug mother and wondered if helping her would mean that some of the bloodshed caused by the insects would fall on her shoulders. Thinking of this possibility, Yao Qianqian's expression turned grim. "You think too highly of me. I am just an ordinary human female, and I can't help you at all." As she said this, Yao Qianqian was already prepared to flee if the bug mother went mad and tried to kill her. Unfortunately, it seemed that the bug mother had no such intention. Her gaze simply swept over Yao Qianqian and then landed on a nearby chair. "Why don't you sit on the chair? You look a bit uncomfortable sitting like this." The bug mother invited Yao Qianqian to sit in the chair again. Yao Qianqian thought to herself, "Do you think I would leave the chair empty and sit on the hardstone floor? It's too high, I can't climb up." She directly said that she couldn't climb and didn't want to. But to her surprise, the bug mother actually stood up and used her claws to help Yao Qianqian onto the chair. Chapter 118. Trading with the insect mother after Yao Qianqian settled down. The insect mother spoke again. "Don't worry, as long as you help me solve the problems with my body, I can guarantee that during my reign, the insect race will not have any conflicts with humans." Yao Qianqian did not expect that the insect race would be willing to negotiate with her after she had said such things. Unfortunately, she knew that such promises were the most useless. She didn't want to sell her future for a single sentence from the insect mother. "I really can't do that. Why don't you find other humans?" Yao Qianqian sincerely suggested to the insect mother. However, the insect mother just shook her head. "I've already looked for others, but they couldn't help me. Only you can help me and the insect race solve the current problem." Upon hearing that the insect mother had already looked for others, Yao Qianqian suddenly felt a bad premonition. "The ones you found aren't also females, are they?" The insect mother nodded, tapping her claws on the ground. A small door opened on the side of the hall, and several smaller worker insects entered through that door. In their hands, they were holding several ropes, and the other ends of the ropes were tied to quite a few females. Each of them looked disheveled and in a pitiful state. Yao Qianqian stared at the group for a while before asking, "Aren't those useless to you? So why show them to me?" According to Yao Qianqian's reasoning, generally, useless things should be destroyed, especially for the insect race, who are almost mortal enemies with humans. Therefore, once they captured human females, they should be dealt with in a timely manner. The insect mother used her antennae to wrap around one of the frail females. These females are not completely useless. "Look at this one." She signaled for the worker insect to come over, and the worker insect obediently approached and cleared the hair from the female's face. Once Yao Qianqian saw that face, she thought, if this person... She didn't continue her thought, but her gaze fell on the female. "So what do you want to say to me?" Yao Qianqian still did not think she could help her. The insect mother seemed not to expect that after she had made her intentions so clear, Yao Qianqian would still pretend to be clueless. "What do you think? This person is your current partner's sister. If you don't want her to die, agree to the conditions I mentioned earlier," the insect mother said to Yao Qianqian again. Yao Qianqian tilted her head and looked at the insect mother. "You know the rules in the star realm. To me, she's just a stranger. Now you still want to use her to negotiate with me?" The insect mother carefully stared at Yao Qianqian's face, wanting to confirm whether she really didn't care or was just pretending. When she locked eyes with Yao Qianqian, the insect mother confirmed that Yao Qianqian truly did not care. No wonder her mother had repeatedly urged her to gather more resources, which might help the insect race get through tough times in the future. Since she didn't care about her, the insect mother wondered if the humans over there would care. Thinking of this, the insect mother narrowed her eyes, and her gaze fell on those few individuals, instantly making them feel a chill all over. It seemed like their lives were in imminent danger. Yao Qianqian took a closer look and discovered that among them, there were actually a few demi-human females. Of course, Yao Qianqian did not believe that this was a mistake by the insect race. Based on her guess, did you also capture some beastmen and demi-human males? Yao Qianqian directly asked, and the insect mother, as before, tapped her claws lightly on the ground. Another side door opened, and many worker insects walked out again. However, this time they were not holding ropes, but were carrying 1 or 2 humans each. Yao Qianqian also saw some animals among them. "Why are there still animals?" she unconsciously asked out loud. Seeing Yao Qianqian's curiosity, the insect mother was happy to clarify. They are not animals. Some humans have awakened mutation abilities and can turn into animals. After hearing the insect mother's explanation, Yao Qianqian's eyes brightened. "So what animals did you capture?" Cough. "Aren't there people who can turn into various animals?" The insect mother simply shook her head. "I don't know much about that either. So do you want to trade with me? The main thing is to quickly treat my injuries." Yao Qianqian tilted her head, looking at those people. "I think just these people aren't enough of a bargaining chip." This time, she said there weren't enough bargaining chips, instead of saying she couldn't treat them like before. Hearing Yao Qianqian's concession, the insect mother knew there was hope, so she continued, How about I let the insect race show you the treasures we've collected? Chapter 119. The treasure of the insectoid race. Upon hearing that she could take a look at the treasures of the insectoid race, Yao Qianqian nodded gracefully and said, "All right, then you go fetch it." After saying this, Yao Qianqian realized she had misspoken. This matter didn't require the insect mother to act personally. All she needed to do was speak, and the insectoid creatures below would naturally bring her the good things. Yao Qianqian first watched as the insects brought up a whole piece of a level 9 energy stone. Just the size of it was nearly equivalent to all the amount Han Jin had previously given her. Just when Yao Qianqian thought that these were all the insectoids had to offer, the insect mother demonstrated to her with strength that as long as one was strong enough and not afraid of being beaten, one could obtain as many good things as they desired. Box after box of energy stones were carried up, along with other novel stones behind them. Yao Qianqian's eyes were almost dazzled. Were all these for me? Shameful, she felt her heart stir. Rather than trailing behind Han Jin, receiving only a few energy stones, and being annoyed daily by that fool by Kai, she might as well turn around and follow the insect mother. If you can cure me, then these will naturally be given to you. To the insect mother, those energy stones were just a few days' worth of food, and if she could use them to exchange for the chance to heal herself, it would be quite worthwhile. Hearing the insect mother say this, Yao Qianqian hesitated for a second, then directly nodded. "Well, since you are so sincere, let's discuss the matter we just talked about." Yao Qianqian remembered that the insect mother had said that as long as she helped heal her, the insect mother would agree not to act against humans during her reign. Upon hearing Yao Qianqian's agreement, the insect mother thought for a moment and began to negotiate with her. They still needed to discuss how many energy stones to give. Of course, all of this depended on Yao Qianqian first checking on the insect mother's condition. "Let me see what exactly is wrong with your body. If it's a bit troublesome to resolve, I might need to increase my reward." She had to say this up front. Otherwise, if the price was raised midway, she feared the insectoids might think she was trying to take advantage of them. The insect mother, however, found this inconsequential. After all, they had plenty of energy stones in their storage, and if they ran out, they could just go steal more. "No problem, if you still want more. I can arrange for insects to steal." When Yao Qianqian heard this, she felt a moment of excitement, and she swore it was just for a moment. But the next second, she was electrified all over. The insect mother also sensed something was off, reaching out with her claw to touch Yao Qianqian, and was instantly shocked by a small jolt of electricity. Curiously, she asked, "Why are you suddenly electrified all over?" From her observation, the electricity on Yao Qianqian was different from that of the ability users she had seen before, because those ability users, even if charged, would not harm themselves. Whereas it seemed Yao Qianqian's electricity also affected her. Yao Qianqian didn't feel much about it. She glanced at the insect mother and the worker insects beside her, genuinely envious. When could she live a life like this? Like a queen. Unfortunately, these thoughts were only safe to keep in her heart, and she dared not voice them too loudly for fear that the heavenly Tao might hear and come to trouble her. Just as they felt they were almost reaching an agreement, a few people suddenly appeared to interrupt. The insect mother looked at the humans who had not been taken away earlier, seeing them shouting Yao Qianqian's name loudly and urging her not to help the insect mother heal, insisting she would rather die than do so. Yao Qianqian replied, "Thanks for the invitation, but I don't want to die just yet. How about you let the worker insects knock them out first?" she suggested to the insect mother. The insect mother regarded her with newfound respect, surprised that she would. Originally, she wanted to say that Yao Qianqian lacked courage, but suddenly remembered that according to what she had learned from humans, they were unaware that if Yao Qianqian died, the insect race would decline, or that the insect race would be in a weakened state for a long time in the future. Therefore, Yao Qianqian's trade this time not only granted humans a breathing space, but if she didn't die, perhaps the insect race would really coexist with humans in the future. Of course, the insect mother was also aware of this. Chapter 120. Fox? This situation surely won't last long. By the later stages, or if someone on the human side starts to have ulterior motives midway, the contract signed with Yao Qianqian might change in the end. Yao Qianqian didn't feel much about this. Considering the human lifespan, she would only live for a few hundred years at most. By that time, she estimated she would have returned, So what did the affairs of the mother bug and humans have to do with their little demon, Yao Qianqian? Just as the mother bug was thinking of sending the bugs to knock those people out, she suddenly saw someone walking towards them. Upon closer inspection, she discovered it was a creature with 3 tails behind it. Yao Qianqian found it strange. The tails looked quite similar to a fox's, but why 3? Could it be? Before she could think further, the person appeared before them. I think we should go back and discuss this with the Marshal first. There's no need to settle this so quickly. The person with 3 tails was Bai Xingzi, considered to be Bai Kai's brother. Previously, during a battle, he was captured by the bug tribe while retreating to protect the civilians. He had already prepared himself to be killed by the bug tribe. But unexpectedly, after arriving at the bug tribe, they only questioned him a few times at first, and when he didn't answer, the bugs left him alone. He had to find food himself on the bug planet. Occasionally, he would be called to repair some damaged buildings of the bug tribe. If it weren't for the deeply ingrained image of bugs eating humans in their minds, they might have thought they were just out for a trip and got captured by an unfamiliar race to work as laborers. He had given up hope of escaping, but today he unexpectedly encountered Yao Qianqian, such a turning point. However, seeing that Yao Qianqian was about to be sold, Bai Xingzi couldn't hold back and stepped forward. At this moment, the mother bug felt a bit regretful. Had she known such a troublesome character would suddenly jump out halfway, she would have instructed the bugs to knock them out beforehand. All right, let's wait until I go back to discuss with others before we trade. Yao Qianqian thought what the person said made sense. It was better to ask the opinion of the child of heaven. That way, if anything happened later, at least his son could bear the burden. Unfortunately, the mother bug didn't want to let Yao Qianqian go back. She felt that if she released Yao Qianqian, their trade probably wouldn't go through. I won't let you go back, but you can choose one person from that group. I'll let him go back to deliver the message. The mother bug indicated that Yao Qianqian could choose for herself. However, rather than choosing someone now, Yao Qianqian was more eager to find a place to eat. She was starving. How about we go eat first? She suggested. Since the bug tribe can support so many humans, there must be a place to eat, right? Unfortunately, Yao Qianqian thought too much. The bug tribe raised those people purely as free range, and their own food consisted of raw meat and energy. When Yao Qianqian looked at the few brutally torn, dead creatures in front of her, her appetite nearly vanished. Fortunately, she had eaten raw food before. Turning her head and covering her face for a moment of reflection, she then calmly stared at the plate of raw meat. By the way, do the bug tribe not eat cooked food? She asked the mother bug. By the time the dishes were served, the unrelated humans and bugs had been driven out by the mother bug. Now the entire restaurant only had Yao Qianqian and the mother bug, with a table specifically brought from the human side that suited Yao Qianqian's size. It was just right for her use. When a mother bug heard Yao Qianqian ask if they ate cooked food, she shook her head. We bugs really don't eat cooked food much. The taste doesn't appeal to us, and processing so much food is quite troublesome. Yao Qianqian thought of the bug size and how much food they needed each time, and instantly felt the mother bug had a point. With so much food, if they had to cook it all, who knows how long it would take. But she couldn't neglect her own stomach. Previously, she had someone to serve her at Han Jin's place, but here it was different. She had to do everything herself. The mother bug also offered to help her, but when Yao Qianqian glanced at the toxins on the mother bug's claws, she felt it would be best to refuse if she didn't want to be poisoned. So, she clearly declined the mother bug's help and began to work hard on her own. The mother bug had never interacted with humans like this before and found it somewhat magical, staring at Yao Qianqian's hands for a long time. Suddenly recalling something, she turned and left the restaurant. Yao Qianqian, while cutting the meat, glanced up and frowned when she didn't see the mother bug around. But thinking that the mother bug ruled the entire bug tribe, she must have her own matters to attend to. She needed to fill her stomach first. In fact, the mother bug left simply because she remembered there was a suitable dagger for Yao Qianqian to use for cutting meat. In the dim basement of the bug tribe, several people were thrown in by the worker bugs. After the footsteps of the worker bugs faded, many of them moved their bodies and then opened their eyes. It was none other than the few people who had been knocked out by the worker bugs earlier. At this moment, their eyes were clear, looking nothing like they had just woken from a coma. Fortunately, Yao Qianqian didn't see this. Otherwise, she would have to admire how well these people had disguised themselves. The first to speak was Feng Zihan. General Bai, what should we do now? Are we really going to let that female fix the mother bug? Upon hearing Feng Zihan's words, Bai Xing's lips moved. Actually, we have no choice, don't you realize? If that female doesn't agree, all of us will die. Moreover, according to the nature of the bug tribe, even if Yao Qianqian doesn't agree now, they can force her to comply with other humans. Having seen many underhanded tactics, Bai Xing's lowered his brows and eyes. Actually, trading with the bug tribe now isn't bad. Look, we can gain quite a bit of breathing room, and as far as I know, the mother bug usually lives a long time. If we can finalize the contract, perhaps we can maintain some balance between humans and the bug tribe for a considerable time. Upon hearing Bai Xing's say this, the previously protesting individuals fell silent. They weren't devoid of feelings. In Yao Qianqian's earlier demands to the mother bug, one of them was to release them. If they could survive, who would want to die? However, they all heard what the mother bug in Yao Qianqian had said earlier. Chapter 121. Encountering an idiot General Bai, you said when the time comes, which little female will choose to go back and talk about this? Feng Zihan was quite concerned about this. Bai Xingze was also uncertain. In his opinion, it would be best to send a soldier back. However, at that time, those who protested against the little female's transaction with the mother bug were mostly soldiers. And he wasn't sure if that little female would get angry and deliberately choose a female to go back. As for what was happening on their side, Yao Qianqian was temporarily unaware. She was still struggling with a large piece of meat. Previously, she was next to Han Jin, so she couldn't stop eating. But now that she was in the insect tribe, based on their understanding of humans, plus a few words to deceive the mother bug, she would soon be able to eat all the meat on the table. So now, Yao Qianqian's task was to slice the meat on the table as much as possible, so she could roast it later. The insect tribe had specially brought over a dozen different types of meat to entertain her. Among them, several pieces had a lot of tendons. The small knife that Yao Qianqian brought wasn't very good for cutting, and when she encountered bones, she simply gave up without saying anything. After all, she wasn't there to eat bones. She wanted to eat meat, a lot of meat. When the mother bug returned with the worker bugs, she saw Yao Qianqian nearly leaning over the pile of roasted meat, while in front of her was still a large plate of already sliced meat. The mother bug once again suggested to Yao Qianqian, "How about I have other worker bugs help you? Those worker bugs are not poisonous." Yao Qianqian looked at the table where there was still quite a bit of uncut meat, then at the mother bug's face, and ultimately yielded. "All right, then I'll make roasted meat for you." She felt that she still had some roasting skills. When the mother bug saw her confident appearance, she surprisingly believed her and began to look forward to Yao Qianqian's roasted meat. Unfortunately, Yao Qianqian's roasting skills seemed to be not as good as her medical skills. Looking at the meat slices that were burned black again, the mother bug suggested to Yao Qianqian, "How about I have the worker bugs call over a few humans who know how to roast meat?" Originally, Yao Qianqian wanted to refuse outright, but when her gaze swept to the charred roasted meat over there, she suddenly lost her previous confidence. "Let's find a few people who know how to roast meat," Yao Qianqian said to the mother bug, indicating that she could go find someone now. The mother bug didn't expect that in front of her, this human female would dare to speak to her in such a commanding tone. But after thinking it over, she decided to follow Yao Qianqian's suggestion and went to call for people. No one from the females or the subhuman females came to help Yao Qianqian roast meat. All those who came were beastmen, and they were all led by Xingze, with a few of them subtly trying to protect him in the middle. When they arrived in front of Yao Qianqian, she handed the roasted meat in her hand to Bai Xingze, asking him to help her roast the meat. "Thank you." This was one of the few polite moments from Yao Qianqian, but unfortunately, when the others faced her attitude, they snorted coldly, increasingly looking down on this spineless little female. Feng Zihan couldn't help but ask Yao Qianqian, "I really don't know who your beast man is, that he hasn't even taught you the basics of prioritizing the empire's safety?" Smack! That was the sound of Yao Qianqian throwing the meat at Feng Zihan's face. The mother bug helplessly looked at those humans, whom she considered comparable to ants, and finally her gaze landed on Yao Qianqian's face. Based on her understanding of Yao Qianqian, she estimated that she should be getting angry now, right? Indeed, Yao Qianqian was about to get angry. She had kindly gone to save these people, but not only did she not gain much benefit, she was now being humiliated by someone pointing fingers at her. No matter who it was, anyone would be angry in this situation, right? If it weren't for needing to go back to Han Jin, she would have let the mother bug deal with them. She glanced around at Feng Zihan, then looked at Bai Xingze and asked him, "Did you not think about their brains when you picked people earlier?" Bai Xingze naturally felt a headache over what Feng Zihan had done. When he chose people earlier, he hadn't intended to bring Feng Zihan along. But this guy insisted on following him, and now they had just met and already caused him quite a bit of trouble. "Shut up. This person is not someone you could talk to." Previously, when a mother bug threatened Yao Qianqian with a female who looked very much like Han Jin, they had not yet been brought out, so they were unaware of who Yao Qianqian's partner was. "I apologize on his behalf. We are all very grateful that you, little female, saved us." Bai Xingze sincerely thanked Yao Qianqian, but Feng Zihan didn't think so. Earlier, Bai Xingze had talked to him for a long time just to make it clear that Yao Qianqian was not someone he could provoke and that they should be grateful to her. Unfortunately, it seemed that Feng Zihan had only pretended to listen before coming here, as his current behavior showed that he hadn't listened at all. In response, Feng Zihan still spoke with confidence, but unfortunately, many people here were actually as clear-headed as Bai Xingze. With a quick chop at his hand, Feng Zihan's incessantly talking mouth was silenced. Seeing that he was no longer speaking, Yao Qianqian actually felt a bit regretful. This person had said so much earlier, yet not a single word mentioned the insect tribe or the mother bug. She looked down on that person in her heart. Clearly, it was the insect tribe that captured them, and it was also the insect tribe that kept them locked up. Now, a person she saved, Feng Zihan, even dared to insult her in front of so many people? Yao Qianqian felt very unhappy. She was now directly showing her emotions on her face, just to let those people see that she, Yao Qianqian, was not someone with a good temper. Since this person had such a big grudge against me, but didn't he say a word against the insect tribe, then I suppose there is no need for me to save him. He can just stay with the insect tribe. Upon hearing that Yao Qianqian wanted to leave Feng Zihan with the insect tribe, someone stepped forward to try to speak up for Feng Zihan, but was stopped by Bai Xingze. "All right, I will listen to your opinion." Being interrupted by that fool had significantly decreased Yao Qianqian's appetite. Smelling the aroma of roasted meat in the air, she seemed to have lost interest compared to earlier. Looking at the decorations of the palace, she began to chat casually with the mother bug. "Is the insect tribe easy to manage?" This question from Yao Qianqian was quite abrupt, but the mother bug quickly understood what she meant, her gaze shifting to the several high-ranking insects following them. Seeing this, Yao Qianqian smacked her lips and stopped speaking. She could tell from the mother bug's expression that managing the insect tribe didn't seem to be very easy. Chapter 122. Stability of the race. It's true that generally, when a king is injured or old, the race begins to become unstable. The insect mother had already been injured before, and it was quite a feat for her to hold on until now. Yao Qianqian didn't continue to ask about how the insect race was managed. Instead, she was more concerned about what to eat tomorrow. "Shouldn't you ask me when I'll send them back?" The insect mother had now transformed into a human form and sat beside Yao Qianqian, while Bai Xingze and the others stood by like servants. Of course, with several high-ranking insects accompanying them, they didn't feel neglected. As Yao Qianqian ate roasted meat, she also handed a few skewers to the insect mother. Looking at the insect mother's gentle demeanor, reminiscent of a neighborly younger sister, she thought to herself, "With a face like yours, if you don't become the insect mother in the future, you could do quite well in the human world." Hearing Yao Qianqian's words, the insect mother smiled brightly. "Thank you for your compliment. I think you are even more beautiful." The insect mother's praise made Yao Qianqian feel very pleased, like a cat being stroked comfortably. She narrowed her eyes. Hee, it's a pity you're the insect mother. Otherwise, we could debut together in the human world." As she spoke, Yao Qianqian wrapped her arms around the insect mother's waist. If they weren't the same gender, they would probably have been kicked out by Chun and Meng long ago. Bai Xingze couldn't help but worry about Yao Qianqian's partner. This little female didn't seem like someone who could settle down. How could someone who could sit at the same table as the insect mother without showing a hint of fear be an ordinary person? After eating to her fill, Yao Qianqian burped. Since she wasn't hungry anymore, it was time to discuss serious matters. She shifted her gaze to Bai Xingze. "Shall we discuss who to send back now?" she asked the insect mother. The insect mother followed her gaze to those people. "We can only send one back. I suggest sending back the more important ones, otherwise, it might lack persuasiveness." In fact, Yao Qianqian wasn't worried about persuasiveness at all. Since she had been captured, Han Jin's side must have been searching high and low for her. It was just that they hadn't come to the insect planet yet. But it was only a matter of time. Strangely, she felt a sense of confidence about her importance in Han Jin's heart. In reality, it was just as Yao Qianqian thought. The moment she was captured, Han Jin had started organizing troops to find her. But unfortunately, they were intercepted by those from the star domain along the way. At this moment, Han Jin was standing in front of someone from the second star domain. Step aside. Han Jin's face was cold. Don't force me to take action directly. The person who met Han Jin's gaze couldn't help but take a step back in fear, but was quickly reminded by those beside him and had to brace himself to step forward and block Han Jin. Your Majesty, you know that our empire has already suffered quite a bit when facing the insect race before and has not yet recovered. If we confront the insect race today, we might not gain much benefit. I advise you to think it over. Han Jin didn't linger with these people and shifted his gaze to the others standing behind this person. So, you all share this opinion? His steady voice suppressed his anger. Those who had been stared at by Han Jin all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Knowing this outcome, Han Jin snorted coldly. A bunch of cowards. If you don't want to go, then don't. He was eager to find Yao Qianqian and didn't want to waste time with these pests. Initially, he had thought that since he wouldn't live much longer, he might as well keep an eye on these people. If someone capable emerged from them, it wouldn't be a bad idea to step down and let them take over. But looking at it now, he felt incredibly foolish for having that thought. After pushing aside those blocking his path, Han Jin took his personal guards and set out to find the insect race. At this moment, only 5 hours had passed since Yao Qianqian was captured, when Han Jin's troops arrived not far from the insect planet. The surrounding insect race was already eager to pounce and tear them apart. As for Yao Qianqian, upon sensing Xiao Bai's aura, she knew Han Jin and the others had arrived, and her eyes immediately lit up with a smile. The insect mother happened to look up and saw Yao Qianqian smiling and curiously asked, "Is it someone looking for you who's come?" Since they both knew each other's circumstances, Yao Qianqian nodded. Now we can send him to the insect race's border. Someone is waiting over there. Just as Chen received news that there were humans approaching the insect race's border, he looked up at Yao Qianqian, wanting to ask how she knew. But understanding that if Yao Qianqian didn't want to say, it would be pointless to ask and might even annoy her. Chen suppressed his frustration, grabbed Bai Xingze by the collar, and dragged him outside, feeling his collar being pulled. Bai Xingze struggled for a few seconds, but then stopped and adjusted himself into a comfortable position. Chen couldn't stand seeing him so comfortable. As he let him out, he pretended to accidentally bump Bai Xingze against a pillar or let him fall from a height of 1 or 2 meters. In the end, even Bai Xingze, who had such a good temper, was left exasperated and could only silently let Chen drag him outside. Of course, the insect race had the ability to traverse the vacuum of space, but as a human, Bai Xingze did not. He was strapped with some oxygen supply equipment for space and was then carried by Chen directly into outer space. With a few jumps from Chen, they suddenly appeared outside Han Jin's fleet. Just as those fleets were about to launch an attack on this high-ranking insect race, Bai Xingze quickly called out, "It's me. It's me, don't attack yet. I have something to discuss with His Majesty." Although they recognized Bai Xingze's voice, the weapons on those fleets did not lower. They continued to aim at Bai Xingze and Chen. To Chen, those weapon projectiles were like mere tickles, but to Bai Xingze, they were deadly. Fortunately, Han Jin had been observing the situation outside, and upon hearing Bai Xingze's voice, he ordered the troops to hold their fire and asked what Bai Xingze wanted. Helplessly, facing those gun muzzles, Bai Xingze recounted everything he wanted to say. He emphasized that many humans and females who had been captured by the insect race were still alive and just waiting for them to rescue them. Hearing what Bai Xingze said, Han Jin realized that Yao Qianqian was safe and the tension he had held onto began to ease. After relaxing, Han Jin commanded someone to go retrieve Bai Xingze. Chapter 123. Bai Xingze returns regarding this general. Han Jin still had some impression in his heart. "General Bai, is what you said before true?" After everyone settled into their seats, Han Jin's first words were this, and Bai Xingze didn't think it was strange to skip small talk. The most important thing now was still the matter of signing an agreement with the Zerg. It is true, the Zerg recently captured a small female, and surprisingly, This small female can heal the wounds on the Zerg queen. The queen proposed that if the small female helps her heal, they would sign a peace agreement with humans. After saying the most important points in one breath, Bai Xingzi waited for Han Jin's reaction. After hearing Bai Xingzi's words, Han Jin's expression darkened. What happened to that female? Seeing the serious expression on Han Jin's face earlier, Bai Xingzi had expected him to say something serious. But this was the response he got? Your Majesty, that female is doing very well. In fact, she couldn't be better. If it weren't for the queen being right in front of them, they might have thought that Yao Qianqian was the queen herself. Hearing that Yao Qianqian was doing well, Han Jin felt a bit relieved. He then fixed his gaze on Bai Xingzi. I can agree to the queen's request, but we need to discuss the specifics further. Can I see that female? I want to have a video call with her. Bai Xingzi couldn't provide him with an answer, but Xiao Bai could. Having contacted Yao Qianqian early on, Xiao Bai was forced to come to Han Jin's command room. Han Jin, your female is looking for you. In Xiao Bai's hand was a Zerg communication device. Generally, Zergs could communicate directly through high-frequency sound waves, but there were also many exceptions, so communication devices were common among the Zerg. Looking at the communication device in front of him, Han Jin took it. Bai Xingzi had been with the Zerg for a long time and recognized it as an exclusive Zerg communication device at a glance. The gem embedded in it was likely a backup Zerg communicator specifically provided for the queen. Whenever Bai Xingzi thought of the words Zerg communicator, he couldn't help but feel speechless. What a good Zerg, yet they chose to use a reduplicated term, and on such an important device too. Unbeknownst to the two on the call, Yao Qianqian confidently introduced to Han Jin, "Look, this is my new friend. Isn't she beautiful?" The first one Yao Qianqian introduced was the Zerg queen. Unexpectedly, Yao Qianqian categorized herself as a friend, and when the holographic display shifted to her, the queen seemed momentarily stunned before quickly reacting and greeting Han Jin properly. At first, when Han Jin heard the queen say hello, he thought she was just another female who had been captured by the Zerg. He had even considered that if Yao Qianqian liked her, they could let her interact more with that female once she was rescued. However, after the queen introduced herself, saying, "I am a queen, and this is our first meeting in this capacity. I hope we can cooperate happily," Han Jin was so shocked that he spat out his drink. "What did you just say?" He was in disbelief. In contrast, Yao Qianqian adapted faster than him. Fixing her gaze on his face, she gave him a very affirmative answer. "You heard correctly. This is the queen. Isn't she beautiful?" Yao Qianqian still had many things to say, but Han Jin interrupted her. "Okay, I understand. You don't need to emphasize it anymore." Even for someone as composed as Han Jin, a hint of surprise appeared on his face as he couldn't help but glance at Yao Qianqian's hand around the queen's waist. Han Jin tried to suppress his feelings, but ultimately couldn't hold back. Pressing his fist to his mouth, "You're a female? You shouldn't just casually place your hand on another female's waist." Hearing Han Jin's words, Yao Qianqian instinctively planned to let go. But before her hand could leave the queen's waist, the queen pressed it back down herself. "It's fine. We all enjoy women. Isn't it just a hug?" I believe His Majesty would not be that outdated and conservative. The queen smiled kindly, but to Han Jin's ears, it sounded particularly harsh. Yao Qianqian actually didn't want to let go, especially since the queen had said so. She was even less inclined to release her hold on the queen's waist. The few Zergs following the queen had long wanted to speak up, telling that foul female to remove her dirty hand from the queen, but unfortunately, due to the queen's pressure, they didn't dare to say anything. Now that Han Jin had finally spoken, it turned out that it was the queen herself who didn't want Yao Qianqian to let go. For a moment, several Zergs felt a bit jealous. As the queen, her primary role was reproduction, and they, as high-ranking Zergs, were considered her subordinates. However, typically, after the queen slept with them, she would not recognize them after getting up, which left many Zergs feeling wronged. They actually wanted to get closer to the queen. Whenever he thought about this, the usually irritable Lai felt a wave of grievance. He was the last high-ranking Zerg summoned by the queen, and after she had slept with him, when he wanted to get closer, she had mercilessly sent him off to fight against humans. Every time he thought about this, Lai felt a chill in his heart. Gradually, he noticed that the queen didn't seem to care much for the other few Zergs, which made him feel a bit better. However, without comparison, there would be no harm. Today, seeing Yao Qianqian being treated differently by the queen, He couldn't help but regret bringing this female back. Unfortunately, he had already brought her back and had treated the queen well, so Lai only felt sad for a moment before quickly hiding his emotions. On the other side, Yao Qianqian had finished introducing the queen to Han Jin, but unfortunately, the other high-ranking Zergs were too high for her to introduce. Moreover, they hadn't transformed into human forms, so she could only show Han Jin their feet. Fortunately, Han Jin had dealt with these Zergs often enough that he could recognize their numbers. However, he was learning their names for the first time today. Currently, only Meng and Lai were present, as Chun had gone to send Bai Xingze off and hadn't flown back yet. The queen, seeing Yao Qianqian so enthusiastic, rested her chin on one hand and admired Yao Qianqian's face. It had been a long time since her Zerg had seen such a lively female. Chapter 124. The female is to be abducted. Seeing the bug mother gazing at Yao Qianqian with a love-struck expression, Han Jin, as a beast man, felt his radar go off. He thought that perhaps this bug mother had taken a liking to his female. This wouldn't do. He was eager to bring Yao Qianqian back, but judging by her current demeanor, she probably wouldn't be willing to go back with him. Nevertheless, he felt he had to ask, so across the vast bug star domain, Han Jin's voice reached Yao Qianqian's ears. Why not come back first, Qianqian? I prepared your favorite fruits for you. Unexpectedly, Bai Xingze, upon hearing such explosive news, lowered his head to hide the surprise on his face. Could it be that her partner was actually His Majesty? At the time Bai Xingze was captured by the bug tribe, it was too early, so he was unaware of the events that had transpired in the Empire after his departure. Now, completely shocked, he wanted to ask but didn't dare to, fearing he might inadvertently touch a nerve. However, no matter how much he resisted internally, the conversation between the two continued to reach his ears. Naturally, Yao Qianqian was very eager to eat the fruits, but having just managed to escape from Han Jin for a while, she didn't want to return immediately. Shaking her head, she said, "You eat. I can't leave right now." She didn't directly say she didn't want to go back. Instead, looking at Han Jin, she added, "Be good. I'll return soon, and I'll bring you some bug specialties." This was a line she had often heard from the old Taoist when coaxing her and by who to play in the mountains and not come down. Unexpectedly, she now used the same line to coax Han Jin, hearing that she had eaten well in the bug tribe and was going to bring specialties to that man who had killed many of their kin. Several high-ranking bug beings around her were tempted to exert pressure on Yao Qianqian. Even Han Jin broke into a cold sweat for her, while Yao Qianqian, one of the parties involved, didn't feel there was anything wrong with her words at all. Instead, she planned to show Han Jin what delicious things the bug tribe had, which made the few high-ranking bugs roll their eyes in disbelief. Unfortunately, the bug mother spoiled Yao Qianqian, and upon hearing her request, immediately sent Meng to fetch unique meats from the bug planet for her. At first, Yao Qianqian could eat without hesitation because she had never seen the original forms of those meats. However, now, looking at those strange-looking creatures, she suddenly felt that the roasted meat wasn't as appealing. Conversely, when Han Jin and the others saw those creatures, Bai Xingze gulped. Both he and Han Jin knew the importance of those living beings on the bug planet for beastmen. As long as a beastman's spiritual domain had not completely collapsed, consuming those meats could alleviate the damage to their mental strength. This was also partly why Han Jin had been able to endure for 10 years. The bug tribe had dealt with humans for so long that they naturally understood humanity's needs for certain things on their bug planet. Pointing gently at a huge creature, just looking at it made Yao Qianqian feel that this creature could probably feed all the people on Han Jin's fleet in one meal. How am I supposed to take this huge meat back? Yao Qianqian initially intended to bring back just one for Han Jin, thinking that would be special. But now seeing the bug mother's demeanor, it seemed she was preparing to pack one of each for her. Yao Qianqian thought for a moment and couldn't help but ask, "Do you really have to pack one of each for me?" She thought that would be too good to be true. The bug mother narrowed her eyes and said, "Sure, as long as you want it. You can always come to the bug planet to get more. But if you want to take one of each back, you must remember to come play with us more often." Hearing the bug mother's request was just for her to come play in the bug tribe more often, Yao Qianqian immediately agreed, saying it was no big deal and that she would definitely come and play with the bug tribe often. On the contrary, Han Jin didn't want Yao Qianqian to frequently interact with the bug tribe, but he opened his mouth and ultimately said nothing, instead shifting his gaze to Bai Xingze. Although he was Yao Qianqian's beastman, he wasn't one of those old-fashioned types. He wouldn't overly interfere with the little female's freedom to make friends. As long as he could ensure the little female's safety, he wouldn't mind. Moreover, those things were needed by many soldiers in the Empire right now. In the past, they could get pitifully little beast meat from the bug tribe, and over the past 5 years, they could barely match the quantity that the bug mother had promised Yao Qianqian in one go today. Bai Xingze was impressed by Han Jin, thinking that based on his understanding of his majesty, he would surely cherish that little female and would never let her interact with the bug tribe. But now it seemed that for the sake of the soldiers whose mental strength was on the verge of collapse, His Majesty was willing to put his female in danger. In Bai Xingze's view, no matter how kind the bug mother appeared at this moment, if a conflict arose between humans and the bug tribe in the future, then Yao Qianqian would undoubtedly become a living target for the bug tribe to control humanity. He couldn't help but wonder how His Majesty would cope in that situation. If Bai Xingze had been in the Empire recently, he probably wouldn't have asked such questions. Han Jin, of course, prioritized Yao Qianqian above all else while ensuring the Empire's safety. Moreover, based on his understanding of Yao Qianqian's abilities, she could easily escape from the bug tribe if she wanted to. It all depended on whether she wished to or not. He had previously been worried about Yao Qianqian mainly because he was concerned she might develop feelings for one of the bugs, which was why she was reluctant to leave. Fortunately, Yao Qianqian was unaware of Han Jin's inner thoughts. Otherwise, she might have confronted all the high-ranking bugs, making Han Jin see that their appearance was something a normal person could appreciate. However, the bug mother's appearance was indeed beautiful, but alas, she was still a bug mother. As for the discussions about the ceasefire, it was naturally not something Han Jin could decide alone. But given the events that occurred before he led the team to the bug tribe, he had no intention of consulting those who obstructed him. Those people had long been cleared from the center of power by him. Han Jin made an internal call, summoning Lin Nuo, take him out, arrange for a physical examination, and then let him rest. Lin Nuo was surprised to see Bai Xingze, as he had known him before, and since they had to leave in a hurry this time, Bai Kai was not brought along. Otherwise, the matter of taking Bai Xingze to rest would have probably been entrusted to Bai Kai. General Bai, it's been a long time. How have you been in the bug tribe? Lin Nuo asked directly after thinking for a moment. Upon hearing Lin Nuo's words, Bai Xingze didn't find anything amiss. Instead, he wanted to recount everything about the bug tribe situation to Lin Nuo. However, they soon arrived at the medical office, forcing the two to pause their conversation. Chapter 125, Bloodletter on the Star Network. Bai Xingze went in for an examination, while Lin Nuo was responsible for waiting at the door. During this waiting time, Lin Nuo opened his light brain to see what the group of parasites in the Empire was up to now. Before he even clicked into the forum, a bloodletter popped up on the screen, causing Lin Nuo to frown. Unable to help himself, he clicked on the bloodletter. As he read from top to bottom, Lin Nuo's frown deepened. What was this all about? It claimed that His Majesty was going to war with the insect race for the sake of a woman, saying that these elders had sacrificed too much for the Empire. Many people on the Star Network, not knowing the truth, were indeed being swayed by this narrative. Of course, some citizens within the Empire still believed in their Majesty. For example, those who had served in the military and were now recuperating at home could not tolerate the slander against their war god on the Star Network. They immediately opened their light brains and began to fight back on the Star Network. However, these individuals were ultimately older and could not compete with ordinary people, especially in the realm of sarcastic remarks, where they were completely outmatched by the hired trolls. After briefly scanning the comments, Lin Nuo chose not to look further. After all, these people were not worried as long as the knife did not cut into their own flesh. Naturally, many beastmen and females felt it was only right for the beastmen to do everything possible to rescue their captured females. Li Susu, a net-addicted girl who often surfed the Star Network, opened her light brain in the morning and saw the bloodletter that made her blood pressure spike. She was so enraged that she nearly transformed into Dataflow to seek revenge on those who engaged in such vile acts. Unfortunately, she was just a moderately famous internet celebrity who usually shared her gaming insights. Now she was infuriated by those trashy comments and immediately opened her main account to unleash a torrent of criticism on the bloodletter on Starblog. Susu, please, certain people, stop. The empire is not just your empire. And to those who are unclear in their thinking, think about who has allowed our empire to survive under the attack of the insect race. If something happens to His Majesty, our empire will eventually be devoured by the insect race. Moreover, as a beastman, I believe it is not wrong to protect one's female. After passionately posting her thoughts, Lee Susu closed Starblog. Even if she didn't look, she knew those pests on the Star Network would say something about her. But she didn't care about any of this. In fact, she felt indifferent about her work. She had already earned enough money, and since she hadn't signed any contracts, she could leave whenever she wanted. As Lee Susu's competitor, Chun-Lia laughed with her manager upon seeing Lee Susu's post. Ha! Zhao Jia. Look at her. Does she really think that just because she has a bit of fame, she is a celebrity? How dare she post something like this at this time? The person Chun-Lia referred to as Zhao Jia, upon seeing Lee Susu's post, remarked, she is spirit. But compared to spirit, living is more important. Zhao Jia did not smile. Instead, she frowned and was about to tell Chun-Lia not to post anything on the Star Network. However, when she looked at Chun-Lia, she found that Chun-Lia seemed to have already sent something out. Zhao Jia quickly grabbed Chun-Lia's light brain. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you not to post anything casually on Starblog? Zhao Jia felt that ever since she started managing Chun-Lia, her life expectancy was likely to shorten by a decade. She was either angry or on the verge of being angry every day. On the other hand, Chun-Lia did not expect Zhao Jia to directly snatch her light brain. Instinctively, she tried to protect her light brain and quickly stepped back. Upon seeing her movement, Zhao Qianqian suddenly made up her mind. Let us terminate the contract. I don't think I have the ability to be your manager. After saying this, she began to make a call, seemingly to discuss the contract termination with the company. Unintentionally, just because she dodged Zhao Qianqian's hand, Zhao Qianqian was now determined to terminate the contract. Chun-Lia's temper flared up as well. Fine, terminate it. The company has long said they would match me with a better manager. Huh. This was Zhao Qianqian's final remark to Chun-Lia as she took her light brain and left without looking back. After Zhao Qianqian left her house and confirmed she wouldn't return, Chun-Lia angrily hit the pillow beside her. But now, no matter how angry she was, Zhao Qianqian had already left. Thinking about who was responsible for all this, Chun-Lia immediately picked up her light brain and started to vent her anger at Lee Susu. In response, Lee Susu had already muted her light brain after editing her post. She couldn't help in any way right now. She could only pack her things and move to another place for a while to prevent some irrational people from coming directly to find her. The facts proved that Lee Susu's actions were correct. Shortly after she left her home, there was a loud banging at her door. Knowing someone had come to her house through the surveillance, Lee Susu immediately called the police. After those people were caught, Lee Susu hid in her new residence. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Yao Qianqian at this point. At night, as a human female, she was supposed to stay elsewhere. But upon seeing the grass huts where those females lived, she immediately returned to the insect mother. Compared to the place where the insect race imprisoned captured humans, the insect mother's side was much better. Can I sleep with you tonight? Yao Qianqian asked the insect mother uncertainly. The insect mother was somewhat surprised little female. Should you be with your own kind? She thought Yao Qianqian had left with those females to talk. Thinking of the environment over there and the rejection from several of them, Yao Qianqian smirked. Forget it. It's not worth mentioning. She had been foolish to follow that group of people. However, the insect mother did not reject Yao Qianqian's closeness and instead signaled Dream to help Yao Qianqian bring over some items suitable for human living. Initially, Dream planned to randomly steal some items from Human Town, but halfway there, he suddenly thought, since we've begun to establish relations with humans, why should I bother stealing things? So he directly flew to Hanjin to ask for them. Inside, Bai Xingze had finished the examination, and now all that was left was to wait for the results. The equipment on the spaceship was limited. Chapter 126, The Last Relative. When Lin Nuo took Bai Xingze to his resting place, they heard the voices of the Zerg outside the fleet. At first, Lin Nuo and the others thought the Zerg had changed their minds and sent their forces to attack their fleet directly. The two hurried to Hanjin's side, where they saw him coldly instructing people to prepare beds and various sleeping necessities. Lin Nuo arrived a bit late and didn't catch the complete message from Han Jin. Feeling somewhat puzzled, what did the Marshal ask them to prepare? Why, out of the blue, were they getting blankets? Was the Marshal tired? But looking at Han Jin's face, he didn't seem tired at all. Lin Nuo didn't have time to ponder for long, as an answer soon came from the outside. Meng stopped in front of their spaceship and extended its claws, signaling Han Jin and the others to place the items on it. There weren't many items, and Han Jin had specifically chosen some of the food that Yao Qianqian liked to bring her. One had to admit, if the Zerg flew at full speed, their speed was simply incredible. Yao Qianqian and the Zerg mother had only waited for a little over an hour, and Meng returned with the items Yao Qianqian needed. Seeing the bed she wanted and the food and clothes that Han Jin had secretly sent her, Yao Qianqian felt a bubbling happiness inside. This thoughtful gesture made her unable to resist wanting to contact Han Jin. While Yao Qianqian was getting the items, the Zerg mother was watching from the side. Every time Yao Qianqian took out something the Zerg mother had never seen before from the spatial button, the Zerg mother would exclaim in surprise and then look at Yao Qianqian with a beaming smile. If one didn't know in advance that she was the Zerg mother, they might mistakenly think she was someone's big sister just based on her appearance. Do you want to try this? Yao Qianqian offered a unique delicacy from the human planet to the Zerg mother, wanting her to taste it. If Meng and the others were still around, they would definitely suspect that Yao Qianqian was trying to poison the Zerg mother. Although, according to their understanding of the current human technology, humanity had not yet developed any poison that would affect the Zerg mother. However, it couldn't be ruled out that humanity might have something they didn't know about, so it was best to be cautious. Nonetheless, the Zerg mother trusted Yao Qianqian completely. After receiving the item she offered, she directly put it in her mouth. After tasting it, she nodded at Yao Qianqian, indicating that it tasted good and was delicious. Seeing the Zerg mother enjoying the food made Yao Qianqian happy as well. Do you want to eat some more? She asked as she prepared to offer more. Unfortunately, the Zerg mother declined, saying, "Aren't you supposed to be going to sleep?" Yao Qianqian awkwardly scratched her chin. Hee, I forgot. It's time for me to sleep now. The Zerg mother just smiled at Yao Qianqian, always regarding her as her little descendant, her gaze gentle and soft. However, Yao Qianqian couldn't accept such a gaze, feeling goosebumps all over her body. She shivered and then moved her bed next to the Zerg mother's large bed. Looking at the bed that could fit a soccer match and then at her small bed, Yao Qianqian felt like she was now just a pet raised by the Zerg mother. Maintaining a human form for a long time was somewhat uncomfortable for the Zerg mother, so she would revert to her insect form when sleeping at night. Watching the huge Zerg lying down beside her, Yao Qianqian felt quite at ease as she fell asleep, knowing that the Zerg mother wouldn't harm her. Meanwhile, on Han Jin's side, things were heating up due to some comments made by Xingza, especially when Han Jin heard about the female that Yao Qianqian specifically asked Xingza to talk to him about. In the spaceship, in the conference room. Are you serious about what you just said? Han Jin's gaze fell on Xingza. Xingza nodded. So the little female wants me to ask you if we should bring that person back? This wasn't just a simple matter of bringing someone from the Zerg back to the Empire, but rather asking Han Jin if they should take that person to the palace. When Han Jin ascended to the throne before, most of his relatives had already passed away, so finding one now prompted Yao Qianqian to ask. Don't bring her. You can just settle her together with you. She was never raised with you anyway. Aren't the females in the Empire all like that? Chapter 127. Don't bring them back. Others have also thought about this, and there have been many cases where nobles, feeling sorry for their little females, brought them back. However, those females often found themselves at odds with the subhuman females raised at home, leading to conflicts with their brothers over marrying a female, ultimately resulting in the female suffering a miscarriage. Since then, many nobles have dared not bring back natural females that have already been taken by the sacred tree. Furthermore, those present felt that Yao Qianqian's temper was not very good, especially since she was currently getting along so well with the mother bug. What if that unknown female turned out to be bad? The one who would suffer then would not just be the Hanjin family, but the entire empire. As for Hanjin's inner thoughts, no one knew. They spent the entire night awake, starting an online meeting to quickly come up with a template for the agreement with the insect tribe. Xingza, due to being away from the country for a long time, could not speak at the meeting for the time being. Of course, Bai Xingze also did not think he could say anything constructive, so he was quite relaxed on the sidelines. However, Lin Nuo was in a difficult position. He could only think of things that both humans and the insect tribe could accept and slowly present his opinions to Hanjin. Unfortunately, most of his suggestions were shot down by others. The reason was simply that they felt that if that were the case, the benefits for humans would be reduced. When Lin Nuo first heard this, he was so angry that his lips twitched, thinking, "What do you mean the benefits will be reduced?" Collaborating with the insect tribe was already because the insect tribe was considering the little female's face. Okay? If it weren't for the fact that the mother bug was sick and only the little female could treat her, how could those insect tribes be so calm discussing peaceful coexistence with them? At first, Lin Nuo was about to curse, but he managed to hold back when Hanjin shot him a glare. Those shameless comments even startled Bai Xingze, who was drinking water at the time and accidentally choked. Fortunately, he managed to turn off his projection in time, avoiding embarrassment in front of so many people. Hanjin had dealt with such matters many times, and this time was no different. He needed to wait for these people to finish arguing before presenting his thoughts. Meanwhile, while listening to those unproductive discussions, Hanjin quietly sent a message to Yao Qianqian using the insect tribe's light brain. At this time, Yao Qianqian should have been sleeping, but in the middle of the night, someone came to see the mother bug. Although she was a Hehuan flower demon, Yao Qianqian still felt quite uncomfortable. So she had to drag her bed out of the mother bug's bedroom and found a worker bug to take her outside. Then she was given a relatively quiet room to rest alone. Bored in the room, Yao Qianqian took out the spare bug communicator that the mother bug had given her and started messaging Hanjin, asking about the situation on his side. Hanjin then shared some interesting things from the meeting that he could talk about. Upon hearing that those people wanted to sign an agreement with the insect tribe while trying to take advantage, Yao Qianqian thought that if those people were killed one day, it wouldn't be a loss at all. They continued chatting. Halfway through their conversation, there was a sudden knock on Yao Qianqian's room door. Curious, she sent a message to Hanjin to wait a moment. Hanjin, feeling curious, wondered who could be knocking on her door now that she was with the insect tribe, and he began to worry. In fact, Yao Qianqian was just a bit curious about who would come to her room. When she cautiously approached and sensed the scene outside the door with her mental power, Yao Qianqian narrowed her eyes. She saw the female who had threatened her with the mother bug standing at her door. Thinking about this person's connection to Hanjin, Yao Qianqian felt something was off. Unfortunately, she couldn't contact Tiandao unilaterally. Otherwise, she could ask Tiandao what was wrong with this person. What? Not sleeping in the middle of the night and coming to my door for what? Yao Qianqian crossed her arms and leaned against the doorframe, looking up and down at the person. The female sensed Yao Qianqian's scrutiny and felt disdained, but still conveyed her purpose to Yao Qianqian. I came here to ask you for help to find some medicine for us. Yana is seriously injured and is about to die. As she said this, tears welled up in the corners of the female's eyes, looking like she was about to cry. Chapter 128. The strange female Yao Qianqian thought for a moment. Fortunately, this person looked somewhat like their mother, resembling Hanjin about 50 to 60%. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to guess at all. Otherwise, if the person standing in front of her were to cry with a face strikingly similar to Hanjin's, she felt her heart might not be able to take it. All right, stop crying. Here, Yao Qianqian went over and handed her a tissue to wipe her tears. I didn't say we wouldn't go. If you weren't sobbing, maybe I would have heard you a second earlier, and we could have gone sooner. After saying that, she took the lead and walked ahead, all while not forgetting to message Hanjin. Previously, she had only asked Hanjin about matters concerning the insect race, and had forgotten to ask how to deal with his yet-to-be-met relative. If this female had been a good person before, Yao Qianqian wouldn't have minded if Hanjin took her back to settle her down. After all, Hanjin's place was quite large. But now, Yao Qianqian glanced at the person's hands, compared to the calloused hands of other females. This one's hands were noticeably smoother, suggesting she probably slacked off a lot while working. This lazy trash even thought about coming to my territory? Hanjin replied quickly. Almost as soon as Yao Qianqian sent the message, he responded, staring at the line of text. Yao Qianqian finally showed her first smile after seeing that female. It was simply because Hanjin said she was just an ordinary female and that Yao Qianqian shouldn't pay too much attention. He would let Lin Nuo and the others handle it later. The person following a few steps behind Yao Qianqian raised her eyes and stared at Yao Qianqian's back, a glint of calculation gradually appearing in her gaze. Yao Qianqian, who had been focused on the insect communication, didn't notice. Relying on her strong memory, she successfully arrived at the place where the insect race was keeping the females. As soon as she entered, she heard crying from inside. Yao Qianqian frowned and pushed open the door. Is something wrong here? She didn't believe the insect race would really neglect these females, especially since she had already discussed cooperation with the insect mother during the day. Although they hadn't signed an agreement yet, the insect race wouldn't renege so quickly on what they verbally agreed upon. When the sound from the doorway reached them, the females looked up, and the dirt on their faces was washed away by their tears, leaving 2 white streaks. It was evident that these females were originally quite fair. It was just the dirt on their faces that concealed it. After seeing their faces clearly, Yao Qianqian turned back to look at the female who resembled Han Jin and curiously asked, "Why is it that even though you are all prisoners, she appears cleaner than you?" Of course, this was just a casual question from Yao Qianqian. After asking, she began to walk towards the crowd. When she saw the people inside, Yao Qianqian couldn't help but take a deep breath. The ones inside could no longer be called human. Their bodies were covered in dry blood. If it weren't for the rising and falling of their chests, one might think the bodies on the ground were corpses. "Move aside. Let me see her condition," Yao Qianqian said as she pushed through the crowd. As a monster cultivated from plants, Yao Qianqian had inherited some unique plant skills, such as healing and promoting harmony in life. Of course, these were not the main things. The most important was her special ability to promote harmony, which could just happen to address the insect mother's reproductive issues. No wonder the heavenly Tao chose her for this task. If it had switched to another monster or human, they might not have done as well as Yao Qianqian. After thinking about those matters, Yao Qianqian shifted her gaze back to the female. "What are you still standing there for? Go get some water to wipe her face." Yao Qianqian felt very puzzled, seeing this person crying. She thought she cared a lot about her, but now it seemed their relationship was just so. Yu Fei lowered her head, fearing they would notice something unusual. Her shoulders shrank as if she were frightened by Yao Qianqian. Many women and females, already used to her demeanor, were too lazy to even look at her. Instead, they turned to discuss their issues with Yao Qianqian. "We haven't had enough water for a long time. The water the insect race provided us today has already run out. If I had known, I would have saved some." Chapter 129. Saving people as she spoke. She fidgeted with her fingers, seemingly very sorry for not providing water to Yao Qianqian. Yao Qianqian felt indifferent to her apology. Looking at the person lying on the ground, she estimated that they had likely consumed a lot of their belongings. "It's fine, I have water here." After saying this, she took out a large bucket of water and 2 clean pieces of clothing from her space. Clearly, there were no bandages in her space. After all, normal people wouldn't carry bandages when traveling. The moment Yao Qianqian pulled out the items, Yu Fei bit down hard on her back teeth. In her eyes, this little female was doing it on purpose, intentionally asking her for things and deliberately making her look bad. However, no one had the mood to care about Yu Fei's feelings right now. Everyone was focused on the person lying over there. When Yao Qianqian finished cleaning up the wounds on that person, a few people came over wanting to help her hold the tools. But Yao Qianqian dodged them and then handed the tools to Yu Fei, who was standing aside like a wooden block. "You take this. I noticed you seemed quite concerned about her earlier. Here's your chance." After saying that, she gestured for Yu Fei to take it. Now that the items were in front of her, even though she cursed the person in her heart, Yu Fei had no choice but to accept them. Then Yao Qianqian began to examine the person's body, first sprinkling medicine on the wounds, and then quietly injecting spiritual energy into the person to help maintain their vitality. After Yao Qianqian finished these tasks, she felt drained and sat down to rest for a while before slowly regaining her composure. She then made an effort to stand up, intending to go back and rest. Those people, seeing Yao Qianqian's actions just now, couldn't help but move closer, wanting to assist her. But Yao Qianqian shook her head. "It's fine. You don't need to worry about me. You should go back and take care of that person." At this point, Yao Qianqian suddenly realized that she hadn't given them any food. She then took out some food prepared for her from her space. This is all I have for now, so make do with it. Once we get back to the Starry Sea, you can eat whatever you want. Hearing Yao Qianqian's words, a few females' eyes became moist again. Seeing their almost crying faces, Yao Qianqian quickly stopped them. All right, please don't cry. You look so pitiful. Saying this, she wiped the tears of the person closest to her, trying to make them stop crying. Okay, it's getting late. You should eat something and rest. I need to go back to sleep too. Upon hearing that Yao Qianqian was going back to sleep, everyone quickly made way for her. Seeing the path that had been cleared, Yao Qianqian walked straight through. However, just as she was about to leave the room, Yu Yufei suddenly called out to her. Yao Qianqian turned to look at Yu Yufei. Do you have something to say? Her eyes were filled with impatience, clearly indicating her dislike for this female. Yu Yufei still maintained her innocent demeanor, tears glistening on her face. I just wanted to ask how she is doing now. Is that it? You call me just to ask such nonsense? Without waiting for a response, Yao Qianqian directly walked away. Earlier, she had wasted quite a bit of time helping that female wash her body. When she spoke to Hanjin, she only told him she'd be back shortly. Now, with so much time passed without a message, she worried Hanjin might be anxious. However, at that moment, Hanjin had no time to feel anxious. He was dealing with a group of old ministers in a verbal battle. Initially, those people were just looking for trouble with Lin Nuo and the others, and he was leisurely slacking off. But who knew that Lin Nuo, not wanting to be the only one suffering, directly asked him how to handle the situation. At first, Hanjin planned to say a few casual words and let them go back to discuss it. But then, a keen-eyed minister spotted the light brain Hanjin had placed beside him and connected it to Hanjin's earlier actions of fiddling with the light brain. Instantly, he became so angry that his beard stood on end. Your Majesty, we old folks are trying to help you and the Empire find ways to secure more resources. And yet you. The minister didn't finish his sentence, but it still made Hanjin, with his thick skin, feel a hint of embarrassment. Chapter 130. Lai is about to be infuriated. However, as the Emperor of the Empire, even if Hanjin is caught slacking off during the meeting, he wouldn't admit it. Ahem, I was discussing issues regarding the insect race, but what about you? After discussing for so long, did you come to any conclusions? He coughed to cover up his embarrassment and redirected the question to the ministers. Some ministers who were more concerned about the insect race were indeed distracted by Hanjin's shift in focus. However, there were still some ministers who were not in such a hurry to let go of Hanjin. Since Your Majesty is so worried, why not project the holographic screen into the meeting so we could discuss it together? There was no way he could let these old-timers see the chat records with Yao Qianqian. Otherwise, he would really lose face. He kicked Lin Nuo next to him, signaling him to either start the fire or quickly put it out. Lin Nuo tilted his head, indicating to Hanjin that he couldn't do anything and could only let Hanjin think for himself. Thus, Hanjin had no choice but to start working, discussing from the first minister's proposed viewpoint all the way to the last minister's thoughts. As Hanjin spoke eloquently, those ministers who were somewhat dissatisfied with his slacking off finally felt a bit satisfied. By the time Hanjin finished discussing with these people, it was already close to 2 o'clock. Considering their old age, it was really not suitable for them to stay up late, so he waved his hand, interrupting a few ministers who still wanted to speak. Even if you care about state affairs, you should pay more attention to your health. After all, only with good health can we lead our empire to strength. Hearing Hanjin's words, several ministers felt that they were indeed reaching their limit and nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, we will head back now. Your Majesty, you should also rest early." Once he finally got rid of those people, Hanjin quickly opened his holographic computer and saw a message from Yao Qianqian sent late last night around 11 o'clock. He immediately panicked. Hanjin, are you asleep? After sending this message, Hanjin waited for 2 minutes but received no reply, realizing that Yao Qianqian might be upset. So he quickly explained, "Listen to me. I didn't mean to ignore your message. I was just using my holographic computer during the meeting, and then the ministers pulled me away to discuss matters. So I couldn't reply." After sending this message, Hanjin waited and waited, but still didn't receive a response from Yao Qianqian. She was probably really asleep. Since that's the case, he should also rest for a bit. In a few days, when the agreement is finalized, he would set off to discuss peaceful coexistence with the insect race. Just as Hanjin was resting, Yao Qianqian was woken up in the middle of the night, but this time it was not by humans, but by the insect race. Lai stood in the garden outside. Meng stood beside him, and the one waking Yao Qianqian was a worker insect. At this moment, Yao Qianqian picked up her holographic computer and glanced at it, realizing that barely 2 hours had passed since she fell asleep. Yao Qianqian sneered inwardly. Were these creatures all planned out? One after another. They came to trouble her, just to prevent her from sleeping. But since the insects had come knocking, she had to go out and take a look. She pushed open her room door, not even changing out of her onesie, and went directly to Lai. Looking up at him made Yao Qianqian feel a bit of pain in her neck. By the way, you woke me up in the middle of the night. Is there something important? Yao Qianqian's voice carried a cold tone. At the same time, giving these beings face, they better have something to say. Otherwise, tomorrow she would definitely report to the insect mother. Lai had only gone to find that little female out of a sudden whim, but hearing that this human female was going to report him, he couldn't help but feel angry. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you right now? Yao Qianqian felt that it was quite tiring to keep looking up while talking, so she lowered her head and shifted her gaze to Lai's legs. Not afraid. Killing me is equivalent to killing the insect mother. You wouldn't dare. Yao Qianqian's words directly infuriated Lai, but Lai also knew that she was speaking the truth. Because of the insect mother, he really didn't dare to lay a hand on her. However, that didn't mean he wouldn't do anything to Yao Qianqian in the future. Aren't you afraid that I will deal with you after I heal the insect mother? Lai thought for a moment and ultimately voiced his inner thoughts. Yao Qianqian looked at him as if he were foolish. So you think the insect mother needs me this time and won't need me in the future? Chapter 131. Hunting prey after settling down to think. Lai realized that what Yao Qianqian said was indeed correct. In previous generations, there had never been a case of a queen bug falling ill, but there were signs. It was true that each generation of queen bugs gradually weakened. Until their generation, when they were born, they almost didn't survive. Fortunately, the outcome was good. Otherwise, the insect race would have been extinct long ago. Thinking of this, Lai stopped arguing with Yao Qianqian. I called you up because I plan to take you to see some animals from the insect race over there. Isn't that what you wanted to pack up and take back? I'm afraid you won't recognize them later and won't know how to introduce them. If it weren't for her representing the human race, Lai would have already pummeled Yao Qianqian. Why not wait until daytime to take me? Yao Qianqian said unhappily. Is it because you won't live until daytime? This was quite an impolite remark. If it weren't for Yao Qianqian's reminder that the queen bug would still need her care in the future, Lai would probably have already torn Yao Qianqian apart with her big claws. Dream watched as Lai was getting herself worked up, clearly knowing that Yao Qianqian had leverage over her and couldn't touch her, yet still chose to seek trouble. Finally, Lai sighed and said, I'm definitely going to live longer than you. So do you want to see your star beasts? Go. Since I'm already up, I might as well go see the star beasts given by the insect race. After all, I might be able to take a few more. I used to think the queen bug gave too much, but now she considered all of this as compensation for her. Hurry up and go. Stop standing around. With that, Yao Qianqian took out a small transportation tool from her space. Dream initially wanted to ask Yao Qianqian if she wanted him to carry her, but seeing what Yao Qianqian had taken out, Dream realized she had a way to keep up with them. So, Yao Qianqian sat on her flying sword and followed them towards the breeding ground. Though it was called a breeding ground when they arrived, Yao Qianqian looked at the vast primitive forest and curiously asked, so, aside from those before, are you going to take me to catch some now? Did she really misunderstand Lai's intentions, and he genuinely wanted to give her more? However, it was evident that Lai didn't think that way. When he heard Yao Qianqian say they were going to give her more, he immediately found it amusing. No, those prey I showed you yesterday were already processed into food last night. Now, I'm just letting you choose some prey you want to keep for later. When you need them, I'll come back to catch them for you. Yao Qianqian merely responded with a light "oh," clearly not very concerned. Seeing her like this, Lai shook his head, dismissing the bad premonition in his mind, and then gestured for her to hurry up and choose. If I choose that one, will you give me that one? Yao Qianqian smiled at Dream and Lai. Lai initially wanted to nod immediately, but Dream stopped him, saying, Don't be in a hurry to nod. Let me handle the rest of the communication with Yao Qianqian. Yao Qianqian initially wanted to take more, but seeing Dream's expression, it seemed she couldn't take too many. However, it didn't stop her from spreading her consciousness throughout the forest, though it was a bit large here. But she roughly figured out which star beast meats were delicious and which were useful to the Empire. So, she picked the bigger ones for Lida Mark. At first, when they saw her only picking the largest ones, Lion-Dream didn't think much of it, simply believing that Yao Qianqian was lucky and that those big ones just happened to be out hunting. But when Yao Qianqian picked the seventh one, Lion-Dream began to lose their composure. "All right, little female, please leave us some. These star beasts are meant to be food for the queen bug, and most of the planets under the insect race will raise these creatures." Yao Qianqian stroked her chin and thought, fine, since people are saying this. If I continue to pick the big ones, that would indeed be too much. So she nodded. "Okay, I'll let it slide this time because of your face, and 1T hold it against you for causing trouble tonight." After that, the prey Yao Qianqian selected were all of average size. When Dream saw the size of each one, he was secretly amazed. No wonder she could help the queen bug recover. Chapter 132. Feeling wronged at the same time, she sighed, realizing that they had underestimated Yao Qianqian's strength, and this loss could only be swallowed down with gritted teeth. By the time they had chosen almost everything, the sky was already faintly brightening, and it seemed that dawn was approaching. "All right, if I don't get selected for the rest, you could just pick a medium-sized one for me. I need to go back to wash my face and eat." Yao Qianqian clapped her hands and used her spiritual power to operate the flying sword back. Then, halfway back, she remembered that she seemed to have forgotten to ask the insect tribe why one of the captured females was so severely injured. "Forget it, I'm already flying back. I can ask later when we meet." However, Yao Qianqian thought of some of the large-bodied insects from the insect tribe and felt that it was somewhat troublesome to communicate with them each time. Since most of them had developed intelligence and could communicate with humans, they naturally had ways to transform into human forms. Perhaps then, humans and the insect tribe could communicate, and the insect tribe could even live among humans. As she pondered the later scenes, Yao Qianqian felt the image was too beautiful and dared not think further. Just then, she saw a few females standing at her door, all looking gray and covered in some dew, seemingly having waited for a long time. Yao Qianqian flew in front of them and asked the one closest to her, "What are you doing?" Upon hearing Yao Qianqian's words, the person burst into tears and pleaded, "Please, please, little female, can you help us go see Yaina again?" Yao Qianqian touched her face, realizing she hadn't washed up before meeting people. She hesitated a moment and then nodded. "Lead the way. I'll go see." Perhaps afraid of being berated by Yao Qianqian again, Yu Yufei did not approach this time. Along the way, the others told Yao Qianqian about Yaina's condition. Initially, Yaina's situation was slowly improving, but by the latter half of the night, for some unknown reason, she suddenly developed a high fever and was mumbling incoherently. However, most of them were not from the same planet as Yaina and couldn't understand the unique language of her planet. When they reached Yaina's side, Yao Qianqian could feel Yaina's life force rapidly declining without even getting close. She frowned, feeling a headache. "Did anyone touch the wound I bandaged in the middle of the night?" Although the bandage on the wound hadn't moved much, she could sense that the life force she had infused into Yaina was being siphoned away. The people present exchanged glances, seemingly not understanding why the little female would ask them if anyone had touched Yaina's wound. The female who had first spoken to Yao Qianqian stepped forward. "Little female, we were all asleep at night. No one should have touched Yaina's wound, right?" As she said this, Yu Yufei's face suddenly flashed in her mind, and she felt inexplicably guilty. She remembered that Yu Yufei seemed to have come from the same place as Yaina when they first arrived. Yaina didn't like Yu Yufei and always wanted her to stay away. But Yu Yufei seemed to love getting close and acted as if she had a very good relationship with Yaina. Now that she thought about it, it was likely that Yu Yufei had some issues. However, upon hearing them say this, Yao Qianqian was too lazy to pursue the matter for now. Instead, she infused Yaina with more life force and signaled that they should send 2 people to watch over her. Just as she was about to leave, Yu Yufei quietly breathed a sigh of relief. However, halfway back, Yao Qianqian turned around again. "By the way, your name is Yu Yufei, right? Come with me. I have something to discuss with you." Hearing that Yao Qianqian wanted to talk to her alone, Yu Yufei's heart sank. She had originally planned to take action while Yao Qianqian went to take care of Yaina. If she was called out now, how would she deal with Yaina later? Unfortunately, Yao Qianqian clearly wouldn't let her escape. Hurry up. Aren't you the most concerned about Yaina? Yao Qianqian tilted her head and smiled warmly. But in Yu Yufei's eyes, it was like the smile of a demon. However, Yao Qianqian felt nothing of the sort and urged her to hurry with her gaze. In the end, Yu Yufei had no choice but to follow Yao Qianqian away. After she left, the women who had been thinking of ways to keep Yu Yufei away from Yaina immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 133. Caught after following Yao Qianqian outside. Yu Yufei asked, "Little female, did you call me out for something?" Yao Qianqian indeed had something to discuss with her, but at the moment, what Yao Qianqian wanted to do the most was wash her face, brush her teeth, and have breakfast. "I have something to tell you, but I'll tell you later. You wait here for me," Yao Qianqian said, handing Yu Yufei a stool and indicating for her to sit in the garden. Once Yao Qianqian was completely out of sight, a mechanical electronic voice suddenly appeared in Yu Yufei's mind. "Host, your best option is to replace her. My energy is about to run out for your current body." Hearing the system's words, Yu Yufei frowned impatiently. "Do you think I don't want to take over her body? You should see if I have the ability to do so." The system in her mind ceased to respond, just as it had when Yu Yufei first called it, pretending to be unresponsive. Not hearing the system's voice anymore, Yu Yufei angrily pulled up a small grass plant nearby and, in an instant, tore it to shreds. Seeing the broken grass leaves in her hand, Yu Yufei couldn't help but associate them with Yao Qianqian, thinking to herself how nice it would be if she could tear Yao Qianqian apart as well. Unfortunately, before she could think further, Yao Qianqian's voice came through. At this point, Yao Qianqian had finished washing up and changed into a new outfit, standing beautifully in front of Yu Yufei, looking very pretty. In contrast, Yu Yufei's clothes made it seem like they were worlds apart, causing her fingers to twitch involuntarily as her gaze fixed on Yao Qianqian's outfit. If she wasn't mistaken, Yao Qianqian's dress was from a highly sought-after company in the imperial capital star, rumored to be something that money couldn't buy. Looking at her own clothes, jealousy and hatred almost clouded Yu Yufei's mind, making her unable to stop thinking how great it would have been if she had awakened in this body. To this, Yao Qianqian could only say one thing: dream on. She wanted Yao Qianqian's body, but what she had now was not solely given by Han Jin. Most of it was out of respect for her abilities. Yao Qianqian also brought a small stool for herself and sat right next to Yu Yufei. She no longer beat around the bush and directly asked her, "Why did you open the bandage? Are you afraid she might wake up and reveal your secret?" Yao Qianqian inquired slowly. Yu Yufei was taken aback by the sudden question, her expression changing, and then she retorted, "Impossible. I've always had the best relationship with Yaina. Among those people, I'm the least likely to harm her." Yao Qianqian nodded at Yu Yufei's words, but made no further response. In the end, if the person woke up, there would definitely be an answer. Seeing her nod, Yu Yufei thought she had deceived this woman and secretly rejoiced, feeling that a noble female was just like that, believing whatever she said. Then Yao Qianqian was too lazy to talk to Yu Yufei anymore. She waited in the garden for the insect clan to call her for breakfast. As for whether they would get angry and purposely not feed her, Yao Qianqian hadn't considered that at all. She thought the lesson given to them in the early morning should have made the insect clan realize the seriousness of bullying her, right? On the other side, Lai was complaining to Chun about the task that Dream suddenly wanted him to do. "Why do I have to catch prey for her? And it can't be dead. It has to be raised first?" Chun hadn't slept well the night before and was woken up early in the morning to listen to Lai's nagging. Finally, Chun directly put his paw in Lai's mouth, saying, "All right, stop talking. You're driving me crazy." Lai didn't expect Chun to be annoyed by his chatter, and he immediately fell silent, looking all pitiful, which made one feel sorry for him. However, to Chun, this appearance was not at all pitiable. On the contrary, he found it disgusting. "Get lost. Don't bother me in front of me. You're annoying." In the end, Lai reluctantly went to mark those prey. For breakfast, they were all unique insect clan foods. Yao Qianqian looked at the table full of bugs and suddenly felt she had no appetite. "Is this all there is for breakfast?" Yao Qianqian asked the worker insect standing next to the insect mother, pointing at the items on the table. Unfortunately, The worker insect belonged to the lower class of the insect clan, only able to follow commands and unable to speak human language, only able to communicate in insect language. Chapter 134. Picking up food, it was clear that Yao Qianqian couldn't understand the insect language. Instead, the insect mother picked up a plump bug and handed it to Yao Qianqian. Say you could try the taste of this. I think you will like it. Perhaps having been here for too long, Yao Qianqian's eating habits have been somewhat affected. She stared at the golden fried bug for a while, and finally, with a look of generous resignation, she used her chopsticks to pick up the fat bug and put it in her mouth the next second. Chewing away, she discovered it tasted quite good. Hey, this is actually edible. Yao Qianqian nodded at the insect mother, who, seeing Yao Qianqian enjoying the food, smiled and continued to serve her dishes. Seeing this, Yao Qianqian quickly grabbed the insect mother's arm, saying, I can do it myself. I can do it myself. If she dared to let the insect mother help her again, she could probably feel the piercing gazes of the insects behind her. After seeing that Yao Qianqian finally took action herself, the few insects that had been coldly watching her earlier relaxed their expressions. Instead, the insect mother urged them, You all go have breakfast too? Don't just stand here. Due to their size difference, these insects blocked most of the light just by standing there. The few high-ranking insects that had been looked down upon didn't dare harbor resentment towards the insect mother. But that didn't mean they wouldn't have opinions about Yao Qianqian. As they walked, some insects were muttering about how Yao Qianqian had to act coy and let the insect mother serve her. Yao Qianqian thought to herself that it wasn't her initiative to have the insect mother serve her, and besides, didn't she refuse once she realized it? Thus, the more Yao Qianqian thought about it, the angrier she became, and she directly used her spiritual power to trip one of them, Lai. Due to his large size, Lai stirred up a cloud of dust as he fell. Fortunately, Yao Qianqian had prepared in advance and protected their table, preventing the dust from settling on it. Meng stood next to Lai, watching him fall for no apparent reason. Meng wondered if Lai fell because he hadn't slept the night before. However, Lai knew very well that he fell purely because of Yao Qianqian. Furious, Lai turned to Yao Qianqian, ready to unleash a sonic wave at her. Luckily, the insect mother tapped her fingers on the table, successfully preventing Lai from acting out and forcing him to silently get up and walk out of the large palace without saying a word. Once he was far enough away to ensure Yao Qianqian couldn't hear them, Lai finally vented his anger. It was all that damn female's fault. Otherwise, how could I have suddenly fallen? Lai crushed a nearby tree with a kick, killing some creatures that hadn't managed to escape. Chen glanced at the tree and said to Lai in a low voice, You've caused trouble again. That tree is the one the insect mother loves to rest under. Hearing Chen's calm words, Lai felt a bit overwhelmed. He remembered the last time he broke something the insect mother liked. He was punished and couldn't get close to Insect Star for years. Thinking of this possibility made Lai feel a lump in his throat. What should I do now? I don't want to be exiled for several more years. Just the thought of that made Lai cry as he hugged Chen's leg. Chen was so angry he nearly threw him out. What could he do? He had to quickly find a similar tree to bring back to the insect mother, or he'd better wait to be discovered. Lai reluctantly got up, looking down at the tree he had flattened, realizing that this tree didn't seem to be from their current home on Insect Star. His heart sank. Whoa, Chen, this tree isn't from his planet. Seeing him cry so pitifully, Meng couldn't help but plead for him. How about we talk to the insect mother later and ask her to lessen the punishment? Hearing Meng's words, Lai cried even louder. Isn't that the same as being punished? Now, even Meng was at a loss. They couldn't let him go to the insect mother and admit it was his fault, could they? After all, every time they were punished by the insect mother, the losses were immeasurable. First, the number of medium-sized bugs belonging to their race would decrease because prolonged absence from the insect mother would lead to insufficient egg production. Moreover, if they stayed away for too long, what if the insect mother forgot about them? Chapter 135. Trouble. Their considerations were not without reason, mainly because there were too many bugs trying to get closer to the mother bug. The 5 of them had worked hard for a long time to advance to become high-level bugs, which allowed them to stand firm beside the mother bug. While several bugs were trying to think of a way for Lai, Yao Qianqian's voice came over. Oh, what happened? Why did such a big tree suddenly fall down? Yao Qianqian even leaned over to take a look. When she saw that Lai's feet were covered in leaves, she began to laugh gleefully. Then she suddenly remembered that this was the tree that her good friend, the mother bug, liked the most. So she restrained her laughter a bit and started to think about how to help the mother bug bring the tree back to life. Of course, she definitely couldn't help Lai for free. He had to pay a price. Lai didn't expect the mother bug to eat so quickly. The whole bug looked somewhat listless, and just looking at it was pitiful. Unfortunately, Yao Qianqian felt no sympathy for the bug that woke her up in the early morning. She slowly approached the mother bug and quietly asked, "Do you really like that tree? Is there any other substitute?" The mother bug didn't expect the one who had just been laughing at Lai's troubles to ask about her preferences. She nodded honestly, compared to other plants. "I do prefer that one." "Okay, since you really like it." Yao Qianqian didn't hold back anymore. "Do you know that many humans in the empire have special abilities?" The mother bug didn't think much of it. She was just considering how to punish Lai properly. She didn't expect Yao Qianqian to ask her this question. Humans in the empire were quite powerful, even though their bodies were no match for the sharp claws and teeth of the bug race. They could still harm us with their mental strength. Before encountering humans, she thought the bug race ruled the entire world, but after meeting humans, especially after personally experiencing the battle with Han Jin, the mother bug dared not underestimate humans anymore. Once Yao Qianqian confirmed that the mother bug knew about humans having special abilities, she no longer held back and directly showcased her skills. "All right, I'll perform a magic trick for you." Yao Qianqian bypassed Lai and walked straight to the tree, then squatted down in a suitable position, placing her hands on the trunk, and began to transmit her mental energy into the tree. Soon, the previously flattened tree started to shake its branches and slowly began to grow. By the time the entire tree stood upright, Yao Qianqian felt that more than half of the spiritual energy in her body had been drained. However, it wasn't enough yet. If she let go now, the tree would probably die quickly due to its broken trunk. Realizing this, Yao Qianqian simply exerted more force, and when her spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, she finally managed to revive the entire tree. Watching the branches sway and the tree bloom with small flowers, Yao Qianqian happily returned to the mother bug side and patted her arm. "See, I've helped you bring the tree back to life." The mother bug was still savoring the feeling Yao Qianqian's use of her abilities had given her. Just a sensation that made her feel completely relaxed, almost made her fall asleep. It wasn't until Yao Qianqian called her several times that the mother bug finally reacted and answered, "Very impressive. Thank you for helping me revive it." Moreover, Yao Qianqian had made the tree bloom with flowers. Since the tree had been transplanted to her side, the mother bug had not seen it bloom before. She remembered why she insisted on planting it here. It was simply to eat the fruit it bore. Yao Qianqian noticed that the mother bug's gaze was fixed on the flowers and couldn't help but smile. "Tomorrow, I'll directly make the flowers on that tree turn to fruit, as my thank you gift to you." It seemed that the mother bug didn't expect Yao Qianqian to be able to make the fruits grow directly from the flowers, and she was somewhat pleased. "Actually, you don't need to thank me. Those things are all things I want to give you." Seeing the mother bug happy, Yao Qianqian felt happy as well. She turned her attention to the mother bug and began to complain. "Mother bug, you need to talk about one of your bugs. He actually didn't sleep all night." As soon as Lai heard Yao Qianqian mention one bug, he instinctively put himself in that role and realized he had to prevent Yao Qianqian from reporting him. Weighing the pros and cons, Lai chose to confess on his own and quickly walked up to the mother bug. Chapter 136. The magical fruit. Then, I knelt down on one knee in front of the mother bug, looking remorseful. I had been thinking all night about how to provide the best prey for this esteemed little female. Suddenly, in the early morning, I came up with a solution. So I took the little female to select her desired prey. After Lai finished speaking, the entire room fell into a strange silence, especially the mother bug and Yao Qianqian, who looked at Lai as if he were a fool. However, Lai, as the party involved, felt nothing at all. Meng and the others were ready to pretend they didn't know Lai anymore. Previously, they thought Lai was just irritable and didn't like to think much when faced with problems, but they never considered another possibility. Lai was simply stupid, especially Chun. If time could go back a few minutes, he would have directly packed Lai up and sent him to that tree on the long planet, so he could dig up a tree from there. That would have been better than embarrassing their entire bug tribe here. But now, regardless of how much they regretted. It was too late. Obviously, the mother bug was going to hold Lai accountable, especially since Yao Qianqian was fanning the flames, saying, "By the way, did your subordinate lose his mind?" She poked the mother bug's arm, and the mother bug could only smile helplessly in response. "Don't worry, I will teach him a lesson." This was the mother bug's assurance to Yao Qianqian, hoping that through this lesson, Lai would become smarter. After getting the mother bug's response, Yao Qianqian felt much happier and then turned her gaze to Lai, her eyes filled with provocation, as if to say, "Let us see if you dare next time." Seeing Yao Qianqian like this, Lai looked at the mother bug standing next to her, feeling furious but unable to express it. As a result, he failed to hide his expression, which was just caught by the mother bug, who then asked Lai fiercely, "It seems the last lesson I gave you wasn't enough? Shall I let you stay for a few more years?" Hearing the mother bug's question, Lai quickly shook his head, saying, "No, I don't want to go. I already know I was wrong. Next time, I will never dare again." He promised himself that next time he would definitely get rid of Yao Qianqian. Just when the mother bug didn't know how to punish Lai, Yao Qianqian handed her a glowing green fruit, indicating the mother bug to take it. The mother bug was curious about why Yao Qianqian was giving her this fruit, and looked up at her. "Do you want me to try the taste of this fruit?" Yao Qianqian tilted her head and thought for a second, then shook her head. "No, I just want you to give this fruit to him to eat." She pointed towards Lai. Lai's insect face froze. He didn't expect that the little female would want to poison him. The expression on the mother bug's face also changed for a moment. She didn't directly feed the fruit to Lai, but pretended to be curious and asked Yao Qianqian what the fruit was for. After thinking about the mother bug's question, Yao Qianqian tilted her head and replied, "Actually, it doesn't have any special effects. I just want him to change color." Compared to what they had just thought, they suddenly felt that letting Lai change color was not unacceptable. The mother bug nodded towards Lai, signaling him to open his mouth so she could directly toss the fruit into Lai's mouth. Lai didn't expect this and reluctantly opened his mouth slowly. Meng and Chun, feeling that Lai was too slow, stepped forward to help him open his mouth, allowing the mother bug to throw the fruit over. Seeing this, the mother bug didn't feel much sympathy for Lai. This guy was just like a husky, always causing trouble. Reluctantly closing his mouth, Lai ultimately swallowed the fruit. Soon after, the fruit reacted quickly, and everyone saw Lai rapidly changing colors. Most of the insect tribe was black or red, and aside from butterflies like Meng, other species were mostly single-colored. Thus, under the effect of the fruit given by Yao Qianqian, Lai transformed into a glowing green insect. Generally, this green color, similar to that of a mantis, didn't look bad, but Lai's original color was glowing yellow. This color was considered extremely ugly by others and bugs alike. Moreover, Green himself thought so too. However, the mother bug stared at the color on Lai for a long time before finally asking Yao Qianqian, "Do you have any more of this fruit? I could trade you something for it." Chapter 137. Should we kill her? When Yao Qianqian first discovered this kind of fruit, she was only thinking about using it to mess with people. Later, she found out that the old Taoist wouldn't eat the seed she offered, and although the white tiger did eat them, it ended up getting hurt after turning color, which ultimately affected her. So, she didn't take them out again and left them in her space for a long time. Today, she finally thought of using them. "I have many colors. How about I give you a rainbow team?" Yao Qianqian rummaged through her space and found a fruit of each color for the mother bug. However, she thought that these fruits would eventually run out, so why not directly plant a tree for the mother bug? With this in mind, Yao Qianqian decided to go for it, but first needed to discuss it with the mother bug. You see, the quantity of these fruits is ultimately limited, so how about I plant a tree for you? As long as the tree is still there, you can have as many fruits as you want. While she spoke, she also explained other uses of the fruits to the mother bug. In fact, these fruits can be used both internally and externally. As she spoke, she picked a red fruit to demonstrate its effects. She used a bamboo skewer to prick the skin of the fruit, dipped it in the juice, and then slowly applied it to her forehead. With her spiritual sense, she could easily draw a beautiful flower on her forehead. Seeing the flower on Yao Qianqian's forehead, the mother bug curiously reached out to touch it and found it had already dried. Is there any way to remove it? The mother bug was just curious. She had never seen such a magical fruit before. In response to the mother bug's question, Yao Qianqian always answered without hesitation, saying it could be removed. But she intentionally prolonged her tone, refusing to tell her how. Annoyed, Lao wanted to break something to vent her frustration, but was stopped by Chun. If she didn't want to be punished again, Chun advised her to save her energy. This little interlude quickly passed, and the mother bug led Yao Qianqian to her favorite tree to cool off. Yao Qianqian leaned back in her lounge chair, chatting casually with the mother bug. As they talked, they unconsciously began discussing the few people they had imprisoned. By the way, there's a female over there who's about to die. Did you know? When Yao Qianqian asked this question, she shifted from lying down to sitting up straight, clearly very concerned about the issue. The mother bug didn't expect Yao Qianqian to ask her this question. She immediately sat up, which female with short hair. Yao Qianqian nodded. Yes, it's her. Why did you all beat her so badly? The mother bug actually had some impression of that female. Well, that is a long story. Let me tell you slowly. So, for the next while, Yao Qianqian quietly lay in her chair, listening to the mother bug narrate the story of Yaina and Yu Yufei. At first, Yao Qianqian guessed that this incident might be related to Yu Yufei, but she didn't expect that Yaina ended up in that state entirely due to Yu Yufei's actions. Thinking of the person who made her feel uncomfortable upon first meeting, she narrowed her eyes. So, back then, those two sneaked into your palace, and one of them said the other was going to ambush you, and then you use your mental power to shock that person out? Yao Qianqian organized her thoughts. This seemed like a case where someone was about to do something big, but got betrayed and reported. By the way, have you told anyone else about this? Yao Qianqian unexpectedly asked this question. The mother bug thought for a moment, didn't answer, and simply had the worker bug drag her back. She also instructed the worker bug to give that snitch female more things in the future. If she made any requests that weren't too excessive, they should try to fulfill them as much as possible. After hearing the mother bug's words, Yao Qianqian felt as if her insides were disgusted. As if she had eaten a fly. Can I not have that snitch female? Although this sounded somewhat unethical for the mother bug, Yao Qianqian felt that if she brought her back, she would definitely stab her in the back. As she pondered this, Yao Qianqian rested her chin on one hand, thinking for a long time while waiting for the mother bug's response. The mother bug looked at Yao Qianqian's face and said, then I might as well kill her. Keeping someone like that around makes me uneasy. Chapter 138. Talk. Yao Qianqian hesitated for a second when the mother bug asked if she should kill. Suddenly, she felt a surge of compassion. Would it be too harsh to just kill her? As she thought this, Yao Qianqian felt as if she were the kind of green tea character in a drama. The mother bug didn't expect that Yao Qianqian would still be pondering whether it would be inappropriate to kill directly. She laughed heartily and said, what's wrong with that? Betraying one's own race deserves to be abandoned by it. Rather than waiting for her to return and betray the race again, it's better to eliminate her directly. Yao Qianqian fully agreed with the mother bug's words. She nodded and feigned a bit of reluctance, saying, then you must choose a better way for her to die, ideally leaving a complete corpse. Although Yao Qianqian said this, deep down, her thoughts were completely opposite. Rather than leaving a whole corpse, it would be best to tear her to pieces. In her life, Yao Qianqian had never encountered someone so thick-skinned and shameless. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't directly harm the people of this world, she probably would have killed that female long ago. The mother bug understood Yao Qianqian's meaning completely through the emphasis in her tone. Although she didn't understand why Yao Qianqian didn't just say it directly, it didn't affect her willingness to help Yao Qianqian. In the room where the female was imprisoned, several females surrounded Yaina, cautiously watching Yu Yufei sitting on the other side. Yu Yufei didn't expect to be isolated by those females right upon her return, and she rubbed her brow, feeling a headache and suddenly not knowing how to carry out her task. After all, that person definitely couldn't wake up. Otherwise, she would be the one suffering in the end. At that moment, a harsh voice suddenly sounded in Yu Yufei's mind. Warning, warning, someone intends to kill the host. Please evacuate this area as soon as possible. The voice of the system filled Yu Yufei's mind, making it impossible for her to calmly assess the situation. Eventually, the pain made her clutch her head and press her back against the wall, desperately suppressing the urge to roll on the ground. Seeing Yu Yufei suddenly in this state, the closest females looked bewildered, seemingly unaware of what was happening. However, when they saw the veins on Yu Yufei's forehead bulging for pain, They couldn't help but recall the frenzy of orcs. They immediately dared not look any longer. Even the female who initially wanted to help you, Yufei, was pulled back by someone else. You should see her current state. If you dare to approach now, you might get hurt. Upon hearing this, the surrounding females also persuaded the one who wanted to help. Look at Yaina's condition. We don't have any medicine. It's better to avoid getting hurt if we can. In Yufei's mind, all she could think about was the system's voice, leaving her with no energy to care about the situation around her. Finally, when the system stopped the warnings, Yufei looked at the content sent by the system and finally realized who wanted to kill her, especially when she saw Yao Qianqian's name displayed. The hatred in her eyes seemed almost palpable. This action immediately made the female who had wanted to help retract her hand. They had indeed been too soft-hearted earlier, forgetting what kind of person Yufei truly was. After all, it was because Yaina went out with her that she ended up like this. An irritable female even went up and coldly snorted in front of Yufei. I see you were just pretending to get us to help you, so you could hurt us too. Yufei didn't respond to them this time. Instead, she began planning how to escape in her mind. It was impossible for her to just sit back and wait for death. She had never been someone who resigned to fate, and she was fully aware of her great fortune. After all, she was bound to a system. Just thinking about this possibility made Yufei feel a shiver run through her body. The system detected Yufei's thoughts and was no longer focused on how to help Yao Qianqian. Instead, it began to plan its own escape. It was not a good system at all. On the contrary, it relied on the host's interactions with luck users in various worlds to steal the luck from them. Initially, it had chosen this identity for Yufei to get close to Hanjin, but unexpectedly, a bug race appeared midway. Chapter 139. The system wants to run. What surprised the system the most was that it actually sensed the aura of the heavenly Tao in the body of Yao Qianqian. This frightened the system quite a bit. Fortunately, it was just the aura of the heavenly Tao. God knows, ever since encountering Yao Qianqian, the system had already given up any hope of stealing luck points in this world. Naturally, for the foolish host, the system chose to give up without any reluctance. At this moment, Yao Qianqian had just agreed with the mother bug about having the spaceship from Hanjin come to pick them up, when she suddenly saw the mother bug stand up. Confused, Yao Qianqian asked, "What is wrong?" Following the direction of the mother bug's gaze, she saw the mother bug's palace in the distance. "Someone has run away. I'll go check the situation. You just rest here," the mother bug said. Since the mother bug didn't want her to follow, Yao Qianqian naturally wouldn't rush to go along. To be honest, she recalled that when she was captured, those bug creatures seemed to be looking for something, and she had forgotten to ask Hanjin about it. Now that she had the time, she took out her light brain and began typing away to Hanjin. On Hanjin's side, he had stayed up late discussing matters with the ministers the previous night, so he woke up late in the morning. When Yao Qianqian sent her message, he had just been awakened by the noise. Picking up his communication device, he saw the chat messages from Yao Qianqian. When he saw her curiously asking about what the bug creatures were looking for, Hanjin paused for a long time before slowly typing a reply. Yao Qianqian had been waiting for Hanjin's response. When she saw him say he didn't know, her expression changed, and she typed back, "Why don't you send someone to ask now?" This matter didn't require Yao Qianqian to remind him. After being asked by her, Hanjin naturally knew he should inquire about it. After finishing the communication with his subordinate, Yao Qianqian changed the subject. "By the way, a female bug has run away. The bug tribe is in pursuit. If they end up bringing back one less person, would you mind?" In the morning, Yao Qianqian had momentarily forgotten to consider the situation on the Empire's side, so she thought it wouldn't hurt to ask Hanjin now. Hearing her question, Hanjin pondered for a moment, saying that they should save whoever they could, but if someone was seeking death, then they didn't need to be brought back. Since Hanjin had said so, Yao Qianqian didn't press him further and instead recalled another matter. "By the way, have you investigated the identity of that female? Whose female is she?" Although Yao Qianqian didn't mention a name, Hanjin knew who she was asking about. Hanjin thought for a while and replied, "Without genetic data, it's hard to determine who she is. But according to my statistics, her identity might have issues." Hanjin's identity was unusual, so there were quite a few people wanting to place their own people next to him. That was why, when Yao Qianqian first mentioned it, Hanjin chose to treat the person as an ordinary female. However, seeing Yao Qianqian repeatedly bring up the matter, even Han Jin, who was usually oblivious, could understand that there was something off about that female. So, Qianqian, what do you want to do? Han Jin asked Yao Qianqian. Life was not worth much in front of races, especially since Han Jin was the king of a nation. If anything happened to him, it would mean chaos for the country for a while. But now, with foreign races eyeing them, if the empire fell into chaos, it might not even remain an independent nation once things settled down. Perhaps it would become a breeding ground for the bug tribe. Yao Qianqian didn't think as much as Han Jin did. She was just pondering in her heart why someone would want to escape. Last time, she had already told those females that she would take them back, so no one should want to run away unless. This was something Yao Qianqian hadn't considered. That female could actually hear her conversation with the mother bug, and that the two powerful beings hadn't noticed it. Now, it was even more imperative not to let that person escape. Yao Qianqian stopped chatting with Han Jin and quickly ran towards the location of the mother bug. At this moment, most of the bugs had gathered around the mother bug, with some of the larger ones standing at the outer edge. As Yao Qianqian approached, she had to carefully weave her way through the swarm. Fortunately, Meng noticed her and used its claws to serve as a transport platform, successfully allowing Yao Qianqian to squeeze inside. Chapter 140. Trouble approaches. Each flies away, seeing Yao Qianqian approaching. The insect mother waved away the insects around her and asked what was the matter. Yao Qianqian only asked the insect mother if they had found the person and who had escaped. The insect mother's expression changed slightly. The one who escaped was indeed the person they intended to deal with. After hearing the insect mother's words, Yao Qianqian smiled, but her eyes were filled with murderous intent. So, have you found them? It was clear that Yao Qianqian's question was redundant. If they had found the person, there would naturally be insects bringing them back now. However, considering that Bai Xingzi couldn't escape before, it was unlikely that an ordinary female could escape now. But the current situation was that even if the insect race dug 3 feet into the ground, they couldn't find the person. Yao Qianqian squinted and asked the insect mother, "Have you tried using your own mental power to search?" Upon hearing Yao Qianqian's question, the insect mother fell into deep thought, then closed her eyes and released her perception across the entire insect planet. Soon, she found a strange location. "Let's go. We need to catch them." The insect mother led the way, with Yao Qianqian following behind. Some insects, having received the signal emitted by the insect mother, rushed directly toward the place where Yu Yufei was staying. Yu Yufei originally planned to wait here until the Hanjin clan's spaceship arrived, then use the system to sneak aboard the spaceship. Unfortunately, before she could finalize her plan, she was discovered, specifically by the insects. An insect with compound eyes suddenly appeared in front of Yu Yufei, startling her. Just as she was about to scream, she suddenly remembered that she was still in an invisible state and outsiders couldn't see her. So, Yu Yufei suppressed her urge to shout and trembled as she tried to escape. Unfortunately, while the insect couldn't see her, that didn't mean the insect mother couldn't find her. The consciousness of that insect had already been controlled by the insect mother, who took over its body and made it walk toward the place she sensed was abnormal. Seeing that the insect was approaching, the system decided to withdraw its energy and prepare to open a space-time rift to escape. However, its speed was significantly slower than when it had arrived. In Yu Yufei's mind, the system's code went into chaos for a moment, and then it quickly realized that it must have been detected by the heavenly path of this world. This was basically its last chance to escape. If it couldn't get away now, it would only be able to die in this world later. So it increased its energy, almost exhausting all its strength to tear at the space-time barrier, hoping to create a gap for itself to escape. Just as the insect mother and others were moving forward, Yao Qianqian grabbed the insect mother's arm and signaled her to look at the sky. The insect mother received Yao Qianqian's signal and looked up. Was that lightning? She saw that the sky was filled with dark clouds, and the electric factors in the air had increased several times. Yao Qianqian thought about the insects that had run away quickly and urged, "Hurry and call them back, or they'll be struck down together." Upon hearing Yao Qianqian's words, the insect mother quickly emitted a signal to withdraw the insects from that area. Just as the last insect was returning, Yu Yufei sensed that something was wrong. She called out to the system multiple times without a response. so she decided to rush out to see what was happening. Before she could start running outside, the first bolt of lightning struck directly toward her. Suddenly faced with such terrifying lightning, Yu Yufei was so scared that she couldn't move. Yao Qianqian, on the other hand, took out her light brain and started recording. Previously worried about the lack of a proper method to deal with Yu Yufei, but now, with such a good excuse provided by the heavenly path, there was no reason not to use it. So, Yao Qianqian happily recorded. While the person caught in the storm was not having it so easy, especially the system, which was being particularly targeted. After several strikes, it was in a bad state. And if it had a physical form, it would have likely been charred to a crisp by now. Of course, it wasn't in a good state now either. Data was rapidly flowing all over, trying to find a way to slip through the rift. Yu Yufei's soul clung tightly to the system's tail, preventing it from escaping. Much to the system's dismay. "Let me go, or we'll both die here." Its voice was particularly shrill, and it was the first time Yu Yufei had heard the system sound like this. However, Yu Yufei was not the kind of person who would sacrifice herself for others. If they were to die here, then so be it. She would not let the system escape. Chapter 141. The system was killed at this moment. The system regretted it. If it had known that this woman would be so ungrateful, it should have run away last night. This way, the heavenly way of this world would definitely not have noticed anything unusual about it. Thinking of this, the system's data became even more agitated, and ultimately, both the person and the system were obliterated in the lightning. When the dark clouds over there dissipated, Yao Qianqian pulled the insect mother over to absorb energy. Initially, the insect mother was puzzled as to why there was suddenly lightning on such a fine day, but seeing that Yao Qianqian looked unbothered, it moved closer to check the situation. The closer it got, the more it could sense the energy flowing into its body, and its eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this what happens after every lightning strike? Yao Qianqian shook her head. No, this also depends on luck, but generally, when encountering such strong lightning, if you don't want to die, it's best to turn around and run. Today, we can consider ourselves lucky. Yao Qianqian slowly approached while using her mental power to sense the soul aura of Yu Yufei. This led Yao Qianqian to find something unusual. Come look here. Yao Qianqian pulled aside something that had been burned to ashes, signaling the insect mother to come over and take a look. As the insect mother leaned in, it saw a stone that seemed to still be breathing. What is this? The insect mother asked Yao Qianqian. Hearing the insect mother's question, Yao Qianqian shook her head. I don't know either. Should we get closer to take a look? After thinking for a moment, the insect mother nodded in agreement. Then somehow, the insect mother found a wooden stick and poked at the stone. Soon the stone moved slightly, and just as the insect mother was about to go over to grab it, Yao Qianqian pulled its hand back. Forget it, don't take the risk. She hadn't expected the insect mother to be so reckless. If that thing was poisonous or had other problems, the insect mother would be in danger. The other insects were also quite worried about the insect mother, and when they saw Yao Qianqian holding it back, several of them breathed a sigh of relief. But Yao Qianqian was very curious about this thing that could attract heavenly lightning. Could it be that what lived inside Yu Yufei wasn't a person, but this stone? While Yao Qianqian was pondering, a light screen suddenly appeared on the stone. However, after staring at the words on it for a long time, Yao Qianqian still couldn't figure out what it meant. What is this? Yao Qianqian asked the insect mother, as she only had a rudimentary understanding of interstellar writing. She could listen but couldn't read. Every time she used the light brain, she only read through the AI on it. The insect mother was much better at this than Yao Qianqian. At least it could understand some of the characters. It says it wants to be your system, and then it can give you whatever you want. After hearing the insect mother's explanation, Yao Qianqian stroked her chin and thought, so you want this system? The insect mother shook its head. This thing looks like a scam for insects. I don't need it. Besides, whatever I want, I just need to send insects to grab it. Confidently answering Yao Qianqian's question, the insect mother made Yao Qianqian, who had no useful subordinates aside from a few useless ones, shed envious tears. Why don't we just get rid of it? Although she was asking the insect mother, it was clear that Yao Qianqian had already made up her mind. The insect mother had no problem with Yao Qianqian's decision to dispose of it. Do you know how to deal with it? This question indeed stumped Yao Qianqian. She really didn't know how to handle it. After glancing at the stone, she decided to first put it into her space. Of course, she couldn't just put it in there directly. At least, she needed to add a protective tool around it. In the end, Yao Qianqian carefully found a box in her space, then used her spiritual power to lift the stone and placed it directly into the box. Just as it was about to be put into the box, the system tried to struggle one last time and jumped towards the insect mother. Unfortunately, it overestimated its strength. Before it could touch the insect mother, it was bounced back by the insect mother's mental power. Not only was it pushed back, but the surface of the stone also showed obvious cracks. Seeing the cracks, Yao Qianqian felt that it was actually unnecessary to put it back. She directly used her mental power to probe into the stone and crushed it into powder. Seeing the powder, Yao Qianqian finally felt satisfied. Chapter 142. Summoning Little White to the insect clan. The insect mother also saw the situation in front of her and guessed that it had probably been dealt with cleanly. After looking at the tragic state of that small stone and then at the vast area of charred land on her side, she felt a bit of regret. However, this emotion of the insect mother didn't last long, as she saw Yao Qianqian stretch out her hand, and a few colorful seeds were lying in her palm. In the next second, before the insect mother could react, Yao Qianqian sprinkled the seeds onto the black soil. Soon, several small seedlings appeared in that area. The seedlings quickly grew into huge trees. When the fruits on the trees emerged, the other insects didn't feel much, but Lai's face turned blacker than ever. He reasonably suspected that the little female just didn't want him to have it easy. Originally, the spiritual energy within Yao Qianqian had been nearly depleted. But after the recent absorption, her body was once again filled with spiritual energy. Moreover, given the current situation, the spiritual energy here was very abundant, just right for her to absorb while planting trees. Just thinking about how thin the spiritual energy was in the interstellar space made her want to cry. Considering that the insect mother was still nearby, Yao Qianqian specially took out a few fruits from her space for the insect mother, saying, "Try these fruits first. Pick a few you like, and I'll plant them here for you." Hearing that Yao Qianqian wanted to plant fruits for her, the insect mother's enthusiasm clearly increased. She picked up a few fruits handed to her by Yao Qianqian, tasted them, and then selected 5 that she thought tasted good. Yao Qianqian glanced at the fruits the insect mother chose: oranges, apples, plums, and pears. Generally speaking, these trees would be difficult to grow well in a place with the same climate. But who was Yao Qianqian? She had her ways. Using the energy stones provided by the insect mother, she cleared a large area around each tree and then directly stimulated the growth of the trees. Once the trees were fully grown, the insect mother couldn't help but want to approach and pick a few fruits from the trees. Yao Qianqian was very pleased to see this. It wasn't just her taking advantage of the insect mother. Lai and Meng watched in astonishment as such a miraculous scene unfolded before them. A few insects looked somewhat incredulous. The insect mother climbed the trees and picked fruits just like a girl in an orchard, without using any of her mental power. Meanwhile, Yao Qianqian watched the insect mother and, when she picked the fruits, naturally took out a bamboo basket, indicating that she could place the fruits in it. The insect mother picked a whole basket of fruits, looking very happy. Seeing the insect mother's joy, the other insect clans were also delighted. Time flew by, and more than 10 days passed. During these days, every night, Yao Qianqian was tormented by a voice. As soon as she closed her eyes, that voice would appear in her mind, making her so angry that she couldn't even close her senses. As a result, during these days, the insect clan felt that the once very amiable little female was becoming increasingly irritable. If the insect clan didn't have some understanding of humans, they might have thought that Yao Qianqian was experiencing a mental breakdown. This morning, as soon as Yao Qianqian got out of bed, she directly summoned Little White to catch her prey. Little White scratched his ear, asking what prey to catch when there were so many insects around for her to hunt. Looking outside at the dim light, it was clear that it was still early. Yao Qianqian traditionally suppressed Little White's protests with force. "Why all the nonsense? Just go catch it," she said, dismissively sending Little White off to hunt. As for Yao Qianqian herself, after washing up, she lay back down in bed, seemingly planning to be a big lazy fish. Seeing her like this, Little White mumbled as he went out, not understanding why everyone else was catching big prey while Yao Qianqian insisted on catching small ones. Nevertheless, he obediently complied. Little White sped out the door. When he returned to Yao Qianqian's room, she was no longer there. Only an empty bed remained. Little White was holding a white rabbit, almost accidentally squeezing it to death. Since Yao Qianqian wasn't here, he had no choice but to follow the contract and go out to find her. Little White was quick, soon finding Yao Qianqian dining with the insect mother. Chapter 143. The voice in my mind seeing the listless appearance of Yao Qianqian. Xiaobai automatically imagined that she had been bullied by the insect race. Thinking about how this woman had once helped him rescue He Yao, Xiaobai naturally placed Yao Qianqian into the category of those he needed to protect. So, he arrogantly threw the rabbit to the ground and pointed at the insect mother, asking, "Did your insect race bully my people?" As he spoke, Xiaobai was about to transform and take Yao Qianqian away. Fortunately, Yao Qianqian spoke up, saying it had nothing to do with the insect race. It was her own fault. "Did you find what I asked you to look for?" Hearing Yao Qianqian ask if he had found the prey, Xiaobai placed the already stunned rabbit in front of her. "The small and not too ugly creature you mentioned. This is all I found. Why don't you give it a try?" Xiaobai leaned closer to Yao Qianqian, try to please her. Since Yao Qianqian left, he hadn't had a chance to eat her spiritual power orb for a long time. Now that he finally saw her, he silently vowed to eat more of her spiritual power orbs. Yao Qianqian pushed Xiaobai's head away in disgust, saying, "Give me the rabbit, you can go back." Xiaobai wanted to say more to Yao Qianqian, but she unceremoniously threw him back. Seeing the suddenly vanished white dog, several insects looked at each other in shock. No wonder this female had been so calm when she was captured by the insect race. On the contrary, Xiaobai felt quite resentful about being treated like a pet by Yao Qianqian. If it weren't for her not being in front of him now, he would definitely want to fight her for 300 rounds. He Yao was waiting at the spot where Xiaobai had left, and when Xiaobai teleported back, he happened to land on He Yao. The pain made He Yao cry out. Since the wound on his back was reopened, it was fortunate that he was recovering well. He could easily find a doctor on the spaceship to deal with it. So, Xiaobai carried He Yao to find Han Jin, wanting him to take a good look at what his woman had done. Han Jin felt nothing about it. He just looked at Xiaobai indifferently, saying, "Qianqian isn't even on the spaceship. How could she have hurt him?" Xiaobai didn't believe that Han Jin didn't know about Yao Qianqian's ability to summon him, and immediately shouted, "It's because she suddenly summoned me this morning that I accidentally landed on He Yao when I came back." After getting the answer he wanted, Han Jin handed Xiaobai an energy stone, saying, "What does this have to do with Qianqian? Isn't it because you weren't careful?" Xiaobai never expected Han Jin to be so shameless, and he was instantly furious. But thinking about the energy stone and the need to take care of He Yao, he ultimately didn't argue back. Holding the energy stone in one hand and carrying He Yao in the other, he left. Once they were far away, Lin Nua spoke up, "Your Majesty, should we also take people to the insect race to sign the agreement?" Hearing Lin Nua's words, Han Jin nodded, "Yes, let's rest well tonight. Tomorrow, we will set off to sign the agreement with the insect race." Han Jin planned to go personally. The others wanted to persuade Han Jin, but with Yao Qianqian over there, Han Jin wanted to be the first to see her. Meanwhile, the health check results for Bai Xingze had come out. The preliminary results showed that Bai Xingze's health was not only better than before going to the insect race, but his mental strength was even more stable than before. Heaven knows how shocked Bai Xingze and Lin Nua were when they learned this result. If someone couldn't understand the situation and, combined with the recent agreement with the insect race, there might actually be some individuals with unstable mental strength wanting to stay on the insect planet for a few days. Just thinking about that possibility made Lin Nua want to throw Bai Xingze back to the insect planet. On the contrary, Bai Xingze felt it was only natural. "Do you know what I usually eat in the insect race?" When Bai Xingze mentioned food, Lin Nua suddenly realized. Compared to their struggles to eat natural plants in the empire, the food Bai Xingze had on the insect planet was something that even the nobility here might not be able to afford. So now, instead of wanting to throw Bai Xingze back, Lin Nua was thinking about how to assassinate him. No matter what, Lin Nua would never admit that he was jealous. Chapter 144. Drawing big cakes, their spaceship occasionally received supplies from Yao Qianqian. Of course, most of the items were marked for Han Jin. However, sometimes they received a giant prey. Whenever they saw two high-level insectoids flying in, Their fear of the insectoids was replaced by a quiet anticipation of what meat would be added to their next meal. Especially in the beginning, each of them even received a fruit. Just the fragrance of the fruit was enough to invigorate them. At that time, a few of them wanted to save it to take back home for their families. But their teammates who ate it first said that the fruit had the effect of alleviating their mental power surges. So those who initially held back eventually chose to eat the fruit. Moreover, it was unclear if it was due to the insectoid planet. But every time the little female sensed something, it helped them reduce the surges of mental power. Following the insect mother, Yao Qianqian looked at the scenery in the garden, feeling like a giant salted fish. However, at this moment, the salted fish was holding a white rabbit that was pretending to be dead. The insect mother looked at Yao Qianqian in confusion, asking if she wanted to eat it. Regarding rabbit meat, the insect mother sincerely suggested that it wasn't as tasty as other roasted meats and that she could have them catch something better for her. In response, Yao Qianqian shook her head, saying, "No, I'm not going to eat it." Holding the rabbit by its ears, Yao Qianqian even flicked them. Seeing Yao Qianqian's demeanor, the insect mother seemed to realize that she truly didn't plan to eat it and didn't inquire further about what she wanted to do. Instead, Yao Qianqian took the initiative to tell the insect mother, "Do you remember the system we destroyed over 10 days ago?" The insect mother was unsure why Yao Qianqian suddenly brought up that system, but nodded obediently, saying she remembered, and asked if the system had come back. Clearly, from the expression on Yao Qianqian's face, it seemed to have genuinely returned. How was that possible? The insect mother was somewhat shocked. Did we not turn it into powder before? In response, Yao Qianqian thought of a possibility, perhaps that stone was just a carrier for it. And recently it seemed to have sought me out, continuously speaking in my mental domain. The insect mother connected this with Yao Qianqian's recent situation and realized it indeed resembled what Yao Qianqian said. So you've been looking like you haven't slept well recently because this thing has been talking in your mental domain? Thinking of this matter made the insect mother so angry that she wanted to kill the rabbit that was carrying that system on the spot. "It's fine, don't be angry. I just caught it, didn't I?" Just thinking about the torment she had endured for so many days made Yao Qianqian wish she could roast the rabbit right away. Unfortunately, she couldn't do that yet. She needed to confirm whether the system would return to her mind if she shattered its body again. She absolutely did not want to experience that kind of torment again. The reason she didn't catch it for over 10 days was that she had been struck by lightning, and her consciousness hadn't fully recovered. So she had to wait for over 10 days to set a trap for that system to catch it. At that moment, the system trapped in the rabbit's body had completely given up. It had previously been able to enter Yao Qianqian's mental domain only by using the last bit of energy it had. At this moment, it couldn't even manage to escape from the rabbit's body. Meanwhile, Yao Qianqian finally began to understand the system's words. "So you're asking me to spare you now? Instead of saying, like before, that if I didn't agree to bind with you, you would kill me?" Yao Qianqian stated that in her life, she had never been threatened by a mere spirit. Of course, she had been threatened by other beings, such as the heavenly Tao of this world. These things, Yao Qianqian didn't want to think about anymore. She planned to ask what the system could do. "By the way, you said you could do anything?" Yao Qianqian propped her chin up with one hand. Placing the rabbit on a small ancient wooden tea table, she casually picked up. The rabbit shook its 3-part lips and began to speak in the universal language of the stars. "As long as the energy is sufficient, I can indeed help you with anything." Knowing it no longer had any leverage, the system could only confess everything. "It seems you're quite capable." Yao Qianqian supported her chin with one hand while the other hand was fiddling with the rabbit's ears. I'm very capable, as long as the energy is sufficient. I can." Chapter 145. The work system the system behind could not say anything, fearing that if it did, its little life would be directly at stake. Just thinking about it made the system feel even more pitiful. It was merely a system that obediently borrowed a bit of luck from the child of destiny. Unlike those systems that harm the child of destiny, it would never do anything harmful to them. Fortunately, this was something that Yao Qianqian did not hear, or else she might have wanted to borrow something from it as well. As for the system's half-spoken words, Yao Qianqian was too lazy to follow up and instead asked, "So do you have a way to make these trees bear fruit every day?" The fruit trees could only bear fruit daily because of the formation combined with Yao Qianqian's spiritual power. However, She had just received a message from Hanjin, saying he would soon come to find her. Once Hanjin arrived, she would definitely have to go back with him. Therefore, she could no longer stay with the insect tribe, and after she left, the insect mother would certainly not be able to eat fresh fruits every day. Of course, if the insect mother was willing to send insects to the human side to fetch fresh fruits, that would also be possible. The system was instead confused by Yao Qianqian's words, asking to promote the fruit trees. Were you able to do that? If the system were still a free system, it would definitely respond to Yao Qianqian with a bunch of asterisks at this moment. But unfortunately, under the eaves, it had to bow its head. Let me search for you, but I must tell you in advance that my energy is really insufficient. If you need to exchange, you must provide me with energy. The system repeatedly emphasized this to Yao Qianqian to make her understand that it was out of energy. Hurry up and find some. It was not Yao Qianqian who spoke up, but the insect mother. Although she usually ate meat, eating meat every day was not good. Especially now that they had become interstellar insects. It was even worse to eat meat every day. The system felt wronged. Why was it so unfortunate to have such a foolish host? It diligently found a type of fertilizer for them. Hello, I have found a fertilizer that can rapidly promote plant growth. If you need it, I can let you know how much energy is required. At that moment, the system was thinking, I'll quote you a higher price, and then I can make a nice profit, and once I get enough energy, I'll just run away. Unfortunately, neither the insect mother nor Yao Qianqian was foolish. They had previously doubted its claims that it could do anything. Naturally, they did not believe it now when it said how much energy was needed for the exchange. Since you have a way, I will reluctantly accept that you work here, considering you still have some usefulness. After Yao Qianqian finished speaking, she lovingly patted the system's head, leaving the system so scared that it didn't know how to express itself. In the end, its core code was strong enough to ask the crucial question, when did I agree to come and work for you? The system posed a soul-searching question. But among those present, who didn't have thick skin, just looking at the insect mother's face, if it were tested, it could withstand a laser cannon. If you don't want to die, you really only have this option of working for us. The insect mother leaned in to flick the system's ear. The system, which had previously been a mass of data and had never had a body, began to feel abnormal as its ears were attacked multiple times. Its several legs moved restlessly, seemingly trying to find a more comfortable position. Watching this, Yao Qianqian suddenly thought a question. System, do you have a gender? This question was probably the first time the system had heard it, so it was stunned for a long time, long enough that Yao Qianqian began to suspect that this rabbit might be broken. Finally, the system slowly answered Yao Qianqian's question, I don't know. Hearing this answer from the system, Yao Qianqian was not surprised. On the contrary, she planned to go check the situation herself. As a system, it had little sense of shame in this regard, and the insect mother certainly had none either. So none of the insects present stopped Yao Qianqian. When Yao Qianqian looked between the rabbit's legs and confirmed the rabbit's gender, she concluded, this is a male rabbit, so you don't need to give it maternity leave. The system was nearly driven mad by Yao Qianqian's devilish statement. But it couldn't. Its little life was still in Yao Qianqian's hands. Just thinking about this possibility made the system so angry it trembled. It could do nothing, only listen as these devils planned its future life. Of course, regarding the energy issue, the system remained adamant. Chapter 146. The bunny is so cute. Why can't you generously contribute some energy? Yao Qianqian tugged at the bunny's ears, hoping the system would relent. But the system stubbornly refused. Is that energy? I don't even have enough energy to maintain most of the system's functions. How could I possibly contribute? After hearing the system's words, Yao Qianqian silently put away the spirit stone she had taken out. Then tell us, how do you need to obtain energy? After arguing with these people for so long, they finally got to the main point, and only then did the system nod. In fact, obtaining energy from the system is quite simple. For instance, in your world, there are many people who have abundant energy. You just need to borrow some of their personal belongings, and you can exchange them for energy with me. After the system finished speaking, its big ruby-like eyes looked at Yao Qianqian and Mother Bug. Unfortunately, neither of them was an ordinary woman. They were not swayed by the system's cuteness. On the contrary, Mother Bug bared her sharp fangs at the system. You look tasty. If you dare to trick me, I'll let bugs parasitize your body and slowly eat you, bunny. The system trembled, seemingly affected by Mother Bug's threat. Yao Qianqian looked down at the system and then took out the light brain that Han Jin had given her. Here, help me check how much energy this light brain can be exchanged for. Oh, and just check, don't actually consume it. After saying that, she placed the light brain in front of the bunny. The system looked at the light brain and then at Yao Qianqian, clearly aware she was testing it. But what could the system do now? Hesitantly placing its paw on the light brain, soon the system panel in front of the bunny displayed an energy value of 100. Looking at the number, even though Yao Qianqian couldn't read, she understood. Quick, tell me how many energy values I need for fertilizer. The bunny, nudged by Yao Qianqian, had no choice but to extend its paw and fiddle with the panel, successfully retrieving the prize for the fertilizer. Does this mean one bag requires 10 energy values? Yao Qianqian asked the system, pointing at the data. Before the system could reply, Mother Bug jumped in to answer for it. That indeed means one bag requires 10 energy values, and one bag is only 50 kilograms. For Mother Bug, who was used to measuring in tons, 50 kilograms was really too little. The system was almost driven mad by Mother Bug's casual tone about such a small amount. Do you know how difficult it is to make this fertilizer? I feel like it would be better if I just died. The bunny sighed. Why don't you just kill me? I promise I won't trouble you again. After saying this, the bunny lay down on the spot and gave up. It had made up its mind not to compromise no matter what they did. Seeing the system's attitude, Yao Qianqian knew how to deal with uncooperative beings. Instead of continuing to torment the system, she started asking Mother Bug, "What are we having for lunch?" Mother Bug looked at the sun, which had just risen, and for a moment couldn't understand why Yao Qianqian suddenly asked about lunch. But she answered according to her own thoughts. "Let us see if you have anything you want to eat. If not, we'll just eat as usual." Hearing Mother Bug's words, Yao Qianqian showed the system a mischievous smile. "How about I go ask Han Jin for the recipe, and we can have roasted bunny meat?" Although the system had said it wasn't afraid before, now that the moment had come, it still felt a bit scared. It shrank on the table, not daring to move at all. Yao Qianqian found it amusing to see it so scared. She poked the system's tail with her finger. "Don't worry, bunny. You're so cute, perfect for stir-frying. Oh, I'll definitely pull your head off first, and I won't let you feel too much pain." Chapter 147, Threat System, however. At this point in the conversation, Yao Qianqian thought for a moment and said, "Well, I can't guarantee that this time you won't end up in another object like last time, so I have to warn you in advance. Next time, you must die by yourself and not let me send you into another living being again." After saying this, Yao Qianqian gently stroked the rabbit's ears. "My lovely bunny. Promise me, okay?" The little rabbit kicked its legs a few times, tried to escape from Yao Qianqian's arms, but unfortunately, it was held too tightly and couldn't run away at all. The system believed it had visited many worlds and had tricked many hosts, but it had never encountered a shameless host like Yao Qianqian. Meanwhile, Han Jin had originally planned to check the agreement with the insect tribe again, but unexpectedly received a communication request from Yao Qianqian. Although confused, he immediately answered the call. As soon as the video connected, Yao Qianqian showed the system to Han Jin. "Look at the food I caught today." Yao Qianqian's words successfully choked Han Jin's thoughts of "so cute. Do you want to take it back to Ray's?" in his throat. Cough, cough, cough. Han Jin coughed for a while before slowly recovering and then looked at Yao Qianqian. "Did you only catch one?" Based on Han Jin's recent judgment of Yao Qianqian, he figured she must be planning to divide with the insect mother soon, but the rabbit only looked fluffy on the surface. If it only ate meat, it probably didn't weigh 5 pounds. Hearing Han Jin's question, Yao Qianqian obediently replied, "Right now, there's only one. I wanted to ask if there are any suitable recipes for rabbits over there. If there are, I'll catch some more later." Now Han Jin understood Yao Qianqian's intention. The reason she contacted him so early in the morning was not because she missed him, but simply wanted him to help find a recipe. Although a bit disappointed, Han Jin still obediently sent Yao Qianqian the recipes he found. Looking at the compressed file containing 108 ways to prepare rabbit, she suddenly felt a moment of sympathy for the rabbits eaten by the interstellar people, then cruelly opened the 108 recipes in front of the system. The first was spicy rabbit head, followed closely by cold rabbit. Seeing the text, the system's heart had gone numb. If at first Yao Qianqian had just been trying to scare the system by asking Han Jin for recipes, than upon receiving the recipes. She truly wanted to try the methods listed for the rabbit. Speaking of this, Yao Qianqian suddenly remembered something. For how to eat the rabbit, she should actually ask the system. With its vast database, it must have plenty of recipes for delicious dishes. Just thinking about this possibility made Yao Qianqian unable to resist drooling, her gaze fixed on the system, almost scaring it into feigning death. In the end, the insect mother temporarily rescued the system, saying to Yao Qianqian, "Just in time, I haven't been deep into the forest to play for a long time, so let's go catch rabbits together today." Yao Qianqian was naturally very willing and did not forget to let the insect mother inform Lai and the others. The vegetation in the forest was too dense. If they also went, they would easily scare the rabbits away. Thus, Lai and the others were left behind in the garden. Among them, Lai was the least concerned about his image. After the insect mother left, he randomly found an open space to sit down. Probably due to being punished too many times by the insect mother, before sitting down, he specifically checked the area to ensure there was no trash, then slowly sat down. Seeing him being so cautious, Chen kicked him without hesitation. "Now you know to be careful? Why weren't you careful when you messed with my stuff before?" Whenever Chun thought of how he had finally brought back a fruit tree from a planet that was under attack, only for this foolish guy to trample it, he got angry. At that time, Lai remembered he had already compensated Chun for quite a few things. He thought that matter had passed. But now Chun brought it up again, making Lai feel a bit sick. That last time was also an accident. Who knew you would care so much about that scrawny tree? Lai felt he was not wrong, so when he replied to Chun, he was particularly righteous. Chapter 148. No one gets away. Meng watched the scene unfolding over there, unable to turn away. Sure enough, in the next moment, a cry of pain from Lai echoed along with the sound of fists hitting flesh. The other bugs just stood by, not stepping in to break it up. On the contrary, when they saw Lai trying to run away, they actively went to help Chen block Lai's escape route. This really infuriated Lai. "You guys, is this how you treat your brothers?" he exclaimed, his face filled with indignation, while the other 4 bugs began to flex their wrists. "We thought you were just treating us as fools, which is why you bullied us so much. But now that you've said you want to treat us as brothers, as your brothers, we naturally have to teach you how to behave like a younger brother." Thus, the fight escalated from a one-on-one to a group brawl. In the forest, Yao Qianqian heard the sound from afar and instinctively turned to look. It seemed like a fight had broken out over there. "Aren't you going to check on the situation?" she asked. The bug mother shook her head. "No need. Such things happen. As long as we don't interfere, they'll finish up quickly." Hearing the bug mother say this, Yao Qianqian felt reassured and continued walking forward. The system's rabbit, bound in a ball by Yao Qianqian's vines, was being dragged along in her hand. Along the way, Yao Qianqian saw many strange plants and animals. Most of them looked bizarre. Some were even ugly enough to be out of this world. Despite having seen those nearly extraterrestrial creatures before, Yao Qianqian still found it hard to accept. Noticing Yao Qianqian's obvious avoidance, the bug mother smiled gently, understanding her reaction. "All right, it seems the rabbit isn't living around here, so let's keep moving forward." As for the conversation between the two, the system had no interest in participating at all. Clearly, their strength was comparable to that of ancient monsters, yet they insisted on pretending to be ordinary people catching rabbits. If it weren't for the system's rabbit claws being too short, it would have crossed its arms long ago. Both of them had strong physical abilities, so they didn't stop much along the way and soon spotted the first rabbit. Where there was one, there were soon many more. Yao Qianqian looked at the various sizes of rabbits and began to hesitate about which age group to eat. Is it better to eat the big ones or the small ones? The recipe says the taste and cooking methods for each type of rabbit are different. The bug mother had no objections, but asked a very critical question. "By the way, do you know how to handle them?" At first, Yao Qianqian hadn't considered whether she could do it. She knew she definitely couldn't. The bug mother, seeing Yao Qianqian's expression, could guess her thoughts without asking. "So you can't?" For the first time, the bug mother doubted herself. She had never fought an unprepared battle. Every time she fought against humans, she would always have a strategy in place. But today, she truly hadn't expected that Yao Qianqian wouldn't know how to do it. At first, she thought Yao Qianqian, who seemed so determined to use a recipe, would actually be able to cook. "I think, even though I can't do it, I have a recipe. I can just give it to someone else, and they'll definitely know how." Yao Qianqian was very confident about this. "Don't worry, If no bug knows how to cook, I'll just ask Hanjin for help. The bug mother found it hard to express her feelings upon seeing Yao Qianqian's expression. For the first time, she realized that the girl could actually have such a caring side towards others. Every time the bug mother met with Hanjin, it was usually a fight to the death. Fortunately, now both the bug and human races could pause their endless war and take a break for a while. As for the bug mother's doubts, Yao Qianqian shamelessly continued. Isn't it because he dotes on me? I'm one of the most important people in the empire. Seeing her proud little face, the bug mother didn't burst her bubble, but quietly stood by, watching Yao Qianqian. All right, you're the most important. Now, the most important Qianqian, shouldn't we catch some rabbits? Otherwise, we might not have enough to eat when we get back. Hearing the bug mother's words, Yao Qianqian hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. Don't worry, I won't let them get away. After saying that, Yao Qianqian directly used her spiritual power. In an instant, the bug mother felt the air around them distort. And then the rabbits that should have been grazing peacefully in the distance were lifted up by an invisible hand and brought before them. Are we really going to catch such small rabbits? The bug mother, who never thought much of such little meat, couldn't help but ask upon seeing Yao Qianqian wanting to take back a rabbit that had just reached 2 pounds. Chapter 149. System compromise, Yao Qianqian argued passionately. You don't understand, these rabbits can only grow this big. Besides, her voice choked up as she continued slowly, they're still so small. How can they live without their parents? The insect race had previously thought themselves quite cruel, only to discover that now there was a human even more ruthless than her. So you captured the little rabbit to eat it just to keep it from being separated from the big rabbit? The insect mother felt like she wanted to crack open Yao Qianqian's head to see what was inside. At this moment, the system being held by Yao Qianqian didn't know what to say. Instead, the insect mother asked, So little system, have you made your decision? The little system trembled but still bravely answered the insect mother. I've decided. I will work for you, but you must provide me with energy to support my operation. The insect mother didn't respond to the system but looked at Yao Qianqian. She knew she couldn't be considered the lucky one in this world. The system, already terrified, couldn't help but whimper when it saw that the insect mother didn't immediately agree to its request, but instead looked at Yao Qianqian. It begged, I can do anything. I will listen to you, but if I don't have energy, I will shut down. Yao Qianqian understood the look from the insect mother and nodded, saying, Okay, I will help you get some cold ashes later. Seeing that Yao Qianqian agreed, the insect mother also decided to provide energy to the system. However, the rabbits still needed to be fed. To avoid mixing up with other rabbits, Yao Qianqian specifically asked the insect mother to give the system a name, and then she used vines to make a collar for the system, placing it around its neck before carrying a large number of rabbits back home. Cheng had just finished bullying Lai when he heard sounds coming from the forest. He looked in the direction of the noise and saw Yao Qianqian and the insect mother walking out. Not seeing any rabbits in their hands, he thought they hadn't caught any. The more observant Meng was about to help the insect mother find worker insects to catch rabbits when he saw Yao Qianqian pulling a vine. As they walked out slowly, the large group of rabbits being pulled by her gradually came into view. Seeing the rabbits bound by vines, Cheng and others exchanged glances, no longer underestimating that little female. When the worker insects arrived to take over the rabbits, Yao Qianqian specifically instructed them, both the big and small rabbits are taken care of. They should all be treated neatly. Then her gaze fell on the system. Oh right, the rabbit with the vine around its neck can't be eaten. Remember to set it aside. The system asked Yao Qianqian, then why don't you let me go first? I don't even have enough basic energy now. Am I supposed to run away? Yao Qianqian ignored it and asked the insect mother, have you thought about what name to give it? The insect mother pondered. She had thought of a name before, but was unsure if it would be disliked. Finally, under Yao Qianqian's intense gaze, the insect mother said the name she had just thought of. How about calling it Duo? It means many offspring for the insect race. After saying that, her gaze unintentionally drifted to Yao Qianqian's face, wanting to see her reaction. Yao Qianqian fell into deep thought and eventually said, this name is indeed nice. But I always forget to ask, if the insect race and human race stop fighting, what will the insect race eat? Unexpectedly, Yao Qianqian was pondering this, and the insect mother immediately explained, The insect race doesn't necessarily have to eat humans. Furthermore, besides fighting, the insect race can also grow food on its own. Generally, as long as we stay on a planet for a while, the ecology of that planet will become suitable for crops to thrive. Yao Qianqian didn't expect the insect race to have this capability, and her eyes lit up. If that's the case, then if you're not around in the future, can the insect race survive relying on these crops? The insect mother didn't anticipate Yao Qianqian would ask this question, and the entire insect race fell into a kind of awkward silence. Chapter 150. Tastier in the end, Lai stood up to explain to Yao Qianqian. What are you thinking? Compared to food grown by ourselves, humans are still more appealing. How can you ignore something tastier and insist on eating something else? Before Lai could finish his sentence, a few insects next to him covered his mouth. Meng whispered to Lai, "You better not say anything more. Can't you see how displeased the insect mother looks?" Hearing Meng mention the insect mother, Lai immediately shut up and dared not speak further. On the other side, Yao Qianqian had also figured out the situation. Ultimately, she chose to remain silent. It was better not to meddle in matters that weren't her concern. After all, the heavenly Tao only asked her to bring temporary stability here. Could they really expect her to eliminate the insect race? Moreover, if the insect race were to perish, other similar creatures would surely emerge in the future, leading to another war with humans. Yao Qianqian felt relieved about this. However, the insect mother, who hadn't heard Yao Qianqian's response, wondered if she was angry. So, she cautiously spoke up, "The rabbit has been dealt with. When will the people from Hanjin arrive?" Upon hearing the insect mother's words, Yao Qianqian finally pulled her thoughts back and looked at the pile of skinned rabbits. "I heard they will be here soon. Should I send an insect to bring them back?" Thinking of how fast Lai had brought her through the wormhole last time, Yao Qianqian couldn't help but wonder. The insect mother directly vetoed Yao Qianqian's terrifying idea, stating that an ordinary human body couldn't withstand the forces of a wormhole. It would explode. After hearing this, Yao Qianqian had no choice but to shift her gaze back to the pile of rabbit corpses. She then noticed something trying to hide in the corner, shrinking itself to avoid being seen by everyone. Seeing this scene, Yao Qianqian couldn't help but smirk. She asked, "Chong duo, do you need to eat something now?" At first, the system didn't realize Yao Qianqian was calling it, but the next second, when Yao Qianqian approached it, the system finally reacted, "Did you just call me?" Yao Qianqian replied, "What else would it be? Remember your new name. You're called Chong duo now. I can't say if it will change in the future." The system protested in its heart regarding the new name Yao Qianqian had given it, but on the surface, it had to pretend to accept it wholeheartedly. Seeing the system's demeanor, Yao Qianqian revealed a cruel smile. "I see that rabbits are all going to eat something. So why don't you join us for some grilled meat later?" Hearing grilled meat, Chong duo recalled that it hadn't eaten anything in its entire existence. So it nodded happily. However, when its gaze shifted to the pile of rabbit meat nearby, Chong duo suddenly had a bad premonition. "You don't want me to eat rabbit meat, do you?" The system loudly condemned Yao Qianqian. "Am I now considered to be working for you? How can you treat me like this? If that's the case, you might as well just kill me." The insect mother, seeing Yao Qianqian teasing Chong duo, didn't step in to mediate and just covered her mouth to suppress her laughter. Lai, observing Yao Qianqian bullying the system that would eventually work for them, and recalling how he had been angered by Yao Qianqian earlier, couldn't help but step forward. "How can you bully such a small system like this? Don't worry, I'll catch you other prey to eat later." The latter half of the sentence was directed at Chong duo. Upon hearing Lai's words, Yao Qianqian raised an eyebrow, thinking that this guy hadn't learned his lesson well enough from before and still dared to meddle in her affairs. "So," Yao Qianqian smiled slightly and then turned her gaze to Lai. "Since you're so eager to help, why don't you replant that tree from before?" Unexpectedly, Yao Qianqian was so bold as to directly point out his mistake with the insect mother present. Seeing himself still covered in green, Lai grew even angrier. "Look at the color on me. Isn't that punishment enough?" Witnessing another person being bullied by Yao Qianqian, the system suddenly felt a sense of brotherhood with Lai. Yao Qianqian couldn't be bothered to watch them complain to each other. Just then, the people sent by Hanjin arrived. So, she left the two beings with a huge size difference behind and turned to welcome the spaceship flying to the insect planet. As Lin Nuo stepped off the spaceship, He immediately saw Lai crying in a heap. "What's going on?" Lin Nuo asked Yao Qianqian, puzzled. Yao Qianqian glanced at Lai and calmly explained to Lin Nuo, "Oh, it's probably because he took a fancy to a little rabbit and couldn't bear to eat rabbit meat." Naturally, Lin Nuo didn't believe such an explanation. Chapter 151, Handling Rabbits. Saying one can't bear to eat rabbits is simply a joke. The insect race didn't even blink when it came to eating humans back in the day. Lin Nuo didn't say much to Yao Qianqian and signaled for the five on the spaceship to hurry down. Han Jin wanted to come over as well. But in the end, Lin Nuo persuaded him not to. They didn't want Han Jin to come to the insect race tomorrow when they were signing the contract, let alone now. The people who arrived had already prepared the seasonings and brought their own tools. Upon seeing those tools, several insects became wary. In response, Lin Nuo immediately explained the situation to the insects and, to reassure them, suggested staying further away from the insect mother. Thus, a pile of rabbit meat was sent over by the worker insects. The few people over there watched the worker insects bustling about and began to murmur. Meng Han asked her assistant, "Hey, do you think if we record the scene of the worker insects doing our work and take it back, it would open those people's eyes?" Lin Nuo, who was listening nearby, coughed softly after hearing Meng Han's words. Meng Han immediately seemed startled and quickly closed her mouth. At this moment, the worker insects had finished moving all the rabbit meat, and it was time for them to get to work. Yao Qianqian discussed with the insect mother, "Why don't you stay here for now, and I'll go get you some food?" Unfortunately, despite her polite approach, the insect mother stubbornly insisted on coming along. However, the few insects didn't want the insect mother to go. Of course, even if they didn't want her to, the insect mother ultimately went with Yao Qianqian. As the insect mother approached, Lin Nuo and the others instantly felt cold sweat running down their backs. In contrast, Yao Qianqian and the insect mother seemed to be getting along quite well. This was evident when Yao Qianqian handed the insect mother some food, and the insect mother nodded in acknowledgement as she accepted the rabbit meat. Originally, Yao Qianqian wanted to offer a piece of rabbit meat to the system to taste, but unfortunately, the system was currently being held by Lai, who was as protective as a guard. There was simply no way to interact with it. In the end, Yao Qianqian shrugged. Since they wouldn't let her go, she wouldn't go, which didn't affect her much anyway. As the grill's heat increased, a delectable aroma of roasted meat gradually wafted through the garden. Even Lai and the others couldn't help but feel hungry. Meng and the others had hardly caused any conflicts with the little female, so when they smelled the aroma, they asked Yao Qianqian if those humans could also roast some meat for them. To this, Yao Qianqian naturally consulted Lin Nuo's opinion. Lin Nuo nodded in agreement, saying they could help the few insects roast some meat as well. However, as time passed and 5 hours went by, even though they usually trained a lot and had good stamina, they were starting to struggle. "Little female, can those insects roast meat by themselves?" Lin Nuo cautiously asked Yao Qianqian. "You see, it's not that we don't want to roast, but we're too small, and those insects are just too huge. We have to wait a long time to get a bite. Rather than waiting for us to roast the meat, it would be better for them to do it themselves. Look, we brought plenty of seasonings this time." Listening to Lin Nuo's words and seeing that these people were gradually losing strength in their hands and arms, Yao Qianqian turned to ask the insect mother, why not let the worker insects learn as well? The insect mother had a piece of mushroom in her mouth, one of the ingredients Lin Nuo and the others brought. After tasting it for the first time, the insect mother fell in love with the flavor, and nearly all the mushrooms had gone into her stomach. Now, hearing Yao Qianqian suddenly ask her question, the insect mother swallowed her food with effort before replying. "All right, I'll let them roast by themselves." The insects had sharp hearing. They clearly heard the conversation between Lin Nuo and Yao Qianqian, as well as between Yao Qianqian and the insect mother. Therefore, it would be a lie to say they weren't disappointed about not being able to eat delicious roasted meat anymore. However, Lin Nuo overlooked the system. "I should be able to eat with you, right?" This was the first time the system had a real body, and it was also the first time it tasted such delicious food. At this moment, it was already on the verge of tears. How could there be such delicious food in the world? Lin Nuo didn't refuse. "Sure, but just so, we'll be roasting rabbit meat. Do you want to eat?" The fact was, Lin Nuo's thinking was still conservative. Forget about whether to eat or not. When the system heard Lin Nuo asking if it wanted to eat rabbit meat, it nodded vigorously. Chapter 152. The rabbit also wants to eat rabbit. When Lin Nuo heard the rabbit say it wanted to eat meat, his gaze was almost glued to that rabbit. On the other hand, the system, after being stared at by Lin Nuo for a long time, finally became impatient and said with an unfriendly tone, "What are you looking at? Never seen a rabbit that eats meat?" Lin Nuo had indeed seen meat-eating rabbits, given the vast traffic on the Star Network. But he had never seen a rabbit eating rabbit meat before. Is this really okay? Lin Nuo was unsure, so he looked towards Yao Qianqian. Upon hearing Lin Nuo's question, Yao Qianqian nodded and said, "It's fine. If it wants to eat, let it eat. If it dies, it's just a matter of switching bodies." Yao Qianqian spoke lightly. Meanwhile, the system was already planning in its mind what kind of body to switch to if that happened. Mother Bug stepped in to ease the system's worries, saying, "It's fine. I've seen rabbits eat rabbits before, and they didn't die." Since Mother Bug had stated that it was okay for rabbits to eat rabbits, Lin Nuo decided not to dissuade them. He placed the rabbit meat on the grill and, when it was almost done, brushed it with sauce, turning it a few times as the juices sizzled in the flames. Yao Qianqian's eyes sparkled as she watched the roasted meat. She hadn't eaten any of the previous roasted meat, as it had all been given to Lai, Ming, and the other bugs. Now, roasted meat was finally going into her belly. Generally, rabbit meat isn't suitable for grilling, but the rabbit meat on Bugstar was different from that in other places. The meat here was relatively tender. After people tasted it, they found that this meat could also be grilled. Thus, they started planning to grill rabbit meat. Although Yao Qianqian had caught a good number of rabbits before, compared to the larger bugs here, they weren't enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Therefore, Yao Qianqian saw her rabbit meat being taken away by those bugs. Suddenly, the usually indifferent Yao Qianqian felt a pang of heartache. Perhaps her unwillingness was too obvious. Even Lai, who was usually carefree, noticed it. "Hey, we're not returning your rabbit meat." Lai thought about how he had already sent worker bugs to catch more in the forest, feeling even more justified. Besides, I already sent worker bugs to catch rabbits, and they will definitely bring back a lot. Yao Qianqian showed a very dismissive attitude towards Lai's explanation. "Oh, you say it so nicely. Then why don't you wait to eat later?" Since the food was already in Lai's mouth, he naturally couldn't spit out for Yao Qianqian, so he had to shut up. After seeing Lai quiet down, Yao Qianqian also didn't bother with him anymore and focused intently on waiting for the skewers to be done. To avoid awkwardness, Lin Nuo grilled a lot of skewers at once, and after they were done, he directly placed them on a plate and put it in front of Yao Qianqian and Mother Bug. Finally seeing the roasted rabbit meat, Yao Qianqian immediately put down the spicy rabbit head in her hand and turned to eat the roasted rabbit leg. It must be said that the taste of the roasted rabbit leg was indeed quite good. After just one bite, the crispy exterior and tender interior successfully captured Yao Qianqian's taste buds. Mother Bug had mostly been eating raw meat before, rarely tasting cooked food. That's why she liked fruits so much. Now, benefiting from Yao Qianqian's presence, she could eat cooked meat, and it was such rich flavored roasted meat. This suddenly made Mother Bug's previously dull bug life start to become colorful. If the previous attacks on humans were for better survival, then Mother Bug thought that in the future, if the bug tribe attacked humans, it might be for a better life. Considering this possibility, Mother Bug looked at Yao Qianqian with a complex gaze. Yao Qianqian was a bit puzzled as to why Mother Bug was looking at her like that. But Yao Qianqian was never the type to keep things bottled up, so she directly asked Mother Bug, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Mother Bug hesitated for a long time, and only after finishing all the rabbit meat on the plate did she turn her gaze to Yao Qianqian, slowly stepping back a little, as if intending to create some distance between herself and Yao Qianqian. Now, even Yao Qianqian, who had previously been uninterested, began to feel curious. Chapter 153. The consideration of the Mother Bug. "So, what were you thinking just now? Why didn't you dare to look at me?" Yao Qianqian repeated the question again. In the end, the Mother Bug finally spoke, saying, "It's just that this food is my first time eating it, and I find it very delicious," which made me think of something. At this point, the Mother Bug paused for a moment before continuing. "So I was thinking, the previous state of the insect race might have only been about survival, but perhaps in the future, it will change to wanting a better life. And then..." The Mother Bug didn't finish her sentence, instead wearing an expression that suggested, "You should know what I'm talking about." Surprised that the mother bug would think about these things, Yao Qianqian twitched her mouth. Although the food was delicious, if the insect race had attacked humans back then, they might not have had anything to eat in the end. Rather than thinking about how to wage war, it would be better to sit down and talk about cooperation. Yao Qianqian took a bite of rabbit meat and inadvertently caught sight of a limp rabbit. "Is that rabbit dead?" Yao Qianqian asked the mother bug. When she was feeding Chow Chow earlier, Chow Chow was very resistant to being near Yao Qianqian, so now it was closest to the mother bug. The mother bug's train of thought was interrupted by Yao Qianqian, and following her direction, she saw Chow Chow. Immediately, she swallowed the meat in her mouth. "What's wrong with it?" the mother bug asked with concern. Yao Qianqian shook her head. "I'm not sure." Lin Nual, as an interstellar person, was a bit clearer about this. "I saw it eating the rabbit's brain just now, so it's probably gone now." Yao Qianqian raised an eyebrow at the mother bug, who helplessly rubbed her forehead. "Forget it. I'll let the bugs find it another body." At that moment, worker bugs were bringing a large batch of prey over, and Yao Qianqian and the mother bug went over together. Upon seeing a series of increasingly ugly prey, Lin Nual and the others didn't know how to react. While Yao Qianqian seemed to have seen so much ugliness that she could adapt to it now. At least Yao Qianqian could point expressionlessly to a pile of hideously ugly creatures and ask Lin Nual and the others which one they wanted to eat. Lin Nual looked at those prey, then at Yao Qianqian rummaging through them. Suddenly, an ominous premonition arose in his heart, but unfortunately, by the time he wanted to stop it, it was already too late. Yao Qianqian picked out the ugliest prey, seemingly planning to put the system into it. The mother bug stared at that prey for a long time, struggling internally. She was contemplating whether to remind Yao Qianqian not to choose such an ugly one. After all, the system would be staying on her side. Unfortunately, the mother bug hesitated too long, and by the time she was ready to say something to Yao Qianqian, the system on the other end had already started screaming, "Oh, why did you find me such an ugly body? I want to protest. I want to protest. Do you have no dignity left?" At this moment, the system felt that living wasn't that important anymore. According to its lifespan as a system, it could live for a long, long time, but wouldn't that mean it would be laughed at by other systems for a long time? Just thinking about this possibility made it feel that its long system life wasn't that important after all. Dying was fine. Thus, a black creature with many tentacles and covered in lumps lay flat on Yao Qianqian's hand. When it died, just now, Yao Qianqian didn't feel much. But now, watching that thing wriggling in her hand, she felt a bit unable to bear to look. So the next second, Yao Qianqian threw the black creature away. But unfortunately, the direction she threw it was not very fortunate. It happened to be towards the frying pan. Seeing this, the system screamed even more tragically. Lai, who was originally eating, immediately turned his head upon hearing the system's voice to see what was happening. In an instant, Lai saw the creature flying in the air, and he quickly flew over to catch the system that was about to fall into the frying pan. The system that was caught immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although death was just a change of body for it, it didn't want to change bodies just yet. Moreover, as a system, it could still see the tragic state of that body after its death. For this, it felt that its heart wasn't that strong after all. Yao Qianqian, on the other hand, thought much more simply. She just accidentally threw it in the wrong direction. However, now that it had been saved, it was still important to focus on eating. Chapter 154. Sending delicious drinks thus, Yao Qianqian turned around and handed the system over to Lai, saying, "You keep an eye on it for me, and don't let it eat itself to death." After all, helping to transfer the system was a bit laborious. Lai and the system exchanged glances, both looking with teary eyes, which was quite pitiful. However, Yao Qianqian didn't feel sorry for them at all. Instead, she loudly asked the mother bug, "Should we try its taste?" In her hand, Yao Qianqian was holding something that looked almost identical to the system. After seeing that item, the mother bug hesitated for a few seconds, occasionally glancing at the system, seemingly contemplating whether she should eat it. But soon, Yao Qianqian spoke again. "When I tasted it before, I found it quite nice. Now that we have these people around, maybe the taste can be even better." Thus, the mother bug, who had been hesitant, nodded in agreement. allowing Yao Qianqian to take the creature that looked similar to the system to roast and eat. The system, still in Lai's arms, became furious upon hearing Yao Qianqian's words, its tentacles standing upright. Fortunately, Lai, being part of the insect tribe, didn't mind the system's current appearance. Otherwise, it would have been thrown out long ago. However, Yao Qianqian was not afraid of the system's anger at all. Instead, seeing the system so furious suddenly reminded her of the little white creature she had forgotten. Looking at herself, enjoying delicious food here, she instantly felt guilty towards the little white. The next moment, the little white, who had been talking with Han Jin, suddenly disappeared from in front of him, leaving only a certain snake that had been sleeping on his head. The little snake, suddenly making eye contact with Han Jin, almost fled on the spot. Han Jin raised an eyebrow at it, and then turned his gaze back to the light brain in his hand, starting to send a message to Yao Qianqian. Initially, Yao Qianqian didn't want to answer, but after the little white arrived, it reminded her, "I was just talking to Han Jin. Would you help explain a bit?" Yao Qianqian felt no guilt about this. On the contrary, after hearing what the little white said, she answered the call and handed the communication device to the little white, saying, "You can explain it directly to him. Don't delay me from eating." The little white looked at Yao Qianqian for a while, but ultimately didn't speak to Han Jin. Instead, it just adjusted the communication device's direction so that Han Jin could clearly see Yao Qianqian's face and how she was eating. Regardless of how Yao Qianqian looked, in Han Jin's heart, she would always be the most beautiful. Therefore, he not only didn't criticize her like the little white had expected, but instead asked Yao Qianqian, "Is the food made by those people over there still good? Do you need me to send a few more people over?" Hearing Han Jin's voice, Yao Qianqian suddenly remembered that she seemed to have been communicating with a man just now. So she finally shifted her gaze from the food and shared some attention with Han Jin and the little white. "No need. The food they made is already quite good. However, it would be even better if you could send me some drinks." As Yao Qianqian spoke, she suddenly thought of something. "Right, can I go back with you tomorrow? So let's forget about it." For this matter, Yao Qianqian thought quite simply, but the mother bug did not think so. Just these foods were already delicious enough, and now hearing Yao Qianqian mention drinks made her even more eager. So she couldn't help but cough a couple of times, hoping Yao Qianqian would understand her meaning. Unfortunately, Yao Qianqian was currently preoccupied with delicious food and Han Jin, so she didn't notice the mother bug's thoughts. However, Lin Noa noticed and quietly contacted Han Jin with his light brain, conveying the mother bug's thoughts to him, suggesting that he could send some drinks to the insect tribe. After seeing that message, Han Jin immediately continued the previous topic with Yao Qianqian. "You're only staying until tomorrow, so perhaps next time you'll need to go to the insect tribe. I can send more over. If you can't finish it today, you can leave it there and drink it when you come back as a guest next time." This was quite considerate of Han Jin towards Yao Qianqian. Thinking about it, Yao Qianqian realized that since she came to the insect tribe, she hadn't really drunk any of her favorite drinks. With that thought, she smacked her lips a few times and nodded. "All right, I'll wait for you to send me some delicious drinks." Chapter 155, Tricking the Innocent into Eating Ugly Prey. Hearing Yao Qianqian agree, the mother bug couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This meant she would have something delicious to drink. With this thought, the mother bug began to look forward to it. The others, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation about the tasty drink, also started to feel excited, especially Lai. When he heard that Han Jin was going to bring a drink to Yao Qianqian, he couldn't help but lean over and ask the mother bug if he could go get it. In the end, it was Meng who held him back, saying, "All right, you don't need to get involved. This task is better suited for Chun. He's more reliable than you." Upon hearing Meng say that Chun should go, Lai didn't respond. As long as he could drink it sooner, that was fine. The mother bug, of course, heard their conversation but didn't stop them. Instead, she nodded at Chun. The implication was very clear. She wanted Chun to hurry and bring the items back. Seeing this, Chun immediately complied. Once Chun flew far away, Yao Qianqian finally realized what had just happened. She stared at the mother bug for a long time before letting out a soft sigh. She couldn't help but think that she had just assumed the mother bug was sick when she suddenly started coughing. Now it seemed that she had overthought it. The mother bug wasn't sick at all, just greedy. But being greedy was fine. It would be best if the bug clan could develop a taste for human food. That way, they could better connect with humans. Perhaps in the future, The bug clan could even develop a culinary industry. At this moment, the mother bug still didn't know about Yao Qianqian's inner fantasies. She only wanted to drink that sweet water. Previously, when Hanjin brought food to Yao Qianqian, he also brought a lot for the mother bug. However, at that time, Yao Qianqian had distributed most of it. Basically, each bug got only one flavor, just one bottle. But since she had a better relationship with Yao Qianqian, the mother bug received 2 bottles of one flavor. But that was all. When she first got it, the mother bug had never tasted that flavor before, so she drank more than half in one go. By the time she thought about saving some, there was hardly any left. After discussing the drinks, Yao Qianqian gestured to Hanjin about the barbecue in her hands. The meaning was very clear. She wanted Hanjin to end the communication quickly. Couldn't he see she was busy eating barbecue? Hanjin, feeling helpless, could only nod and say, "All right, you eat first, I won't disturb you." Just before Yao Qianqian was about to end the call, Hanjin reminded her, "By the way, be careful while eating barbecue. Don't get a heat stroke." This was a reminder from the smart brain, saying that eating too much barbecue might lead to heat stroke. Yao Qianqian didn't expect Hanjin would suddenly remind her of this, but soon she remembered she was a tree. What a joke! She had never seen a tree get heat stroke. So she enjoyed eating even more, reassuring him, "Don't worry, I definitely won't get heat stroke." After hearing Yao Qianqian's words, Hanjin felt helpless and could only pinch his brow before hanging up. The mother bug was standing not far from Yao Qianqian, holding some grilled, unknown meats. Seeing that Xiaobai's claws were free, she took the opportunity to offer him a skewer. "I heard you are one of Qianqian's subjects. Why don't you try the unique food of the bug star?" The mother bug kindly gave Xiaobai 1/3 of the skewer. At first, she had also invited Lin Nuo and the others to try the taste, but many of them were seeing those ugly creatures for the first time. Therefore, quite a few declined the mother bug's good intentions, claiming they weren't hungry. However, Xiaobai came a bit late and hadn't seen what the grilled meat looked like before. So when the mother bug offered it, he gratefully accepted it and took a big bite. Immediately, the flavor of the grilled meat spread throughout Xiaobai's mouth. Yao Qianqian stood nearby, watching Xiaobai eat with great enjoyment, and suddenly felt the urge to tease him. So she leaned over and, after confirming that Xiaobai had swallowed the grilled meat, asked him, "Did you see those creatures over there?" Xiaobai glanced in the direction Yao Qianqian pointed, but after just one look, he quickly withdrew his gaze, saying, "Of course I saw them. They're so ugly. Don't make me look again." Seeing Xiaobai's disdain, Yao Qianqian felt relieved and signaled Lin Nuo to come over and handle another prey. In the end, Lin Nuo looked at Xiaobai with pity before following Yao Qianqian's instructions to fetch another prey from that side. Chapter 156. Little Bai vomits blood. When Little Bai finally saw the hideously ugly prey, a very bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. Just as he was about to struggle a bit, Lin Nuo dealt him a heavy blow. "Don't look anymore. The meat you just ate is from this creature," Lin Nuo said while processing the ugly prey right in front of Little Bai. Little Bai thought to himself. He knew that suddenly calling him over was definitely not a good thing. At first, it was indeed his carelessness. He shouldn't have casually eaten what handed him. Just thinking about that ugly thing made him feel nauseous again. Watch from the side, finding it amusing. "Come on, it's just a bit ugly on the outside. Do you have to be so disgusted?" Little Bai widened his eyes, staring at its face, wanting to know how this woman could say such shameless things. "What do you mean just a bit ugly?" Little Bai loudly accused. Ask yourself with a clear conscience, is this just a bit ugly? Glanced at the creature again and admitted, "Okay, I admit I have no conscience. It's just food, not a partner. Why do you care if it's ugly or not? As long as it tastes good." To demonstrate, even performed a move called swallowing it whole. Seeing eating that thing again, Little Bai immediately thought of his previous feelings and began to salivate. He ended up vomiting again. Watching the stomach acid splattered on Little Bai's fur, looked very disgusted and turned her head away. Upon seeing his reaction, Little Bai's eyes turned red with anger, almost on the verge of tears. In the end, the bug mother, seeing how cute he was, couldn't bear to let bully him any longer. So she spoke up. "How about you eat something else later?" While saying this, the bug mother took out a rabbit for Little Bai. "Look, this rabbit is nice. Shall I have them roast one for you to try?" Seeing the rabbit, Little Bai hesitated. "Then let's roast one to try." The system, upon seeing the rabbit in the bug mother's hands, immediately became unhappy. "Why should he eat my corpse? It cried out loudly. Seeing this, Lai could only pretend not to know. After all, no matter how bold he wasn't bold enough to snatch things from the bug mother. He was afraid that if he did, he would be beaten up directly. Upon hearing the system's cries, the bug mother realized her mistake and looked at it with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, I just grabbed it without thinking. Don't worry, I'll put it back right now. Saying this, she raised her hand to summon the worker bugs, instructing them to quickly take the rabbit's corpse back to the system. Unfortunately, the system had already exhausted all its energy and could only ask Lai to help it tidy up the corpse. However, Lai, being a bit dense, asked, shouldn't this corpse be thrown away? Why keep it? At this moment, the system began to reflect on what terrible things it had done to be tormented by this group of people and bugs. Dream felt sorry for the system and patted Lai on the head. Can you shut up? Don't poke at people's sore spots. Lai felt a bit aggrieved, mainly because he thought he hadn't said anything wrong. Why did Dream hit his head? But he obediently closed his mouth, knowing that some things should not be said. After seeing Lai finally quiet down, the system looked at Dream with a pitiful expression and said, You're really nice, you must be a good bug. It seemed that the previous brainwashing of the host had made the system almost blurt out such words without even blinking. Fortunately, it still had some rationality left and stopped in time, preventing another tragedy from happening. Dream was originally listening attentively, but when he noticed that the system stopped halfway through its sentence, he didn't care at all about this creature he could easily crush with one paw. Chen moved very quickly. By the time Little Bai finally adapted to eating the meat of that ugly creature, the juice on Chen's side had already been poured out. Naturally, it was first given to the bug mother and then to. As for Little Bai, he had to pour it himself. Little Bai didn't mind as long as he could drink it. Since Little Bai got to drink some, Lion naturally got a fair share as well. Chapter 157. The mother bug drinks. Fortunately, Hanjin had considered things quite thoroughly and prepared larger bottles of drinks for the insect tribe. While most people used 500 milliliters bottles, many from the insect tribe were given barrels. At first, Chen thought it was because humans looked down on them, but when he started drinking, he first took a small bottle and put it to his mouth. As soon as he tasted a bit, the drink was gone. In contrast, Lai was happily hugging a barrel and drinking, while also giving some to his ugly companion, a creature that couldn't get any uglier. So, Chun stopped being pretentious and started drinking from a large barrel as well. However, the drinks in the large barrels were actually made from drink powder, and it was Bai Xingze who watched Han Jin instruct people to mix it. At first, Bai Xingze hesitated for a long time, asking Han Jin if it would be inappropriate. But in response to Bai Xingze's concern, Han Jin just shrugged, indicating that Bai Xingze should look at the current situation. It wasn't that Han Jin didn't want to provide better drinks for the insect tribe. It was mainly that which fleet would carry large quantities of drinks when they set out. The amount they had for the insect tribe was mostly what Yao Qianqian had previously stored in Han Jin's space button. In the end, Bai Xingze had nothing more to say about it. Yao Qianqian saw the mother bug about to put a bottle of alcohol to her mouth and immediately rushed over to stop her. This is alcohol. It's best not to try it lightly. Yao Qianqian was a bit afraid that if the mother bug got drunk, she might act wildly. The mother bug had only wanted to taste this strange-smelling substance, but seeing Yao Qianqian so anxious, she put down the bottle. Curious, she asked Yao Qianqian, "Is this not drinkable?" Yao Qianqian thought for a moment and replied, "It's not that you can't drink it, but well, this is alcohol. I don't know if you can handle it." After hearing Yao Qianqian's explanation, the mother bug became interested in the substance called alcohol and looked at the bottle with sparkling eyes. "I think I can try the taste of this alcohol," she said. Even though she was inquiring with Yao Qianqian, her actual action was already lifting the bottle and taking a big gulp. "Don't worry, I can withstand all kinds of toxins," the mother bug assured Yao Qianqian. But the more she acted this way, the more anxious Yao Qianqian became. "Have you ever drunk alcohol before?" she asked the mother bug softly. The answer was obvious. The mother bug had never drunk before, because now a flush appeared on the mother bug's face, and she seemed to be drunk. Seeing this, Yao Qianqian could only silently pray in her heart that she must not act wildly, or else she would definitely not be able to handle it. Contrary to Yao Qianqian's worries, the mother bug shouted loudly that she wanted to drink more and eat more. Therefore, Yao Qianqian had no choice but to ask Lin Nuo to quickly prepare some roasted meat for the mother bug. But she didn't dare to let her drink any more alcohol. Instead, Xiao Bai, seeing the mother bug in this state, immediately moved his claws away from the bottle of alcohol. Yao Qianqian, who had sharp eyes, saw this scene and directly asked, "Did you just drink alcohol?" Upon hearing Yao Qianqian's words, Xiao Bai shook his head like a rattle drum. Seeing his reaction, Yao Qianqian became more and more skeptical. Narrowing her eyes, she stared at Xiao Bai's furry face for a long time, unable to see any signs of redness or drunkenness. So, she decided to temporarily disregard Xiao Bai and focus on the mother bug, fearing that she might have any accidents right under her nose. Meanwhile, Lin Nuo was already pondering in his heart about who had brought in the alcohol. Why was there such a lack of awareness? Not realizing that this stuff was meant for the insect tribe? Why did they have to put alcohol in it? Didn't they fear any accidents? However, it was clear that Lin Nuo couldn't come up with an answer for the time being. On the other side, the mother bug was dissatisfied with Lin Nuo's slow roasting and was about to come over to take over his task, intending to roast it herself. But Yao Qianqian was terrified to see the mother bug's hand almost reaching the fire. She almost rushed over to take the place of the mother bug and roast it herself. When Lai and the others heard the commotion, they looked over, especially Lai, who seemed to want to figure out what was happening. Unfortunately, the mother bug was currently in human form, and Yao Qianqian was always blocking her, preventing Lai from seeing anything. Chapter 158. Drunkenness. Lai was even more worried because he couldn't see what was happening. He feared that the humans over there might attack the mother bug. Therefore, he neglected the system and headed straight towards the mother bug. Fortunately, Yao Qianqian noticed Lai's actions in time and reminded him before he could step on the meat on the ground, "You better look at your feet, or you might get punished by the mother bug." Indeed, mentioning the mother bug's name was effective. After hearing Yao Qianqian's words, Lai stopped walking straight ahead and instead leaned forward to check on the mother bug's condition. When he noticed that the mother bug's complexion was off, Lai immediately questioned Yao Qianqian, "What did you feed the mother bug? Why is her face so red?" Upon hearing Lai's words, the other bugs also abandoned the meat in their hands and quickly approached Yao Qianqian. In an instant, a cloud of dust was stirred up, making the mother bug, who was still roasting something to eat, feel displeased. She quickly swallowed the uncooked meat and the bamboo skewers, turning to meet Lai and the others' gaze. The mother bug's antennae stood upright when she was unhappy, indicating that she was summoning the nearby insect tribe. At first, when Lai saw the mother bug acting this way, he thought she had made up her mind to kill these people first, and then take them out to deal with that guy, Hanjin. However, upon receiving the mother bug's message, the expressions of Lai and the other bugs turned grim. It turned out that the mother bug was looking for them to deal with a few disobedient bugs in front of her. As the bugs standing right in front of the mother bug, even if they were not very bright, they understood who the mother bug was referring to. However, the few bugs exchanged glances, wondering what was wrong with the mother bug. Why didn't she recognize them? The surrounding worker bugs only obeyed the mother bug. So as soon as she issued her command, they began to move against Lai, Meng, and Chun, the 5 bugs. Yao Qianqian was confused, not understanding what was happening. Weren't things fine just a moment ago? Why did the insect tribe seem to be in a civil strife now? Chun, being more rational, first led Lai and the others to step back, giving the mother bug some space, and then attempted to communicate with her. Due to the unique communication method of the insect tribe, Lai and the others seemed to be dazed in front of Yao Qianqian. The mother bug did not respond to their questions. In the end, the few bugs had no choice but to return to eating the food in their hands and began to ponder what was wrong with the mother bug earlier. However, perhaps they would have to wait until the mother bug sobered up to find out the answer, assuming she was willing to tell them at that time. Yao Qianqian watched the mother bug roast meat, then eat the skewers along with it, and continued roasting. Upon closer observation, it was found that the mother bug had roasted nearly 20 skewers, but none were fully cooked. At most, 1 skewer could be eaten occasionally. However, each time, the mother bug would eat the skewers along with the meat. Yao Qianqian began to worry about the mother bug's stomach. Fortunately, Lin Nuo noticed Yao Qianqian's concern and began to give her examples. "Little female, you don't need to worry. I've seen the mother bug eat planets before." Good. Yao Qianqian realized she was overthinking. If she could gnaw on a planet, her appetite must be very good. So she began to roast a skewer of meat for herself on the side. However, as her skewer gradually cooked, the mother bug moved her nose, and then her antennae twitched. Soon, a large number of worker bugs appeared around Yao Qianqian. Seeing so many worker bugs, Yao Qianqian still couldn't figure out what was happening. She then heard Ming kindly remind her, "You better hurry and hand over the roasted meat to the worker bugs. Otherwise, they'll come to snatch it." Earlier, only they had been bullied, but now seeing Yao Qianqian also being affected by the mother bug's mood, the few bugs felt quite pleased. Even the system, which usually looked down on Yao Qianqian, couldn't help but speak up, "Hurry up, or your good friend might grow distant from you." This was said in a sarcastic tone, and Yao Qianqian snorted coldly. She first handed the roasted meat in her hand to the waiting worker bugs, and then instructed Lin Nuo, "You guys shouldn't just stand around. Can't you see the mother bug wants to eat? Hurry up and get her something to eat." Upon hearing Yao Qianqian's words, Lin Nuo and the others immediately complied. Chapter 159. The quirky system. After hearing what Yao Qianqian said, Lin Nuo and the others immediately sprang into action. Among them, Lin Nuo had the highest levels of stamina and mental strength, but the others were struggling to stand, looking as if they might collapse at any moment. However, Yao Qianqian didn't care at all. She was only focused on going to check on Lai, especially that quirky system. She wanted that damned system to know what it should and shouldn't say. After saying what it did, the system actually felt a twinge of regret. Wasn't it just asking for trouble by heading in that direction, knowing there was danger? Yao Qianqian was now walking step by step towards them, looking quite angry. At this moment, the system started to panic. It wanted to find a place to hide, but the obvious situation was that there was nowhere to go. Lai, who was on the same side as the system, sensed its worry and immediately patted his chest, assuring it, "Don't worry, I won't let that woman bully you." Unfortunately, the system was only touched for a second before quickly realizing that Lai was in no position to help it. The system thought for a moment and quickly hid itself in a bucket of drinks. However, it was clear that this little trick had no effect on Yao Qianqian. Yao Qianqian raised her hand, and the bucket that Lai had just been holding was now in her grasp. In the blink of an eye, the system suddenly found itself in a different location, trembling like a little fur ball. Originally, the system was already ugly, and now, with the addition of the yellow drinks, it looked even worse. For a moment, Yao Qianqian almost lost control and crushed the system. Fortunately, Lai called out, "Aren't you going back to eat barbecue? If you don't hurry, the rabbit meat will be eaten by the mother bug." At first, Lai intended to charge at Yao Qianqian and fight her because the mother bug was currently not fully conscious, so it wouldn't be able to bother him. However, he quickly realized that even if the mother bug was not awake now, once it came to, it would definitely come looking for trouble with him. Thus, Lai obediently refrained from charging forward and instead followed Chun Jiao's advice, speaking to Yao Qianqian in that manner. Immediately, Yao Qianqian turned to look at the mother bug as Lai suggested. In just a second, Yao Qianqian saw that the mother bug had transformed back into a large bug, and all the meat around her had been thrown into her mouth. As for Lin Nuo and the others, they had long hidden far away, fearing that if the mother bug became enraged, they might also end up in her mouth. Yao Qianqian, however, was completely unafraid. She even dared to rush up to the mother bug and snatch food from her. "You can't eat this rabbit meat anymore." Yao Qianqian grabbed the last few rabbits, refusing to give any to the mother bug, no matter how much her tentacles reached toward her. Seeing this scene, Lai and the others, as well as Lin Nuo, were startled, almost jumping in place to rescue Yao Qianqian. To their surprise, the mother bug not only didn't attack Yao Qianqian, but actually obediently listened to her, handing over the rabbit from her tentacle to her. It seemed to be saying, "I'll share this with you. Please don't be mad at me." When they saw that the mother bug was willing to share food with Yao Qianqian, the few bugs fell silent. They began to reflect on where they had gone wrong, wondering why the mother bug didn't want to share food with them. However, after thinking for a long time, they couldn't figure it out and could only silently watch as the bug and the person shared the rabbit meat. Once Yao Qianqian finished eating the rabbit meat, her gaze slowly moved to the mother bug's belly. "What's wrong with your belly?" Yao Qianqian poked the mother bug, inquiring about her condition. Earlier, when the mother bug was eating, Yao Qianqian could distinctly feel something moving inside her belly. Upon hearing Yao Qianqian's question, the mother bug merely looked down at her belly and shook her head at Yao Qianqian, indicating that she was fine, before continuing to eat. Since the mother bug wasn't willing to say anything, Yao Qianqian didn't press the issue further, as the food on this side was nearly finished. Numerous worker bugs were approaching from a distance, each carrying a load, suggesting that the mother bug still wanted to eat more. Chapter 160. Production. As the mother bug continued to eat more and more, her belly gradually grew larger. Yao Qianqian was unsure about the situation with the mother bug, but Lin Nuo quickly ran over to take her aside. "Do you know what's wrong with her?" Yao Qianqian asked, seeing the worried expression on Lin Nuo's face. Upon hearing Yao Qianqian's question, Lin Nuo cautiously handed over his light brain to her. "You can take a look at this. It has the reasons written on it." Yao Qianqian looked down at the light brain, but the more she read, the more she felt something was off. It mentioned the insect race. There were only a few lines of text, but if one looked closely, it recorded the habits of the mother bug of the insect race. However, it seemed there wasn't much understanding of the mother bug. Lin Nuo nodded at her question. "Yes, it's the insect race." Yao Qianqian pondered for a moment. Just as she wanted to ask Lin Nuo again, a painful sound suddenly came from the mother bug's direction. Hearing the noise, Yao Qianqian quickly looked over, and Meng was even faster, directly arriving beside the mother bug while watching Lin Nuo and the others warily. Chen came over to Lin Nuo and the others with more straightforwardness. "The insect race has matters to attend to. I think you should understand." The implication of wanting them to leave was very obvious. Lin Nuo was not someone who couldn't read the room, but he mainly listened to Yao Qianqian. If she wanted to leave, they would definitely follow without question, but if she wanted to stay and observe, they would wait as well. What concerned Yao Qianqian the most right now was the matter of tomorrow morning. By the way, with things like this, will we still be able to sign the contract on time tomorrow? Originally, Lai thought Yao Qianqian was staring at the mother bug out of concern for her, but he was surprised when she asked this question instead. His expression immediately turned sour. "As a friend, can't you care a bit about the mother bug?" Yao Qianqian blinked and then looked at Lai as if he were foolish. "Do you think I wouldn't know about the mother bug's condition? She's definitely fine. I just don't know if the insect race needs to rest after giving birth." For a moment, everyone on the planet looked at Yao Qianqian with a complicated expression. "So what you were worried about was whether she needs to rest after giving birth?" This was Lin Nuo's question, as the insect race didn't yet know what resting after giving birth meant. Yao Qianqian thought her concern was reasonable and nodded confidently. "Yes. So does the mother bug need to rest after giving birth?" Lin Nuo wiped his face. "I'm not sure about this. How about you wait a moment while I go back and ask others?" In the end, Yao Qianqian went back with Lin Nuo. As for whether the mother bug could attend tomorrow, no one could say for certain. However, Yao Qianqian thought that since so many insects depended on the mother bug for reproduction, generally speaking, giving birth for her should be as simple as eating and drinking. But seeing the mother bug like this today, could it be that she was going to give birth to an extraordinary insect? On the way back, Yao Qianqian kept thinking, what if she gave birth to a powerful insect? Should she congratulate the mother bug? But soon she thought of those worker bugs. She shook her head. Never mind. Let's wait and see tomorrow. The spaceship quickly arrived at the starship, where Han Jin had been waiting for a while. However, Yao Qianqian, preoccupied with the mother bug situation, didn't immediately notice Han Jin. It was only when Han Jin took the initiative to hug her that she realized they had returned to the starship. Looking at the somewhat haggard man in front of her, Yao Qianqian finally felt a pang of heartache. She hugged Han Jin tightly and stood on her toes to give him a kiss. "Okay, I'm back. Let's hurry inside." Saying this, she pulled Han Jin inside. As for Lin Nuo and the others, they were all exhausted and didn't even want to eat, just wanted to hurry back to their rooms to sleep. Seeing this, the others naturally wouldn't block their way at the door and all stepped aside for Lin Nuo and the others. Inside the room, Yao Qianqian sat on Han Jin's lap, her gaze carefully observing Han Jin's face. She noticed that in just over 10 days, the man had lost quite a bit of weight. As for Yao Qianqian, not only had she not lost weight, but she had actually gained quite a bit. Thinking of this, Yao Qianqian couldn't bring herself to look into the man's eyes. Her gaze instinctively wandered elsewhere, but was quickly pulled back by Han Jin. "Why aren't you looking at me?" Chapter 161 Negotiation. Yao Qianqian felt a bit embarrassed when Han Jin caught her daydreaming, and she finally shifted her gaze back. "So, have you not been eating well during this time?" At first, Yao Qianqian thought that since Han Jin had found her and confirmed that she was doing well with the insect tribe, he would no longer worry. However, she didn't expect that every time she video called him, she hadn't noticed his face and didn't realize he had lost so much weight. Han Jin didn't let Yao Qianqian continue speaking and kissed her, holding her face in his hands. As the kiss ended, Yao Qianqian, still in his embrace, wondered if this man thought she had been away for too long, which was why he kissed her for so long that she almost couldn't breathe. On the other hand, Han Jin, holding her, finally felt relieved. Meanwhile, on the insect tribe's side, the mother bug's voice had stopped, and a huge cocoon appeared beneath her. When Lai and the others saw the gigantic cocoon, their expressions darkened, especially Lai, who was on the verge of tears. The mother bug had been eating a lot just to provide sufficient energy for the cocoon inside her body. Since they had reached a preliminary agreement with Han Jin, Yao Qianqian had already started treating the mother bug. Of course, she wasn't afraid that the mother bug would change her mind midway. Since she could treat her, she could also take it back. After hearing Lai's cries, the mother bug snapped at him. "Why are you crying? I'm not dead yet." Previous mother bugs would die after giving birth to a new mother bug. However, seeing the mother bug like this now, it seemed she wouldn't die after all. Instantly, several insects felt much more at ease. Once the mother bug fully regained her strength, she wanted to share her joy with Yao Qianqian. However, after searching around, all she found was a mess and no sign of Yao Qianqian. "Where is she?" the mother bug asked as Meng walked over. After hesitating for a few seconds, Meng slowly replied, "You weren't feeling well before, so we sent her back. You can see her tomorrow." The mother bug glanced at the mess on the ground and thought, "It's good that she's been sent away. The place is a wreck, which would only make Yao Qianqian unhappy." The next morning, Yao Qianqian was still sound asleep on Han Jin's chest. She normally wouldn't wake up, but she had told Han Jin the day before that he must take her to see the mother bug. So in the morning, Han Jin called her up. When they reached the negotiation table, Yao Qianqian still looked like she could fall asleep at any moment. Han Jin was quite helpless, halfway through calling her. He had asked if she wanted to go back to sleep for a while, but Yao Qianqian insisted on going with him to see the mother bug, claiming she had brought good things to eat for her. Thus, Han Jin had no choice but to let her come along. The mother bug was also looking forward to seeing Yao Qianqian again. Both knew that if the negotiation went smoothly, they might not see each other for a while. Of course, if it didn't go well, they might not meet in the future either. Thinking about this made the mother bug a bit dejected, but she wouldn't put her personal interests above the insect tribe's well-being. So when she saw Yao Qianqian looking half asleep with red marks on her neck, the mother bug naturally imagined her as the victim. Immediately, the mother bug angrily slammed the table. "You guys," while those around her, both insects and others, were confused about what had happened. The mother bug quickly approached Yao Qianqian, intending to take her away. Fortunately, Han Jin's strength was on par with the mother bug's, and he had been paying attention to Yao Qianqian, which prevented the mother bug from succeeding. When the mother bug saw she couldn't grab Yao Qianqian, she loudly called out to her, "Qianqian, you must have suffered a lot." Perhaps the mother bug's wail was too heart-wrenching, and it brought Yao Qianqian back to her senses. Rubbing her eyes, Yao Qianqian was still unsure what was happening, only to hear the mother bug say she had been wronged. Yao Qianqian immediately lost her sleepiness. She didn't understand why everyone thought she would be wronged on the other side. Clearly, she was living quite well. Chapter 162. Confrontation regarding the actions of the mother bug just now. Han Jin naturally thought she wanted to snatch away Yao Qianqian and immediately decided not to talk to her anymore. He placed his hand on Yao Qianqian's shoulder, intending to take her away directly. However, the mother bug's tentacle was quicker and actually grabbed Yao Qianqian's arm. In an instant, Yao Qianqian was caught between the two, one human and one bug. Since the other bugs of the insect race were not small, they were all hovering in space watching. Now that a fight broke out inside, the bugs outside naturally wouldn't ignore it. They immediately thought of killing all the humans around and then taking them away. Fortunately, Yao Qianqian spoke up in time to stop them. "Let go of me, you're hurting my arm." Upon hearing Yao Qianqian say her arm hurt, the two finally stopped pulling, but they didn't release their grip on her arm. Yao Qianqian felt quite helpless. Was this the legendary Azura field? Forget it, I'll just sit separately. Yao Qianqian removed their hands from herself, and then chose a position to sit down that was about equally distant from both of them. Seeing this, the two fell silent. while others began to grow anxious. For example, outside, Lai thought that the food he had yesterday was really delicious, and he wanted to eat some more. But if they couldn't reach an agreement today, he might not get to eat so much good food in the future. Thinking about it made Lai a bit sad. But he was a bug who prioritized the big picture, and wouldn't he let something trivial make the mother bug negotiate with humans. When Yao Qianqian explained to the mother bug why there were red marks on her body, the mother bug finally found Han Jin somewhat more agreeable, though it was only a little bit. In any case, she didn't want Yao Qianqian to stay with the human race. But now it was useless for her to not want that. After all, Han Jin encountered Yao Qianqian first, and he was the son of fortune. The two had been discussing cooperation between the insect and human races for almost 2 days without reaching a conclusion, but they had temporarily come up with a plan. Watching the efficiency of the humans, Yao Qianqian felt a headache, while on the insect side, the mother bug had the final say. The night before, the mother bug wanted to stay with Yao Qianqian, but Han Jin naturally wouldn't allow that. It was hard to finally see the little female, so there was no way he would let her stay with the mother bug. As a result, the mother bug had to return to the insect race at night, while Han Jin continued to rest on the starship. The next evening, Yao Qianqian was eating while video chatting with the mother bug. Seeing Yao Qianqian drinking something, the mother bug curiously asked, "What are you drinking?" "This is milk, just delivered yesterday. When we meet tomorrow, I will bring some to you." Yao Qianqian thought to herself that when tomorrow came, she would definitely bring the milk over to the mother bug. Not for any other reason, but because she really couldn't get used to this taste. However, Han Jin always said that this was good for her health, so he kept urging her to drink more. Under Han Jin's pressure, Yao Qianqian had no choice but to grit her teeth and drink it. Heaven knows that she had only managed to drink half a bottle since she started chatting with the mother bug. Last time, when she was barbecuing with the mother bug, she had finished an entire bottle of juice in just a few sips. The mother bug had asked about what Yao Qianqian was holding purely because she couldn't find a topic to talk about and didn't want to end the conversation with Yao Qianqian so early. So she had to force a chat. Meanwhile, Han Jin was working on one side while listening to the conversation between the two. The more he listened, the more he felt something was off, until the mother bug said she would just taste it and told Yao Qianqian to bring less tomorrow. Han Jin then realized that Yao Qianqian probably didn't want to drink it, so she planned to pack it for the mother bug. However, it seemed that the mother bug also noticed that Yao Qianqian didn't like it, and since the taste wasn't good, she wasn't very interested. But the reality was that while the mother bug wasn't very interested, Yao Qianqian genuinely wanted to give it to her. The next morning, Yao Qianqian woke up early and planned to sneak into the starship's kitchen to do this. Han Jin, who already knew what Yao Qianqian was going to do yesterday, naturally wouldn't let her little scheme succeed. He had already contacted the people over there through the light brain, asking them to divide the milk into 2 portions early. If Yao Qianqian asked later, they would directly take her to the warehouse and also tell her that the Marshal said to save some milk for her to drink on the return trip. Chapter 163. Drinking milk. Hearing those people say they would save some for her to drink on the way back, Yao Qianqian's lips curled into a cold smile. Drink? That tasteless and fishy milk from yesterday had already scared her off. She had no intention of leaving any behind now. She packed up all the milk she could see in front of her. As she was leaving, the expressions of the few people standing at the door were strange. However, their thoughts were not within Yao Qianqian's consideration. She still needed to find Han Jin and the insect queen. After knowing that Yao Qianqian had left, Lin Nuo walked out from a side door. The little female took away that pile of milk. Lin Nuo asked a few people in front of him. They nodded, and one person stepped forward, pulling aside a red cloth. Behind the cloth were neatly arranged bottles of milk. Upon closer inspection, the quantity was about the same as what Yao Qianqian had just taken. It was unknown what expression the little female would have when she saw this milk on the way back. Every time he saw Yao Qianqian looking so composed, Lin Nuo wanted to see what she would look like when flustered. He hadn't thought of this before, but now it seemed that his wish would soon come true. Outside, Yao Qianqian felt she had solved a lot of her problems, so her mood was quite good along the way. Especially when she saw Han Jin handing her a bottle of pure milk, she sweetly thanked him. Whether this thank you was sincere or full of schadenfreude was hard to tell. Seeing Yao Qianqian so happy, the insect queen also felt pleased, and on the 3rd day of their conversation, the agreement was finally signed. After waiting for so many days, Hanjin was finally ready to return with Yao Qianqian. However, on the night of their return, when Yao Qianqian stared at the glass of milk Hanjin handed her, she was in disbelief. "What is this?" Yao Qianqian's voice unconsciously rose a few notches. In contrast, Hanjin was unusually calm. "You were quite happy drinking it this morning, weren't you?" Yao Qianqian's expression turned from red to black, as if she was about to carve the words "I'm not happy" on her face. However, no matter how unhappy she was inside, she had to obediently drink the milk now. Seeing her being so well-behaved, Hanjin patted her head. "I'm doing this for your own good. You suffered a lot when you were with the insect race, so eat more nutritious food to replenish your body." Seeing Hanjin like this, Yao Qianqian helplessly asked, "Look, that nutrient solution can provide all the nutrition at once, so why do we still need to drink milk?" To this, Hanjin only said one sentence that successfully silenced Yao Qianqian. Hanjin asked her, "Will you drink the nutrient solution?" "Okay." Yao Qianqian stopped talking. It was clear that compared to the nutrient solution, this milk was much more acceptable. If she complained any further, she might really end up drinking the nutrient solution. Just imagining that scene made Yao Qianqian feel nauseous. "By the way, didn't I secretly take all the milk from the warehouse for the insect queen? Why is there still some here?" This was a question Yao Qianqian had been pondering since she saw the milk. Hearing this question, Hanjin chuckled lightly. "Naturally, you didn't take it all at once." He then explained to Yao Qianqian that this batch of milk had been placed behind the curtain. "Do you really think I had someone rush to deliver it overnight?" Yao Qianqian's expression froze, clearly thinking just that. Hanjin was almost amused by Yao Qianqian's thought process. "Let me see if your little brain is filled with water." Being held in the man's arms, Yao Qianqian didn't continue the previous topic. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his and leaned in for a light kiss, trying to avoid Hanjin's next question. As for the little female's evasion, Hanjin didn't press further. He simply put her down and pointed to the glass of milk on the table. "Drink this first before we discuss anything else." Seeing the milk, Yao Qianqian's face fell. "Can I not drink it?" She really disliked the taste of the milk now. The more she smelled it, the fishier it seemed. Hanjin pinched the little female's waist, hardly feeling any flesh. "You really don't like it?" Yao Qianqian nodded. Seeing this, Hanjin sighed helplessly, then picked up the cup on the table and directly helped Yao Qianqian finish the milk. After drinking the milk, there was a ring of white milk around Hanjin's mouth. So Yao Qianqian leaned down to kiss him. After licking it clean, Yao Qianqian smacked her lips, savoring the taste from just now. Chapter 164. The Empress of Cold Ashes. Seeing her like this, Hanjin couldn't help but like her even more. He held her and kissed her for a long time. Fortunately, Lin Nuo had already stepped out, leaving only Hanjin and Yao Qianqian in the entire restaurant. Just as Hanjin was thinking about taking Yao Qianqian back to his room for the next step, his light brain rang. Originally, Hanjin didn't intend to answer it, but unexpectedly, Yao Qianqian's finger accidentally brushed against his light brain. The next second, the projection of a dignified lady appeared before them. However, upon seeing this scene, the lady instinctively covered her eyes. Hanjin, seeing the visitor, immediately covered Yao Qianqian's face without thinking, where her face was pressed against Hanjin's chest. Feeling the heartbeat pounding within, Yao Qianqian hadn't yet realized what was happening. Then, the next second, she heard Hanjin say, "Mother, what made you think of contacting me today?" Hearing Hanjin call her mother, Yao Qianqian's little mind suddenly couldn't comprehend. What had she just been doing with Hanjin? And then someone just happened to walk in on them? Just thinking about it made Yao Qianqian's ears turn red, and Hanjin's expression was also quite unnatural. As Hanjin's mother, the Empress of the Empire, she had rarely encountered such a scene in her life. But as the Empress, she quickly managed to calm herself. On the contrary, she could tease her son. "I wonder what little Yin has been up to lately? I've heard you've caused quite a stir with many ministers." At this moment, the Empress had regained her previous composure and elegance, while the man sitting beside her was not as composed as the Empress. He had been wanting to snatch the light brain from the Empress's hands, but she wouldn't let him touch it. "Mother, I'll handle those matters," Hanjin said, pursing his lips, wanting to quickly send his mother away. Unfortunately, his usually understanding mother, who would avoid making things awkward, for some reason today, was determined not to hang up the communication. Meanwhile, Yao Qianqian, who was being held tightly by Hanjin, felt a bit hot, and maintaining this position was making her legs feel a little numb. However, if she moved now, it would seem very strange. In the end, unable to do anything else, Yao Qianqian had to resign herself and lie down. But her hands were not honest. They slowly moved up to Han Jin's waist, poking him lightly, hoping he would hurry up and send his mother away. Helpless, Han Jin had a signal to his mother, wanting her to quickly end the communication. Didn't she see that his little female was starting to get impatient? Lady Yin actually wanted to hang up the communication as well. But since she happened to see her future daughter-in-law today, she really wanted to see her face. Seeing her son's expression, it seemed he would be in a bad mood for a while. Lady Yin sighed. Lu Yin, I won't scold you for this unexpected situation, but you need to pay more attention in the future. After saying this, it seems she suddenly remembered something and added, by the way, don't forget to bring this one beside you to show me and your father during the new year. Hearing her mother's words, Han Jin felt extremely embarrassed, but he still replied, I will. Getting the answer she wanted, Lady Yin happily ended the communication. When Han Jin reminded her that she could look up, Yao Qianqian finally sat up to tidy her hair and clothes. Han Jin then rubbed his waist. It really hurt when Yao Qianqian pinched him earlier. Next time, don't pinch me. You have to know that a man's waist can't be pinched, Han Jin joked with Yao Qianqian. Yao Qianqian was still thinking about Han Jin's earlier actions and said, why did you hide me just now? Am I that unsightly? Yao Qianqian felt very wronged. Seeing her about to cry, Han Jin could only comfort her softly. Don't cry, don't cry. How could I think you're unsightly? I was just afraid that you would feel embarrassed if you met my mother unprepared. Han Jin was genuinely thinking this in his heart. Just now, the two of them. That kind of scene. Chapter 165. Emotional abnormality. Yao Qianqian didn't know what was wrong with her. Today, her emotions were indeed too sensitive. Especially when Han Jin was softly coaxing her. Her tears just wouldn't stop flowing. As she thought about it, she unexpectedly recalled her early life. Especially when she had just awakened her intelligence. At that time, she was still just a tree, unable to move at all, with a few small birds or animals occasionally resting on her. However, not all small animals were gentle. Sometimes there would be insects and passing humans on her. And those creatures made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Back then, she wished she could transform sooner. But now, she felt that even after transforming, it was of no use, as she was still afraid of a human. The more she thought about it, the sadder Yao Qianqian became, until she ultimately fainted from crying. Seeing her collapse, Han Jin's hand holding the light brain began to tremble, and he quickly dialed the doctor's communication. After bringing the little female back, everyone had finally been able to breathe a sigh of relief, but unexpectedly, they received a communication from a Marshal. So, the few of them hurriedly grabbed their things and ran towards the Marshal. Fortunately, they were very fast, and Han Jin had already carried Yao Qianqian back to the room. At this moment, if one didn't look closely, it seemed as if Yao Qianqian was merely asleep. But just a moment ago, she had been talking to Han Jin, and then suddenly went silent. This was obviously abnormal. When the doctor arrived, he first performed a full body scan on Yao Qianqian. When the results came out, the expression on the doctor's face became strange, and then he looked at Han Jin with envy. What was wrong with her? Han Jin couldn't understand the envy in the doctor's eyes and anxiously pressed for answers. Lao Yu, hearing the Marshal's words, immediately squeezed past the doctor holding the report and leaned close to the screen to read line by line. However, when he saw a certain line of text, his expression became as strange as the doctor's. Seeing them both silent, Han Jin couldn't contain his emotions and directly grabbed Lao Yu by the collar, asking, what happened to her? Lao Yu finally realized that if they didn't answer, they would probably face dire consequences. It's okay. Marshal, Madam is fine. She's just pregnant. Heaven knows how fast Lao Yu's heart was beating when he said the last few words. The lifespan of interstellar beings is generally long, but the stronger the race, the harder it is to have offspring. This is a consensus among all interstellar beings. And now, how long had the Madam and the Marshal been together? To have a child so soon would surely make many couples who wanted children but had been unable to conceive envious. While Lao Yu was thinking about what kind of reward the Marshal would give them later, he suddenly heard the Marshal's cold voice above him. I asked you, why is she unconscious? Compared to the child, Han Jin was more concerned about Yao Qianqian's health. Lao Yu immediately answered Han Jin's question. Marshal, it's because Madam's emotions fluctuated too much just now, plus the child has been continuously absorbing her body's nutrients, which caused her to faint. However, she will wake up soon. As Lao Yu explained to Han Jin, he tried to pull his collar from the man's grip. However, he couldn't succeed until Han Jin finally let go, only because he understood why Yao Qianqian had fainted. It was only after he felt relieved that he realized what Lao Yu had just said. Did he just say that Qianqian was pregnant? In an instant, Han Jin's mind was filled with this news. He didn't even hear his light brain ringing. In fact, the call on his light brain was from his father. Under his wife's repeated urgings, the Emperor of the Empire finally couldn't resist and called Han Jin. By the time Han Jin calmed down, the light brain communication had already stopped for almost half an hour. During this half hour, the two people on the other side were wondering if their son had grown up and thus become more thick-skinned. Han Jin looked at the missed calls on the light brain, and his expression was slightly unpleasant. Just thinking about his mother's personality, Han Jin could guess what she was thinking. He immediately felt a headache and unconsciously turned his gaze to the profile of the person on the bed. Chapter 166. Eating dog food, his gaze unconsciously softened quite a bit before he called back his father. The two, who were originally discussing when their son would return, immediately answered the communication upon hearing the voice from the light brain. Upon seeing their neatly dressed son on the other end of the call, Mrs. Yin felt a pang of regret for her earlier assumptions about him. Han Jin merely glanced at his mother's expression and knew what she had been thinking about him just moments ago. He first greeted his father, then directly cut to the chase. My maid is pregnant, and I want to hold the wedding in the Empire as soon as possible. After Han Jin finished this sentence, his father's tea sprayed out of his mouth, and the usually composed queen couldn't maintain her expression either. Staring at Han Jin with a face full of surprise, she exclaimed, "What did you just say?" Yin Ning felt as if she were dreaming. Just a short while ago, she was worried that her son would die in a few years. But now, in less than half a year, not only was her son alive, but he also had found a partner and was having a child. She was pinching her own leg, yet she didn't feel any pain. Instead, it was Emperor Han Ming beside her who winced in pain. "Madam, you're pinching my leg." He had thought he might be dreaming, but when his wife pinched him, the pain made it clear that this was definitely not a dream. Hearing her husband's voice, Mrs. Yin finally reacted, immediately letting go of her hand and clearing her throat to ease her emotions. Her gaze swept around behind her son, but didn't spot the person she wanted to see, so she hesitantly asked, "Why don't I see my daughter-in-law?" Hearing his mother ask about Yao Qianqian, Han Jin looked at her helplessly. Qianqian was emotionally unstable before and got scared by you all. Now she's in a coma. Hearing that her daughter-in-law was in a coma genuinely startled Yin Ning. What do you mean she's in a coma?" she said, looking worriedly at Han Jin. "Is it because she's pregnant, so her emotions are unstable?" As she spoke, Yin Ning seemed to recall something. "All right, when I was pregnant with you, my emotions were also often unstable." Upon hearing his mother's words, Han Jin's gaze flickered unconsciously before settling on her. "Could you tell me about your situation back then?" This was the first time he had shown such concern for a matter, and Yin Ning was immediately pleased to share her own pregnancy experience. "When I was pregnant with you, I was arguing with your father. I was so angry that I almost directly divorced him." As she said this, Yin Ning gave a hard pinch to Han Ming's waist, causing him to hiss in pain. "But then I found out I was pregnant, and this guy started apologizing to me and stopped arguing." Thinking back to this, a happy smile appeared on Yin Ning's face. Han Jin, however, was not interested in hearing the rest. The years he spent living in the palace with them had already fed him enough dog food, which was why he moved out as soon as he came of age. Looking at the blacked-out light brain, Han Ming gave his wife a helpless smile. It seemed their son had not grown up yet. "Kids should be spoiled a bit more," he said. Yin Ning nudged her husband's arm, signaling him to hurry and sent a message to their son, urging him to bring her daughter-in-law to meet her soon. "It's been so long, and I still only see her photos on the light brain." Faced with his wife's insistence, Han Ming reluctantly handed over his light brain to Yin Ning, allowing her to contact Han Jin directly. But he knew that Han Jin probably wouldn't be returning for a while. He was well aware of his wife's temperament. If things didn't go her way, she would sulk for a long time, just like the previous incident when she argued with him after discovering she was pregnant. In Han Ming's view, it was purely one-sided, Before she found out she was pregnant, he had already been trying to appease her for a long time. Yet she stubbornly refused to believe him and insisted that he had an affair with a maid. In the end, it was the maid who personally came to explain to her that she was interested in one of Han Ming's guards, not him. Just thinking about it now made Han Ming feel frustrated. Chapter 167. Pregnancy. Han Jin had been watching by Yao Qianqian's bedside, waiting for her to wake up. At this moment, the unconscious Yao Qianqian felt as if she had fallen into a deep dream. The old Taoist priest was playing chess with a man in black, and for some reason, she found herself standing beside them, watching the game. Then, it seemed that the two of them finally noticed her. Seeing her arrival, the old Taoist put down his black piece and said, "Ah, it's little Qianqian who has come." While stroking his beard, he greeted Yao Qianqian, asking how her life had been. Listening to his words, Yao Qianqian touched her head in confusion. "Where is this? Am I dreaming?" The old Taoist, hearing her doubts, simply smiled and said nothing, waiting quietly for her response. Seeing this, Yao Qianqian realized that this was not just a simple dream. Looking at the grass beneath her feet, she crossed her legs and sat down. The man in black, sitting across from the old Taoist, kindly made her a seat from vines. "Is life good?" he asked. "Not good at all," Yao Qianqian replied. "You know, I was struck by heavenly lightning, and now I'm being made to work by the heavenly Tao over there." She glanced at the various spiritual fruits on their table and, without thinking, picked one up to taste. It was simply not the life of a monster. The spiritual energy was thin, and the food wasn't as delicious as it was here. Feeling the rich spiritual energy fill her mouth again, Yao Qianqian was almost moved to tears. The old Taoist continued to smile at her, and eventually, Yao Qianqian felt uncomfortable under his gaze. Forgetting about the spiritual fruit in her mouth, she hurriedly created some distance from the old Taoist. "Why are you staring at me?" Yao Qianqian thought there must be some trick, but she knew she couldn't outsmart the old Taoist, so she had to ask. The old Taoist merely stroked his beard, exuding an air of immortality. "You look pretty good now." Yao Qianqian still couldn't follow the old Taoist train of thought. They had just been talking about something else. And suddenly he was saying she looked good? She didn't want to stay there any longer. So she stood up and bid farewell to the old Taoist. "I'm not chatting with you anymore. I want to go back." After saying this, Yao Qianqian began to pinch her arm hard, trying to wake herself up. But it seemed the effect was minimal. As time went on, Yao Qianqian wanted to give up. Instead, the old Taoist spoke to comfort her little Qianqian. "It's been so long since we last met. Don't you want to talk with me here?" Without thinking, Yao Qianqian replied directly, "No, I really don't want to talk to you. I just want to hurry back." Seeing this, the old Taoist's mind sparked with a mischievous idea. "Since that's the case, I won't stop you. I was going to congratulate you, little Qianqian." After saying this, the old Taoist waved his robe, and Yao Qianqian instantly woke up. In the next moment, Yao Qianqian, lying on the bed, sat up still cursing. Han Jin heard Yao Qianqian talking, but he couldn't make out what she was saying even when he leaned in closer. However, this did not stop Han Jin from comforting her. "Do you still feel uncomfortable?" Han Jin felt Yao Qianqian's forehead, checking her temperature. "I'm not uncomfortable. I just fainted for a moment. I'm not sick, and I don't need any milk." Upon hearing Yao Qianqian say she wouldn't drink milk, Han Jin's gaze unconsciously drifted toward her belly, where a new life was developing. "Ahem, you still need to drink milk." Han Jin helped her sit properly. "Qianqian, don't get too excited. I need to tell you something very important." Yao Qianqian blinked her eyes, wondering why everyone wanted to talk to her today. "Go ahead, I'm not excited." Yao Qianqian didn't understand why Han Jin was acting this way, but she was very interested in what they wanted to tell her. "All right, here it is," Han Jin said while keeping his hands gently around Yao Qianqian. "You were pregnant." Okay, now it was Yao Qianqian's turn to get excited. However, she quickly calmed down and, instead of jumping up as Han Jin had expected, she felt happy for a moment and then began to touch her belly in silence. Seeing her like this startled Han Jin. "Qianqian, are you not happy about having a child?" Han Jin didn't want their child to be born without the mother's expectation. Chapter 168. Having a child. In response to Han Jin's question, Yao Qianqian shook her head. It wasn't that she disliked it. She was just feeling a bit sentimental for a moment. After all, how long had it been since she transformed? And now, she was going to have a child. It suddenly felt like her life as a demon was being constrained. Han Jin looked at her in confusion. What was she feeling sentimental about? Did she think her current life was bad? Yao Qianqian chose to lie back down on the bed. It wasn't that she thought her current life was bad. It was just that she was still so young and suddenly had a child. She hadn't even had enough fun yet. And now there was going to be a little kid around. Don't worry, when the child is born, I will take full responsibility for caring for it. I definitely won't let it bother you, Han Jin assured Yao Qianqian. Yao Qianqian merely glanced at his face and replied lightly, oh. She had an expression that said she would listen to whatever he said, but she didn't really believe it. Han Jin helplessly leaned closer to Yao Qianqian. You don't believe me? This time, Yao Qianqian couldn't even be bothered to give him a look. She turned over, signaling that she wanted to sleep and didn't want to be disturbed. In the end, Han Jin pushed her lightly, but not only did he not succeed, he even received a glare from her. He touched his nose and stepped back, starting to contact the experienced doctors from the capital star who specialized in caring for pregnant women, making arrangements so that when they returned to planet number 5, they could prepare suitable nutritional meals for Yao Qianqian based on her current condition. The queen and the emperor had already arranged everything for Han Jin as soon as they heard the news. Of course, they didn't select the doctors all at once, but had pre-screened 10 candidates for Han Jin to choose from later. When Yao Qianqian woke up, they had already returned to planet number 5. Looking at the familiar faces in front of her, she felt a sense of time passing as she remembered that she now had a child in her belly. So, she didn't greet anyone on the way back. Bai Kai had originally come out happily to welcome Yao Qianqian back, but unexpectedly, she didn't even give him a glance. Instead, his brother noticed him, patted his head, and coldly told him to go play aside, as the Marshal was in a bad mood. Feeling very wronged, Bai Kai could only shrink to the side to play, secretly sizing up his brother. After his brother was rescued, they had contacted each other soon. Therefore, Bai Kai didn't feel much excitement about Bai Xing's return at this moment. On the contrary, he was more eager to show Yao Qianqian his psychic power level. During the time Yao Qianqian was away with the insect tribe, he had not slackened in his training of psychic power and boxing techniques. As a result, his psychic power level had rapidly risen to S rank. As soon as Yao Qianqian returned to the Marshal's residence, she went to check on the tree she had planted earlier. Upon entering the barrier, she felt that she should have had someone keep an eye on it before she left. Otherwise, the tree wouldn't have had all its fruits overripe like this. Moreover, some fruits had even started to sprout directly on the tree. Hearing Yao Qianqian's gasp, Han Jin thought she had encountered something unexpected and rushed in, only to take a deep breath like Yao Qianqian. These fruits can sprout directly on the tree? Han Jin found it novel. He had never seen such a thing before. Yao Qianqian gritted her teeth in frustration. And you still think it's fun? Can't you see how wasted these fruits are? Just thinking about it made Yao Qianqian feel heartbroken. She began to recall whether she had asked someone to take care of this tree. After thinking it over, she indeed remembered. Suddenly, a certain snake following Bai Kai shivered, a very ominous premonition rising in his heart. However, before he could continue thinking, he and Bai Kai had already appeared in front of Yao Qianqian. The sudden change in the external environment made Yao feel a momentary chill, but soon his powerful physique as a star beast allowed him to recover. However, the fruit tree in front of him successfully reminded Yao of something he had been neglecting. This, you can let me explain. Yao tried to hide in Bai Kai's fur. Seeing the dire situation of the tree, Bai Kai helped Yao persuade Yao Qianqian, don't worry, I will definitely compensate you for these fruits. To Bai Kai, it was just a few fruits, and, as the king of star beasts, he could easily retrieve them for Yao Qianqian. However, Bai Kai's words only earned him a cold laugh from Yao Qianqian. You make it sound so easy. Do you know how many of these trees there are in the entire star system? Do you know where they're growing now? And how many years it takes for these fruits to bear fruit? Yao Qianqian grabbed Bai Kai's ear, making him feel hopeless about his life as a star beast. Ouch! Ouch, ouch, let go! Yao Qianqian lifted Bai Kai by his ear. Seeing this, Yao jumped off Bai Kai's body and began to run towards the tree. Yao Qianqian let him run without stopping him, but Bai Kai noticed something was wrong and shouted, Stop, quickly stop. Unfortunately, Yao wanted to listen to Bai Kai, but couldn't stop. He could only be forced to roll forward. Afterward, he got entangled in a few vines and was lifted up. Immediately, Yao wanted to transform into a huge star beast to break free from the vines. However, no matter how hard he tried, there was always an energy preventing him from escaping. Yao Qianqian just stood there watching. When Bai Kai saw that Yao was about to be eaten by the tree, he anxiously pleaded with Yao Qianqian. In response, Yao Qianqian remained unmoved and instead controlled Bai Kai. Sit still. Don't you care why he hasn't recovered? Upon hearing this, Bai Kai vaguely understood that Yao was probably fine, and he let out a sigh of relief. But soon he realized he had let his guard down too soon. Because Yao Qianqian continued, that's because he has been unable to overcome an obstacle in his heart, making it difficult for him to grow larger. However, now there is a way. Let that plant stimulate him a bit. Will Yao really be eaten? Bai Kai was still more concerned about Yao's safety. However, Yao Qianqian didn't answer this question. Instead, she looked at the snake and the tree with great interest. If Yao had wanted to wait for someone to rescue him before, now he only wanted to save himself quickly. He quickly shrank a bit more and slid out through the gaps in the vines, dodging one vine after another, and was almost to Bai Kai's side. However, before he could reach Bai Kai, Yao Qianqian kicked him back again. Chapter 169. The fruit on the tree has sprouted. What are you running back for? Hurry up and go deal with that tree. Yao Qianqian's voice was filled with amusement, but to Yao's ears, it sounded like a death sentence. I can't beat it. Yao's thoughts were simple. He just wanted to call for Xiao Bai. But Xiao Bai, listening to Yao Qianqian, couldn't go over for the time being. In the end, with no other choice, Yao had to swim quickly towards the roots of the tree, trying to use the tree's own vines to attack its own roots. However, Yao soon failed again and was caught by the vines. Compared to the last time, when the vines left him with a few gaps, this time they formed a cage without any openings. Just as he was about to die here, Yao was unwilling to accept it, straining to expand his body. Just when his scales were about to burst and he was on the verge of death, he finally began to grow larger. Seeing Yao like this, Yao Qianqian nodded in satisfaction, thinking that it was not a waste of a whole tree and its fruit. However, unfortunately, Yao did not understand Yao Qianqian's good intentions and instead rushed in front of Xiao Bai to openly complain about Yao Qianqian. Whoa, my lord, please help me. Yao's large frame nearly blew Xiao Bai away when he lunged at him. Seeing actual tears rolling down his face, Xiao Bai felt even more disdain for him. Why are you crying? We're all here. Can we let you die? After saying this, Xiao Bai walked directly towards Yao Qianqian. After taking a couple of steps, realizing that Yao wanted to follow, he immediately said with disdain, "Don't follow me. I have things to do. You go find some fresh beast meat to bring back as an apology." Hearing Xiao Bai's words, Yao nodded in grievance. Okay. After giving instructions to Yao, Xiao Bai came to Yao Qianqian's side and saw her picking up the sprouted fruits from the ground. He didn't say much. Instead, he joined in to help. Hanjin had long been helping on the side. If it weren't for Xiao Bai's fluffy appearance, they would have looked just like a family of 3 out for an outing. On Yao Qianqian's side, she became impatient after picking up a dozen fruits. This was evident as she stopped using her hands and instead manipulated her spiritual power to collect them. However, this had a significant drawback for the pregnant Yao Qianqian. Her spiritual power couldn't sustain itself, and after picking only a few, the abundant spiritual energy she had before began to slowly diminish. Along with this came a stomachache. The pain made Yao Qianqian unable to refrain from clutching her belly. Hanjin noticed her discomfort immediately and picked her up before she could fall. What's wrong? Is your stomach uncomfortable? Hanjin asked while helping Yao Qianqian rub her belly. Perhaps sensing the merit and golden light on the man, Yao Qianqian's baby felt somewhat better. Hearing the man's concerned words, Yao Qianqian became even angrier. It's all because of you. If it weren't for this child, how could I possibly have a stomachache? To Yao Qianqian's words, Hanjin didn't dare to retort. However, since Yao Qianqian mentioned her stomachache, it would be best to check it out. How about we go for a checkup? Hanjin suggested as he carried her home. Seeing that her tree had turned out like this, Yao Qianqian didn't have much mood to stay here, but she still needed to collect the seeds from the tree. So she entrusted this task to Xiao Bai. Make sure to gather all those seeds. Don't let a single one drop. Xiao Bai naturally complied, and he also obediently helped gather the ones Yao Qianqian had previously collected. Seeing him so obedient, Yao Qianqian finally patted Hanjin's arm. signaling that they could head back. When they returned to the residence, Hanjin had already arranged for someone to wait on Yao Qianqian to examine her stomach. After Lao Yu conducted a careful examination, he asked Hanjin, "Did Madam engage in any vigorous activity just now? She seems a bit fatigued." Hanjin thought about it and shook his head. Madam didn't do anything at all. Upon receiving this answer, Lao Yu stroked his chin and then instructed Hanjin, "Marshal, it's best to let Madam rest well and avoid using her spiritual power or engaging in any strenuous activity." After sending off Lao Yu, Hanjin suddenly recalled that Yao Qianqian had seemingly used her spiritual power to pick the fruits. Watching Yao Qianqian eat a fruit, Hanjin helplessly went over to take the fruit from her hand. "Qianqian, you can't just eat anything right now. You need to show it to the nutritionist first before eating." With the fruit taken away, Yao Qianqian was naturally very unhappy. Besides, she felt that she was in great health. Being pregnant was no problem at all. Back in the day, the demon clan was powerful, and she hadn't seen any demon who had to pay attention to their diet just because they were pregnant. At most, they would look for some spiritual stone veins during pregnancy to eat more, hoping that the offspring would transform as soon as they were born. Just like the spiritual fruit she was eating now, it was actually beneficial for her body. However, she couldn't explain this to Hanjin for the time being, but that didn't stop her from trying to snatch the fruit back from Hanjin's hand. "This is my fruit. I want to eat it, and I know my own body," she scolded Hanjin. "And I'm not one of you people." Yao Qianqian nearly let slip that she wasn't one of them, but she was shocked back into silence. Thinking about how she already had a child and still got shocked, Yao Qianqian felt particularly unfair. But she didn't dare to go against the heavens and could only silently endure it, then take the opportunity to bully Hanjin. Hanjin was already used to it. Every time the little female was inexplicably shocked, she would look at him with displeasure for a while. But fortunately, after that period passed, the little female would return to her previous adorable self. The more Yao Qianqian thought about it, the angrier she became. So she stuffed the half-eaten fruit into Hanjin's mouth, saying, "Eat, eat, eat. I'm so angry." Hanjin wanted to comfort her, but helplessly, his mouth was full, so he could only lean in, signaling Yao Qianqian that she could hit him to vent her anger. Yao Qianqian wasn't that childish. She leaned in to give Hanjin a kiss, and then asked him, "What do you think of the taste of this fruit?" Hearing the little female ask him, Hanjin finished the fruit in a few bites and nodded. Chapter 170. Envying the ability to give birth. This fruit is indeed nice. It can soothe the mental strength of the beastmen. But I want to ask, can it be mass-produced? After asking the question, Hanjin saw the expression on Yao Qianqian's face, looking at him as if he were a fool. He immediately stopped talking. "Such a good fruit, then you should not give it to me next time. It's useless for me to eat it, so it would just be a waste." If this were in the past, Hanjin wouldn't have cared so much about wasting it. But now that this thing is beneficial for Yao Qianqian's body, he started to become stingy. On the contrary, Yao Qianqian didn't care at all. "Don't worry, I have plenty of this fruit. It just can't be mass-produced." As they were talking, Yao Qianqian suddenly felt a bit tired. She yawned and thought about going back to sleep. However, it was still early in the morning, and she hadn't had breakfast since getting up. In the end, she was dragged by Hanjin to have breakfast first. While she was eating, the communication device from the mother bug rang. Looking at the abundant food in front of her, and then at the communication from the mother bug, she hesitated about whether to answer it. After ringing for almost a minute, seeing how persistent the mother bug was, she finally said nothing and directly answered the call. The next second, the mother bug's face appeared in front of Yao Qianqian. But at that moment, the mother bug was not speaking to her in human form, but as a gigantic bug. Therefore, Yao Qianqian couldn't see the whole bug at once. Instead, the mother bug immediately noticed the food on Yao Qianqian's table. She slurped, and Lai, who was beside her, was drooling just by looking at it. In contrast, the mother bug was quite calm and didn't show any signs of wanting to eat. Seeing that the mother bug seemed to be away from the bug planet, Yao Qianqian curiously asked, "Where are you going?" "I plan to patrol other planets to see if there are any good things I can send you a portion of." The mother bug said this very sincerely, and Yao Qianqian responded, "Don't worry, I'll have someone send food to the edge of the bug clan for you. Just make sure those bugs don't eat the people." After getting the answer she wanted, the mother bug added, "Is it the same as what's on your table?" Hearing this, Yao Qianqian nodded helplessly, Okay, I'll arrange for it later, and I'll make sure to give you more. Remember to share some with Lai and the others. Surprised that Yao Qianqian even remembered to bring them some food, Lai and the other bugs had different thoughts. As for Lai, being a single-celled organism, he decided to temporarily not dislike Yao Qianqian, but if she annoyed him again next time, he would still dislike her, as usual. Yao Qianqian didn't care about what Lai and the others were thinking. Instead, she gave the mother bug a surprise. I have good news to tell you recently. Upon hearing that Yao Qianqian had good news so soon after returning, the mother bug immediately became interested and stopped flying forward, finding a flat meadow to rest. What news? The mother bug looked at Yao Qianqian's face and suddenly said, "By the way, are you pregnant?" Yao Qianqian was taken aback. "How did you know?" The mother bug started eating the fruit brought by the worker bug. Our bug clan is very sensitive to scents. I sense the presence of life in your belly even when you first came to the bug clan. Surprised that the mother bug already knew, Yao Qianqian asked. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Although Yao Qianqian felt that her body was fine and didn't care about the food she had eaten randomly. Being taken to read various parenting books by Han Jin every day made her inevitably feel that the child was fragile. The mother bug, on the other hand, looked surprised. "I thought you knew." Yao Qianqian, confused, looked at the mother bug. "I'm not from the bug clan. Of course, I wouldn't be sensitive to children." The mother bug didn't say much more, only reminding her, "If you have the chance." At this point, the mother bug glanced subtly at Han Jin behind Yao Qianqian. TSK. Han Jin didn't expect that just by listening from the side, he would be treated this way by the mother bug. Then Qianqian should go check how things are going with Xiaobai. After saying this, Han Jin left, and Yao Qianqian took her light brain to a monitoring blind spot. Then she set up a barrier and said, "So, why did you think I knew before?" The mother bug looked back at Lai and the other bugs. Once those bugs sensed the mother bug's voice, they all consciously went out to hunt. Once the area around them was clear, the mother bug cleared her throat. "Actually, you know you're different from the females around here, right?" She asked Yao Qianqian, who nodded. "Yes, there are indeed some differences." Upon hearing Yao Qianqian admit to the differences, the mother bug directly said, "Then you can transform into your original form and see if there are more things on you." Yao Qianqian, surprised by the mother bug's suggestion, still complied and transformed into a giant acacia tree. However, the tree that was once full of acacia flowers now had all the flowers disappeared, replaced by numerous acacia seeds. Looking at the tree full of seeds, Yao Qianqian suddenly began to worry about whether Han Jin could raise so many children. In contrast, the mother bug looked at her tree full of fruits with envy. "They all say I give birth a lot, but now if I were to compare with you, then the children I gave birth to really don't count for much." Saying this, she even started counting how many fruits were on Yao Qianqian's tree. Seeing this, Yao Qianqian felt a headache coming on. "Don't be envious. Just because my tree is full of fruits, it doesn't mean that many will turn into humans. Even one is already a lot." From the perspective of plant growth, she still had to start from the seeds. She could only hope that Han Jin wouldn't have too high expectations. The mother bug's envy towards Yao Qianqian was not diminished by her previous words. "Most of the eggs I lay are just worker bugs and soldier bugs. I can't even hatch slightly higher level bugs." Thinking about the current state of the bug clan, the mother bug sighed. "You also saw it. There aren't many high-level bugs left in the bug clan now. You know, bugs like Lai used to be counted in the thousands among the bug clan." Hearing the mother bug's words and reflecting on the current situation of the bug clan was quite regrettable. Now the bug clan indeed faces a decline. The two unknowingly chatted a bit too far, but this did not affect Han Jin's search for Yao Qianqian to have breakfast. Han Jin had looked around and couldn't find Yao Qianqian, so he decided to contact her. Just then, Yao Qianqian also wanted to end the communication with the mother bug, so she casually told the mother bug. Chapter 171, Sending Fruits. After hanging up the communication with the insect mother, Yao Qianqian came out from a blind spot. Han Jin was actually standing nearby, but he couldn't see Yao Qianqian at all, so he had no choice but to contact her. Now that he saw Yao Qianqian emerge right in front of him, Han Jin found it strange and took a closer look at that spot. But then Yao Qianqian directly pulled him to go eat. While being pulled to eat, Han Jin wanted to ask where Yao Qianqian had been just now, but Yao Qianqian asked about the situation with Xiaobai instead. Hearing her words, Han Jin naturally replied, "The situation over there with Xiaobai is okay for now, But are you planning to plant all those saplings? He still remembered how Yao Qianqian had been reluctant to use energy stones when planting trees at the beginning. Upon hearing Han Jin's question, Yao Qianqian hesitated. Let me think. If she planted all those trees, it would be quite a significant consumption for her. Even though she had just received a lot of spirit stones from Han Jin, she couldn't afford to waste them like that. But if she didn't plant them, the seeds would go to waste. Moreover, she planned to make money by selling the fruits. Most importantly, she hadn't completed her mission here, which was to help the interstellar people solve their fertility issues. However, compared to some people who were unwilling to have children before, the interstellar people wanted to have children, but couldn't. Therefore, subjectively speaking, if Yao Qianqian could help them improve their chances of conception, those people would probably be very willing. Yao Qianqian didn't have much thought about this. She simply shifted her gaze away from Han Jin and focused on eating the food in front of her. Before she learned that she was pregnant, Yao Qianqian had been wondering why she wasn't experiencing morning sickness like the females mentioned in books. But once a piece of meat entered her mouth, she immediately vomited. The acidic fluid in her stomach churned continuously, and the more she smelled the food in front of her, the more nauseous she felt. Han Jin moved the food further away from her and tentatively offered her some vegetables. If you can't eat meat, why don't you try some vegetables first? Han Jin asked cautiously. You should eat something for breakfast, especially considering your health. Yao Qianqian reluctantly finished the vegetables Han Jin handed her, but she refused to eat any more meat or dairy. Han Jin tried to persuade her a few times, but seeing that Yao Qianqian was about to get angry, he finally gave up. When a new nutritionist saw the leftovers on Yao Qianqian's plate, her brows furrowed involuntarily, and she took out her light brain to contact the queen. Yao Qianqian was still unaware of what was happening here. She was currently holding Xiao Bai by the neck, making him take a good look at the good things that He Yao had done. Xiao Bai was still trying hard to defend He Yao, saying, look, he brought you fruits back. It's all out of goodwill. But who knew that once they arrived here, those fruits would sprout? Both Xiao Bai and He Yao felt wronged. They were genuinely trying to be kind. In contrast, Yao Qianqian looked at the orchard full of fruit trees and could only accept it helplessly. She had originally planned to plant those saplings here first, but now it seemed that planting anything was a luxury. Just having a piece of ground to stand on was good enough. She casually picked a peach and took a bite. The crisp and fragrant peach flavor filled her mouth. If one were to feel carefully, they could sense quite a bit of spiritual energy from it. This could be considered a low-quality spirit fruit. Considering Han Jin's health, Yao Qianqian passed him a fruit as well. Seeing the abundance of fruits, Han Jin also started eating. However, after just a few bites, he quickly felt a sense of relief in his mind and began to ponder the feasibility of mass-producing these fruits. But Yao Qianqian didn't give him time to continue thinking. Instead, she turned her attention to the fruit trees. You should find someone to come and pick the fruits from the trees. These will be my gifts to your mother and various relatives. Yao Qianqian thought she was being quite generous. Unexpectedly, Han Jin refused, saying, there's no need to send them gifts. The entire empire will be mine in the future. There are already quite a number of people outside calling me your majesty. When I want to rescue you, many old guys try to stop me, but don't worry. I've dealt with all of them. Besides, my mother and father both like you very much. Hearing Han Jin's words, Yao Qianqian happily leaned over and kissed him on the face for a while before slowly standing up. Because she likes me, I want to treat her well. You should have someone come pick the fruits. If they aren't picked soon, they'll rot and go to waste. Upon hearing Yao Qianqian say they would go bad, Han Jin thought that they had many food preservation cabinets here. So he asked, how about I have someone pick them and put them in the food preservation cabinet for you? Food can be stored in the preservation cabinets. But since these fruits contained a lot of spiritual energy, if left for too long, it would dissipate. These fruits won't last long. You should have someone transport them out quickly and consume them sooner. With Yao Qianqian emphasizing this, Han Jin was naturally willing to comply and immediately found someone to come and pick the fruits. However, the barrier here was too mysterious, so he specifically sent in some robots. The first batch of fruits picked was all handed over to the robots to be packed and sent to Han Jin's mother. Han Jin also communicated with his mother through the light brain, informing her that these fruits needed to be consumed as soon as possible to avoid wasting their nutrients. In response, Ning asked about Yao Qianqian's situation. Upon learning that these fruits were grown by Yao Qianqian and specially sent to honor her, Ning was overjoyed. She immediately sent invitations to some noble ladies who had a good relationship with the royal family, inviting them to the palace to eat the fruits. Some noble ladies who received the invitations were puzzled about what kind of fruit would warrant such an elaborate invitation from the queen, but they all graciously expressed that they would attend. In the estate of the Yali family, Madame Yali was talking with her daughter-in-law. When she married this daughter-in-law, Madame Yali had not expected to be able to hold a grandchild soon. However, she did not expect that while she was not anxious, her daughter-in-law was quite anxious. For example, right now, Madame Yali was advising her daughter-in-law, Kalia, don't be anxious. For us nobles, having offspring has always been difficult, so we won't rush you. Just keep a good mindset. Even if you don't have children now, it doesn't mean you won't have them in the future. Unfortunately, Miss Kalia couldn't understand Madame Yali's feelings at all. Recently, she felt that her husband often brought up the topic of children, albeit subtly. Chapter 172. The banquet. Although her husband always reassured her not to worry, saying that Lady Yali wouldn't mind whether she could have children or not. Since their family's lineage has always been difficult, Miss Kalia is still worried about whether she would have children in the future. However, Miss Kalia couldn't express these concerns to them, but that didn't mean she wouldn't show her feelings in her daily life. Thus, we have the current scene where Lady Yali is advising Miss Kalia not to worry about the issue of children. On planet number 5, Yao Qianqian also received an invitation from the palace. However, the queen specifically sent Hanjin to tell Yao Qianqian that if she wanted to go, she could, and if she didn't want to go, that was fine too. This made Yao Qianqian feel a bit embarrassed. She didn't expect the queen to value the fruits she sent so highly, even holding a banquet specifically for them. But after thinking it over, Yao Qianqian decided it would be better not to go. Therefore, she specially prepared some fruits from that tree for Hanjin. Of course, the quantity was not enough for everyone to enjoy, but it was sufficient for most people to have a taste. In particular, Yao Qianqian hinted to Hanjin that this thing might solve the most troublesome problem in the entire empire at the moment. At that time, Hanjin didn't think too much. He just figured that since natural food was scarce, and that food which could soothe the mental state of beastmen was even scarcer, this fruit might be useful for beastmen. However, when the effects appeared later on, Hanjin was almost ready to elevate Yao Qianqian to a higher status. But all of this was in the future. Right now, Yao Qianqian was torn about whether she should go meet the queen. From the implication of what Hanjin relayed to her, it seemed that the queen was very eager to meet her soon. However, due to Hanjin's refusal and her own uncertainty about whether to meet the queen hadn't come directly to planet number 5. But this did not affect the queen's anticipation of seeing Yao Qianqian. One day, while Yao Qianqian was lying in bed thinking, she suddenly remembered that her ice coffin seemed not to be ready yet. So, the little white creature, who was still struggling to plant trees for Yao Qianqian, was assigned a new task. You still want to deal with that broken coffin? Little White felt pain all over just at the sight of the ice coffin, and wondered why they couldn't let Bai Kai handle it instead. To this, Yao Qianqian firmly rejected Little White's request. No, Bai Kai doesn't have your level. And besides, absorbing the energy from it will benefit you as well. Hearing this, Little White twitched his mouth, showing a little white tooth to Yao Qianqian. I can enhance my energy by eating planets. I don't need to get beaten up to enhance it. Little White protested, but then he saw Yao Qianqian clenching her fist. The next moment, Little White could only retract his head weakly, not daring to speak again. Seeing Little White like this, Yao laughed at him from the side. But in the next second, Yao found himself in the same predicament. Since he was laughing so happily, he might as well join Little White. Yao wanted to refuse, but Little White wouldn't let him, immediately covering Yao's mouth and urging him not to refuse anymore. The two quickly started working. To help Yao see clearly, Little White even demonstrated in front of him so that he could understand better and work more efficiently. Little White moved like a beam of light, quickly fixing the coffin before flying out. Once Little White landed, Yao immediately rushed to his side, wanting to see if Little White was okay. However, Little White ruthlessly pushed Yao away, saying, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and get to work. After all, if He Yao took more hits. Then Little White would have to take fewer himself. Little White was quite open-minded about this, but He Yao seemed to think differently. He was very curious about why Little White would do such a thing. Can't that ice coffin be smashed directly? Why don't you fight back when you're attacked? Hearing this, Little White was almost so angry he spat blood. Fortunately, he still had some rationality left, and immediately retorted, "Why don't you try it?" Hearing Little White say that, He Yao cheerfully went over, planning to give it a shot. Yao Qianqian said nothing, just moved aside a bit to prevent He Yao from bumping into her. He Yao thought Yao Qianqian didn't believe in him, so he put even more strength into his attack on the ice coffin. The result was obvious. He Yao flew farther than Little White. If it weren't for the wall, he might have flown even further. Little White laughed without mercy at this. He Yao was still a bit unconvinced, but he was in so much pain he couldn't move. Little White's strength was not something He Yao could match. While He Yao was still lying on the ground, unable to move, Little White was already able to get up and kick him. Yao Qianqian watched the two of them, one moving their feet and the other moving their mouths. In short, neither was willing to back down. Yao Qianqian didn't even bother to mediate, just reminding them not to forget about the ice coffin in the future. Then she turned her attention back to the ring in the ice coffin, drooling for a while. After that, she went to check on the results of Little White's tree planting. However, looking at the row of crooked saplings, it was clear that Little White hadn't been very serious while planting. Thus, Yao Qianqian summoned Little White, who had been playing around with He Yao, into the barrier. "Let us talk. How did these trees end up like this?" Yao Qianqian pointed to the sapling closest to her. Little White was also puzzled by Yao Qianqian's question. "Hey, I remember when I left before, these saplings were already planted, right?" At first, Yao Qianqian planned to let the robots help plant them, but she didn't know if those saplings had consciousness. If the robots were to plant them, they all died. If people were to plant them, they would fall into a coma while planting. The lower the level, the faster they would fall into a coma. In the end, it was when Little White came to ask Yao Qianqian about the situation that she let him try. Thus, Little White was successfully conscripted by Yao Qianqian. Looking at those crooked saplings, Yao Qianqian narrowed her eyes. When she asked Little White, it seemed he wasn't lying. So there was only one possibility left. Those saplings moved on their own. "Ha!" Yao Qianqian sneered. "It seems I was too kind to these saplings before." She scanned all the saplings with her gaze, then landed on the one that was the most crooked. It seemed the sapling noticed Yao Qianqian's gaze and shook its leaves, showing no fear at all of Yao Qianqian coming to find trouble with it. Chapter 173. Xiaobai plants trees. Xiaobai glanced at the sapling and recalled how she had treated Yao Qianqian in a similar manner before, instantly feeling sympathy for the sapling. However, this sympathy didn't prevent Xiaobai from enjoying the spectacle. Yao Qianqian also showed no mercy to the sapling. She grabbed it and, in the next moment, pulled the entire sapling out of the ground. Soon, the little sapling attempted to struggle again, trying hard to free itself from Yao Qianqian's grip. However, if even a large tree couldn't resist Yao Qianqian, the little sapling's efforts were in vain. Yao Qianqian tightened her grip on the sapling, and just as it seemed about to be crushed, the other crooked saplings around suddenly began to move one by one. Seeing this, Yao Qianqian let go of the sapling in her hand and shifted her gaze to Xiaobai. "Go over there and see how many saplings haven't been planted yet. Bring them all here." Upon hearing Yao Qianqian's command, Xiaobai immediately guessed what she was planning. Xiaobai was more than willing to help reduce her workload, so she quickly scampered off to get a large basket. Even He Yao was pulled up from the ground to help. Yao Qianqian took a quick glance and estimated that the remaining saplings and the ones already planted were about 50-50. Seeing the excess saplings, Yao Qianqian simply said, "Go find some holes to bury them." In the next moment, the seemingly lifeless saplings began to move. One by one, they started to walk as if they had grown legs, heading off to bury themselves. Xiaobai was left wide-eyed at this scene, while He Yao clicked his tongue in amazement. If we had known they could plant themselves, wouldn't our earlier efforts have been a waste of time? Yao Qianqian, hearing He Yao's words, replied, "It's not a waste of time, just like you two should go fill those holes now." Upon hearing Yao Qianqian's indifferent tone, the two stopped chatting and hurried off to get tools to fill the holes. After confirming that the saplings wouldn't dare to move again, Yao Qianqian planned to look for Hanjin. Recently, she wanted to visit the insect tribe. She couldn't get used to the meat here, while back in the insect tribe, she had no issues at all. It couldn't be that her body reacted because she came to the empire and learned about the child, could it? But she also couldn't be sure if Hanjin would agree. At that moment, Hanjin was reviewing some identity reports about Bai Kai. When he returned previously, someone had mentioned to him that Bai Kai's mental power level had improved. At that time, Hanjin was focused entirely on Yao Qianqian and had only asked those people to keep a close eye on Bai Kai, ensuring that this matter didn't become known to outsiders. Therefore, Bai Kai had been well monitored these past few days, unable to go anywhere. Fortunately, Bai Xingze had returned. Otherwise, the medical team might not have been able to manage Bai Kai effectively. Just as Hanjin was checking on Bai Kai's physical condition to see how much it had improved, Yao Qianqian arrived. When Hanjin looked up to greet her, Bai Kai suddenly attacked. He thought he could show off in front of the little female. But who would have thought that he not only failed to showcase anything, but was also completely countered by Hanjin? Bai Kai probably couldn't even put up a fight. Seeing this, Yao Qianqian couldn't help but laugh heartily. Haha, while my technique can enhance your strength a bit, it doesn't mean you can directly challenge someone that strong. Luckily, Bai Kai was born in a peaceful star system. If he were in the cultivation world I lived in, he would have been killed without a trace by now. Of course, if he encountered some kind-hearted individuals, they might leave him with a whole corpse, but that's about it. Strength isn't enough. You still need to train more. Hanjin said to Bai Xingze, who was nearby. Bai Xingze nodded, indicating he would pay more attention to Bai Kai. Once things over here were nearly sorted out, Hanjin took Yao Qianqian's hand and asked how she was feeling today. Yao Qianqian felt like her ears were about to develop calluses from Hanjin's constant questions about the child. She shook her head at Hanjin and said, "Don't just ask about that. I suddenly remembered something while looking for Xiao Bai." Hanjin's gaze fell on Yao Qianqian's face. "What is it?" Seeing Hanjin's inquiry, Yao Qianqian directly shared her thoughts with him. "When I was in the insect tribe, I was also pregnant. But I didn't experience any issues with eating or vomiting. So, what do you think about me staying in the insect tribe for a while?" Hanjin hadn't expected that Yao Qianqian came to him today to discuss this matter. He was somewhat taken aback. After a moment of silence, he finally asked her, could it be a food issue from the insect tribe? He really didn't want Yao Qianqian to live in the insect tribe. It was far too dangerous, especially for a little female. What if the insect tribe, once healed, wanted to break the contract? Seeing that Hanjin didn't outright refuse, Yao Qianqian knew there was still hope. She affectionately held onto his arm and led Hanjin to sit on a bench in the garden. "It's not a food issue. I've also received a lot of food from the insect tribe that I can't eat. Why don't you come with me to the insect tribe to take a look?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Yao Qianqian realized she had misspoken. When she signed a contract with the insect tribe, Hanjin hadn't even gone to their territory. Now that it wasn't a big deal, he was even less likely to go. Hanjin was unusually silent, and the atmosphere became tense. Just when Yao Qianqian was about to break the silence and ask for Hanjin's thoughts, he slowly spoke. "It's not that I can't go with you to the insect tribe, but you need to ask the insect mother first. If she agrees to let me stay for a while, then I'll go with you." This was the result Yao Qianqian had initially hoped for, but now that Hanjin was truly willing to go this far for her, she felt a pang of heartache. "Aren't you afraid that I might collude with the insect mother to trick you into going to the insect tribe and then have the insect tribe kill you, taking my child to become the emperor of this empire?" Hanjin looked gently into Yao Qianqian's eyes. "If you wanted it, you wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. Just tell me, and I will bring you everything you desire." Yao Qianqian caressed Hanjin's face, reflecting on how she wondered what the heavens thought of their son in this state. Chapter 174. The love-brain male lead. What else could the heavenly Tao think? It was just that at the beginning, they never imagined that the son they had chosen would turn out to be a love-brain fool. The feeling in their heart was indescribably painful. But since the choice had been made, and Hanjin had already completed most of what he needed to do, there was nothing left to do but let Hanjin be. Yao Qianqian touched Hanjin's face, feeling that he should really stop being so love-brained. But it was impossible to tell him, "I'm going to the insect tribe, so you shouldn't follow me." Just thinking about saying that made Yao Qianqian feel like she couldn't get the words out, so she kept hesitating. Of course, part of her hesitation was also due to the insect mother. Recently, she didn't know what the insect mother was up to. She had sent many messages, but hadn't received a single reply. As for the palace, the banquet was held as scheduled. Naturally, Yao Qianqian didn't attend, but the fruits she sent arrived. Those fruits were from the very first tree. Many noble ladies attending the banquet knew the effects of these fruits. Therefore, upon seeing the fruits, they couldn't help but feel secretly pleased, glad that even though they only heard about eating fruits, they still came because of their good relations with the royal family. They didn't disdain the fruits like some others who made excuses not to come. Lady Olive and Miss Kalia also saw the fruits being served, and their gazes met for a moment before they turned to look at the few fruits. The queen initially thought there would be enough fruits to share, but since some people didn't come this time, there was no need to divide them anymore. Some older noble ladies, seeing many young ladies present, kindly let those fruits go, greatly earning the goodwill of those young women. Wanting children, Miss Kalia no longer cared about noble elegance at the banquet and kept eating the fruits. After finishing the first 2 fruits she got, she found them delicious and even took some other fruits to make up the numbers. Those ladies who were similar to Kalia and had just married also followed her example, finishing the fruits they received before slowly eating the others. By the end of the banquet, most of the ladies had eaten nearly their fill of fruits, and many were seen leaving while supporting their bellies. For example, Kalia left with her hand on her belly, looking as if she had overeaten. Lady Olive looked helplessly at her daughter-in-law, thinking that although the fruits were rumored to be miraculous, she hadn't really seen anyone who ate them and ended up having children. Lady Olive said this to Kalia as a precaution. She was afraid that if Kalia didn't get pregnant, the psychological gap would be too great. In contrast, Kalia, rubbing her belly, confidently told Lady Olive, "I feel like this time I will definitely get pregnant." Seeing this, Lady Olive didn't know what else to say, only sighed and carefully supported her, preparing to take her to the flying car. On planet number 5, Yao Qianqian watched the 2 star beasts, Little White and Black Yao, fighting while lost in thought. After Han Jin finished his urgent work, he immediately came to accompany Yao Qianqian, but recently she seemed to have something on her mind. Usually, when Han Jin asked her, she wouldn't say anything, so he could only guess that something might have happened with the insect mother. However, according to the spies from the front line, it seemed that the insect tribe hadn't made any big moves recently. Thus, Han Jin couldn't provide Yao Qianqian with any useful information and could only hope that the insect mother would reply to Yao Qianqian soon. However, judging by Yao Qianqian's demeanor, it seemed unlikely. During this time, since the insect tribe had temporarily reached a cooperation with the empire, most of their military forces had been withdrawn, and only then did the empire finally have the opportunity to manage those space pirates and let them know what fear meant. This was something that Han Jin was supposed to handle, but unfortunately, he had to stay with Yao Qianqian during her pregnancy. Each time Lin Nuo reported this matter, Han Jin would directly send Bai Xingze and Bai Kai out to gain some experience. Logically, Little White should have gone to see the ice coffin with Black Yao at this time, but last night, Yao Qianqian dreamed of the old Taoist again, and he told her that they would meet soon. This gave Yao Qianqian a bad premonition, so she decided to halt the operations over there for now. She planned to wait and see. Perhaps if the old Taoist was anxious, he might come to find her in her dreams again. However, these were just Yao Qianqian's speculations, so she needed to wait until tonight to see the situation. For now, Han Jin was chatting with her, which made Yao Qianqian feel like her ears could hardly take it anymore. But there was nothing to be done. After all, he was the man she chose, and no matter what, she had to endure it. Fortunately, she still had many things to do with Han Jin. For example, picking fruits. As for why they didn't let the robots pick, it was naturally because the robots couldn't do it. The small saplings planted earlier under Yao Qianqian's education finally learned what fear meant, so they didn't grow as tall as the initial tree, but they could now adapt to the outside environment. However, since their living conditions were compromised, the effects of the fruits they produced were naturally greatly reduced. But this was not a problem for Yao Qianqian. After all, she had a whole forest. If anyone wanted to eat fruits, they could just eat a few more to achieve the previous effects. Han Jin didn't expect that he just wanted to spend more time with the little female, but ended up being dragged into work. With a huge basket on his back, Yao Qianqian was in front picking fruits, and and Little White, at this time, stopped playing with Black Yao and obediently followed along, starting to pick fruits as well. Instead, Han Jin suddenly thought of his spiritual body when he saw that Little White had grown quite a bit. Since Yao Qianqian could let Little White help her, why couldn't he summon his spiritual body? So, thinking of it, he did it. The next second, a white tiger appeared in front of Yao Qianqian and the others, looking at the large cat that resembled the one in her memory. Yao Qianqian squinted her eyes and scrutinized Han Jin and the big cat. What is your relationship with it? Yao Qianqian's voice carried a hint of coldness, as if Han Jin could answer even a little, he would have to coax her afterward. Thus, Han Jin, when he thought about how to respond, spoke very cautiously. Chapter 175. New species. It's a pity that Yao Qianqian did not sense Han Jin's tension. She simply waited silently for his answer. Han Jin swallowed, his gaze drifting towards the tiger that was cuddling with Yao Qianqian, and couldn't help but wonder why she suddenly asked this question. But in the end, he answered truthfully. This is my spiritual entity. After answering, Han Jin asked, Qianqian, why do you suddenly ask this? Huh. Yao Qianqian sneered. What else could it be? Naturally, it's to figure out what's going on here, so that I can settle scores later. However, this was not something she deemed appropriate to say to Han Jin right now. Instead, she patted the tiger's head and told Han Jin to continue working. As for the tiger that was supposed to work alongside Han Jin, Yao Qianqian treated it like a pet and didn't let it carry anything. Xiaobai looked at the tiger and then at his own treatment. He immediately felt a sense of unfairness. Angrily, he went to find Yao Qianqian, thinking, why should this be? Xiaobai felt that this treatment was too unfair. They were both white, so why did it get to relax while he had to help out? In response to Xiaobai's complaints, Yao Qianqian's explanation was particularly blunt. Because its master is working, and you're here to work. After saying this, Yao Qianqian glanced at the diligent He Yao, making her point very clear. Look for yourself, you're not the only one eating here. There are others relying on you too. Upon receiving Yao Qianqian's response, Xiaobai was fuming inside, but found himself unable to do anything about it. Finally, as he passed by the big white tiger, he huffed loudly, making it clear that he found the lazy tiger very displeasing. The tiger, however, did not care about such childish antics. On the contrary, it happily approached Yao Qianqian, rubbing its head against her waist. Delighted by the tiger's affection, Yao Qianqian bent down to pet its head and then attempted to climb onto its back. At first, Han Jin was worried that Yao Qianqian might fall, but seeing her sit steadily, he realized she seemed quite adapted to riding a tiger. Being on the tiger's back, combined with her height, made it much easier for her to pick fruits from the branches above. This meant that He Yao no longer had to struggle climbing up to shake the fruits down. Another month passed like this, and just when Yao Qianqian was about to adapt to her morning sickness, she finally received a message back from the bug mother. It turned out that the bug mother had not replied earlier because she was busy leading some bug soldiers to exterminate a new species. Yao Qianqian asked a few questions about this new species, but seeing that the bug mother seemed a bit tired, she didn't press for immediate explanations. Instead, she urged her to rest and to pay extra attention to safety. After finishing the communication with the bug mother, Han Jin stood beside Yao Qianqian and began discussing some things they had encountered recently. They had previously encountered some very strange creatures at the border, which the soldiers thought were undocumented species. They captured them for research, but unfortunately, the entire research team was nearly wiped out. When Han Jin learned of this, he had sent troops to investigate, but regrettably, they found nothing. He decided to bring this up with Yao Qianqian after hearing about it from the bug mother's communication. However, since Yao Qianqian had not seen what that creature specifically was, she couldn't directly give Han Jin advice. Why don't you catch one of those creatures and bring it to me to take a look? She also became curious about it. Han Jin took out his light brain and showed Yao Qianqian a video of the creature they had captured. As she looked at the black mist on the screen, Yao Qianqian formed an immature guess in her mind, thinking it resembled the demon insects from the cultivation world. However, she recalled that all the demon insects had seemingly been wiped out, so they shouldn't exist in the world anymore. Yao Qianqian couldn't be certain for now, especially since that old Taoist hadn't come to see her lately. With the emergence of demon insects, Yao Qianqian felt she couldn't delay any longer in getting Xiaobai and the others to retrieve the items from the ice coffin. After all, it was just one last time. Since there was no time like the present, she decided today would be the day. She was getting bored out of her mind lately anyway. While Han Jin could still go to work, she couldn't do anything at all, due to her morning sickness. She was feeling particularly unwell, and she couldn't eat much food, which meant she couldn't even go on the spaceship. As a result, she had been on planet No. 5 for almost 2 months. During this time, the palace had frequently inquired about Yao Qianqian's condition, and Lady Yin repeatedly asked her husband to help their son out more so that he could spend more time with his little female. What could the emperor say about this? He could only work hard with a bitter face. Today, when Yao Qianqian decided to check on the ice coffin, Yin Ning's communication happened to come through. Looking at Yao Qianqian's face on the screen, Yin Ning suddenly remembered the news she had learned today, and she couldn't suppress a smile. If it weren't for the people around her, she might have laughed out loud. Even through the light screen, Yao Qianqian could sense the queen's happiness today. However, since the queen did not bring it up herself, she didn't directly ask. Instead, she politely inquired why the queen had contacted her. Suddenly reminded by Yao Qianqian's question, the queen recalled the real reason for her communication. Qianqian, I mainly wanted to ask if you still have any of those fruits from before. Seemingly worried that Yao Qianqian might misunderstand, the queen quickly explained, don't worry. We're not trying to take them for free, we want to buy them. Initially, Yao Qianqian had no intention of growing those fruits again, but since Han Jin's mother wanted them, she couldn't dismiss the request. So, she nodded to the queen. How many are you planning to get? Looking at Yao Qianqian's demeanor, it was clear she could provide as many as the queen wished. The ladies who had been sitting beside the queen as mere background figures could hardly contain themselves and almost spoke up, wanting to take however many Yao Qianqian had. Fortunately, the queen remained calm and first inquired about the price. By the way, Qianqian, how do you plan to sell those fruits? Hearing the queen's question, Yao Qianqian thought for a moment. Those fruits are not grown in ordinary places. Their growth process requires absorbing energy stones. Therefore, I haven't determined the price yet. If your majesty really needs them soon, you can just offer something reasonable, and I will send the fruits to you first. Chapter 176. Pregnant upon hearing Yao Qianqian's words, several noble ladies around her nodded, indicating their willingness to contribute more to her. One particularly wealthy lady even directly said to Yao Qianqian, since Miss Qianqian is so polite, we naturally must show our appreciation. I will send you an energy stone vein as a gift. Hearing about the energy stone vein, Yao Qianqian's eyes brightened. Ahem, being so polite is quite effective. Don't worry, I will send you fruits and some things you might need according to their value. The few people present did not find Yao Qianqian's greedy demeanor unpleasant. On the contrary, they were worried that she wouldn't be greedy. Moreover, just looking at Yao Qianqian's bone structure, they felt she couldn't possibly be a bad person. Yao Qianqian was unaware of their thoughts and casually asked, by the way, mother, did you have any good news you wanted to tell me? Upon hearing this question from Yao Qianqian, not only was the queen happy, but the several ladies who had been sitting beside her were also delighted. This matter, we really have to thank you, little female. Lady Yali, whose status was second only to the queen, found it most appropriate to speak up. Yao Qianqian didn't expect that she would have anything to do with this matter. She sneakily glanced at those ladies several times, feeling as if she didn't know them at all. However, the ladies didn't give Yao Qianqian a chance to think further and immediately began to share their recent joyful news. Miss Qianqian, did you know? Lady Yali couldn't contain her joy and said, my daughter-in-law is pregnant, and the doctor has already seen her. They said it's a pair of twins. Hearing Lady Yali share her happy news, Yao Qianqian couldn't help but smile, her eyes curving into crescent moons. In an instant, it seemed that everyone present was enchanted by Yao Qianqian's smile. They couldn't help but look at her face, thinking that if they could make this female smile like this all the time, they would be willing to give their hearts to Yao Qianqian. However, after Yao Qianqian noticed that they were all staring blankly, she seemed to realize what she had just done and quickly withdrew the charm she had unconsciously released. Perhaps it was because of the child, Yao Qianqian occasionally displayed waves of her charm. She looked at the few of them with her brows slightly furrowed. She felt it would be better if they didn't remember this matter. Thus, she used some spiritual power to seal their memories of what had just happened and then ended the communication with the queen. Once the communication was terminated, Yao Qianqian finally had time to check on how Xiaobai and Hehuan were doing by the ice coffin. Before she could reach the room where the ice coffin was placed, she could already hear the screams of Bai and Hehuan from a distance. It was clear that something had happened over there. Soldiers had already surrounded the area outside, trying to break through, but there was always a barrier preventing them from doing so. Seeing Yao Qianqian arrive, the soldiers quickly made way for her so she could go in and see the situation. It was Lin Nuo leading the team, and he stood at the front while inside the barrier were Bai and Hehuan, both pressed against the edge of the barrier. Bai's fur was a complete mess, while Hehuan looked even worse. His scales were uneven, as if he had been thrown into a washing machine. Upon seeing her little brother being beaten like this, Yao Qianqian was immediately furious and was about to rush in to deal with the creatures inside the barrier. However, just as she was about to place her hand on the barrier, Han Jin appeared just in time to grab her hand. "We should consider the situation first. We don't know what is going on inside." He stopped Yao Qianqian. But Yao Qianqian was already furious and was about to go in, completely ignoring what Han Jin was saying. Instead, it was Bai who comforted Yao Qianqian. "Say, it's fine. You still have a baby in your belly. Let me see if I can rush out with Hehuan." Hearing Bai say this, Yao Qianqian couldn't possibly hold back, immediately saying, "What are we waiting for? It's just a child. He can definitely hold on." So she shook off Han Jin's hand and was about to step inside. At that moment, a man dressed in a long robe walked in front of Yao Qianqian. As soon as she saw his face, her expression became even more difficult. The man in her sight was evidently the old Taoist priest who had entered her dreams some time ago. Seeing this person, Yao Qianqian gritted her teeth. Her aura even fiercer than before. Looking at her like this, Han Jin was a bit confused. Did Qianqian know the man inside? The old Taoist priest had only come out after sensing Yao Qianqian's aura approaching. With a flick of his dust brush, Bai and Hehuan were quickly lifted into the air. Hehuan tried to lash out at the old Taoist priest with his tail, but his entire body was controlled by an invisible force and couldn't move at all. As for Bai, his head was covered in bumps, and he had clearly given up on struggling. Indeed, he asked someone Qianqian knows, they're all so useless. One could only say it was fortunate that Yao Qianqian was unaware of Bai's thoughts. Otherwise, she might have been too lazy to save him and would have let him die inside. Seeing Yao Qianqian like this, the old Taoist priest not only did not feel any anger, but instead approached her and asked, "Why the grim expression?" In response to the old Taoist's words, Yao Qianqian simply replied with two hee-hees and then reached out her hand towards him. "Return my contract beast and my space ring." Unexpectedly, Yao Qianqian would so boldly demand things from him. The old Taoist priest, Lin Li, stroked his long beard but did not respond, just staring at her quietly. Eventually, it was Yao Qianqian who felt uneasy under his gaze, directly walking in and snatching the old Taoist's dust brush, causing Bai and Hehuan to fall to the ground with a thud. Watching the dust rise from the ground, they probably landed quite painfully. Once both had run out, Yao Qianqian finally returned the old Taoist's dust brush to him. "Now, when are you planning to give me the space ring?" Faced with Yao Qianqian, who was so straightforward in demanding his belongings, the old Taoist shifted his gaze to Han Jin, standing aside. Then, under Han Jin's puzzled stare, he said, "Long time no see." This remark only made Han Jin feel even more confused. He wanted to ask something else, but the old Taoist had already turned to walk outside. Yao Qianqian followed behind him, as if they were very familiar. If it weren't for the old Taoist looking quite young, one might have thought he was Yao Qianqian's elder. Chapter 177 Amulet. The old Taoist who walked out seemed to know the palace of Han Jin like the back of his hand, and he went straight to the place where they usually had their meals. Seeing Lin Li sitting at the table with an expression that seemed to say, "Hurry up and serve me," Yao Qianqian rolled her eyes and suddenly came up with a brilliant idea. So she sat down as well and instructed her subordinates to bring food for Lin Li. However, she specifically asked for the food that everyone usually ate. As a result, her subordinates quickly brought a large plate of various flavored nutritional supplements to Lin Li. Initially, Yao Qianqian thought that Lin Li was so familiar with the terrain here that he should also be aware of the local cuisine. However, when she saw that Lin Li seemed genuinely intent on drinking it all in one gulp, he looked as if he had never seen anything like it before. She couldn't help but smirk, then quietly activated her holographic recorder, planning to capture Lin Li's embarrassing moment. As for the old antiquarian Lin Li, he merely thought Yao Qianqian was tinkering with some new gadget and paid no mind. Thus he directly took a sip, which naturally resulted in him spitting out due to the strange taste. Fortunately, Yao Qianqian had placed a box for vomit right beside Lin Li at the start. Initially, Lin Li had wondered what that thing was for. Now he understood that Yao Qianqian, this little monster, had intentionally made him eat something so disgusting just to see him make a fool of himself. Moreover, Yao Qianqian showed Lin Li the photo she had just taken. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Li was still vomiting, he might have given Yao Qianqian a serious lesson on the spot. As for Yao Qianqian, she felt not a shred of guilt, and instead clapped her hands in delight. Look, I'm not the same me who could only let you bully me back then. While saying this, she happily shared the photos she had just taken with Han Jin. After Lin Li completely rid his mouth of the taste, he finally had the energy to settle the score with Yao Qianqian. Upon seeing this, Yao Qianqian immediately stopped laughing, quietly hid behind Han Jin, and peeked out at Lin Li. Han Jin noticed how she had just been tormenting others, yet now, when someone had recovered, she was cowering away. It seemed she was very frightened. Han Jin had no choice but to extend his hand to protect her and apologetically smiled at Lin Li, saying that it was his wife's lack of understanding and hoped he wouldn't hold it against her. Lin Li felt that Han Jin's words were indeed something that this old tiger could say. He often heard this tiger helping Yao Qianqian out of trouble. However, in the end, he and Yao Qianqian were punished together. But this time was different. The current tiger was no longer the one without any status. He was now the king of an entire nation, and if he criticized Han Jin, he would likely be scolded by the entire country. But that didn't mean Lin Li would let Yao Qianqian off easily. She's just a junior. How could I hold a grudge against a junior? It's just that, at this point, Lin Li raised his hand, and a ring suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. Oh, back then, I originally intended to give this ring to the more obedient junior, but now it seems I must think more carefully. Yao Qianqian felt that this old Taoist was doing it on purpose. If he had taken it out at the beginning, there wouldn't have been any subsequent events. But now that what she wanted was still in the old Taoist's hands, Yao Qianqian wasn't foolish and certainly couldn't offend him for no reason. So no matter what excessive demands the old Taoist made of her next, she could only grit her teeth and agree. Recently, Bai Kai and Lin Nuo had noticed that Yao Qianqian's temper was slowly improving. For those who didn't know the truth, they thought it was because Yao Qianqian was pregnant, which was why her temper had become so much better. Therefore, Bai Kai, who had often been bullied by Yao Qianqian, was very grateful for the unborn child in her belly. But unfortunately, Bai Kai was thinking the wrong person. In order to better integrate into the interstellar world, Lin Li shaved off his long beard and also cut his long hair. This made him look like a teenager. Previously, Han Jin didn't care much about Yao Qianqian's interactions with this person. But after Lin Li tidied himself up, Han Jin suddenly felt a sense of crisis, especially whenever Yao Qianqian treated that person differently than she treated him. Han Jin could easily imagine himself in a wild, grassy scene. As a result, Lin Nuo and the other subordinates noticed that their usually punctual and diligent Marshal had recently been absent from many meetings. If they didn't know that the Marshal had already found a mate and gotten married, they might have thought he was off chasing after a female. Many officers who were out in the field privately sought Lin Nuo for information. However, Lin Nuo always dodged the questions with other excuses. What a joke. Could he tell those people that their usually wise and Marshal was sitting beside his wife out of fear of someone else being unfaithful? Did he not care about the Marshal's reputation? Originally, Han Jin could have stayed by Yao Qianqian's side until the child was born, but unexpectedly, strange creatures appeared during that time. The situation at the border could have been maintained, but as more and more strange creatures were discovered, Han Jin had to take it seriously. However, since his father's mental strength had previously been damaged, he could only send Han Jin to check out the situation at the border. Before departing, Han Jin reluctantly held Yao Qianqian's hand and also left by Xingze and Bai Kai to pay extra attention to things here. However, Lin Nuo, considering Bai Kai's abilities, suggested that Han Jin take him along. Yao Qianqian was also aware of Bai Kai's abilities, so she, like Lin Nuo, insisted that Han Jin bring him along. Before Han Jin set off, Lin Li had done a divination for him, and the results indicated that Han Jin's trip would be particularly dangerous. but there was also a glimmer of hope. Moreover, the danger wouldn't be avoided just because Han Jin didn't go. Therefore, Yao Qianqian did not stop Han Jin from going out. She just repeatedly reminded him to take the amulet she had given him when he left. Han Jin was naturally very willing to accept what Yao Qianqian had given him, but when he saw that it was something Yao Qianqian had received from Lin Li, he nearly threw it away on the spot. Chapter 178, Going Out to Handle Matters in the End. It was fortunate that Han Jin's rationality appeared in time to stop his actions, allowing him to accept the item handed over by Yao Qianqian. After the spaceship had left, Yao Qianqian still did not retract her gaze towards the distance. Lin Li, seeing her like this, shook his head helplessly. You really are something, human beings. Before Lin Li could finish his sentence about life and death being fated, the dust whisk was snatched away by Yao Qianqian once again. Don't talk nonsense. How could the child of destiny possibly encounter misfortune? Seeing Yao Qianqian's expression, Lin Li's gaze shifted to her belly. Since you say that, why were you worried earlier? Is it because of human emotions? Every time this old Taoist spoke, Yao Qianqian felt uncomfortable with his seemingly godlike superior attitude, always critiquing anyone in the world with that demeanor. You always say this, Yao Qianqian finally exploded this time. But have you forgotten that you are also human? When the topic reached this point, the old Taoist had never answered Yao Qianqian's questions before, but this time he slowly walked in front of her, each step approaching as if it were a divine judgment upon her. This old Taoist made Yao Qianqian feel scared. Her physiological instinct made her want to retreat, but her rationality kept her rooted in place. Once he stood before her, his gaze lingered on her face for just a moment, and as he waved the dust whisk, Yao Qianqian felt as if she had entered another world. In this world, antelopes were running through the mountains, chased by a few wolves. Soon, Yao Qianqian felt her vision uncontrollably shift, as if she had transformed into a gust of wind, slipping past the antelope's horns, brushing by the wolves' pointed ears, and finally arriving at the hunter's gunpoint. After witnessing this scene, Yao Qianqian had some insights, but they were limited. She focused her gaze back on Lin Li in front of her. What do you want me to see this for? She did not understand. Wolves eat sheep, and humans kill wolves. What does this have to do with her? Lin Li had known since he first met Yao Qianqian that this Hehuan tree was oblivious to some things. He originally thought that after experiencing some worldly matters, she would understand that some things must be experienced, such as life and death. As long as it is natural, external forces should not intervene, and one should just let nature take its course. But Yao Qianqian could not comprehend. When Han Jin was about to leave, she thought that if she could go with him, he would definitely not encounter danger. Who would have thought that before she could board the spaceship, the heavenly Tao would jump out to stop her? At that time, she almost got into a fight with the heavenly Tao, but fortunately, Lin Li was nearby watching her, which persuaded her to back down. However, she was still required to provide Han Jin with a life-saving treasure. Although under Yao Qianqian's persistent pleading, he eventually gave it. That item could only work once. Whether it could actually protect Han Jin would depend on his luck. It stands to reason that someone favored by the heavenly Tao should have good luck. When the spaceship had jumped to a point where they could no longer see Planet 5, Han Jin finally retracted his gaze from the monitoring screen. Bai Kai had been following Han Jin closely, and upon seeing him finally look away, Bai Kai eagerly approached and asked, by the way, Marshal, are we heading directly to the border planet now? Yes, Han Jin nodded, instructing to begin the spatial jump. Bai Kai originally wanted to ask more about the mission, but before he could speak, the spaceship had already started preparing for the spatial jump. Bai Kai had to return to his seat, fearing that if they encountered spatial turbulence, he would be jostled painfully. On the border planet, many soldiers were engaged in a fierce battle with a group of never-before-seen creatures. Some of the soldiers had been infected by these creatures, their bodies covered in red pus-filled blisters. Many corpses lay on the ground, all covered in red blisters as well. It seemed that the blood of those strange creatures was toxic. Feng Ming watched as all his teammates were killed, and their captain was also covered in blisters. He could no longer suppress his emotions. Captain, why don't we retreat? Look, it's just the two of us left. We need to go back and report. Feng Ming spoke while chopping down a strange creature beside him. The person Feng Ming called Captain shifted his gaze to him. He had already been blinded by rage. And now hearing Feng Ming's words, it was as if he suddenly remembered that they needed to return to report. His eyes cleared a bit as he nodded at Feng Ming. Yes, we should go back to report. Our entire team has almost been wiped out. I'll clear a path for you. Feng Ming wanted to say they should return together, but before he could speak, the captain charged into the group of monsters, clearing a path back to the spaceship for him. With his body covered in wounds, Feng Ming activated the spaceship's auto-return and completely fell into unconsciousness. When he returned to the destination, Han Jin had just arrived at the border planet. They had jumped multiple times along the way, and after accelerating to the border planet, Han Jin immediately went to examine the samples of those strange creatures. Looking at the jelly-like substance enveloping other creatures, a flash of disgust crossed Han Jin's eyes. However, in order to understand what this was, he had to endure his impatience and examine that strange thing. Seeing Han Jin like this, Bai Kai immediately offered to help. Han Jin glanced at Bai Kai's face, not quite believing he could be of any assistance. In response to Han Jin's dismissive attitude, Bai Kai immediately showcased the results of what he had recently learned from Yao Qianqian. Bai Kai slowly approached the mass of creatures like a peacock spreading its tail, then extended his hand to take out a small gourd. Seeing this item, Han Jin squinted. It seemed somewhat familiar. Bai Kai had already started to open the gourd and was chanting something towards the pile of unknown objects. Soon, the mass began to move towards Bai Kai. Just as it seemed it would all be sucked into the gourd, Han Jin called out to stop him. Don't use that thing yet. I will handle this. Han Jin remembered what that item was. It was the small gourd that Yao Qianqian had wanted him to bring in the beginning, but was stopped by Lin Li. He had not expected that Yao Qianqian had secretly given it to Bai Kai. However, since Lin Li had previously stopped him from bringing it, and considering the relationship between Lin Li and Yao Qianqian, it seemed he wouldn't harm her. Therefore, Han Jin did not wish to use this item. Bai Kai had initially wanted to showcase his skills to Han Jin, but unexpectedly, before he could start demonstrating, Han Jin called a halt. Chapter 179, Little Gourd. Holding the little gourd in his hand, his gaze occasionally drifted towards the pile of strange things. Then he was struck on the head by Han Jin, which made him completely obedient. First, he had someone seal the strange biological limbs, and then he took Bai Kai and a few others to see the station military commander here to understand the situation. However, when Han Jin went to find someone, he learned that the general here had gone to the hospital, seemingly because something had happened there. Since that was the case, Han Jin decided not to wait in the office and directly took Bai Kai and the others to the hospital. At that moment, in the military hospital's ward, Feng Ming's condition was rapidly deteriorating, but he was still trying hard to report the situation in the field to his superior. The ward was exceptionally quiet, except for the sound of a pen scratching on paper beside him. The person next to him was recording what Feng Ming said, and there was also a recording pen flashing beside him. By the time Han Jin arrived, that person had already been sent to the intensive care unit. Instead, someone outside was organizing the information they had just received. When they saw Han Jin and the others blocking their way, they instinctively tried to go around. However, they were stopped by Bai Kai. How is that person doing? Bai Kai asked. The recorder in charge of the documents naturally did not have a good expression after hearing Bai Kai's blunt question. He looked up, ready to reprimand him, but then he saw Han Jin's face. Realizing it was indeed the Marshal, he immediately changed his attitude and respectfully said to Han Jin, Marshal, that person is still in a dangerous condition, but the intelligence he brought back is extremely valuable. I was just organizing this data. Hearing him say he was organizing the data, Han Jin slightly raised his head, signaling him to elaborate. The person glanced around and noticed that the surroundings were not suitable for conversation. He took a step forward and said to Han Jin, how about I take you to see our general first? He is in the director's office, and we can also ask about Feng Ming's condition. Han Jin had no objections to this and signaled for the person to lead the way. Han Jin did not speak, and Bai Kai dared not say anything either. He silently followed behind, thinking in his heart that he was sorry for Yao Qianqian, as he had not done what the little female had instructed, and in the end, the gourd was confiscated by the Marshal. However, Bai Kai's sixth sense told him that even though the little gourd was currently confiscated by the Marshal, he would definitely use it later. When Yao Qianqian handed him the little gourd, she had told him that if the little gourd was discovered by Han Jin and he didn't let him use it, he should remind Han Jin to keep the little gourd with him. Although Kai did not know why. He still obediently emphasized this to the Marshal when the gourd was confiscated. He even went so far as to let Han Jin hang the gourd on his hand, hoping it would be visible. Han Jin thought that he could tolerate Kai to this extent, which showed that his temper had improved a lot recently. Perhaps it was because he had children, he thought. In the hospital's office, the person who had been recording the information placed the records on the desk for Han Jin and General Yu to read. First, Han Jin picked up the document, read it quickly, and then handed it to General Yu. He decided to wait for General Yu to finish reading before discussing it. From the beginning, General Yu was already aware that the number of strange creatures on this planet was increasing. He had organized people to eliminate those strange creatures before, but each time it consumed a lot of manpower and resources, and the results were very disappointing. Not only did they not kill many, but they also wasted a lot of supplies. Most importantly, his team had almost not returned from one of those missions. Therefore, later on, General Yu instructed the team to be extra cautious and to avoid any life-threatening situations. If they discovered those strange creatures nearby, they should report back as soon as possible. If they could not escape, then, as he thought of this, General Yu stopped considering the outcome and instead asked the Marshal how to deal with those creatures. For a moment, Han Jin could not think of a good solution to handle this matter. He could only let General Yu calm the people down and strengthen the surrounding vigilance to prevent those creatures from entering the station area. In fact, General Yu had already arranged for people to prepare for this based on Han Jin's instructions. Now, hearing Han Jin's words, General Yu just needed to deploy their arrangements. However, there is no such thing as a 1,000-day defense against thieves, so Han Jin thought to wait until tomorrow to see the situation, hoping to take the initiative. But it seemed impossible now because, after the experts' research, they concluded that ordinary weapons could not inflict any damage on those creatures. To completely eliminate those creatures, they would have to develop new weapons. However, creating a new weapon would take a considerable amount of time for the expert team. The reason Han Jin came here now was precisely because the number of strange creatures was increasing. He suspected that someone had brought those creatures here. The rustling of leaves could be heard as Yao Qianqian was resting under a tree, enjoying some fruit. However, she had not rested long when the little gourd she gave to Kai made some noise. Unfortunately, before Yao Qianqian could open it, the noise from the little gourd disappeared. Yao Qianqian did not think anything was wrong. It must be that Kai wanted to use the little gourd but was discovered by Han Jin, who then forbade Kai from using it. Because of this, Yao Qianqian felt that Han Jin really cared about her. Lin Li could not stand Yao Qianqian's lovesick expression and unconsciously distanced himself from her, his disdain evident. Unfortunately, Yao Qianqian did not want to understand. When she saw Lin Li sitting outside, she remarked, "Since you like the sun so much, why do you have to squeeze in with me just now?" The old Taoist did not care at all about Yao Qianqian's shameless words. He glanced at the little gourd on her wrist and asked, "What? The thing you gave him, and he still doesn't want to use it?" Upon hearing the old Taoist say this, Yao Qianqian did not hide it anymore. She covered her mouth with the hand holding the little gourd and, with a look of "he cares about me," said to the old Taoist, "It's not that he doesn't want to use it. He just fears I might get hurt. Look, he really cares for me." TSK, Lin Li felt a toothache. Chapter 180, The Taste of Love, so he began to hurt Yao Qianqian back and forth. You've seen quite a few illustrated books from the human world. Don't you know how many noble young ladies have perished because of men? Hearing Lin Li say that Han Jin is a scumbag, Yao Qianqian immediately brought up the heavenly Tao of this world. How could someone valued by the heavenly Tao possibly be a scumbag? Listening to Yao Qianqian's words, Lin Li moved his lips but didn't dare to argue with her anymore. He didn't want to accidentally get struck by the heavenly Tao. As for Lin Li's silence, Yao Qianqian couldn't be bothered to argue with him and turned to walk back. The earlier commotion from the little gourd made her feel like she should contact Han Jin to see what the man was up to. Considering that she couldn't disturb him, Yao Qianqian didn't call him but sent a message instead. However, it seemed that the man was busy and didn't reply. Yao Qianqian didn't feel disappointed about this. She touched her belly and felt the aura conveyed by the child inside, which reassured her a bit. But she still worried about Han Jin's situation. In the palace, the queen also sensed that the atmosphere in the empire had become increasingly tense lately. especially since the emperor hadn't come out of his study for 2 days. The queen wanted to help, but she knew she was just a female. It would be good enough to protect herself in this situation. She didn't follow to cause trouble. Today, Yao Qianqian received a communication from the bug mother, who immediately asked if she could send a few bug eggs to her. Why should I take them? Logically, although the relationship between the bug tribe and humans had eased somewhat, it wasn't good enough to place their offspring in each other's territory. The bug mother had anticipated that Yao Qianqian might ask about this, so she didn't hide the current situation of the bug tribe. Recently, many unknown creatures had suddenly appeared, and some lower-level bugs in the bug tribe had been parasitized, which she could no longer control. Hearing the bug mother's words, Yao Qianqian increasingly felt that these new creatures might be related to the demon tribe. Okay, you send those bug eggs over first. Then she thought about the matter between the bug tribe and humans. So she added, but those bug eggs can only be placed in my space and cannot be directly placed on planet number 5. The bug mother had no objections to Yao Qianqian's words, as long as the bug eggs could survive. Good. I'll send bugs to deliver the bug eggs to you. After the bug mother finished speaking, she prepared to hang up the light brain and started arranging for the bugs to deliver the bug eggs to Yao Qianqian. Fortunately, Yao Qianqian suddenly thought it wouldn't be good to let the bug tribe go directly to Hanjin's South Station place. So she stopped her, saying, "Don't rush. I'll send someone to pick up the bug eggs." For the bug mother, whether Yao Qianqian sent someone to pick them up or she sent bugs to deliver them made little difference. The only thought now was to ensure the bug eggs were properly placed. Thus, the two little ones, Bai and Yao, who were diligently picking fruits, suddenly received a new task. Thinking about flying to the bug tribe, Bai used his little paw to tug at Yao's chin, feeling that he didn't want to leave just yet. Yao really wanted to free his chin from Bai's grip, but unfortunately, Bai held it quite tightly. So Yao could only ask, "How about I go alone?" "Well, that's not." Before Bai could finish, Yao Qianqian's hand landed on his head. "All right, we'll set off right away." Unlike humans, who need tools to fly in space, the powerful star beasts and bug tribe can fly directly in the air. So when Bai and Yao said they were off, they truly flew into space immediately. After watching them fly far away, Yao Qianqian returned to find Lin Li to settle accounts. During this time, there had been too many events, and she had forgotten to ask Lin Li for her space ring. Now that she needed to place the bug eggs, she had to find Lin Li to request the space ring so that she could store the bug eggs in it. When Yao Qianqian found Lin Li, he was drinking tea. Smelling the fragrance of his tea, Yao Qianqian also wanted a cup. But her main goal was still to get what belonged to her from Lin Li. Lin Li looked at Yao Qianqian's outstretched hand, his gaze landing on her face. "What's up?" Lin Li asked her. What else could it be? At this point, aren't you going to give me the space ring? She had relied on that space ring to bring the old Taoist back. Now that she had helped the old Taoist come back to life, wouldn't she get a reward? Didn't I tell you before that thing can only be given to you at the right moment? He stroked his beard and then gestured for Yao Qianqian to sit down first. Once you handle things here, have you considered returning to the past world? Lin Li asked Yao Qianqian. If Lin Li had asked Yao Qianqian this question from the beginning, perhaps she would have hurriedly settled things here and followed him. But now Yao Qianqian was very hesitant. She had a home here, a child, and a husband. She couldn't just cut ties easily. After a long time without hearing Yao Qianqian's response, Lin Li didn't rush her, continuing to drink his tea. But he kept emphasizing to Yao Qianqian that she needed to think carefully before telling him. If she regretted it in the future, there would be no way to change it. Hearing the old Taoist speak so seriously, Yao Qianqian fell in a deep thought. She hadn't heard him ask before. So why'd he suddenly bring it up today? She always felt that the old Taoist was hiding something from her. But if Lin Li didn't want to say it, no matter how she asked, she wouldn't be able to get out of him. Therefore, Yao Qianqian stopped pressing further. Just thinking about it, she asked. Regarding what Lin Li said, Yao Qianqian didn't believe a single punctuation mark. She looked Lin Li up and down, thinking, "You're not possessed by someone, are you?" Lin Li wasn't angry at Yao Qianqian's wild speculation. Instead, after finishing his tea, he calmly stated that he was going to go rest for a while. Yao Qianqian thought that she had just arrived, and Lin Li was leaving, suddenly asking, "Do you dislike me?" Lin Li had a look of disbelief. "What are you talking about?" Yao Qianqian. "Huh. because she couldn't win in a fight. She didn't dare to scold him face to face, but that didn't mean Yao Qianqian wouldn't curse him in her heart. But both of them came from the cultivation world, so even if Yao Qianqian was only cursing him in her heart, Lin Li could still feel it. Just like how Yao Qianqian could sense by Kai's thoughts about her in his heart back then. As a result, this time Yao Qianqian was punished by Lin Li to replace Bai and Hehuan's tasks and go pick fruits to deliver to the queen. Looking at the fruit trees laden with fruit and knowing that once she finished picking from one tree, that tree would quickly grow full of fruit again, Yao Qianqian felt despair. Chapter 181 Energy Stones. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have let both Xiao Bai and Hehuan go together no matter what. Now, she could only wait for them to return early to accompany her in picking fruits. However, the task still had to be done, and Yao Qianqian could only obediently push the cart to pick the fruits. The worst part was that Lin Li, in order to punish Yao Qianqian, instructed her not to use her spiritual power and to pick the fruits by hand. Looking at the fruits hanging on the tree, Yao Qianqian only filled half a basket before she started to give up, finding a clean spot to sit down and munching on the fruits she had previously picked. Just as Yao Qianqian was gnawing on the fruit, her wrist communicator suddenly rang. With a heart full of joy, she picked it up, thinking it was Han Jin calling her, only to see a bright white screen followed by the face of the queen. Seeing it wasn't Han Jin, Yao Qianqian felt a bit disappointed. The queen, having no time to comfort Yao Qianqian, turned the screen of the communicator, and Yao Qianqian saw that the queen was in a hospital. What happened over there? Yao Qianqian's brows furrowed slightly as she looked at the queen and Lady Olive, who was standing beside her. After thinking for a moment, Lady Olive explained everything to Yao Qianqian. Miss Qianqian, my daughter-in-law fell into a coma after eating the fruits you grew, but for some reason, she suddenly lost consciousness. Hearing her words, Yao Qianqian pondered for a moment and then asked, did your daughter-in-law eat a lot of anything before she fell into a coma? Upon hearing Yao Qianqian's question, Lady Olive fell into thought, recalling that she had been saying she was hungry and had asked them to bring all the fruits they bought from you to her room. At that time, Lady Olive thought her daughter-in-law was just worried they would eat all the fruits, so she hid them in her room. Now, upon hearing Yao Qianqian mention it, she suddenly realized, so you mean she ate all those fruits? Lady Olive looked at Miss Kalia's belly and suddenly connected this matter with the recent panic caused by the mutated beasts in the empire. Could it be that her daughter-in-law was also parasitized by that strange creature? But it couldn't be that all the young ladies who had bought fruits from Yao Qianqian were parasitized, right? Yao Qianqian didn't see the myriad of expressions on Lady Olive's face. She simply shared what she knew, stating, according to my guess, perhaps your daughter-in-law's body cannot provide the energy needed for the child's growth, which led to the mother falling into a coma. Upon hearing Yao Qianqian say this, Lady Olive seemed to accept her explanation and then asked, then Miss Qianqian, what should we do? This matter was actually quite simple for Yao Qianqian. She glanced at the large fruit trees around her and said, there are two ways. The first is for you to bring the person to me, and I will take care of her pregnancy. With the empire currently in danger, if they sent the person out, no family would feel at ease. Therefore, Lady Olive anxiously asked, what is the second method? Seeing Lady Olive so eager, Yao Qianqian didn't keep them in suspense. The second method is to provide sufficient nutrition to the mother so that those who are in a coma can wake up. Compared to the first method, Lady Olive preferred the second method and asked, what kind of nutrition do we need to provide to the mother? She thought that as long as it wasn't something particularly difficult to obtain, she would help her daughter-in-law get it. To this, Yao Qianqian replied that it wasn't anything particularly hard to get. They just needed some energy stones. Hearing that they needed energy stones, Lady Olive breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was energy stones, although this thing was extremely precious to ordinary people, it was like water to nobles. Lady Olive then began to ask Yao Qianqian how to use the energy stones for her daughter-in-law. Yao Qianqian stroked her chin and thought that those people were not cultivators and couldn't actively absorb the energy from the energy stones. But they couldn't keep eating the fruits she gave them each time. After pondering for a moment, she said, if you can wait, I can help you make a conversion tool. Upon hearing Yao Qianqian say this, Lady Olive couldn't help but ask how long it would take. For this question, Yao Qianqian thought for a while, but wasn't sure when she could come up with it. I can't determine that for now. But you can try placing low-level energy stones near the person in a coma to see if they can absorb the energy from the stones on their own. Hearing Yao Qianqian say this, Lady Olive immediately instructed someone to prepare. Compared to Lady Olive having to fetch energy stones from outside, the queen was quicker, directly taking out several energy stones of different colors from her spatial pocket. Seeing this, Yao Qianqian immediately stopped the queen. Wait, don't take them over directly yet. Do you have a way to know the abilities of the child in her womb in advance? Upon hearing Yao Qianqian's question about knowing the abilities, both women had different expressions. Previously, the Empire had instances where many children's abilities and spiritual power levels were known in advance, and those with weak abilities or low spiritual power levels were killed. Therefore, now that Yao Qianqian asked, both women couldn't help but recall those past events, feeling confused. On the contrary, Yao Qianqian didn't think this was a big deal. In the world of cultivators, many low-ranking families would do this, but as family status rose, fewer people would act this way. After all, for them, it was just about having one more mouth to feed, but killing their own child could lead to heavenly retribution. Little female, why do you ask about the child's abilities? The queen was the first to react, asking Yao Qianqian. Hearing the queen's question, Yao Qianqian naturally explained. Did you not notice that the energy stones in your hand all have colors? When Yao Qianqian asked her this, the queen nodded. Yes, they are colored. But what does this have to do with the child's abilities? Yao Qianqian initially wanted to tell them about the spiritual roots in the cultivation world. But considering that if she started, she might end up explaining even more later, she simply and concisely explained to the queen, this is what my master said. He said to distribute the energy stones according to the child's abilities, otherwise it might not be good for the child. Chapter 182. Save the child. Listening to Yao Qianqian say that it would be bad for the child, the two people's expressions gradually returned to normal. Remembering the previous scares Yao Qianqian had given them, both of them really wanted to tell her that if she had any important things to say in the future, she must not breathe heavily again. It could easily scare someone to death. Unfortunately, they both dared not say this out loud, as it would make them seem uncultured. After finishing her words, Yao Qianqian was waiting for their responses, but the two seemed to be lost in thought. So, Yao Qianqian couldn't help but ask, what kind of special ability does the child from your place have? Upon hearing Yao Qianqian repeat her question, the two finally realized that they had been lost in thought and had forgotten to answer her question. Fortunately, the queen responded in time, saying, we still need to test this. It's not clear what kind of ability that child has. Hearing that they needed to conduct a test, Yao Qianqian thought for a moment and felt that it wasn't necessary to go through so much trouble. How about this? I happened to see that person today. Why don't I help you see what kind of ability the child in her belly has? Yao Qianqian said to the two of them. The reason she said this was that she didn't want to wait any longer. After showing these people some results, she estimated that she wouldn't need to urge them later. They would know how to help the child find energy stones on their own. However, she suddenly thought that since the old Taoist was already with her, why not ask him to help make a tool for absorbing spiritual energy? Regarding what Yao Qianqian said about helping them check the child's ability, the two couldn't help but feel curious. Miss Qianqian, do you have some special method? If this method were applied in the cultivation world, it wouldn't be considered particularly special. But this was a star field where even spiritual energy hadn't been discovered. So Yao Qianqian restrained herself a bit and said, it's actually nothing special, just a little trick. After the polite exchanges were over, Yao Qianqian began to guide them to take out a few low-level energy stones. Yes, just like that. You first slowly bring those energy stones close to her, and then don't block those energy stones. Let me see the situation over there. Generally, ordinary people cannot perceive the situation of spiritual energy. But Yao Qianqian was a cultivator, and when those energy stones approached Ms. Kalia, she easily saw the trajectory of the spiritual energy running within them. Thus, she quickly guessed what kind of ability the child in Kalia's belly had. The child in her belly had water-type abilities, and she reminded them to place some water-blue energy stones around her in the future. As the purer the water-blue color of the energy stones, the better. For this, Yao Qianqian patiently reiterated once more. After hearing Yao Qianqian's repeated instructions, Lady Olive nodded, indicating that she understood. The queen then thought of the other ladies in the hospital. The reason nobles are called nobles is not just because of how wealthy they are in the past and present, but more importantly, is about the foundation of a family. Generally, the more powerful the family, the rarer their bloodline. It's not that those families don't want to have children, but for ordinary people, their bloodline is too powerful, and ordinary children cannot withstand their strength. Very few children can be successfully born. However, similarly, those children that can be born will have qualifications that everyone envies in the future. Therefore, the queen was so excited about so many noble families being pregnant. And when she learned that those noble young ladies had fainted, she became increasingly worried about the future of the empire. At this moment, Yao Qianqian could tell the ability of the child in the female's belly just by a glance, which naturally made the queen excited. She was not afraid that Yao Qianqian would misuse her abilities. She just wanted Yao Qianqian to help check the abilities of the other females as well. However, this matter was also quite taxing, and Yao Qianqian felt that she shouldn't be the only one to bear the burden. After all, they were all brought here to work. Why should she be the only one working hard? Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, Yao Qianqian successfully brought out Lin Li to sell him. "Do you want me to help you check the abilities of other children?" she asked the queen. Then she saw the queen nodding, looking at her with expectation in her eyes. "What about that little female? Do you want to help check as well?" Regarding the queen's words, Yao Qianqian thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes, since you asked me today, I'll help you check the abilities of the other children. But later, it's not me helping. Don't worry, that person's strength is only stronger, not weaker than mine." As soon as Yao Qianqian finished speaking, the queen immediately thought of her son and the old Taoist she had mentioned before. So the queen nodded, thinking that it was just a matter of checking the children's abilities. If the person Yao Qianqian brought was unreliable, they could still find someone else to check. However, Lady Olive had to go take care of her daughter-in-law, so only the queen would take Yao Qianqian to see the other females. But Yao Qianqian didn't mind. As for Lin Li, who was supposed to be sleeping, he had a sour expression on his face after being called up by Yao Qianqian. He showed no respect for Yao Qianqian in front of the queen. However, Lin Li did not refuse what Yao Qianqian said and directly agreed to help check. Thus, after the queen negotiated with the others, she took Lin Li to see the first female and the child in her belly. Compared to Yao Qianqian, who needed to rely on external objects to judge, Lin Li was evidently much stronger. At the very least, Lin Li didn't need to rely on energy stones to see it. The speed of checking the first child ability was very fast. Lin Li almost just exchanged a glance with the person and immediately stated the ability. Then the queen took them to the next ward. Just when the queen and Yao Qianqian thought Lin Li would, as before, directly blurt out the child's ability, Lin Li suddenly fell silent for a second. Before the two could react, Lin Li directly requested the queen to send this person immediately to planet number 5. The queen hadn't figured out what was going on when Yao Qianqian began arguing with Lin Li. "What are you doing?" Yao Qianqian stood in front of Lin Li and the light brain, speaking harshly. Why bring someone to planet number 5 for no reason? Lin Li was almost at the point of wanting to pry open Yao Qianqian's head to see what was inside. "You better open your eyes and see clearly what that person has in her belly." Chapter 183. Taking a disciple hearing Lin Li's words. Yao Qianqian and the queen both shifted their gaze to the belly of the female. The queen, being an ordinary person, naturally saw nothing. However, after Lin Li's reminder, Yao Qianqian immediately used her spiritual power to cover her eyes. When her gaze fell on the female's belly again, she took a deep breath. This person really needed to be sent over quickly. After Yao Qianqian finished reciting what Lin Li had just said, she calmly looked at the queen. She had been able to care about Hanjin's life and death solely because of her relationship with him. But her bond with the queen was not as close as that with Hanjin. Therefore, Yao Qianqian did not want to forcefully help. In her view, if the queen was willing to listen, then she would. If the queen thought her words were absurd, then it was fate for each person, and she should not meddle in the queen's future. Regarding the queen, who had just been thinking about not sending anyone to planet number 5, and changed her mind in less than a minute, she did not ask more and turned to the female's family, saying that if they wanted to save her, they could only secretly send her to planet number 5. At first, those people were naturally unwilling, but to ensure their child could live, most of them agreed to send the child to planet number 5. However, They also put forth a request. They must be able to observe the child's condition every day. For such a simple request, Lin Li and Yao Qianqian naturally agreed, nodding in response. After handling this family's matter, the queen continued to look at the next ones with Yao Qianqian. They went through 3 families in a row without encountering a situation like before. The queen let out a slight sigh of relief. But soon, she realized that her previous sense of relief might have come too early. Because upon seeing the last family, Lin Li again proposed to send the female immediately to planet number 5. However, compared to his previous serious expression, Lin Li was now smiling. The queen looked at Lin Li in confusion, wondering if this person was in the same situation as the previous one. Hearing the queen's question, Lin Li, feeling good after finding a good seedling, kindly answered her. The situation was different. The previous person was in danger, but the child in this one's belly was healthy. However, to ensure a successful birth, they would need the assistance of a noble person. Everyone present was quite perceptive, and they understood Lin Li's words well. Especially Yao Qianqian, who spent the most time with Lin Li, was most familiar with his tricks. So when he said this, she immediately shook her head at the queen, just as she was about to speak and suggest that the queen only send one person over. Lin Li moved his fingers, and a small silent spell appeared on Yao Qianqian's mouth. Thus, Yao Qianqian could not speak, and the queen was already shocked by Lin Li's earlier displays of skill, especially when Lin Li specifically taught her a simple formation to ensure she could send the disciple he had his eye on over quickly. As a result, the queen easily detailed Lin Li's instructions and expressed her intention to send the person to planet number 5 immediately. As for Yao Qianqian, watching the communication end abruptly, her feelings were mixed. Why don't you just refrain from harming that unborn child? Yao Qianqian sincerely suggested to Lin Li. Hearing Yao Qianqian's evaluation of him, Lin Li was furious, blowing his beard and glaring. What kind of talk is that? What do you mean I shouldn't harm the unborn child? Lin Li retorted. I wasn't lying. That child indeed needs a noble person to help them out. If it weren't for me, that child would likely die in the womb. Yao Qianqian expressed skepticism, questioning why Lin Li considered himself the child's noble person. What if the child's true benefactor is actually me? After Yao Qianqian asked this question, Lin Li fell into an unusual silence. All right. Now, without Lin Li needing to say anything, Yao Qianqian also realized that the child's true benefactor was indeed her. Now you can think about how to ask me for help later. Upon learning this news, it felt like Yao Qianqian had seized a small advantage over Lin Li. She planned to make good use of it when the time came. However, before Yao Qianqian could think more carefully, Lin Li appeared in front of her, blocking her path. Hey, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Lin Li asked Yao Qianqian. Yao Qianqian simply forced a smile that didn't reach her eyes, appearing unwilling to speak with him. But who was Lin Li? No one in this world dared to treat him like that. Therefore, without saying a word, he directly pinched Yao Qianqian's pressure point, saying, I've been here for so long and still haven't checked on your child yet. Speaking of his specialty, Lin Li was particularly proud. Yao Qianqian's expression darkened for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. Initially, she thought Lin Li wouldn't notice her brief expression. However, as time went on, she realized she had underestimated him. Lin Li's gaze fell on her face with a knowing smile, as if he could see through her entirely. Seeing this, Yao Qianqian pulled at her mouth corner, showing a reluctance to continue entangling with Lin Li. Originally, after resolving this matter, Yao Qianqian should have returned to picking fruits. But Lin Li genuinely wanted to take that disciple. So he directly asked Yao Qianqian, Speak, what will make you willing to help me take on a disciple? Upon hearing Lin Li's question, Yao Qianqian hesitated for a second. This was quite simple. First, that was a person. We are not robbers. When the child can choose for themselves, we should first ask the child's own opinion. Secondly, I still need to go pick fruits later. Lin Li initially thought Yao Qianqian's later would lead to some problem. Unexpectedly, it directly circled back to picking fruits. He was so angry that his beard almost bristled. But thinking of his precious disciple, Lin Li held back. Fine, if you don't want to pick, then don't. Just help me get my disciple out later. Lin Li took it quite lightly. However, Yao Qianqian, having finally gained the chance to make requests of Lin Li, naturally wanted to express all her previous thoughts at once. But as Lin Li noticed Yao Qianqian moving her lips, he realized she still had something to say. Therefore, he directly interrupted her without hesitation. Chapter 184. Apprentice, that ring, I can't give it to you right now as we agreed. When the time comes, I'll give it to you. Don't make your requests too excessive. All right. Not getting what she wanted most left Yao Qianqian feeling a bit regretful. However, having Lin Li help her solve the problem of the females over their fainting due to the energy absorption from the child in their wombs wasn't a loss. But she still needed to remind Lin Li to prepare those things for the females when the time comes. After hearing Yao Qianqian's words, Lin Li rolled his eyes in a very ungracious manner. What a joke! Can I not handle something I promised myself? Hearing Lin Li's words, Yao Qianqian smiled, apologizing, saying that having stayed with these people for too long made her forget a lot about cultivators. Seeing this, Lin Li snorted coldly, which was his way of forgiving her. So after Yao Qianqian saw that he agreed, she directly bid farewell to Lin Li and didn't linger around. As Yao Qianqian was leaving, Lin Li told her to hurry up, which made Yao Qianqian quite upset. If it weren't for Lin Li closing the door faster than Yao Qianqian could turn around, she might have given him a good scolding. When Yao Qianqian angrily walked out, there were two people waiting at the door. They seemed to have been waiting for quite a while. Yao Qianqian had never seen these two before, but now seeing them seemingly waiting for her, she gestured for them to come forward and speak. Is there something you need? Yao Qianqian asked, becoming a bit impatient since they were just standing there without speaking. Seeing that Yao Qianqian appeared somewhat impatient, the person closest to her quickly asked, Madam, I heard from others that you can help that female who has never had children, so I wanted to ask if you could help my sister. Yao Qianqian was unaware of the situation on Capital Star. Hearing them say she could help others have children, she was taken aback. How is that possible? Who told you that? Upon hearing Yao Qianqian say it's impossible, the person standing behind the one who spoke first instinctively trembled, and the light in their eyes dimmed. Noticing the faint golden light emanating from that person, Yao Qianqian frowned. Did she send you to ask? Seeing that Yao Qianqian noticed her sister, she nodded, saying, Yes, that's my sister. She wants to ask if you have any methods. Oh, by the way, the females on Capital Star said that after eating the fruits you sold, they were able to have children. How about we buy some from you? Hearing that they wanted to buy from her, Yao Qianqian shook her head. No need. If you want them, I can have someone bring some for you to eat tomorrow. But it won't be free. One of you has to come over every day to help me with work. Just right? Xiao Bai and He Yao had been complaining that the work over there was too heavy, so adding another person to help would be fine. When Lan Shi heard that Yao Qianqian could provide them with fruits, she became ecstatic, turning to grab Lan Yun's hand and excitedly saying, Sister, see? I told you Madam is kind-hearted and would definitely agree to help us. Flattered, Yao Qianqian naturally felt pleased. She smiled, then shifted her gaze from the two of them to the attendant who had been following her. You go and ask on planet number 5 who wants to have children. I can help them check. The attendant complied and went down obediently. Yao Qianqian signaled the two from the Lan family to follow her. I'll take you to check your bodies. Maybe your sister already has a child in her womb. Hearing what Yao Qianqian said, the two from the Lan family didn't take it seriously. They had been to the hospital many times and had never heard any doctor say that their sister was pregnant. Regarding their disbelief, Yao Qianqian didn't mind. She walked ahead, leading them to follow her. The two walked slowly behind Yao Qianqian. Even though they were very anxious, they kept pace with her steps. Since Yao Qianqian didn't have her own office, she led the two to an empty room, indicating for them to sit down. Come here, I'll check your pulse. Yao Qianqian waved to Lan Yun, asking her to come over. Lan Yun cautiously approached Yao Qianqian. Previously, from a distance, Yao Qianqian hadn't seen Lan Yun's face clearly. But when Lan Yun got closer, Yao Qianqian felt that Lan Yun looked very much like someone she remembered. But she couldn't recall exactly who it was, as if there was a shadow cast over that face. However, this didn't stop her from directly asking Lan Yun, by the way, has anyone ever told you that you resemble someone? Lan Yun was puzzled by Yao Qianqian's sudden question. She stared into Yao Qianqian's eyes for a moment, then quickly averted her gaze, not daring to meet Yao Qianqian's eyes again. Yao Qianqian didn't think this was disrespectful. Instead, she shifted her attention to Lan Shi. Then you tell me, has anyone said that your sister resembles someone? Lan Shi exclaimed, confused about how this question suddenly fell on her. But this didn't affect her trust in Yao Qianqian. So Lan, she moved her chair closer to Yao Qianqian, indicating for her to continue speaking while answering Yao Qianqian's earlier question. I spent a lot of time with my sister, and I haven't heard anyone say she resembles someone. Hearing Lan Shi's words, Yao Qianqian didn't pursue the topic further and focused her attention back on Lan Yun. In fact, Yao Qianqian really saw a lot. What she had said to Lan Yun was correct. There had always been a child in Lan Yun's body. However, perhaps because the child did not exist in a physical form, no one had discovered the child's presence until now. And who knew that it just happened to be Yao Qianqian who encountered this situation? She had quite a bit of understanding regarding children existing in this state. But if she wanted people in the star domain to accept it, Yao Qianqian needed to think of a better explanation. She furrowed her brow, seemingly lost in thought, with Lan Shi and Lan Yun's shallow understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. Yao Qianqian's frowning gesture made them think that Lan Yun's body was hopeless and that she could not have children. Leaving Lan Si Asai, as he was just a relative of the involved party, for Lan Yun, the words of those doctors before only made her think that there might be other methods. But Yao Qianqian was different. She could help so many noble females have children. Chapter 185 Strange Child for Lan Yun. Yao Qianqian was her last salvation. If Yao Qianqian told her that her child was hopeless, she might truly never be able to have a child of her own in the future. After thinking for a long time, Yao Qianqian finally came up with a way to explain to them, and her furrowed brow finally relaxed a bit. What I just told you is true. There has always been a child in your belly. But perhaps because the form of existence of that child is different from what you have seen before, you have never noticed him. Yao Qianqian gestured to the two of them, but unfortunately, both of them looked completely bewildered, seemingly not understanding what Yao Qianqian meant. After a second of thought, Yao Qianqian decisively gave up on further explanation and chose to directly help them deliver the child. How about this? You go out first, and I'll help your sister deliver the child? Yao Qianqian asked Lan Shi for his opinion. Lan Shi felt puzzled by Yao Qianqian's statement about delivering the child, and curiously looked at Yao Qianqian and his sister, wanting to ask if it was dangerous. But unfortunately, Lan Yun was already desperate for a child, and upon hearing Yao Qianqian say that she would soon have a child, she could no longer care about whether it was dangerous or not. Without waiting for Lan Shi to say anything, she took a few steps and pushed him out the door. Standing at the door, looking at the closed door, Lan Shi fell in a deep thought. Was that person really his usually gentle and lovely sister? Yao Qianqian got up, took a bed out of her space, and placed it in the room, while checking to confirm that there were no cameras in the room. She then told Lan Yun to lie down. No matter what you see later, don't be afraid. I will definitely ensure your safety first. Upon hearing Yao Qianqian's words, Lan Yun shook her head, insisting that the safety of her child came first. To this, Yao Qianqian did not respond. Did that child still need her to ensure its safety? Lan Yun was probably dead, and the child will be fine. What Yao Qianqian needed to do now was a kind of operation to transfer the spiritual entity into reality. She had learned this from someone before. At that time, she was just curious, but unexpectedly, she was using it now. When Yao Qianqian began to use her spiritual power, the surrounding plants started to grow wildly, and even Lan Shi, who was guarding the door, could faintly feel that the air around them had become much fresher. At this moment, Lan Yun, lying on the bed, felt the same way. Her vision was filled with flowers. Yao Qianqian had intentionally cast an illusion to prevent Lan Yun from being unable to handle seeing her hand reach in her belly. The child that had been living in Lan Yun's belly seemed to feel curious upon sensing Yao Qianqian's hand and reached out its own hand to touch Yao Qianqian's. Seeing this, Yao Qianqian did not hesitate and pulled the child out from Lan Yun's belly. After leaving Lan Yun's belly, the previously transparent child instantly began to develop color. Gradually, the flowers in front of Lan Yun scattered, and the sound of a baby's cry appeared by her ear. Hearing this sound, Lan Yun's eyes turned slightly red. She wanted to get up to see the child, but Yao Qianqian, considering that Lan Yun had just given birth, stopped her, telling her not to move and that they would check her body at the hospital later. As for the child, she would take care of it first. And once Lan Yun's body recovered, the child's condition should stabilize, and then they could come up with a better excuse to take him back. After Yao Qianqian finished speaking, Lan Yun understood that she was doing this for the good of herself and the child. Therefore, she did not refute Yao Qianqian's words, but her gaze was fixed on the child. Seemingly sensing Lan Yun's gaze, the child, who had been crying, gradually stopped. When it saw Lan Yun, it even smiled at her. Upon seeing this, the tears that had been lingering in Lan Yun's eyes suddenly fell. "Stop crying, you have a child now. And crying too much can harm your body," Yao Qianqian kindly reminded her. Lan Yun, hearing Yao Qianqian's words, tried to calm her emotions. Yao Qianqian thought for a moment, placed the child next to Lan Shi, and turned to open the door, just enough for Lan Shi to come in. Lan Shi had good hearing and had clearly heard the child's cries earlier. Therefore, when Yao Qianqian let him in, he appeared exceptionally excited, as if he were about to faint. Once inside the room, seeing his sister lying on the bed and the baby beside her, Lan Shi became even more excited. He wanted to shout out loud, telling everyone that he had a little nephew. Unfortunately, Lan Yun saw that the child was asleep and asked the newly entered Lan Shi to be quiet. At this moment, Lan Shi's mind was still in a daze, and he kept grinning at his nephew. Yao Qianqian found their behavior hard to look at. She glanced to the side and saw a dirty cardboard box. Comparing the box to the child's eyes, she thought for a moment and prepared to put the child into the dirty box. Seeing Yao Qianqian's actions, Lan Shi instantly came to his senses. He grabbed the box, hesitated to grab Yao Qianqian's wrist, and cautiously asked, "Madam, do you intend to put the child in this box?" Yao Qianqian nodded, saying it was necessary to put the child in the box. Otherwise, how could they take him out later? Upon seeing Yao Qianqian nod, Lan Shi felt a wave of darkness before his eyes. Why put the child in this dirty box? If you find it troublesome to hold the child, why not let me hold him instead? Hearing Lan Shi's words, Yao Qianqian suddenly remembered that she seemed to have forgotten to explain to Lan Shi. So she repeated what she had just told Lan Yun. After hearing this, Lan Shi fell silent. Why can't outsiders know? Lan Shi curiously asked, feeling that his sister's child was nothing to hide. Lan Yun, however, guessed some of the reasons. Following what the madam said, but the child, thinking about where to put the child, Lan Yun took out a small sleeping basket for the child from her space. How about we put the child in this sleeping basket? Lan Yun looked at Yao Qianqian hopefully. Compared to that dirty cardboard box, she wanted to provide her child with better conditions. Yao Qianqian naturally had no objections. Chapter 186. Bringing a child back, it was just a matter of adding more items to the box. As a result, the box, which originally weighed a few pounds, successfully transformed into a weight of over 10 pounds with the efforts of Lan Shi and Lan Yun. Fortunately, Yao Qianqian had quite a bit of strength. Otherwise, a regular person might not even be able to lift it. However, before she brought the child back, Yao Qianqian had to arrange some matters in the Marshal's residence. The most important thing was that the child's identity could not be known to outsiders. So she needed to prepare a plausible identity. If Han Jin were still around, she could directly say it was the child of Han Jin's former comrade. But Han Jin had gone out on business. Generally, normal comrades wouldn't send a child over at this time, especially since the child had just been born not long ago. After thinking for a while, Yao Qianqian's mind suddenly conjured the image of Lin Li. Although her identity wasn't suitable for claiming the child as her own, Lin Li could do so, and besides, she had already thought up a script for helping Lin Li find her child. It was simply a story of a man abandoning his pregnant wife for his own fame and fortune, and then going to a good place to live. Eventually, the wife found out and came to their doorstep with the child, leaving the mother's whereabouts temporarily unknown. The more Yao Qianqian thought about it, the more she felt this plan was good. Of course, she didn't care at all whether Lin Li would agree to this matter. Just then, Lin Li, who was resting peacefully in his room, suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if someone was plotting against him from behind. After running through his mind, he locked on to Yao Qianqian as the target. Among those he knew, the only one who could possibly trick him was Yao Qianqian. Just as Lin Li was about to calculate the situation, a muffled thunder rolled in from the horizon, although it quickly began to rain. Indicating that the earlier thunder was merely a natural phenomenon, Lin Li, who always believed in the Tao, decided not to continue his calculations after being interrupted. After all, Yao Qianqian would tell him where she had deceived him soon enough. That evening, Lan Yun and Lan Shi had already settled into the military hospital. While the doctor was examining Lan Yun curiously asked the doctor if there was anything wrong with her sister's condition. The doctor stared at the report for nearly 10 minutes without saying a word to Lan Shi, and eventually called in several other doctors, some of whom Lan Shi had only seen in various reports, especially when Lan Shi leaned in and overheard one esteemed medical expert muttering, "How is this possible? She clearly wasn't pregnant a few days ago, so how does she suddenly look like she has given birth?" At that moment, Lan Shi felt a pang of guilt for a second, but it was just for a second. After all, his sister was more important than his conscience. And in Lan Shi's view, what he was concealing wasn't a big deal. If it were to be calculated from the beginning, it wouldn't even be a concealment. He was merely answering the doctor's questions without any intention of volunteering information. While Lan Shi was lost in thought, Lan Yun moved on the bed, trying to get up for a drink of water. Fortunately, the robot that had been watching over her noticed early and brought the water she wanted right to her. "Please rest well, patient. You need to take good care of your health," the robot said firmly to Lan Yun. Lan Yun took a few sips from the water handed to her by the robot and then lay back down. At that moment, she wanted to contact Yao Qianqian to see her child, but although she had been in a daze, she was somewhat aware of the professor's doubts. Therefore, Lan Yun decided that until her husband returned, she did not intend to let outsiders know of any connection between herself and the child. After seeing Lan Yun wake up, Lan Shi approached her and recounted the professor's doubts, subtly implying that Lan Yun should not disclose what had happened earlier. Lan Yun nodded, signaling to Lan Shi that she understood everything. Once Lan Shi confirmed that Lan Yun was aware, he began to tell her about the recent communication from Yao Qianqian. "By the way, hasn't the Marshal gone out recently? So there are quite a few positions open in the Marshal's residence." Lan Shi paused for a moment before continuing. "The lady would like to know if you're interested in temporarily working there." For Lan Yun, there was nothing to disagree with. Even if she had to pay to work there, she would be willing. Thus, as expected, Lan Yun eagerly agreed. Seeing her excitement, Lan Shi quietly reminded her. The lady said she wants someone emotionally stable, who can handle matters calmly under any circumstances. After hearing this, Lan Yun took deep breaths. All she could think about was leaving here as soon as possible to be by Yao Qianqian's side. She had only caught a fleeting glimpse of her child after the birth, and then the little one, who could still smile at her, was taken away by Yao Qianqian. "Don't worry, I will be by the lady's side soon." This was a promise Lan Yun made not only to Lan Shi, but also to herself. She had to get well soon and strive to be with the lady and spend more time with her child. Thinking of the child, Lan Yun suddenly remembered her husband, who had gone out with the Marshal. Today's events had happened too suddenly, and she hadn't had the chance to inform him. But she thought that the child was more important, so she decided to wait for her husband to return before slowly discussing it with him. With hopes for the future, Lan Yun fell into a deep sleep. Lan Shi stayed by her side, almost awake all night. Of course, most of the doctors in the hospital, like Lan Shi, also stayed up all night, studying the injuries on Lan Yun's body to figure out what was going on. However, when Lan Yun emerged from the treatment chamber, she directly stated that she wanted to be discharged. The doctors repeatedly tried to keep her for further examination, but all those requests were firmly rejected by Lan Yun. As for the old professors who were always eager to study his sister, Lan Shi didn't give them a good look either. He refrained from striking them, considering they might not withstand his punch. Chapter 187, Lin Li's son, and the time goes back to the night when Yao Qianqian brought the child home. In the afternoon, she secretly brought back a newborn baby, and almost everyone in the Marshal's residence knew about it. Of course, everyone has curiosity, and under Yao Qianqian's deliberate guidance, people's gazes towards Lin Li began to change gradually. At first, Lin Li was unaware. He only felt that those people were jealous of his talent and abilities, which was why they looked at him strangely. So he didn't ask further. However, when he saw the child and heard Yao Qianqian say in front of him that it was his child, Lin Li couldn't sit still. He hadn't thought he had offended Yao Qianqian. At most, he played a few tricks on her, but that shouldn't warrant her stealing a child to frame him, right? As he locked eyes with the child in Yao Qianqian's arms, Lin Li began to doubt whether what those people said was true. Although he could read faces, that was only for outsiders. A diviner doesn't self-divine. So when he heard that the child might be related to him, Lin Li didn't even think about checking the child's face. Yao Qianqian found it a bit strange that Lin Li remained silent. In her view, Lin Li should be able to tell at a glance whether this child was his or not. He shouldn't just stand there foolishly, Seeing Lin Li still not speaking, Yao Qianqian called out, "Since you're here, why don't you come and greet your son?" Perhaps Yao Qianqian's tone was too natural. So Lin Li really began to believe that this was his son. When he learned that he had once let down a woman, Lin Li felt his heart almost waver. Fortunately, after seeing the child's face, even his usually cold heart softened. He couldn't help but gently raise his hand, preparing to touch the child, but Yao Qianqian turned sideways, preventing Lin Li from getting close. "I told you, you mustn't do anything to this child." Yao Qianqian threatened Lin Li. "Even if you might not like this child, he is still innocent and small. Adults' matters shouldn't involve children." Lin Li hadn't said a word yet, and Yao Qianqian had already said a lot. Lin Li pulled the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile that looked worse than crying. "Since you say he is my child, then naturally I will treat him well," Lin Li said, wanting to take the frail child from Yao Qianqian's arms. After seeing Lin Li's reaction, Yao Qianqian suddenly realized an issue. It turned out Lin Li really didn't know that this child had no blood relation to him. TSK. Yao Qianqian smacked her lips and began to reflect in her heart. If Lin Li found out later that she had deceived him, she would be in deep trouble. So, after thinking it over, Yao Qianqian chose to tell Lin Li the truth directly. Taking Lin Li along, with the child still in her arms, Yao Qianqian observed Lin Li's expression all the way. Lin Li was being extra careful to protect the child in her arms, and during the journey, she accidentally bumped into him several times. But today, Lin Li was unusually patient. However, the more he acted that way, the more Yao Qianqian feared that Lin Li would discover the truth later. That would be a big problem. Now, Yao Qianqian wished she could go back an hour and not have stirred up trouble by deceiving Lin Li. Now look, in the end, it was still her who would be bullied. Inside the room, Lin Li wanted to take a closer look at the child. Unfortunately, the child was held tightly by Yao Qianqian, and every time he got close, the child would cry. Thus, Lin Li stood at a distance, feeling somewhat at a loss. Seeing Lin Li like this, Yao Qianqian felt a bit sorry for him, so she took the initiative to say, "Why don't you take a look at the child's face?" Yao Qianqian wanted to use this more indirect way to tell Lin Li that this was not his child. But Lin Li stubbornly shook his head. "I can't see his face clearly. He is my kin." Yao Qianqian was puzzled. "Kin? I remember Lin Li was a loner, right? How could there be kin? Moreover, according to the world she knew Lin Li from, he seemed to be a cultivator. If Lin Li's family's level was too low, they would have long turned into a pile of ashes, let alone having relatives." But that didn't stop Yao Qianqian from taking the initiative to admit her mistake. "Cough, actually, this is not your child." Yao Qianqian looked everywhere but at Lin Li's face. After hearing Yao Qianqian's words, Lin Li pondered for a moment and then asked her why she said that. "This child is not yours," Yao Qianqian said as she coaxed the infant to sleep. Tilting her head to look at Lin Li, "What else is there to explain? I took this child out of a pregnant woman's belly." While Yao Qianqian spoke, she mimed how she had taken the child out, looking like it took quite a bit of effort. After hearing Yao Qianqian's words, Lin Li's expression was no longer as confused as before. Instead, his eyes lit up as if he had found a confidant. This made Lin Li's attitude towards the child even better. However, every time Lin Li came to play with the child, Yao Qianqian was afraid he might accidentally squeeze the child too hard. On the day Lan Yun came to work, Lin Li was playfully flying around the courtyard with his newfound confidant. Since the child had just been born and couldn't leave the bed for the time being, Lin Li was flying around with the bed and the child together. Originally, Lan Yun had brought toys for the child, fearing he would be bored. But as soon as she entered, she heard the child's silver bell-like laughter coming from inside the room. It seemed that her child was doing quite well here. Previously, Lan Yun had treated Yao Qianqian with mere respect, but since Yao Qianqian had helped her, she now respected her as much as Marshal Lin, as if they had both saved their lives. However, Yao Qianqian was completely unaware of this. Upon seeing Lan Yun arrive, Lin Li, on the other hand, wanted to take the child back to the room. This angered Yao Qianqian greatly. "I already told you the child's background. Now the mother is here, and you're still thinking of taking the child away?" Lin Li still maintained his composed demeanor. Chapter 188. Lan Yun comes knocking. "You initially said this was my child, and now you say it isn't? What? Do I have to listen to everything you say?" Lin Li smirked and ran off with the child. Leaving Yao Qianqian standing still, watching the two siblings from the Lan family. For a moment, the atmosphere became awkward, and then the three of them turned their gazes to Lin Li and the child, who had already walked far away. Finally, Yao Qianqian helplessly patted her forehead and said, "All right, stop looking. He takes good care of that child, so you all come with me for now." This was directed at Lan Yun over there, because the only one coming to work with Yao Qianqian was Lan Yun. Upon hearing Yao Qianqian's voice, Lan Yun obediently walked over. As for her brother wanting to come along, Lan Yun glanced at Yao Qianqian and, seeing that the lady had no objections, allowed her brother to follow as well. Yao Qianqian didn't mind. After all, it was just to have Lan Shi join them for a meal. And as for Lan Yun's matters later, they would be left to the housekeeper to arrange. Fortunately, although Han Jin had taken most of the people with him when he left, he still left a few capable ones for Yao Qianqian to manage. Pai Mingyue was one of those demi-human women left behind to assist Yao Qianqian. Initially, she just greeted Yao Qianqian and then waited for the little female to call her to work. However, after waiting for several days, she still hadn't heard from the little female. Luckily, today, the little female finally remembered to look for her. Pai Mingyue expressed great joy at being remembered by the little female. She even changed into a new outfit, waiting for the little female to call for her. However, it was evident that Pai Mingyue's expectations this time were destined to be dashed. But at that moment, Pai Mingyue was still unaware, eagerly anticipating the scene of meeting the little female. On Yao Qianqian's side, she was having a meal with Lan Shi and Lan Yun. When she saw Pai Mingyue standing at the door, Yao Qianqian warmly invited her in. "Have you had lunch yet?" Yao Qianqian asked Pai Mingyue. When Yao Qianqian sent someone to find Pai Mingyue, she happened to be preparing for lunch. Upon learning of Yao Qianqian's message, she decided to check if there was anything going on with the lady first and planned to have lunch after that. Pai Mingyue honestly shook her head. "Not yet. I rushed over as soon as I heard your news." After hearing Pai Mingyue's words, Yao Qianqian thought for a moment and realized that it wasn't very ethical to look for someone at this time. "How about we sit down and eat together?" If Pai Mingyue were an ordinary assistant, she might have sat down to eat. But she wasn't. She had previously been a small housekeeper in the Marshal's residence, where Lin Nuo handled all the affairs while the previous resident occasionally managed some matters. Therefore, Pai Mingyue always felt she was earning her salary for nothing in the Marshal's residence. Unfortunately, she had to avoid offending the short-tempered master, which led her to stay in the Marshal's residence until now. Pai Mingyue was particularly grateful to Yao Qianqian for giving her this opportunity and was currently trying hard to showcase her professionalism, standing by Yao Qianqian's side and helping her serve dishes. For a moment, Yao Qianqian was taken aback. She had only seen servants serving dishes in the yards of other wealthy families before, and now she unexpectedly found herself as part of that. Yao Qianqian felt a mix of emotions. As she looked at Lin Li approaching, she didn't know what expression to show. In contrast, Lin Li was much more accustomed to the situation. He raised his hand to take the bowl from Pai Mingyue and then began directing her to help him serve dishes, even encouraging Yao Qianqian to do the same. Yao Qianqian shook her head, still feeling that she couldn't quite accept it. She preferred to serve her own food. As for Lan Yun, she wasn't very used to having someone standing by her to serve dishes while eating, so, in the end, Pai Mingyue only demonstrated her professional abilities to Lin Li. This meal was the most comfortable one Lin Li had had since coming here. Previously, those people only cared about their own meals, completely unaware of his thoughts. Every time he wanted to eat a dish, he had to do it himself. Back when he was in the cultivation world, Lin Li used spells to make the dishes float into his bowl automatically. Now, to accommodate those people's feelings and avoid startling them too much, he had to slowly serve himself. However, the way the table was set up was puzzling. Every dish he wanted was placed on the other side, right where Yao Qianqian was sitting. He thought that since he was somewhat of a mentor to Yao Qianqian, he shouldn't sacrifice his dignity over a bit of food. After finishing the meal, Yao Qianqian noticed Lin Li looking at her with a strange expression, as if reproaching her for not calling Pai Mingyue over sooner. But there were still other important matters to discuss with Lin Li, so she didn't bother to argue about such trivial things for the time being. However, Lin Li indeed didn't want to return his confidant as reincarnation. So when Yao Qianqian suggested he take the child to Lan Yun, Lin Li simply ignored her, pretending not to hear. Lan Yin was also confused by Lin Li's attitude. She was now very afraid that the child she had finally gotten would be taken away by Lin Li. Thus, the woman, who usually never cried, now had tears in her eyes, looking at Lin Li with a tearful gaze. "Please, give me back my child." Lin Li had been talking to Yao Qianqian, and upon seeing Lan Yin in tears, he felt a headache coming on. Even if Lin Li was unaware, he knew that this woman was the mother of his confidant's current body, and he felt a bit of obligation. If his confidant found out about this, he might have to hear a lot of complaints. So upon seeing Lan Yin crying, Lin Li immediately said, all right, I was just joking with you. Don't cry. I'll go get the child for you right away. That little one is quite lively right now." After saying this, Lin Li got up and ran off, as if he were being chased by fire. Moments later, he disappeared from their line of sight. The two looked at each other's faces, and Yao Qianqian saw tears still lingering on Lan Yin's face, prompting her to comfort her. "All right, stop crying. Now that you finally have a child, you can't ruin your eyes with tears." Listening to Yao Qianqian's comforting words, Lan Yin finally stopped crying and began to look in the direction Lin Li had left, waiting for him to bring her child back. Chapter 189. Bringing back. Unfortunately, Lin Li seemed to have a natural inclination to take unconventional paths. The child was not brought back by him in his arms, but rather he used his spiritual power to make the child float behind him, following him back. Fortunately, it was the interstellar era, and many people thought it was some new technology that allowed a child to float behind him. Therefore, aside from the initial surprise of seeing such a scene, no one found it strange. Lin Li had even praised the good mindset of these people when he was talking to Yao Qianqian earlier. However, Yao Qianqian didn't pay him any attention at the time, just reminding Lin Li not to get carried away, or when the heavenly Tao came looking for him, he should keep his distance from the Marshal's residence to avoid implicating the buildings here. At that moment, Lin Li didn't give Yao Qianqian a good expression upon hearing her words. But considering this was ultimately his own matter, he didn't take it out on her. He merely walked away with his hands behind his back. As soon as Lan Yin saw her child, she rushed over without asking anything else. Unfortunately, Lin Li had placed the child a bit too high, making it somewhat difficult for Lan Yin to reach him given her height. Yao Qianqian shot Lin Li a glance, hoping he would be more considerate and let the child down immediately. However, Lin Li raised an eyebrow, as if to say, "Are you seeing things?" Clearly, he understood her intent, but didn't want to easily give the child away, especially since Yao Qianqian had dared to trick him in the first place. Meeting Lin Li's gaze, Yao Qianqian knew she was in the wrong side and decided to help Lan Yin get the child down herself. However, it seemed that Yao Qianqian's help wasn't needed, as Lan Yin pulled out something from her spatial button, placed it under her feet, and quickly flew up. In the next moment, she carefully picked up her child. Seeing this, Lin Li no longer obstructed their reunion, waved his sleeve, and turned back to his residence. Yao Qianqian glanced at him, but chose not to pay him any more attention, instead focusing her gaze on Lan Yin and her child. When Yao Qianqian had first brought the child back, she could vaguely sense the child's soul was unstable, but after spending some time with Lin Li, the child appeared as healthy as any ordinary child. Yao Qianqian pondered for a moment, considering Lin Li's usual character. He didn't seem like someone who loved to help others. After thinking it over and not coming to a conclusion, she decided to ask Lan Yin how to raise the child. "Why don't you take the child back to sleep tonight? Yesterday, the child actually slept with Lin Li, and I didn't interfere. Moreover, from what I know, children tend to be noisy at night, so I don't want to gamble on this child not making noise at night." Lan Yin was surprised that the lady would directly suggest she take the child back to sleep. Overjoyed, she couldn't help but repeatedly thank Yao Qianqian. Yao Qianqian waved her hand and returned some baby supplies that Lan Yin had given her yesterday. "Take these back with you. If anyone asks, just tell them this is the child I brought back, and I plan to keep him at the Marshal's residence for a few days to see if I can find his biological parents." Lan Yin nodded, her eyes welling up with tears, looking as if she was about to cry. Yao Qianqian spoke up. "Did you forget what I said earlier? Stop crying. Didn't I tell you before? Crying too much is bad for your health." Knowing that Yao Qianqian had her best interests at heart, Lan Yin wiped away her tears and happily took the child back. It wasn't until they had walked far away that Lin Li, who had previously said he was going back, turned around. Yao Qianqian looked at the expression on Lin Li's face, wondering why he looked as if he had lost a loved one. Could it be that you have taken a liking to the child? Hearing Yao Qianqian's words, Lin Li's expression soured for a moment. Then he turned back and replied, "What are you talking about? That is the reincarnation of my confidant. I just didn't expect him to reincarnate as a child." Lin Li's tone was quite sentimental when he spoke about his confidant reincarnating as a child, and it seemed he felt a bit regretful. Yao Qianqian didn't understand what Lin Li was regretting. She simply scanned his face and asked, "Why do you have that expression?" Upon hearing Yao Qianqian's question, Lin Li pondered for a second, then looked at the top of her head and said, "You're too young. Some things you won't understand until you reach my age." Yao Qianqian fell silent and turned to leave. Yesterday, she had sent the star bee Xiao Bai and Hehuan to fetch items from the mother bug, and it seemed they should be back by now. She planned to go out and wait for them. Finding a quiet place, Yao Qianqian took out her light brain and sent a communication request to the mother bug. The mother bug had just finished organizing the bug eggs. In fact, Xiao Bai and Hehuan had arrived in the middle of the night. However, the mother bug was busy preparing food for the bug eggs at the time. She couldn't let someone else take care of her children while she let her own kids eat Yao Qianqian's food. If one of the buglings ate less, perhaps the mother bug wouldn't prepare food for the bug eggs. But these bug eggs needed enough food for a day that matched the rations of Han Jin's fleet. Considering this, the mother bug prepared a large pile of energy stones for each bug egg, sufficient to last them a month in Yao Qianqian's care. This gave the mother bug time to deal with the newly arrived beings. She was confident that she could manage everything in a month. If by then things weren't settled, the mother bug thought it wouldn't be impossible to have the insect race send more energy stones over. After all, the insect race currently had plenty of energy stones. Moreover, the mother bug had a unique ability passed down through generations. She could convert some of the energy consumed into solid storage. If she ingested too much at once, she would spit out some energy stones. The outside world believed that the insect race had an abundance of energy stones, but in reality, they were taken from energy stone mining planets. However, those were actually energy stones that the mother bug had consumed and then regurgitated. But these matters didn't need to be explained to others. The insect race needed preparation time, and Xiao Bai and Hehuan also needed to rest after their long flight. So it was decided they would set off in the morning. Yao Qianqian's communication came in just after Xiao Bai and the others had left for nearly half a day. Seeing the mother bug transform into human form and walking in the forest, Yao Qianqian curiously asked, "What are you doing?" Chapter 190. Capturing strange creatures, the bug mother glanced around and quietly explained to Yao Qianqian, "I heard that a few strange creatures have parasitized the insect race here. So I came to check the situation, but they just escaped into the forest and I can't get in." Upon hearing this, Yao Qianqian reminded her, "You can use your mental power to search." Initially, she thought the bug mother would agree, but unfortunately, the bug mother shook her head at Yao Qianqian, saying, "It's useless. My mental power has no effect on these strange creatures. I can only rely on my eyes." Hearing the bug mother say it's useless, Yao Qianqian felt somewhat helpless, thinking it would be great if she could go see the insect race herself. She still believed that those strange creatures were essentially the magic insects of the demon race, just perhaps having changed their appearance upon arriving in the interstellar realm. Seeing the worry on Yao Qianqian's face, the bug mother slightly nodded at her. "Don't worry. My strength is still considerable. I won't be easily killed by such creatures." Hearing the bug mother's optimistic words, Yao Qianqian felt relieved. "Then you can get busy. I'll go check on the fruits over there." "All right." The moment the bug mother ended the communication, a shadow suddenly rushed out from behind her. Fortunately, although it seemed like the bug mother was on the phone with Yao Qianqian, she had been vigilant about her surroundings. When the shadow charged at her, the bug mother merely sidestepped to avoid the attack, exposing the shadow in front of her. The bug mother recognized this creature. It was the weakest worker insect in the insect race. Generally, these insects have a lifespan of only 10 years, and from the moment they are born, they work according to the orders of higher insects on various planets of the insect race, continuing to serve until the moment of their death. Now, seeing that the black insect had been parasitized, the bug mother wasn't surprised. She focused her gaze on the compound eyes of the parasitized insect, which should have been as black as its shell, but was now glowing with a strange red light. Instinctively, upon meeting that red gaze, The bug mother felt a wave of discomfort surge through her body. Once she suppressed that discomfort, the insect that had been standing in front of her was already reduced to fragments. Thankfully, the bug mother observed carefully and found a still-beating black lump among the fragments. She poked the lump with a small twig she picked up, and it seemed to want to crawl up her wrist along the twig. Instantly, the bug mother tossed the twig away and took out the box that Yao Qianqian had given her, putting the black thing inside. The bug mother initially thought the creature might escape from the box, but to her surprise, it became very still once confined inside. If it weren't for the black mist that swayed along with the creature, the bug mother would have thought it was dead. Meanwhile, after the bug mother captured the creature in the box, Yao Qianqian realized what it was and couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. She immediately went to find Lin Li. At that moment, Lin Li was resting with his eyes closed, and Yao Qianqian's sudden entrance startled him. Even though he was usually calm, throwing aside his pillow, Lin Li's face clearly expressed, "If something's up, say it quickly." Seeing Lin Li's expression, Yao Qianqian thought for a moment and then recounted everything she had just learned. However, Lin Li did not react as excitedly as Yao Qianqian had imagined. He seemed to already know about this matter. Yao Qianqian tilted her head to see Lin Li's expression, but unfortunately, her height was insufficient, and Lin Li didn't want to see her face. Thus, it turned into a situation where one was jumping to reach up, while the other was trying to evade to the side. When Lan Yun and Pai Mingyue arrived, Lin Li was pushing Yao Qianqian's face with his hand. If this scene were to be seen with two children or single young adults, it would be considered an adorable moment. But Yao Qianqian was a married woman, and Lin Li's identity was that of Yao Qianqian's teacher. No matter how one looked at it, they seemed quite inappropriate. Pai Mingyue thought to herself. Meanwhile, Lan Yun secretly regretted coming at this time, thinking that if she had known she would encounter such a scene, she would have dragged Pai Guanjiao along. But there were no ifs, and the two awkwardly approached, wanting to explain to Yao Qianqian why they had come. Seeing Lan Yun's empty hands, Yao Qianqian curiously asked, "Is the child asleep?" Hearing Yao Qianqian ask about her child, Lan Yun nodded, "Yes, asleep. So I want to come with Pai Guanjiao to ask if there is anything else we need to do here." Yao Qianqian had not been very involved in household matters before, and suddenly being asked if there were any arrangements left her stunned for a long time before she slowly thought of a task suitable for them. "I do have something for you to do." Yao Qianqian slowly led the two into two empty rooms. This room is intended for the two females who will be coming here to give birth later. You two, along with the people accompanying those females, will take care of them. Once the task was assigned, Yao Qianqian informed them of the possible arrival time of the females. When I contacted them earlier, they mentioned it would be in the next few days, so after you tidy up the rooms, you can rest for a few days, and when the people arrive, you can prepare. Upon hearing Yao Qianqian's words, the two nodded. "All right, we will listen to the lady." After giving the instructions, Yao Qianqian asked the two, "Do you have any other matters?" They shook their heads and then exited the room. Yao Qianqian looked at Lin Li's face again, and finally, Lin Li became impatient. He asked Yao Qianqian with a frown, "What's so good about my face? You should be figuring out how to help your husband instead of messing around here with me." When Yao Qianqian saw Lin Li finally getting to the point, she couldn't help but smile brightly at him. "Isn't that why I want you to help me think of a solution?" Lin Li pushed Yao Qianqian's face away again. "There are solutions, but you have to discover them yourself. Otherwise, are you doing the task, or am I?" After Lin Li finished speaking, a surge of spiritual energy burst forth from him, pushing Yao Qianqian out of the room. "For the next month, unless something catastrophic happens, don't come looking for me." Chapter 191. Kicked out. Seeing herself kicked out like this, Yao Qianqian's gaze was fixed on the door. In the end, she was clear about the gap in strength between herself and Lin Li, and did not foolishly rush at the door. She angrily returned to her room, waiting for Xiao Bai and He Yao to come back. Originally, He Yao was talking Xiao Bai. Although sound could not travel in space, it did not affect their conversation. Throughout, He Yao was persuading Xiao Bai, "Why don't we go out and have some fun? We can run out for half a day, and we definitely won't be discovered." Upon hearing He Yao's words, Xiao Bai felt a slight stir in his heart, though he had been exploited by Yao Qianqian too many times before. Suddenly hearing He Yao say this, he was more afraid of the trouble Yao Qianqian would cause him afterward than the joy of going out to play. He Yao, on the other hand, had a personality that forgot pain, but remembered food, showing no signs of guilt at the thought of being caught later. He kept urging Xiao Bai to go out with him. Before Xiao Bai had a chance to respond, both of them felt a strong pulling sensation. The two of them were somewhat disoriented from that feeling, and when their brains cleared again, they found themselves facing Yao Qianqian. In Xiao Bai's mind, a single thought kept looping. It's over, it's over. Today is the day Xiao Bai will be finished. Hey Yao, completely unaware of Xiao Bai's distress, looked at Yao Qianqian with a silly expression, seemingly asking her why she hadn't brought out the energy stones that they had agreed upon earlier. Yao Qianqian let out a cold laugh. What's this? I send you to do something, and halfway through, you want to go out and play, right? Hearing Yao Qianqian say this directly, Xiao Bai had an expression that said I knew it, while He Yao, who had been carefree just moments ago, became completely stiff. How did you know? He Yao looked at Yao Qianqian in confusion, his gaze shifting between her and Xiao Bai, not understanding where things had gone wrong. Could it be that Wang leaked the secret? He Yao felt that his heart was hurt. Unfortunately, Xiao Bai couldn't even be bothered to give He Yao a glance. He found a stupid guy annoying. I never said I wanted to go out and play. I was just flying towards planet number 5 obediently. It was all him who wanted to go out and play. It has nothing to do with me. Upon hearing Xiao Bai's attempt to distance himself from the situation, He Yao felt completely heartbroken. He never expected that the Wang he had trusted so much would stab him in the back at this moment. He Yao sighed internally, feeling that life was not worth it. Listening to him endlessly complain in his heart, Yao Qianqian, seeing that the two were about to misunderstand each other, kindly helped Xiao Bai explain, it's not that Xiao Bai leaked the secret. As your master, I can hear your strongest thoughts. Besides, you both flew in my range of perception. Even if I didn't want to know, I would have been forced to. Thus, He Yao got beaten up. And it was quite a beating because not only Yao Qianqian hit him, but Xiao Bai did too. As for why Xiao Bai hit He Yao, it was because Yao Qianqian had told Xiao Bai everything He Yao had been thinking about in his heart. Xiao Bai was furious, and what made him the angriest was that He Yao thought he was still in the right. So when Xiao Bai wanted to hit him, He Yao even dared to retaliate. If Yao Qianqian hadn't been there to help, considering He Yao's scales, Xiao Bai might not have been able to hurt him. Fortunately, Yao Qianqian helped Xiao Bai significantly lower He Yao's defenses, allowing Xiao Bai to land a punch that could actually hurt him. And when He Yao retaliated, he couldn't hurt Xiao Bai at all. In the end, He Yao was left with tears in his eyes, while Xiao Bai successfully returned to eat with Yao Qianqian. As for He Yao, he was responsible for picking all the remaining fruits in the orchard. These had originally been brought by Lin Li to punish Yao Qianqian, but instead, they were used by Yao Qianqian to punish He Yao. With a head full of bumps, He Yao was initially crying while picking fruits. But soon he couldn't cry anymore, because he found out that every time he finished picking a tree, new fruits would quickly grow back on it. He Yao completely broke down and lay down in the place where Yao Qianqian had previously lain, picking a few fruits from the tree to quench his thirst. Xiao Bai, filled with insect eggs in his space, went to eat with Yao Qianqian. During the meal, Yao Qianqian only ate half before feeling full, asking Xiao Bai for the space and signaling him to continue eating slowly while she took the space in her own little area. She initially planned to put the insect eggs in her own space, as it might be safer to keep them under her watch than anywhere else. Moreover, Yao Qianqian's space could slow down the flow of time, allowing the eggs to hatch a bit slower, which would help save food for the insect mother. By the time Yao Qianqian came out after settling the insect eggs in her space, the sky was already filled with stars. She glanced at her light brain, but there was not a single message she had hoped for. When she was here before, she at least had Lin Li to look for. But in the afternoon, Lin Li had not been lying. Unless something particularly big happened, he probably wouldn't help her anymore. This could be considered the first time she, as a transformed demon, was going out to do something big. Yao Qianqian thought to herself. The surroundings were quiet and silent, with only the sound of a star beast snoring. Following the sound, Yao Qianqian found that it was He Yao who was sleeping, and he looked very deeply asleep. Seeing this, Yao Qianqian went over angrily and kicked He Yao lightly. Just wanted to wake him up. Unfortunately, He Yao seemed to find it annoying when Yao Qianqian moved him, so when she kicked him, he swatted at her with his paw, signaling her not to bother him, the great star beast. Seeing Yao's demeanor only made Yao Qianqian angrier. However, she didn't want to hit him for the time being, so after thinking for a moment, an idea popped in her head, and she unconsciously thought of Xiaobai. It would be perfect to let Xiaobai come, since his claws were tough, and she noticed that he hardly cried out in pain whenever he hit Yao's scales. Thus, after eating and falling asleep, Xiaobai was summoned by Yao Qianqian. As soon as Xiaobai opened his eyes, he saw Yao snoring away. Remembering that before leaving, Yao Qianqian had ordered Yao to pick fruits, Xiaobai immediately revealed his claws and swiped at where Yao was lying. Due to his instinct for danger, Yao successfully dodged. Chapter 192. Comforting, just as he dodged the attack, Xiaobai's next strike followed closely, causing Yao, who had been a bit drowsy, to fully wake up. He looked at Xiaobai in confusion, wondering why he was being hit again after being beaten before. The thought that Xiaobai had gone out to eat while he hadn't even had a meal made Yao feel wronged. His voice took on a crying tone. "You all had dinner, but I've been flying in the universe for so long, and now I don't even have food to eat." Unexpectedly, Yao began to cry, leaving Yao Qianqian and Xiaobai feeling a bit at a loss. They exchanged glances, both thinking about how to stop Yao from crying. However, it was clear that the Star Beast understood the Star Beast better. As soon as Xiaobai spoke, Yao stopped crying. "Don't worry, I'll bring you dinner in a bit. After you finish eating, you can go back to work." Hearing Xiaobai say he could work after dinner, Yao Qianqian wondered if this comforting remark would make Yao cry even more. However, to her surprise, Yao gradually stopped crying. It seemed he had calmed down and wasn't crying anymore. Seeing this, Yao Qianqian thought that Yao was too easy to comfort. He really was a worthless star beast. After seeing that Yao had stopped crying, Xiaobai let out a sigh of relief and then looked up to pick a few fruits from a lower branch. "Here, eat this first. I'll bring you dinner in a bit." After saying that, Xiaobai patted Yao's shoulder to soothe him. This behavior made Yao Qianqian feel that Xiaobai had finally matured. However, this maturity lasted only a second before he reverted to his original self. After saying those words to Yao, Xiaobai quietly leaned over to Yao Qianqian and said in her mind, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and get him something to eat." The tone was particularly flattering. If Yao Qianqian hadn't found Xiaobai quite cute, she might have thought the voice in her head belonged to a greasy old man. Just thinking about connecting Xiaobai with a greasy uncle made Yao Qianqian shudder, and she couldn't help but look at Xiaobai. She tried hard to suppress the urge to tell Xiaobai her previous thought, but ultimately couldn't hold back. "How about you just don't talk?" Yao Qianqian took out some food for Yao and said to Xiaobai in a very gentle tone. Xiaobai looked at Yao Qianqian's face with curiosity, seemingly confused about what she was saying. "I didn't say anything just now?" Xiaobai blinked his big watery eyes, looking like he had no idea what she was talking about. Yao Qianqian didn't want to argue with Xiaobai, so she instructed, "Then you two just clean up the fruits in this orchard." She took a couple of steps forward, then turned back and said to Xiaobai, "All right, I forgot you should have this too." Saying this, she tossed over a small bag of spirit stones, most of which were given to Xiaobai and Yao by the insect mother, with some added by Yao Qianqian herself. Yao and Xiaobai both looked excited upon receiving the small bag of energy stones. Staring at the bag, Xiaobai looked it up and down several times before finally looking at Yao Qianqian. "Are these really all for us?" Xiaobai thought there must be a catch. When did this woman become so generous? "They're all for you. Of course, most of them are reward from the insect mother for your hard work." Upon hearing that most of it was from the insect mother, Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief, glad it wasn't from Yao Qianqian. Otherwise, he feared he wouldn't have the life of a dog to use these energy stones. Leaving behind a cold laugh, Yao Qianqian walked away. After seeing her leave, Yao leaned closer to Xiaobai to see how many stones they had received. However, Xiaobai dodged him. "You doubt my beast. You're not qualified to share energy stones with me." Seeing Xiaobai like this, Yao knew he was still angry. But Yao was naturally a bit slow and didn't understand why Xiaobai was upset. Scratching his head, he placed a few bites of his dinner in front of Xiaobai. "I'll give you my food. Please don't be angry anymore." At that moment, Xiaobai really wanted to flip the bowl of rice over, but considering Yao's feelings and that he hadn't eaten enough, Xiaobai held back. "All right, we'll split the energy stones here in half." After saying that, Xiaobai put Yao's bowl back in front of him. Hurry up and eat your food. We still need to pick fruits later. Hum. While eating, Yao thought he might have forgotten to remind Xiaobai about something. But after thinking carefully, he realized he couldn't remember, so he decided not to think about it. Han Jin was still following that general, researching how to better kill those strange creatures. After Han Jin's help, creatures that were previously impossible to kill could now be killed. However, the sheer number of them was overwhelming, and as long as their bodies weren't completely burned, they could reinfect any creatures that came into contact with them. Every time he thought of this, Han Jin felt a headache coming on. Today, he had just finished discussing with the researchers when Bai Kai seized the opportunity to ask him, "By the way, Marshal, why don't we use the gourd given by the little female?" This time, Han Jin didn't directly refuse. He started to hesitate, but wanted to ask Lin Li for his opinion before using it. Han Jin knew that if he directly asked Yao Qianqian, she would definitely tell him that this thing wouldn't harm him. Luckily, before leaving, Han Jin had exchanged contact information with Lin Li, so after sending Bai Kai away, he could contact Lin Li. After sending Yao Qianqian away, Lin Li had been calculating the fortunes in this area, trying to see what would happen next with Yao Qianqian and Han Jin. But the secrets of the heavens are not so easily discerned. Even someone with Lin Li's cultivation level, after sitting here for a long time, still couldn't predict the fortunes of Han Jin and Yao Qianqian. Just as Lin Li was contemplating whether to go out and see what Yao Qianqian was doing, a communication from Han Jin came in. Lin Li raised an eyebrow and answered the call without video, just voice. "Hello, what is the matter? I want to ask if this thing can be used." Han Jin took out the gourd to show Lin Li. Upon seeing the white jade gourd, Lin Li couldn't help but feel that some matters couldn't be stopped just because he wanted to. Chapter 193, using the small gourd. This is something she gave you, so it can naturally be used. This item can be considered a spiritual tool for capturing low-level creatures, typically used by outer disciples of small sects in the cultivation world. Now brought to this world, it is a relatively good tool for capturing unknown weak creatures. For the early stage, unevolved magic insects, this can be a powerful weapon. However, if those magic insects consume too much life force, it may not be so easy to kill them. Previously, when killing magic insects in the cultivation world, Lin Li did not help much. At that time, he was just a child with weak strength, barely managing to avoid the magic insects. Fortunately, he's gained strength now, but he is unclear how those cultivators managed to exterminate the magic insects completely before. As for Han Jin, when he learned that he could use the gourd, he nodded, said goodbye to Lin Li, and planned to ask Yao Qianqian how to use it. Looking at the darkening holographic screen, Lin Li felt a word stuck in his throat, and it was uncomfortable to say or not say anything. Angered, Lin Li decided not to go out and help them this time, to avoid being dragged into it. Yao Qianqian was unaware that Lin Li intended to help them. She was currently in communication with Han Jin. Hearing Han Jin ask how to use the small gourd, Yao Qianqian's eyes curved with a smile. "Well, Bai Kai knows about this, but I know what kind of creatures you are encountering now. Wait, I will look for ancient texts. Perhaps I can find a solution for you." Upon hearing Yao Qianqian offer to help them find a solution, Han Jin revealed the only genuine smile he had in these past few days. "All right, but you also need to take care and rest more. You are not alone now." Han Jin looked at Yao Qianqian's face with concern. He was worried that the little female might exhaust herself over this matter. Yao Qianqian waved her hand, showing she appreciated Han Jin's concern. "All right, I will pay attention to that. You should also rest more." Looking at the dark circles under Han Jin's eyes, she felt a pang of heartache. "Just look at you. How did you become so haggard?" Since he started dealing with matters, Han Jin had hardly slept since departing, so his complexion naturally wasn't great. Han Jin remembered that next time he communicated with Yao Qianqian, he must remember not to turn on the video. This way, the little female wouldn't see his face and wouldn't worry. Yao Qianqian suppressed her thoughts. Most weapons from the cultivation world brought here are basically just heavy scrap metal to them. Since interstellar people do not cultivate spiritual energy, they can't use spiritual tools that require spiritual energy activation. Yao Qianqian could only think of ways to help Han Jin separate those magic insects from various creatures' bodies. Now she needed to think of a solution, so she said goodbye to Han Jin and ended the communication. Seeing the darkening screen, Han Jin brought up the holographic computer and looked at his own face in reverse. He raised his hand to touch the stubble growing on his chin. Indeed, he looked a bit haggard. As Han Jin was pondering this, suddenly, there was a sound at the door. He maintained his posture and turned his head to see Bai Kai still in the act of opening the door. Bai Kai felt embarrassed. He didn't expect to walk in and catch the Marshal in a moment of self-pity. Suddenly, he didn't know what kind of expression to show. Bai Kai's face stiffened for a moment. Then, as if he thought of something, he pointed at the holographic computer beside him and said to Han Jin, "Marshal, I just came to get the holographic computer. Would you like to continue?" Hearing Bai Kai's words, Han Jin didn't even change his expression, but calmly stated Bai Kai's next punishment. "You are usually so forgetful. Go back and double your training." Upon hearing that the training would be doubled again, Bai Kai felt a darkness before his eyes, looking at Han Jin with a bitter expression. "Marshal, but I've already had my training doubled many times." The purpose of Bai Kai saying this was simple. He hoped Han Jin would let him off considering how pitiful he looked. Unfortunately, Han Jin had just finished talking with Yao Qianqian and was currently in a bad mood, worried about the little female's health, so he wouldn't listen to Bai Kai. "Your lifespan is long, and your service time is also long." So, what Han Jin meant was that Bai Kai could live a long time. Anyway, he was punished, so he should just train. Hearing Han Jin's heartless words, Bai Kai wanted to cry, but he didn't dare to ask Han Jin again. The Marshal's expression told him that asking again would lead to a multiplication of punishments. Time passed quickly, and it was almost time for Yao Qianqian to give birth. However, the magic insects on Han Jin's side had still not been dealt with cleanly. Just as Yao Qianqian initially thought, after consuming enough food, the magic insects began to stir, seemingly planning to quickly select a stronger insect as their leader by eating their kind. The reason those magic insects were able to break free from the control of the demon race was also due to this. So when Yao Qianqian learned that there seemed to be a struggle for the magic insect leader, she felt a strong desire to go and take a look. But Han Jin refused her, prioritizing her health. Lin Li also stopped her with a simple reason. It wasn't the right time for her to leave planet number 5. Under Lin Li's obstruction, Yao Qianqian seemed to see the deeper meaning in Lin Li's eyes. However, her life experience was simple. For most of the first 100 years, she had been rooted in the soil, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon for cultivation. And in the following years, she met Lin Li and Bai Hu, so she only traveled with them and had no knowledge of schemes. Even when Yao Qianqian followed Lin Li to the human realm one day and saw many different kinds of people, it was merely a distant observation. These past few days were roughly Yao Qianqian's due period. It was also the due period for the 2 females brought to planet number 5. Initially, those who sent the females to planet number 5 were eager to treat their wives and bring them back. However, as their wives stayed longer, they gradually noticed the changes in the 2 females. Compared to ordinary pregnant females, these 2 were in remarkably good condition. Although they also experienced morning sickness, it did not affect the health of the 2 females. Every time they had a prenatal checkup, not only did the females' family members feel that the females were in good health, but even the doctors marveled that these were the healthiest pregnant women they had ever seen. Chapter 194, the conclusion. Yao Qianqian was originally strolling in the garden, thinking about when Lin Li would give her the ring, when she suddenly felt a pain in her abdomen and instinctively covered her belly. Pai Mingwei and Lan Yun, who had been following her all along, immediately realized that the lady might be about to give birth. "Quick, someone call a doctor." Pai Mingwei had practiced this many times before, so as soon as Yao Qianqian embraced her belly, she first confirmed Yao Qianqian's current state and then called for help. The patrolling soldiers nearby rushed to find a doctor upon hearing Pai Mingwei's voice. Pai Mingwei and Lan Yun lifted Yao Qianqian and brought her to the delivery room that had been prepared from the start. The doctor was already waiting inside. When Yao Qianqian was placed on the bed, she could still talk to Lan Yun. "Can you bring me some food later?" Yao Qianqian said, trying to adjust to a comfortable position. After hearing Yao Qianqian's request, Lan Yun quickly replied to Pai Mingwei, I'll go. You take care of the lady here." Upon hearing Lan Yun's words, Pai Mingwei nodded. "All right, hurry back." After Pai Mingwei finished speaking, she moved forward to help Yao Qianqian adjust to a more comfortable position. Once Yao Qianqian was lying on the bed in a more comfortable pose, she closed her eyes, feeling relaxed. If it weren't for the pain in her abdomen, she might have fallen asleep. She occasionally frowned as the pain came and went, while someone was already contacting Hanjin. Just as Yao Qianqian was eating some fruit, a video call from Hanjin was brought to her. Looking at Hanjin on the screen, Yao Qianqian finally whimpered about her belly pain. While chewing on the fruit that Lan Yun had fed her, Yao Qianqian coquettishly said to Hanjin, "Look, I'm about to give birth to our child, and you still can't come back." Initially just complaining, Yao Qianqian felt increasingly aggrieved as she spoke. Just as she was about to cry, Lan Yun quickly moved the light brain away, so she wouldn't see Hanjin's face. It's okay. We can give birth to the baby ourselves. We don't need to worry about whether the man is here or not." Lan Yun comforted Yao Qianqian, recalling how she hadn't seen her own husband for a long time after giving birth. Meanwhile, the man who was still on another planet dealing with strange creatures sneezed several times in a row. Shurqing rubbed his nose, knowing without thinking who was cursing him. He pulled out his light brain, but didn't see the message Lan Yun sent him, leaving him clueless about why she was scolding him. After some thought, he decided not to message her back. Perhaps Lan Yun really missed him. He thought he should look on the bright side. Fortunately, Lan Yun didn't know this, or she would definitely tell Shurqing that he was overthinking it. If they hadn't had a child in the first place, she might have occasionally thought about how lonely she was without anyone by her side. But now that they had a child, she wouldn't think about Shurqing at all, or if she did, it probably wouldn't be anything good. As for Shurqing, he had also heard that he had a child. Although he was unclear about the details, he believed in his wife. The child was definitely his. However, externally, Shurqing could only follow what Lan Yun had told him and let people say that the child was adopted. Actually, when he learned he had a child, Shurqing was very eager to return and check on the situation. Unfortunately, even a Marshal couldn't go home at that time, let alone him. Thinking about how he still hadn't seen his son and recalling his wife's face, Shurqing felt inexplicably guilty. Before he could dwell on it for long, several officers nearby approached him. They had noticed that the usually healthy General Shurqing seemed to be sneezing a lot recently. Some nearby orcs who hadn't found a mate nudged Shurqing with their shoulders. "You're so lucky. Looks like your wife misses you, right?" Shurqing thought that she probably did, but it might not be for a good reason. After being comforted by Lan Yun, Yao Qianqian finally stopped feeling aggrieved and began to feel sorry for Lan Yun instead. At that time, Lan Yun didn't even rest during her confinement and came over to help take care of the females and children. The doctors who had originally prepared to assist Yao Qianqian with the delivery listened as the two exchanged mutual grievances. Eventually, it turned into Yao Qianqian and Lan Yun starting to blame Shurqing. If the medical staff had their say, it wasn't just Shurqing who deserved blame. Even the distant Marshal should be criticized. For what they understood, Lan Yun's husband was only absent when she was unwell. But in Yao Qianqian's case, the orcs were absent during her childbirth. According to the current regulations of the empire, if a partner was about to give birth, their mate was entitled to a leave. If anyone failed to approve it, they would face legal penalties from the entire empire. Unfortunately, Hanjin's position was too crucial. If he returned, the strange creatures there might break through the defenses and directly enter the empire. Hanjin had considered asking other orcs for help, but since his mental strength was the highest in the empire and the number of strange creatures was also the greatest there, he had no choice but to stay. Yao Qianqian actually didn't have much opinion about this, but the pain of childbirth was simply too much. Thus, she felt that she was sometimes overly sensitive. At first, no one thought about notifying Linli until Yao Qianqian felt that there seemed to be one less person around her and began to recall. Finally, she remembered who was missing. Lan Yun, did Linli forget to come? Upon hearing Yao Qianqian mention Linli, both Lan Yun and Pai Mingyue felt a pang of guilt. It wasn't for any other reason but that they had indeed forgotten to notify Linli. Fortunately, by the time Yao Qianqian asked, doctors outside already knew to find Linli. Everyone had been living in the Marshal's residence for so long. Naturally, they knew who Linli was and where he lived. When Linli learned that Yao Qianqian was about to give birth, he was still asleep when he suddenly heard urgent knocking at the door. It was clear that someone was looking for him. So, Linli didn't delay and quickly went out to open the door, asking the person who had come, "Why are you looking for me?" After the person quickly informed Linli that Yao Qianqian was in labor, when Linli looked up again, all that remained was his back as he rushed off. Chapter 195. Conclusion in the distance. Linley walked away. Seeing that the person behind had not caught up, he turned back to glance at him, seemingly disapproving of his weak stamina for not being able to keep up. The man felt a surge of wanting to spit blood. "Mr. Lin, you go ahead. I still need to help our captain get some stuff." The guard waved at Linley. Upon receiving the message that he wouldn't be going, Linley immediately quickened his pace towards Yao Qianqian. Watching Linley leave at such speed, the guard began to doubt whether his eyesight was poor today. Like a mister, Lin moved faster than he usually runs. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he decided it wasn't his concern. Perhaps it was just that his physical ability was too weak, which made Linley seem faster than him. No wonder the captain always said he was foolish. The captain had been waiting for a long time, and when he finally saw Linley arrive, he still hadn't seen his team member who was supposed to bring him the documents. Although he was curious why his team member was slower than Linley, the captain had an inkling and did not directly ask Linley. Instead, he respectfully led Linley to find Yao Qianqian while he continued to wait for his team member. The poor team member was holding a large pile of documents, cautiously moving forward while wondering if he had offended the captain somewhere. Otherwise, why would the captain punish him with so many documents? Just as Linley stepped into the ward, Yao Qianqian felt her stomach pain intensifying and didn't have time to say a word to Linley. The door to the room was closed, and Linley was directly asked to leave. Seeing this, Linley didn't insist on going in to check on Yao Qianqian and waited at the door, calculating the child's fate. However, this time it was more difficult than the last. He not only failed to determine the child's birth and future, but was also struck by the little lightning that the heavenly path had sent to shock Yao Qianqian several times. It wasn't until Linley promised in his heart that he would never casually read fortunes for those few people again that the little lightning finally left. In this regard, Linley had some guesses in his heart and vaguely felt the arrival of a new child of destiny. However, for Han Jin, it was not a big deal. But if the child were to take away part of the luck, it could lead to injury or death. At this point, Linley also knew who he should hand his space ring to. While Linley was still pondering, a loud cry of a newborn baby came from Yao Qianqian's delivery room. Hearing the baby's cry, Linley hesitated for a moment, but ultimately turned around to hand the space ring to the person inside. At this time, Yao Qianqian had not yet recovered from the earlier pain. She stared blankly at the ceiling. The surrounding doctors confirmed the baby was very healthy after receiving the child, and then turned their attention back to Yao Qianqian. The young nurse was inexperienced and particularly worried about Yao Qianqian. So when she saw Yao Qianqian not moving at all, she couldn't help but approach the responsible doctor, asking, "Dr. Jiang, should we go check on the lady? I feel like something is off with her." Dr. Jiang, upon hearing the young nurse's words, immediately set aside everything else and went to check on Yao Qianqian. Fortunately, Yao Qianqian wasn't in a state where she couldn't speak due to the pain. She was actually reflecting on why she hadn't thought to close her senses at the beginning, which would have prevented her from feeling such intense pain. Unfortunately, now that the baby was born, it was a bit late to think about it. Thankfully, as a monster, Yao Qianqian's recovery ability was still quite good. So when the doctor came to ask her how she was, she had already somewhat recovered. However, for a monster, her first instinct after recovering was not to check on her child, but to find the culprit who had caused her so much discomfort. Thus, Han Jin, who was still on the battlefield using the sword given by Yao Qianqian to kill the demon insects, received a communication from Yao Qianqian. Thinking that the little female might have just given birth, Han Jin immediately handed over matters here to others, stepped aside, and answered Yao Qianqian's video call. Unfortunately, Han Jin did not receive the expected sweet words from the little female, nor see the adorable face of his child. Instead, he was met with Yao Qianqian's fierce expression as she said, "This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been in pain for so long." What could Han Jin do about the little female being angry? He thought that, of course, he needed to coax her. "All right, don't be angry. Does it still hurt? Do you want to soak in a treatment pod?" While soothing Yao Qianqian, Han Jin did not forget to raise his hand to kill a demon insect that accidentally approached. As for Yao Qianqian, since she was able to contact Han Jin, she was certainly no longer in pain. She initially wanted to talk more with the man, but seeing him struggling to kill the demon insects, she felt a bit soft-hearted. After thinking for a moment, she whispered to Han Jin, "Hurry back. The child and I are waiting for you." Hearing the little female say she was waiting for him. Han Jin felt as if 1,000 fireworks had exploded in his heart. If there weren't others around, he might have wanted to shout a couple of times. With the birth of a new child of destiny in this world, it signified that those invading creatures no longer had a chance to survive. Not only did Yao Qianqian produce a large number of weapons to deal with the demon insects, but Lin Li also received guidance from the heavenly path to go to the battlefield with his confidant to help. Lanya knew that her child could actually help eliminate the strange creatures. But as a mother who didn't want to part with her child, she also wanted to follow Lin Li to take a look. However, Lin Li rejected her, saying that her help might just hinder them. Fortunately, Yao Qianqian was also heading that way, so she took Lan Yin with her. When Han Jin first saw Yao Qianqian and the child, his immediate thought was to send Yao Qianqian and the child back to planet number 5. It could be said that Han Jin had meticulously arranged for their safety there. Essentially, the demon insects would have no chance of breaking through the defenses on planet number 5. Of course, if Han Jin were to die, that might be another story. In response to Han Jin's doubts, Yao Qianqian let her strength speak for itself. Once she arrived on the battlefield, she cleared out most of the difficult creatures, and everyone, under the leadership of Lin Li and a small child, successfully eliminated a large number of strange creatures in the area. After killing the last demon insect in the galaxy, the little lightning pulled Yao Qianqian into a strange space. Little lightning asked Yao Qianqian, "Do you want to go back? But do you want to stay here?" Was that even a question? Of course, she wanted to stay here. Upon receiving Yao Qianqian's answer, Little Lightning was not surprised. After saying goodbye to Yao Qianqian, he allowed her to leave that space. From then on, Yao Qianqian's daily life consisted of teasing Han Jin and occasionally taking the child out to play. End of the book.